down around 0.5%. The Hang Seng has opened almost 0.75% lower this morning. Similar sort of losses coming in from the Nikkei in Japan as well. The Shanghai Composite in China has opened below the flat line, 0.2% lower. The only outperformer, unsurprisingly at that, is South Korea. The Kospi still in the green, 0.5% higher there as well. So it's continuing its outperformance, extending its greening streak all through the week. Now, so it's a mixed picture that is emerging from the Asia Pacific screen, largely in the red. But pull up the GIFT Nifty as well. That will give you an idea of how our own markets are likely to start off. Well, consolidation likely to continue. At least that's what the implied open is suggesting, a 14-point downtake, Vamakshi. So it's an important expiry session as well, 25,200 being a barrier. We'll talk more about that, but it was a volatile session on Wall Street as well.
Well, absolutely, Hormaz. In the US market, Wall Street ended marginally lower, snapping its 3-day winning streak despite the US-China trade deal and softer than expected inflation data. The S&P 500 lost 0.27%, while the Nasdaq ended 0.5% lower, and the Dow Jones ended almost at the same levels as the previous close. Let's in fact go across to Rick Santelli of CNBC for the roundup of the inflation data.
On the headline number, expected up 0.2, comes in on the light side, up 0.1%. That follows, at least for now, unrevised up 0.2. Up 0.1 will be the lightest since it was minus 0.1 in March of this year. If you strip out the all-important food and energy, it remains up 0.1%. That's 0.2 lighter than we were expecting, 0.1 lighter than the rear view mirror. Up 0.1 equals where we were in March of this year. To find a lower number, you're going to 0, which was January of 21. Now let's take the year-over-year perspective. Expecting year-over-year headline up 2.4, and it arrives exactly up 2.4. That is 0.1 hotter than our last look at 2.3. It equals the 2.4 in March. 2.8 was February. That's the higher number we're comping to. Finally, if we go year-over-year core ex food and energy, it's up 2.8, 0.1 lighter than we were expecting, equals where we were last month. 2.8 actually now is third consecutive month in a row. If you want a smaller number than that, you're going all the way back to March of 21 when it was up 1.6. Now, I always like to look at the indices. These indices go back quite a ways. If you look at CPI headline index, it goes back to 1913, and the number today, 321.465, might not mean anything to viewers intrinsically, but it is the highest level on this index ever, going back to 1913. That should mean something. And if we strip out the all-important food and energy, it comes in at 326.854. Once again, this number started out in 1957 on the core. It's never been higher.
Getting you the latest on US President Donald Trump related developments. We have Dia joining in our special segment, Trump Watch.
President Donald Trump said a trade framework with China has been completed, with Beijing supplying rare earths and magnets upfront and the U.S. allowing Chinese students into its colleges and universities. The U.S. and China will maintain tariffs at their current lower levels following the two nations' agreement this week in London, Trump said Wednesday. He also said he intended to send letters to trading partners in the next 1 to 2 weeks, setting unilateral tariff rates ahead of a July 9 deadline to reimpose higher duties on dozens of economies.
We made a great deal with China. We're very happy with it. We have everything we need, and we're going to do very well with it, and hopefully they are too. But we're dealing with Japan, we're dealing with South Korea, we're dealing with a lot of them. We're dealing with about 15 countries, but as you know, we have about 150 plus, and you can't do that. So we're going to be sending letters out in about a week and a half, 2 weeks, to countries, telling them what the deal is, like I did with EU.
In response to the inflation report that came in for the month of May, Trump ramped up pressure on the Federal Reserve, demanding a full-point interest rate cut. Taking to Truth Social, Trump argued that the country would pay much less interest on debt coming due and overlooking that lower interest rates usually increase consumer prices. And as diplomatic and economic deals unfold, tensions remain high in the U.S. The White House responded firmly to intensifying protests over immigration policies, stating that President Trump will not allow mob rule in America. The statement follows a military-supported crackdown in Los Angeles. Shifting focus to foreign policy, Trump voiced diminished optimism regarding a nuclear agreement with Iran. In a podcast aired Wednesday, he admitted being less confident than he was months ago about reaching a deal. And moving on to the Trump-Musk feud, a call from two top White House officials may have prompted Elon Musk to soften his stance toward Donald Trump following months of public tension. Reports suggest Vice President J.D. Vance and Chief of Staff Susie Wild spoke with Elon Musk. The White House said on Wednesday that U.S. President Trump is appreciative of Elon Musk's expression of regret over some of his recent criticism in their blazing public falling out.
Well, thank you so much, Dia, for all of those updates. But moving on then, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick told CNBC that U.S. tariffs on Chinese imports will not change from their current levels. Let's listen in.
These numbers, these tariff levels are not going to change from here. Can we say that?
You can definitely say that.
Contradictory reports coming in from the US with regards to developments on that trade negotiations. And that is the reason why the Dow futures are currently sulking. Take a short break. We'll tell you how will all of these overnight cues impact our own markets on the other side with Power Prep. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. You're watching Power Breakfast on CNBC-TV18. We covered all the global and overnight action, but we now have our research team joining in with how the trade setup looks like and the stocks that are likely to be in the news. First up, we have Vivek joining us to get us all the market cues we need to watch out for in today's trading session. Good morning, Vivek. Yesterday was a tug of war. What does today's session hold?
That's right. Good morning. Yesterday clearly was a tug of war between the bulls and the bears. Today, we're looking like a slightly subdued set of cues, especially as far as international markets are concerned. All US indices ended mildly with cuts, and the other significant, trigger was oil prices. Oil prices yesterday surged almost 4%, and Brent closed closer to the $69.8 a barrel mark. Indian markets yesterday, like you mentioned, the benchmarks managed to outperform the broad end of the markets, and Nifty managing to inch higher for the sixth straight session. However, the Nifty Bank, Mid-Cap, all of them did see significant profit booking come about. What actually was the story of yesterday? It was clearly the liquor stocks, given the fact that there was a significant hike as far as excise duty was concerned in Maharashtra. All of the stocks saw significant outsized moves, and United Spirits amongst the key laggards in yesterday's trading session. The other set of stocks that did see pressure coming about, number one were both BSE as well as MCX. Options volumes coming down. IEX on the back of the news flow that came in. Our colleague Abhiman yesterday reported that there could be market coupling coming about, and that too saw significant selling pressure yesterday. Oil and gas stocks across both upstream as well as downstream did outperform in yesterday's trading session. Asian markets, GIFT Nifty, all indicating a muted start for our markets today.
Muted start indeed. Vivek, thanks a lot for that. And Vivek mentioned IEX. The stock has entered the F&O ban today, so keep an eye out on that. Over to Upasana now, who would list out the stocks that you need to keep an eye out for other than IEX. Upasana, good morning. What's on your list?
Good morning. First up, let me start with Zydus Life. The company gets Establishment Inspection Report from US FDA for API manufacturing facility at Ankleshwar. Next is Sterlite Tech and Dilip Buildcon. Both these companies signed MOU with BSNL for 2,631 crore telecom project under BharatNet for Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh telecom circles. Next is MCX. NSE gets SEBI not to launch electricity futures. Next is RailTel Corp. The company has received work order from Southeastern Coalfields worth nearly about 12 crores. Next is AWL Agri, Patanjali, Godrej Agrovet. All these counters will be in focus as government cuts import duty on crude edible oil and increases differential between crude and refined oils. Next on our radar is MapMy India. Mind you that the block deal is launched in this company, and PhonePe private to sell about 50% of the equity in the company, and the floor price is at 1,750 per share, and block deal size is nearly about 476 crores. And lastly, SEPC will also be in focus as company has received LOA worth 650 crore for Parmeshi Urja Limited, Kolkata, for a solar power project located in Maharashtra. So all in all these stocks will be on our radar today.
Lots of stocks to watch out for in today's trading session. Thank you so much for that, Upasana. And finally, we now have Sudarshan joining in with cues from the F&O space. Expiry day, Sudarshan.
Good morning, Vamakshi. So talking first about yesterday's session, it was another day of range-bound trade, but good part was Nifty managed to hold on to levels for 25,100, while mid-cap index closed in the red. But again, here also market breadth was still in favor of advance. For today also, GIFT Nifty is indicating a start with minor cuts. On the flows front, in the cash market, FIs have sold more than rupees 400 crore, but it was offset by DIs, which have bought more than rupees 1,500 crore. And the data on derivative front is looking healthy even today. In the index futures, we have seen FIs buying more than rupees 1,200 crore. They have added long positions of more than 3,500 contracts. At the same time, they have reduced short positions by almost 3,000 contracts. And now FI long exposure has increased to 22%. Now coming to the option front, 25,100 call has seen basically have seen shedding of 24 lakh shares, while 25,250 call has seen addition of more than 19 lakh shares. On the put front also, the action was above 25,100. 25,200 put has seen addition of 32 lakh shares, and 25,100 put has seen addition of more than 25 lakh shares. Now support, it remains around 24,850, that is also 20-day moving average, and resistance remains around 25,230, that is the recent high. Total 8 stocks are in the band, and new entrants are CDSL and IEX.
Both of them saw profit booking yesterday. Of course, IEX fell because of a news trigger. Just mentioning entering the F&O ban today. So Darshan, thanks a lot for that. But Upasana was just mentioning a few minutes ago about Patanjali Foods, Marico, Godrej Agrovet, and they are in focus today. That's because the central government has reduced the basic customs duty on major imported crude edible oils, including sunflower, soya bean, and palm oils from 20% to 10%. Now, this reduction aims to tackle the rising edible oil prices triggered by the duty hike in September last year and simultaneous increases in global market rates. So, we'll keep an eye out on all of these names. We take a short break on that note. Up next, we get to cues from the commodities market. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. You're watching Power Breakfast on CNBC TV18. Well, in a bid to crack down on cyber frauds, market regulator SEBI has launched new validated UPI handles for secured payments by investors. Addressing a press conference in Mumbai, SEBI chairperson Tuhin Kanta Pandey said that there were concerns over people falling prey to cyber frauds. Pandey said that the check tool, which would be available from October 1st, will allow investors to check if the UPI account belongs to a verified broker. Listen in.
The issue that we are going to have on a much wider systemic scale, which is the payment system itself, where we are bringing in a new UPI within the UPI system, and you have seen how it will help in knowing for you to know and you can check up on any bank account whether it is a bank account of the registered inventory, either broker or mutual fund. You should be able to check it. So this would be very handy, and going forward, as we will see, it will be implemented from 1st of October.
The SEBI chairperson there with an important announcement, and Manisha Gupta now joins them with all the updates from the commodity space. Manisha, good morning. Oil is back on the boil, $70 for Brent.
Oh, well, absolutely. A 5% of gains in the overnight markets, and it has been gaining for a couple of weeks now. And with that, we are trading at a 2-month highs at this point in time. The Brent is trading at 2-month highs, but the U.S. crude oil prices also are trading at a 10-week highs right now. Well, it has to do with the rising tensions between U.S. and Iran. Also, the U.S. and China trade negotiations progress is supporting prices. And the third important thing is the U.S. crude inventory is declining by 3.6 million barrels in the previous week versus the expectation of 2 million barrels. Well, that has been supportive as well. The other gain really has come in for the gold prices. The easing of softer than expected U.S. consumer inflation data has led to a decline in the dollar index, which is now trading below 98.5. That in turn seems to be supporting gold and some of these other base metal prices also.
Well, all on the boil, and gold continues to glitter. That's all we have on this edition of Power Breakfast. Don't go anywhere, because Bazaar Morning Call comes up next.
Every morning, the countdown begins for the markets with meticulous research and analysis designed to help you capitalize on the trading day. Beaming live from the CNBC-TV18 Motilal Oswal studio.
Good morning. You're with us here on a fresh new edition of Bazaar Morning Call. We are coming to you live from the CNBC-TV18 Motilal Oswal studios. As always, new morning, fresh morning, new tweets, old tweets, new headlines, but markets not doing very much. Flattish for the last couple of days, and the indication is this morning also it's going to be something like that. I'm Prashant. With me, my colleagues Surabhi and Nigel. Guys, morning.
Hi, morning Prashant, morning Nigel. And you know that jubilation that you would expect across markets because there's a China-US trade deal, that's not happening. Because I think markets have started wondering whether this is true, is this final, not. Still plenty of tweets and plenty of comments to go over.
Well, that's right. You know, Trump and the negotiations with China continue to remain in focus. And I think overnight, the geopolitical issues as well have crept up a little bit with regard to tensions in the Middle East. So let's see how things pan out on that front.
Yeah. And I was coming in and I was in the morning, it's become so humid in Bombay, right? Without any rain. And I was thinking, well, rain started early, right? Rains hit
earlier than usual. The arrival was earlier than usual, yeah.
Maybe they'll pick up, right? And they need to pick up. So that's another thing at the margin, which we kind of sort of need to track. And maybe we'll speak with IMD and SkyMed, etc., in terms of where are the clouds and where are the rains. Not very much indication of it yet. But okay, let's just take it from the top in terms of US markets, right? And that's of course, I mean, in terms of equities, not very much at all. As you can see on your screen, S&P was down about a quarter. 0.5% lower on the Nasdaq, so this is neither here nor there. The 10-year yield lost about 5 basis points to about 4.42. Oil prices, though, are the one. Actually, we should have put the 5% number there. Let's just stick with oil. Just go back to the earlier graphic. Oil is up 5%. That's the a big headline, and that's at about $70.40. So after a while, we've hit that $70 mark, and this is on the back of reports that. U.S. Embassy in Iraq is preparing for an ordered evacuation due to heightened security risks in the region. So basically, the first report came out. Let's move along. The first report came out from Reuters, which essentially said this. But the report did not specify which risk, which geopolitical risk. There are other reports which suggest that that Iran perhaps could strike some of the military bases in the region. For this to be effective, there has to be a State Department order, which I think is still not come through. But the point is, prices went up, and I think prices are up a little bit more this morning as well after yesterday's move that we saw. So keep an eye. This is, of course, important for India for a variety of reasons. The big one, of course, being that we are a very large oil importer. On the tariff front, you had President Trump who essentially said, and this came through later, but President Trump said that he's planning to send his trading partners, US's trading partners, letters of these universal tariffs in the next 1 to 2 weeks. Now, this would be earlier than the July 9th deadline, when these tariffs are anyway supposed to take, that self-imposed July 9th deadline, when these tariffs are supposed to take effect. So now President Trump is suggesting we're going to send it earlier than expected. Markets are not really too bothered in that sense, because you have people like Scott Bessent, etc., saying that it's possible that good faith negotiations will continue even after 9th of July. I mean, the president will allow for it if he's not going to sort of stick with that self-imposed deadline. So, and I think that's the base case for the market as well. That deadline is there, but is that like a hard stop? Or is it possible that with important trading partners and negotiations are going on, talks can continue beyond that as well? I think the answer perhaps is yes, and that's the market understanding. The dollar index was down sharply, was about 0.65 lower. That's a broader dollar, 98.45 on that one. Now, yesterday evening, you also had President Trump announcing that US-China have reached a trade deal framework. This is, of course, after the talks in London, although tariff rates are not clear. In terms of these, what's the exchange? The flashpoint was rare earth minerals. President Trump said China will supply rare earth and magnets, and the US will allow Chinese students into colleges and universities. University access for rare earth minerals. I mean, we'll see where this one goes. What was being talked about, of course, is rare earth in exchange for high-tech, NVIDIA high-end chip technology and sort of China being able to access those, but no word on that yet. The other bit was this tariff rates, right? So Trump said that we are getting a total of 55%, China is getting 10%. Again, we need more clarity on what this 55% number is made up of. And I think that's the reason why there was no big reaction in that sense in terms of risk on or anything of that sort. Now, just to tie in the levels, Nifty has been flat for the last few trading sessions. And I think we get a similar kind of day today as well. Support stands at the 40-hourly exponential average, which is 25,011. Resistance comes in at 25,310. And then the 20-day moving, the 17.6% retracement is 25,310. Bank Nifty, for the Nifty Bank, supports come in at 56,395, which is the 40-hourly, and then 55,695, which is 675, which is the 20-day moving average. And on the way up, we basically need to take out the recent high of 57,049. GIFT Nifty gives you a quick sense of how we're likely to start, about 30 points higher. Surabhi.
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess oil is the big headline, and that's the sort of the new joker in the pack, because no one was working with this escalation to about 70, and this morning as well prices are just below that mark as President Trump, and he indicated this yesterday as well. We took note of this in our morning conversations yesterday also, that he's saying he's disappointed with Iran, and he's going on to say that something has happened to them, and I'm much less confident of a deal being made now. Anyway, let's come to the other tweet, and this is the tweet on, or the post on, the deal with China. He says that it's subject to final approval with President Ray and me. Full magnets and any necessary rare earths will be supplied upfront by China. Likewise, we will provide to China what was agreed, including Chinese students using our colleges as universities. And he says, which has always been good with me. Suddenly, he's very supportive of Chinese students in the US. And then, of course, the issue is, and I think that's what he's taking back to his electorate, that we're still levying 55% tariff on China. China is only levying 10% on us. So now look at the market reaction, and Asian markets are not rising in jubilation or anything. In fact, there's some red on the screens. Most of the markets in the region are pretty range-bound. Japan is lower. And if you look at the mainland Chinese markets or the Hong Kong markets, they're also down. I mean, Hang Seng is down about 0.6%. So, it's kind of markets are taking it in their stride, so to speak. The other piece, of course, is we have to watch out for these quote-unquote good faith negotiations that Prashant was talking about as well, because this came in from Scott Bessent, and he's saying that there could be a reprieve to countries which are negotiating in good faith. And he singled out EU as one such territory. He didn't name us, didn't name India. But let's see what that really means. The other point beyond trade yesterday was the US inflation number, and that's where there is relief, because at least right now, inflation is not spiking in the US. And he mentioned that, President Trump, in one of the tweets again, that inflation is coming down under me. So let's see. The numbers are not beginning to show up the issues. The rate was 0.1% month-on-month increase. The estimate was 0.2%. And even if you're looking at it year-on-year, 2.4%, which was in line with estimates. The core inflation number was actually a lot lower than estimates at 0.1%. For us, the market has been consolidating through and through, and not much has changed on the Nifty. But yes, yesterday the Nifty did manage to stay at least above the 25,100 handle. However, the mid-cap market chose to take a bit of a breather. Now, whether that was routine profit booking or if there is a pattern building up in prices, we'll find out today. On the flows picture, FII's net sellers yesterday sold off stocks worth about 446 crores. Domestic institutions were buyers. Once again, they bought cash equity worth almost 1,600 crores. So that was a good piece. And I'll specifically watch out for FMCG stocks today, because India has decided to slash the import duty on crude edible oil imports from 20% to 10%. So watch out for a lot of FMCG players, because palm oil is part of this bunch of edible oils where the duty has been slashed. So let's watch out for the FMCG pack. So that's how the setup looks like for the time being. Nigel, what are you looking at?
Well, let's focus on the top cues then. First up, if you look at crude oil prices, they have spiked up a little bit, which for India market perspective is negative, though it's still below that $70 per handle mark. So still too soon for us to worry. But that's been a bit of a spike because of geopolitical tensions. Next up, the inflation print that came out of the United States was softer than expected, which is good news. And now, out there, the probability of the Fed cutting rates has gone up to around 68% for a September 2025 cut itself. So we'll keep an eye out on that front. And finally, today is Thursday, so we'll have the weekly expiry as well that will play out. So those are the top cues for the day. Just before we get to trade setup, I just want to point out something that Motilal Oswal has put out in their note. They are talking about the profit, as a percentage of GDP. That's moved up to around 4.7%. And that's the highest we have seen in the last 17 years. The last time we saw a number of around 5% approximately was all the way in 2008. So that's good times. And they are calling this the phase 3. You know, we went through a cycle when in fact we were at 5%, then we went down to around 2.5%. And this is the phase 3 cycle, which is a good sign in terms of profitability as well. Getting back to trade setup though, what happened in yesterday's trading session with regard to the FI position on index futures? Well, they covered some shorts, they added long positions. The short positioning comes down from around 83% approximately. It's come down to around 78% in the last few trading sessions. And that short covering that we've been talking about, I recall that when we were at 1 lakh short contracts, I was telling our viewers that we like that. You like to see some shorts in the system. Because in case the markets find their momentum and you get a bit of a bazooka move or a positive news flow coming in from the RBI, then in fact you do see that those shorts do get covered out. So from around 1.07 lakh contracts on the short side, that's come down to around 86,000 contracts. So clearly a bit of short covering bounce has already played out. But today, since it's weekly expiry, we'll keep an eye out on the options data. And the 25,250 call fairly active, 25,100 put as well fairly active. You punch in the premiums and you get a broad range that you're looking at for the day itself. So on the upside, you're looking at that 25,250 to 25,300 odd mark. That becomes the important resistance mark. But going by the options data, that's the number that I'm looking at, 25,280 on the upside. On the downside, going by the writing that we have seen at around that 25,100 put, 25,060, that's the level you want to get to see some kind of support on the downside. So that's about trade setup. But stocks, they're going to be in the news. And the one I'm going to be looking at is MCX. Remember, it's seen a big run in the last few trading sessions. Yesterday, it gave up some part of that. Now, NSE has got SEBI's approval for the launch of monthly electricity futures contracts. So, earlier this week, the street was celebrating when MCX got the green signal. Now, you'll have some competition. NSE as well has got that. And also, if you look at the traded volumes for the past month, they did spike up in the month of April, but from then on, it's been cooling off. I was referring to a Motilal Oswal note. So maybe MCX, after the big run, could see some kind of pressure. Let's see how that goes. Next up, I'm looking at two metal stocks from the same group itself, Vedanta as well as Hindustan Zinc. Now, Vedanta, in the last 1 month or so, it's up only around 15% approximately. But Hindustan Zinc is up close to around 28%. Now, if you just pull up a dual chart between the two, you'll want to see whether or not from here on, Vedanta can actually outperform what Hindustan Zinc, because valuation-wise, Vedanta is a little bit cheaper. And in Hindustan Zinc, the fear is when the stock runs up, there could be some supply that comes into the market. So I'll keep an eye out on both these two, a bit of a pair trade out here. For the last month, Hindustan Zinc has outperformed. Can Vedanta outperform from here? That's the one that I'll be tracking.
All right, Nigel, thanks very much for that. Arvind Sanger is now with us. He's managing partner at Geosphere Capital Management. He's with us after a while. Arvind, great to have you with us here on the program. Thank you very much. Rare earth minerals for Chinese students into US universities. What do you make of it, Arvind? It's like, inventing something out of thin air and then saying, well, I'm giving you this, which was already allowed. But then what's your sense?
My sense is that if that's the deal, then the US got the better end of the deal, right? Because rare earths is critical minerals. And the student ban was more of a last minute sleight of hand. And don't forget, it wasn't just students. They announced they will allow resumption of ethane exports. Now, ethane is a petrochemical product that is not critical at all from a U.S. standpoint, but it is critical for some of these petrochemical plants that have been set up in China. So these are ways that the U.S. has been able to get the rare earth thing solved. So I think it sounds like a reasonable deal. Maybe Trump is actually delivering on some of his trade deals if this is what it turns out to be. But time will tell. But I think the market has gotten used to, as we all know, the term taco has come into vogue. But in this case, it sounds like Trump may have gotten a decent deal for the U.S. But time will tell. I don't think anybody can write any chapter here assuming that U.S.-China relationships is back to normal. I think that disentanglement and that disassociation is slowly going to continue, this deal notwithstanding.
We've not heard, the main thing is we've not heard from the Chinese side yet. I don't think, at least I've not seen a headline, right? And I think President Trump said, this is all contingent on me and President Xi approving it. So he kind of announced it, and then, so that's the big one.
Yeah, I think we need to wait and watch what happens. But The question is, did Chinese get enough from the deal as they wanted, or not? So, again, I think it would be nice to get it out of the way, but it's still, like you said, one-sided news so far.
Hi, Arvind. Good to have you on. But, amidst all this, the markets just kept on marching higher, right? And the U.S. market's also done okay, despite whatever's going on, despite whatever's happening in L.A., for that matter. So what's the sense? The whole talk of rotation of money away from U.S. assets, has that talk started dying down because the market's all right? Or do you still see that diversification will remain a big theme in the months ahead?
I think notwithstanding the fact that we've gotten over the Liberation Day shock and things are not as bad as expected, and certainly today's CPI data confirmed that inflation, despite all the uncertainty and the turmoil, inflation hasn't crept up, and growth numbers generally look okay. So I think, U.S. still given for a lot of people. Reality, the medium to long term, it's the U.S. deficit or it's the U.S. desire for a weaker dollar. All of those have not gone away. And therefore, I still continue to believe that on a structural basis, diversifying into some of the developed markets like Europe, which have been laggards, as well as some of the major emerging markets, is probably going to be the more prudent trade, rather than in the last 15 years putting all your eggs in the U.S. basket was a way to create significant outperformance.
When you're talking about diversifying into emerging markets or into Asia, Europe, fine. I mean, that's become a sort of consensus thought now. Off late, the South Korean market has been getting a lot of money. In fact, it's just done so well. I don't know if that's at the expense of India or whether, it was anyway, positioned very good in terms of valuation, so therefore it's getting the money. But what's your sense?
Look, you're going to have weeks, months, days when some markets will outperform on the other. So I don't necessarily pay that much attention to these very short-term gyrations. I think the India story, as you were just talking a few minutes ago, the earnings story seems to be on an uptrend. If we continue to see some other data improve, although some of the other data has not been quite as strong, whether it's electricity demand or it's auto demand or some of the others, we'd like to see more bottom-up data suggesting that the economic rebound is in full force. Obviously, the RBI's 50 basis point rate cut is clearly going to be helpful. And I met with a few financials, and there was optimism about loan demand, starting to uptick. So if you can get the animal it's going on the economic front, then the market economic spirits, the market animal spirits, which have been in full force last year without the economics being quite as good, can then be supported by good economic data.
Hi, Arvind. Good morning. Good to see you. When talking a little bit about the US and the central bank out there, the odds of a rate cut went up overnight, post that softer than expected inflation data. What are you factoring in? President Trump wants 100 basis points. He's been putting pressure out there. A lot of talk on that front, little that he can do. But what are you penciling in with regard to Fed rate cut action for the remainder of this year?
Well, look, at the end of the day, Fed is going to be data dependent. And if we get confirmation, PCE is the one that they pay most close attention to. There were a lot of good underlying stats within the CPI number that seem to suggest that maybe things are turning more benign. We'll wait and see how the other data comes, whether it's the PPI or it is the PCE. And it's not going to be just 1 month's data, right? So June is not enough for them to kind of declare victory and move on. But if you get a couple of months of confirmation, then clearly, I think a 25 basis point rate cut certainly becomes very likely. A 50 basis point is usually more of an emergency move if they thought 100 basis point is really if the economy or employment or something else were in deep trouble. I think our base case remains 25 basis points, and I assume, as the market is expecting September, maybe it's a little earlier, but I think our assumption is that it will be September.
Okay, Arvind.
Not to forget, oil is a wild card now. We have to keep an eye on oil. We haven't talked about that. So, oil is the wild card. Is something going to happen with Iran? is something blooming, and that could upset a lot of calculations.
Absolutely, and I think, and of course, I mean, all of this feeds into what the Fed will do, and then what the Fed will do will feed into what maybe we do at the margin as well. We've kind of sort of front-loaded in a big way, and anything further will depend on how much room there is in the global easing cycle as well. Thanks very much, Arvind. Appreciate you joining us with some of that perspective. Well, we'll take a quick commercial break here, but let me just quickly run you through some of the interactions which are lined up here on the program. 8:35 in the morning, you'll have the management of Maruti talking to us about the impact of these rare earth curbs. Looks like they've pulled back some of the plans for their, e-SUV model in terms of what they plan to produce and how much they are going to do now. 9 o'clock, you'll have Amnish Agarwal of PL Capital to talk about the impact on this Maharashtra excise duty hike on, Alcobev. We have Gautam Shah on technicals at 9:20 with markets in focus. Praveer Sinha, MD and CEO at Tata Power, will be with us on their renewable plans. Vinod Agarwal of VE Commercial Vehicles will be speaking with us at 9:40 on the May auto sales numbers. And of course, for the outlook as well, 9:50, Premier Energies will talk to us about the recent blocks, anything further coming, and capex plans. And towards the end, it's our special segment, Indianomics, Latha in conversation with former RBI deputy governors and bankers, and whether RBI is moving towards lowering restrictions on banks. Interesting conversation lined up.
Time to slip into a short break, where we're going to go full throttle on stocks on the other side in our special top 10 segment. For the time being, I give you a sneak peek into the list. Sterlite Tech, Bilcon, AG Infra, ONGC, Oil India, they'll all be reacting to positive news flow. Add to the list, we'll have, Oil India, as well as on the flip side, you have MapMy India, MCX, Paytm, Asian Paints, BPCL. They'll be reacting to negative news flow. Take that break, come back, we get into further detail on all of these names.
Welcome back. Well, we've been looking at Asian rates, and many of them are on the downside. Most of the markets, actually, the key ones, Japan, Hong Kong, even mainland China is very, very flat. So no excitement around any breakthrough deal with the US, not showing up in stocks at least today. Let's pull up the implied open. Yesterday we spent the bulk of the day doing nothing on the Nifty and the broader market. I mean, that was also feeling a little bit of that weight. Today, the indication at least is that we could be starting about 20 points higher. What about individual stocks? Well, let's straight away get to the CNBC-TV18 list of top stocks to watch. Guys, morning to all of you. Plenty of stocks to go over. Let's first start with all the block action as always. And I think Vivek is picking up something on CE Infosystems. Vivek, morning.
Good morning. That's right. CE Infosystems, or better known as MapMyIndia, significant block deal is expected today. PhonePe Private, that holds over 18.5% stake in the company, today is looking to pair close to 5% of the total equity. The floor price for this particular block is at 1,750 rupees a share, indicating a little over 10% discount to yesterday's closing price. When you're talking about the total deal size, it's over 470 crores. Expect some pressure on CE Infosystems, at least at the open in today's trading session.
Okay, Vivek, thanks a lot for that. Well, let's hop across to Vamakshi. She's tracking two stocks, Paytm as well as MCX. Morning, Vamakshi.
Good morning, Nigel. Let me first start off with MCX. NSE has received SEBI's approval to launch monthly electricity futures contract and it therefore has become the second exchange after MCX got the approval earlier this week. Keep in mind that, a month ago, SEBI had already granted an in-principle approval to NSE for electricity derivatives, and NSE in fact confirmed that in a call as well. And in the con call, they further added that the company has an advantage in this market due to its advanced technology as compared to some of its other players. So the approval coming in from SEBI for NSE was largely expected, but given the kind of move that we saw on MCX earlier this week, it's a sentiment negative because of the competition that comes through from NSE. The next stock on my radar is Paytm. Keep in mind that the Finance Ministry has clarified. They say that there is no plan to levy MDR charge on UPI transactions. MDR is basically the merchant discount fees, and it is the fee charged to merchants for accepting digital payments, which is usually a percentage of the transaction amount. Currently, there is no MDR in place on UPI transactions as well as RuPay debit card payments, but the reintroduction was expected to be positive for Paytm, given that it could allow the company to monetize its payment gateway services more effectively. But this has not come through, and therefore negative for Paytm, going with the red for this counter as well.
All right. Well, lots of talk around this MDR reintroduction, right? And for now, not happening. That's the indication. So keep an eye out on these names, Paytm, and then, of course, MCX as well. Let's talk about more stocks with news flow. Vivek is here with that list. Vivek, good morning.
Well, good morning. A couple of order wins is what we are tracking. First, keep an eye out for Sterlite Technology, the company along with Dilcon, and this is an arm of Sterlite called as Global Services, which is a demerged business vertical. So the company has entered into an agreement with BSNL, and this is for construction, operation as well as maintenance of a network under BharatNet. This is for the states of Jammu and Kashmir as well as Ladakh. The total order size is over 2,630 crore, where the capex portion is 1,620 crore, and there are two separate OPEX portions, both at 972 crore as well as 38 crore. The other stock in focus is HG Infra. A long-term supply agreement is what the company has entered into. Now, the company has emerged into a lowest bidder as for a transmission project in Odisha, and this is for a project where the awarding was done by Power Finance Corp. So the company will be the transmission service provider, and they will provide interstate transmission systems. This is for the Eastern Region Generation Scheme. Transmission charges that the company will accrue is close to 43 crores per year.
Okay, all right, got that, Vivek. Thanks very much for those names. Let's quickly move on. Crude oil obviously is a big headline. So let's get to Manisha, because a lot of stocks would be in focus, oil marketing companies, of course, for one. But let's talk about what's led to this move to $70 a barrel. Manisha, morning.
Thank you for that, Subhi. Absolutely. 2-month highs for the Brent prices and 10-week highs for the U.S. crude prices is how we are trading, and a 5% of a gain in the overnight markets there. 3 or 4 factors that you should keep an eye on. One is the rising tensions between U.S. and Iran, with Iran threatening to strike U.S. bases if nuclear negotiations fall. The second is the U.S. and China trade negotiation progress is supporting the prices. Third is that the softer than expected U.S. consumer inflation data perhaps would support a rate cut by the month of September. And the fourth important point is the U.S. crude stocks, which have declined by 3.6 million barrels in the previous week. The estimate was for 2 million barrels, but we have seen a bigger draw come in for the crude inventories, and that in turn also has been supportive.
All right, Manisha, thank you very much for that. So that's oil very much in focus. We'll run you through a quick recap of what our stocks are this morning. So stocks stuff with positive news flow are Sterlite Tech, Dilip Bilkon, HG Infra, ONGC and Oil India. Stocks with negative news flow are Mapma India, MCX, Paytm, Asian Paints and BPCL. We'll take a quick commercial break here. We're going to come back in just a bit from now. And we talk stocks, Deepan Mehta, with some fundamental stock conversation. We'll also have the management of Maruti Suzuki talking about the implications of these rare earth export curbs, some of which seems to be now resolving itself coming up. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. You're tuned into Bazaar Morning Call. Well, we have listed on all the top stocks you need to track. And so for the time being, let's get some fundamental analysis going. Deepan Mehta, Director at Elixir Equities, joins us on the show. Hi, Deepan. Good morning. Good to see you. Well, I want to talk about a large deal or large order that's been backed by Sterlite as well as Dilip Bilkon, with regard to this BharatNet program. So the order has come through. What is your view on both these two stocks? The way I understand it is Sterlite as the fiber. Company like Dilip Bilkon, NCC, they'll do the EPC part of it. And the last mile will be Tejas Networks. So your view on this order and what do you like from the value chain?
Good morning, Nigel, and thank you for having me on your show. I think about time that Tejas and Sterlite got orders. Because if you see the performance for the last few quarters or so, Sterlite actually has been reporting losses and Tejas, we have seen a sharp decline in profitability, but it's a volatile business, lumpy business. So I think it's great news for all the companies put together. But I would still like to, wait and watch for more orders to come through and the order build up to offer more visibility. From valuation perspective, I think Sterlite Technologies is quite attractive, about 3,700 crores type of market capitalization, and such a huge order certainly will drive the growth and maybe take the company to a new growth phase as well. So if you want to play this particular development, I think the best way to do would be through Sterlite Technologies. As I understand, the order for Tejas is not that big as compared to the size of the operations.
Okay, all right. So that's BharatNet and, how to look at the potential beneficiaries. Deepan, hi, morning. Let's talk about the potential beneficiaries of these electricity futures. The market first thought it'll be MCX. Now NSE is saying, we also have, we're also going to launch this particular product. What's your sense? And anyway, let's broaden it up. I mean, exchange and then BSE yesterday, there's a lot of worry about volumes coming down and the premium turnover again falling. So let's get your quick take. IEX, MCX and BSE.
Yeah, good morning, Surbhi. I think it's an avoid for me, especially IEX because of that particular regulatory framework which may come through, which may take away their edge. I think it's called coupling. Secondly, I don't know how that will affect the electricity futures on NSE as well as MCX. In any case, I think such futures will take very long for these two exchanges to really scale up, and avoid BSE and MCX because of the valuation. Although we are invested in MCX and it's turned out to be a great investment, but at these levels and these kind of valuation, I think going at 70, 80 times or so, it doesn't really make sense despite being a monopoly. And BSE Limited, I think still a lot of regulatory risks over there, which we would have taken had it not be for the high valuations.
Okay, all right. So stay away from the exchanges. That's the advice. By the way, I mean, we'll discuss auto stocks as well in just a bit, because this big issue around the rare earth magnet crisis has been cropping up. And you just saw the flashes at the bottom of your screen. Hyundai, for instance, is saying that it's going to tap into the parent company to source rare earth magnets. And now we have news coming in from Maruti as well. Maruti has told CNBC-TV18 that there is no disruption in the production of the e-Vitara due to the rare earth magnet crisis. The automaker adds that there is no change in launch timings for the car either. Parikshit caught up with Senior Executive Officer Corporate Affairs of the company, Rahul Bharti, to discuss this entire matter, and also spoke about the 5-star Bharat NCAP rating, which Maruti has received for the Dzire.
We are so happy to receive the 5-star BNCAP certificate straight from the Honorable Minister of Road Transport and Highways, Shri Nitin Gadkari. And we got another certificate for 4 stars for the Baleno. And they are very high ratings. They go beyond compliance for customer safety. And I think it will go a long way in giving confidence to our customers that their cars are really engineered well for safety.
Right. Could you give us a sense of how many models of Maruti Suzuki in total have received the Bharat NCAP ratings, and what has been the average rating? And also, what is the kind of investment that Maruti Suzuki is making in order to make its cars safer for customers?
So at the moment, we have received it for 2 models, but they are different from the rest of the pattern of industry, because industry has about 15 SUVs. All the certificates in industry so far, BNCAP, have only been on SUVs. This is the first time that a sedan and a hatchback has received certification, and that too of a good number. The price of the car would have gone up by a few thousand rupees, but we think it's money well spent, because it's for the safety of the customers, their family and friends. And of course, for the engineering and development, we would have spent between 100 to 200 crores on this.
All right. I would also like to turn your attention, sir, to a very pressing issue for the industry, that of restrictions of rare earth magnets, their exports from China. We have been getting reports that Maruti Suzuki has slashed its outlook for the e-Vitara production from somewhere like 26,500 units between April to September to somewhere around 8,200. Could you give us a sense about how and to what extent the production of the e-Vitara has been impacted?
Let me explain. Regarding the situation on rare earth, as of now, there is no disruption in our operation due to this issue. There is, of course, a lot of uncertainty, and the situation is evolving continuously. So we are monitoring the situation, and we are pursuing multiple solutions to ensure continuity in our operations. The launch timings don't change. If and when there is any material impact to our business, we'll come back to and we'll inform all shareholders or all stakeholders in line with the regulatory requirements.
Right. But the production numbers have not been impacted. You're saying the launch timelines are not delayed, but are the production numbers not impacted at all?
There is no material impact. See, small changes in production schedule keep happening all the time across several issues. If there is any material impact, we'll come and share.
Okay. Could you give us a sense of what exactly with the launch timeline for the e-Vitara in terms of their sales in India and also exports?
So let's keep in mind that this is a global model which will be exporting to about 100 countries of the world, including Europe and Japan, and of course, India, the domestic market. So the timings have to be staggered. It's pragmatically not possible to serve all the markets on a single date. So these would be staggered, and we hope to do it within the first half of the year.
Okay. I would also like to ask you about your current inventory of rare earth magnets. Some car makers and some two-wheeler makers have gone on to say that their production could come to a halt. Till how long can Maruti Suzuki manage with the current inventory of rare earth magnets?
The way to look at it is not just inventory, it is assurance from all possible sources. So we are, as our chairman also mentioned, till July, we don't see a problem. After that, there is, of course, uncertainty, but that's part of business.
Right. And are you expecting the company to make certain changes to production of ICE models also? If this rare earth issue is not resolved, will you make adjustments in the production cycle to prioritize certain models? The way Suzuki has done with the Swift globally in Japan?
So all the options are on the table, but we have not, there is nothing at the moment that is in the public domain about this issue.
Okay. My final question to you, sir. How do you think the industry and government can manage this? There are a lot of delegations which are meeting the government on a day-to-day basis. There is hope that the industry delegation will visit China and there will be some sort of breakthrough. What is the contingency planning that is required? And what are some of the alternatives that you are considering in terms of meeting your requirements for rare earth? Because some companies are considering importing assemblies from China as well.
So you're right, Parikshit. All kinds of solutions are being evaluated. Industry is in regular touch with the government. And of course, the communication is happening at all levels. And alternate solutions like having aggregates or assemblies are also being evaluated. There are other evaluations going on about sourcing rare earth from elsewhere, from within India, if exploration and availability is possible. So all kinds of options are being studied. And industry is in regular discussion with the government.
Mr. Bharti, I would also like to ask you about the progress that you've made in terms of having 6 airbags across your portfolio. Have you managed to have this installed all across Maruti cars?
Yes, almost, Parikshit. So this year, we will have 100% of our models across all variants fitted with airbags as a standard fitment all across. And we are quite advanced at this stage. For example, by July, 97% of our sales by volume will be with 6 airbag fitment. So you have been waiting for it quite some time, I remember, and I think it will be a very positive and happy news for our customers who can expect a lot of safety for themselves, for their families and friends that travel in our cars.
All right, so that's the management of Maruti Suzuki then. Deepan, you heard that conversation. What's your view on the stock and what do you like from the auto space?
Yeah, Nigel, I saw the interview and I think management was quite cautious over there. In any case, I think Maruti has been steadily losing market share and that is a cause for concern. Within the entire auto space, our preference is for M&M. We have discussed this company before also. I think they have the best EV strategy and I'm convinced that EV is the way forward and to an extent Maruti is behind the curve. Also, in terms of new model launches, I think there's not that exciting lineup as far as Maruti is concerned. And also competition is increasing from Chinese manufacturers and other unlisted players. So I would be a bit cautious on Maruti and other listed auto players with the exception of M&M. And of course, in the two-wheeler space, I don't need to say our favorite stock. So
My favorite bike, your favorite stock.
Okay, that's Aisha. Go on.
That's Aisha, yeah. Okay, all right. Deepan, I want to ask you about Paytm as well. What's the view on that particular name? The stocks very quietly, it's been perking up. It listed around that 2,000 rupee mark, crashed to a fourth of its price. And in the last few months, it's gradually started moving towards 1,000 rupees. And the buzz is that Q1 will be a very, very strong quarter, but they have guided more or less on that front. Do you think it has more room to move up?
Nigel, I think we are constructive on Paytm and there is, I would say, a certain level of calm performance coming through as far as the company is concerned. They are not making major announcements or any ambitious plans. They're just focusing on executing their strategy. They're trying to diversify their revenue stream and some of the new revenue kind of products which they have got, which is selling financial products, that is gradually scaling up well. They are clearly taking full advantage of the platform and the number of users which come on the platform as well. And some of the loss-making kind of ventures are being curtailed. So I think at some point of time, Paytm will turn out to be a great fintech company. And if you're a patient investor in that, then you will reap the fruits of the adapt those particular strategy. But you need to have a slightly longer term view, 3-5 years or so, and you should be able to stomach the volatility which comes with the earnings of such companies.
Okay, all right. So probably not a smooth ride, but if you have the risk appetite, then maybe it is for you. Got that. Deepan, thanks for that. We'll take a very quick break, come back on the other side, and we will have our technical experts joining in. Look at the trading setup today. Nitesh Thakkar and Sudarshan Sukhani joining in. Welcome back. Just about 15 minutes to go, less than 15 actually, before we start getting our pre-open rates. The implied open is telling us that we'll probably get a 20-point upstart. To begin with, we have Sudarshan Sukhani and Mitesh Thakkar joining in with some trading ideas. Gentlemen, good morning. So the thing is, the market is, maybe it's not really moving higher with momentum, but it's also not falling. So Mitesh, let me open with you. Index calls, I mean, would you want to play the index today on the long side at all? Or is it still in no trade zone?
Good morning, sir. So, we've been maintaining a long bias, and last 3 days, post that breakout beyond 25,050, the momentum which should accompany a breakout is slightly missing. So, a good way is that, we haven't got any sell signals yet. So, a good way is to trail the stop loss slightly on a tighter basis. And I have recommended levels of around 25,080 on this spot, which is about 60-65 points lower from here. As you're trading the stop loss level. So as long as we are above this gap which happened on Monday, and that reversal will happen below 25,030, I think maintain a long bias, but don't be very aggressive because very clearly, as I said, the momentum post the breakout is slightly missing.
And Mitesh, on the Nifty Bank, because that's the index for 2 days running, it's showing some weakness.
See, similarly, the Bank Nifty was outperforming, and then it made a fresh high, significantly higher high than the previous highs which it had made, and went up to as high as about 57,050. Again, I think here, I have advised trailing the stop loss to about 56,200, 180 zones. I think just below that. So as long as we are above that, maintain a long bias. But again, as I said, both the indices have clearly shown some lack of momentum on the upside. So not very keen to aggressively add on to long positions in the indices at least. But yeah, on stock-specific basis, our bias is on the upside.
Okay, all right. By the way, just take note of the block that's taken place at the bottom of your screen. We'll try to get you further details, but the street was sensing that there is a large trade in the works with regard to Asian Paints, and it appears, at least as of now, majority of that has got cleared up. 3.64% equity changing hands in the block window. Keep an eye out on the stock. That was the sense. Last few trading sessions, it's been a little bit weakish, anticipating this block. Now that's got out of the way, so we'll keep an eye out on that one. Let's go across to Sudarshan though. Sudarshan, tell us, what is your call on the index first?
Yeah, good morning. Well, for the last 3 days, the market has shown a complete lack of momentum. And now I get a sense that maybe the Nifty is preparing itself to enter into another trading range. And this could be a protracted range, just as we saw the last time it was a 1-month range. Now, this is not yet sure, and the levels of that range are not clear. But there is a sense that this may be possible. If that is so, then trades should be avoided as much as you can. If you have long positions, keep a very tight stop loss at 25,000 for the Nifty and 50 and a similar stop for the Bank Nifty. But below 25,000, just step aside and wait for the market to find its ranges.
Okay, fair enough. So both our experts are advising the same, that if you're long, keep stops tight and keep an eye out on them very, very carefully. All right, let's talk about stocks then. Mitesh, what's on the list today?
So I still have an all-buy list. Infosys, amongst the IT names, have been something which I've recommended for the last few days. Infosys is the next one, which has given a breakout yesterday. Buy here with a stop at 1608. Look for targets of around 1675. A buy on Gas Authority with a stop at 195.5 for targets of 210. Also a buy on Kotak Bank with a stop at 2120 for targets of 2200. And Biocon is the final call. Keep a stop at 347. Look for targets of 370.
Okay. All right. By the way, those block trades keep happening. That block window, I think, is more buzzing than the overall trading session. Nothing happens during the day. Everything happens during this block window. That was Asian Paints with over 3%, and now there's Eternal. And let's see, Vivek was telling us that we're expecting a block on CE Infosystems, Map My India as well. Coming to stocks, Sudarshan, your list today?
Well, it's still an all-buy list. Chambal Fertilizers is a buy. There's been a sharp correction. Maybe that correction is coming to an end. Buy with a stop under 554. Hero MotoCorp continues to be a buying opportunity on every day buy with a stop under 43.30. ITC is a buy. ITC after some time suggests that it is putting its act together. Buy with a stop under 417. And Siemens, remember Siemens has also gone ex-bonus. So it's a buying opportunity with a stop under 3,300. So there is an all-buy list.
All buy list. Okay, got it. Thanks for that, gentlemen. We'll come back to you closer to market opening. Need to take a very quick break right now. We'll come back on the other side. Of course, we'll have the pre-opening rates. And also, we get chatting with Avnish Agrawal of PL Capital. We'll talk about this excise duty hike that Maharashtra announced, and that had sent stocks spiraling lower yesterday. So how do you look at names like United Spirits in this environment? We discuss that with Avnish.
Welcome back. Hope you're having a good morning. In the next minute or so, we'll start getting the pre-open rates that will come in next 2 to 3 minutes. And then, in fact, we'll proceed with trade for today. But for the time being, let's hop across to Deepan Mehta, who's still with us. Deepan, we had a large trade that took place on Asian Paints. Now, part of the street was anticipating this. This block is out of the way. Now, it's a large block, 3.5 crore shares, amounting to close to around $1 billion. Your view on this name, the street is very, very divided on this. Some believe that the supremacy will continue and the stock has spent enough time at these levels, while the other part of the street says, no, competition is really revving up out here. And the challengers will continue to remain in focus, and that means the one that's held fort will continue to remain under pressure. What is your view on Asian Paints from here on?
Nigel, I'll go with the latter view. It is becoming more and more of a red ocean in the paint industry, and the incumbents are under severe pressure. The challengers are kind of doubling down. You saw what Jindal Group did in terms of buying Axo, and also Grasim also is not letting off. It is going very aggressive in the paint industry. There are smaller players like Astral also, which are revving up. So I think that from like a 2-3 player industry, it's going to become like a 8-10 player industry. And all of these players, the new entrants, have got deep pockets, and it's going to eventually lead to lower margins, lower return ratios. And at some point of time, it's going to impact the valuations also of the companies over there. So for me, Asian Paints and other paint companies are an avoid, and every rally is an opportunity to exit from these companies.
Okay, all right, got that. Deepan, I also wanted to ask you about Z. They have two board meetings that are lined up to plan the next few years. Now, the promoter entity, after many, many years, started creeping into the stock, if I'm not mistaken, at around 100 rupees and closer to around 120 rupees. The stock currently, I think, is holding at around 130 rupees. What's your view? Cheap? It's been cheap, yes, but for a reason. They're though guiding for better times ahead. Would you buy?
Yeah, I think, Nigel, one particular news item caught my eye for Z, and where they said that they are very much focused on reducing their losses in Z5, which is their OTT platform. And if they are successful over there, I think it will change the entire contours of the stock and maybe take it to a new growth phase. And I like whatever work has been done by the management so far in terms of strategy post the failure of their merger. It's becoming a more kind of a lean organization focused on cost, getting more profitability growing, and no doubt it is cheap. So I think I'm going to study it far more closely than before. I had thrown in the towel for Z, but I think I should pick it up again and look at the stock more closely. And someone with a bent of, taking contra views, for them, I think Z is a classic, I would say, template to look at working on the stock.
Got it. Okay. All right. Got that. Deepan, later on in the show, we're going to be speaking to some of these solar module, solar cell makers as well. Premier Energies is one of the stocks that we're looking at. Vari, for all those that threw in the towel, the stock did a quick fire 2,000 rupees to 3,000 rupees. Though, there seems to be that at some point of time, the street is skeptical that this entire module capacity will get into overcapacity from being underutilized. What's your view on these names, Vare or Premier Energies or any other play you're looking at from the solar theme?
That's right. I was very positive on Vari Energies and Premier, but never really bought the stock or kind of recommended it because of this exact reason. There's so much of capacity coming up. It's quite phenomenal. And it seems that the entry barriers are pretty much low in setting up such manufacturing capacity. You have the Adanis coming in, you have the Tata Group also. So I think it's going to get a bit crowded over there. And with US, preventing or rather raising tariffs for export of modules, I don't know whether the China plus one strategy plays out for this sector as well. But we are very positive on the renewable space. And the best way to play it would be through the wind energy equipment companies. There's Suzlon and there's Inox. In case you missed it, Inox is merging its subsidiary and it will become a consolidated company. And that certainly, I think, will improve the prospects, reduce the stress on the balance sheet. Not that there is much. So, and that's one product, you cannot just import it from China and set it up in India. So very positive on the wind power equipment companies. Having said that, we have an investment in both Suzlon and Inox Wind.
Suzlon and Inox. Okay, got that. So that's how you're playing the renewable space. Always a good conversation, Deepan. Thanks so much for being with us. You have a good day and we'll connect again soon. Thank you for joining in. Okay, so it's 9:01. Pre-open rates have started coming in. And right now, we've got about a 50-point up move on the Nifty. The Sensex, however, is flashing a little bit of red. So let's see what is the ultimate direction that market chooses to go in. It's very quiet right now. There you go. Those are the first rates that are coming through. So while we wait for those rates to stabilize, let's go back and revisit this issue about the excise hike in Maharashtra. Remember yesterday, all the Alcobev stocks, United Spirits, Radico Khaitan, Allied Blenders, most of them were down between 5 and 6%. So what's the way forward from here? We've got Amnish Agrawal joining in from Prabhudas Leeladhar to give us some perspective. Amnish, good to have you on the show. So the hike is obviously pretty steep from, I think, 3 times cost of production. Now it's going to be 4.5 times cost of production for IMFL. It's come after many years. But how should we, understand the impact? Because these companies will also have partial benefit. United Spirits has said that they will benefit from the fact that the duty on the imported scotch from the FTA, UK FTA, there's that benefit as well. Just take us through how the numbers stack up.
You see, if you look at in totality, there are 2 things which have happened. First being the increase in the excise duty. This increase in the excise duty, I think what we should think is that it can have a chain reaction. Chain reaction in the sense that India in India, excise duty on liquor, it's a state subject. Now, if one state usually increases excise duty on liquor, then one can expect that there could be more number of states who can come forward and increase the excise duty on liquor in the, you can say, this year, next year, so that opens, you can say, floodgates for that. That is one. The second is that under the FTA with UK now, the duty on the imported scotch will come down, which is used on two things. First of all, it's used for blending with the you can say the ENA over here to create whiskey or you can say other products. That is one. And the second is that companies like United Spirits now they are having these you can say bottled in origin products, which actually practically you are selling by importing all their global brands. So while such companies will get some benefit of, you can say, in the imports, but I don't think it is going to actually completely, you can say, negate the impact which will be there due to the increase in the excise duty.
So which does mean that obviously it will have to be passed on and there will be a price hike, right? And that's the street's fear. What will be the ultimate quantum of the price hike? How much will the companies absorb? Will they just simply pass on the entire excise piece? And then whether demand will be hit. So what do you say to that? And what's your estimate saying?
You see, I can't give you any estimates because I'm not covering the liquor stocks per se, so I don't have a rating. But suffice to say that when it comes to, say, the consumer companies or liquor companies, are they in a position to absorb any excise increase of this quantum? The answer is no. So, large part of it is going to be passed on to the consumers. That is one. And usually, we have seen in the past that whenever the increase in your duties happen, there is definitely some impact on the demand, which might happen, say, for 1 quarter or 2 quarters, depending upon how the consumer absorbs. So I think for the next 1 or 2 quarters, we will see definitely the impact of this. And given the fact that Maharashtra has got very high proportion for, say, United Spirits and might be there for, say, some of the other liquor companies. So to that extent, the impact will come on the, you can say, performance of these companies.
Okay, all right. Hi, Amnish. Good morning. Good to see you. When you track Asian Paints, right?
Yeah.
What's the view out there? There was a large trade that recently just took place a few minutes ago. That was something the street was bracing for. Any view on the counter?
Yeah, can you please repeat?
Asian Paints. Asian Paints, there was a large trade, 3.5% of equity did change hands. The street was anticipating that. That's out of the way. What do you think? Peak competition behind or peak competition ahead for the company?
Okay. You see, we have negative view on practically the entire paints industry from quite some time, and it is not because, say, X company is good or Y company is bad. It is because the industry is undergoing a structural change. And when I'm saying structural change, it means that the competitive intensity which we are witnessing now or which we might witness in future will be very different from what we have seen in the past. And this is more because it is not that, say, for the first time any, you can say, new paint players have entered. We had all the MNCs which came to India who tried their luck. But this time around, the situation is very different. We have got a player like, say, Birla Opus, which is practically Grasim, who has put in, say, 10,000 crores of capex. Then we have got JSW, which is looking at eyeing, say, Exo. So another, you can say, large corporate house with deep pockets. We have got JK Cement, which has now also started advertising. Similarly, Pidilite is there in the economy segment with Haisha. Astral is there. So, as against an established 4-player kind of an organized market, now that number from 4 is likely to go to maybe 8, maybe 10. And unless and until there is a significant acceleration in the growth rate, everyone is going to get some kind of a hit here or there. Because if you look at, say, in the last 10, 15 years, earlier paints used to grow, say, 1.6, 1.7 times as an industry, as a proportion of GDP. Now, over the years, that has actually come down to something like, you can say, it's not more than, say, 1.1 or 1.2 times. So I think this is a very, very structural change which has happened. That is one. There is very little room in this kind of a competitive environment for the companies to expand the margins or profitability significantly from here. And if you look at the stocks, I think particularly, say, for example, you refer to Asian Paints. So even after we factor in all these things, even if we presume that the volume growths are going to be pretty decent, mid to high single digit kind of a number, Our profit growth is unlikely to be, say, more than, you can say, mid to high single digit, because the margins don't have any room and the stock is not inexpensive. It is, I think, still trading at something like 45, 44, 45 times at least. So there is no element of re-rating which is left in majority of the paint stock, except the companies where the stocks have got de-rated massively over the years.
Sure. Got that, Amnish. By the way, in the pre-open, the one stock to watch out for is going to be Sterlite Technologies, and that is because of this large BharatNet order. They are, of course, one of the participants in the overall chain. The other is Dilip Buildcon, which is probably doing the EPC work. And Sterlite on the back of that order is up a whole 10%, looking quite good. Otherwise, the pre-open has settled down quietly, and we have a 23-point gain on the Nifty. Amnish, since the stock came up on the screen just now, this BharatNet order, I don't know if you've had a look at it. Any thoughts? Sterlite Tech. Tejas is the other one. I mean, Tejas usually has been very active in the rollout of all these optic fiber networks and, mobile connectivity, broadband connectivity. Your thoughts on any of these and the potential beneficiaries of the BharatNet rollout?
No view on this.
Okay. All right. We'll leave it on that note, Amnish. Thanks very much for joining in. That's a view from Prabhudas Liladhar coming through. So a little quiet on the market. Let's just check on the Nifty. I mean, which are the stocks that are pulling it higher? ONGC is up 1.5%, pretty much on expected lines. Been sentiment move with oil at 70, which reminds me we should check the OMCs. They're down about 1% or so, not too much, but 1 to 1.5% lower on BPCL, HPCL, and IOC. Well, with that, let's move on and get to our 9-10 calls. We have our technical experts back with us, Sudarshan as well as Mitesh. Sudarshan, what's your 9-10 idea?
It's Chambal Fertilizers, buy with a stop under 554.
Okay, Chambal Fertilizers. And Mitesh, what about you?
Yeah. I'll go with the buy on Gas Authority for targets of 210.
All right. Thanks for that, both of you. Let's quickly move on and focus on some more stocks. Now, we spoke about the BharatNet, beneficiaries. That's one part of the market to watch out for. The other is going to be MCX and Paytm. Let's revisit why these stocks are important to look at today. Vamakshi is here with a recap. Vamakshi.
Well, Surbhi, first up is MCX. The stock will be in focus today because keep in mind that NSE has now received SEBI's approval to launch monthly electricity futures contract, and in turn, it has become the second exchange to get a nod after MCX got the nod earlier this week. Keep in mind that SEBI had already granted an in-principle approval to NSE about a month ago, which the company then confirmed in a Q4 con call. And they also added in the same con call that the NSE has an advantage in this market due to its advanced technology as compared to some of its other players. Now, the approval for NSE was expected to come through, but overall, this is a sentiment negative for a company like MCX because of the kind of competition that could come through from NSE. So therefore, the stock could react negatively to this news flow today. The next counter we're watching out for is Paytm. Keep in mind that the Finance Ministry has gone ahead and clarified that there is no plan to levy MDR charge on UPI transactions. Keep in mind that MDR is the merchant discount fees. It is actually the fee that is charged to merchants for accepting digital payments. Usually it is a percentage of the transaction amount. Currently, there is no MDR that is applied to UPI as well as RuPay debit card transactions, but the reintroduction could have been positive for Paytm, allowing it to monetize its payment gateway services more effectively. This, however, is not coming through, so therefore it's a negative for Paytm. UBS, in fact, has a neutral rating on this counter, target price of 1,000. They too say that this is sentiment negative for Paytm. They're building in 1 basis point contribution to Paytm's net payment margin from either introduction of MDR or increased incentive as compared to the budget. But in the absence of both, they see a downside risk of almost 10% to the adjusted EBITDA for FY26 and 27. So therefore, Paytm too could see a fall in today's trading session.
It is down, and actually 5% lower, Paytm. Yeah, absolutely. Got that, Vamakshi. Thanks very much for that. So yeah, several stocks. I think the index is quiet, but a lot of stocks probably going to be driving the action.
I just want to take a quick look at BSE as well. I mean, BSE I think was the other one which is down a little bit yesterday. Those volumes down was the news, and although it came off the lows yesterday, it's been I think top performing NSE 500 stock by far. 0.75% lower this morning. Let's talk about some block deals as well. Vivek is here with what we're seeing, Eternal Asian Paints C Info. Vivek, take it away.
Well, that's right. Gush of block deals today. What we've actually seen is a couple of block deals that actually happened in the pre-open window itself. We'll just go through the key block deals that are expected today. First up, C Info Systems. We accessed the term sheet last evening. PhonePe Private is looking to sell close to 5% equity. Floor price at 1750 a share, so almost a 10% discount is expected there. Expect the stock to open in the red. Deal size of over 470. Eternal saw a large block deal happen in the block deal window itself, over 60 lakh shares, and this particular block was worth over 150 crore. But the biggest block deal that's happened already as far as the block deal window is concerned was in Asian Paints. 3.64% of the total equity has exchanged hands. The total size of the block is well over 7,700 crore, and this particular deal happened at 2,201 rupees a share. We'll wait for later on, in the evening when the block deal data is updated on the exchanges as to who are the actual sellers and the buyers in this particular large block.
All right. I think we've got, just a couple of seconds to go as far as market opening is concerned, and then we'll get right down to it, look at indices, and then we'll look at individual stocks, etc., which are starting up. So it's flat. 20 points, 25,164 on the index at this point in time. So first rates coming up anytime now. As always, I don't think one can sort of ignore what's happening in the defense sector, defense space. One way or the other, there is so much news flow, global or local, and that keeps sort of hitting the tape. So keep an eye out on that pack. Otherwise, it's limited in that sense with some of the some more single stock kind of news, which is like Paytm, etc. What do we have? First rates, 25,132 on the Nifty. The Nifty bank is at 56,440, absolutely flat, unchanged. The Sensex is flat as well. The small cap index is absolutely flat, 18,800. You got the mid cap index, which will come up on your screen, which is, it's a flat open across the board, no doubt about it. Market breadth right out of the gates is looking stronger, but we'll let that settle down a little bit. The heat map, will it be as kind of sort of flat as well, with not very much by way of change? Red, green will give you a quick sense of what the Nifty 50 stocks are opening up like. And then we will look at individual names where perhaps I think one can hope to find a little bit more in terms of price action, price moves. More down than up right now is what you have. Some 30-odd names are lower. Some 20 names are starting the day in the green. Surabhi.
Yeah, about 12 points lower on the index right now. Infosys, HCL Tech, Tech Mahindra. So IT is definitely driving it lower. Coal India is down. M&M starting off sluggish, 0.25% lower. And then there's TCS and L&T as well. So largely speaking, the problem for the market right now is only IT. Other than that, things are okay. In fact, Reliance was trying to pull the weight on the upside to counter the IT downward drift. Pharma seeing some buying. Market seems to be getting into a bit of a defensive mode. So Cipla, Sun Pharma, Dr. Reddy's, these are your big winners on the Nifty this morning. ONGC for obvious reasons, because crude oil prices have spiked up overnight, so 2% up on ONGC. Asian Paints, which has been in news because of this big block trade, it's moving higher quite nicely, actually, 2% up on Asian Paints as we see it right now. So that's pretty much where it is. But I just want to point out that I think the two stocks of the day, one on the way up and one on the way down, Paytm, look at the crash, 10% lower straight away, because there is no increase in MDR happening as of now. So that's on the way down. And on the way up, Sterlite Technology celebrating the BharatNet order. So it's all individual stocks that are getting the headlines today.
Well, that's right, Surabhi. A few more stocks that are moving quite well. Sterlite is up and about. You have Tanla. That stock as well is higher in today's trading session because they will be considering a buyback in the next few days. So that one, in fact, is doing well. SEPC, a smaller name, don't track it very often, but that stock, in fact, is higher because they won an order. I think ONGC as well as Oil India, both of them are higher in today's trading session. You have the positive rub-off from crude oil prices, so the street likes that. Explains why both those two are doing well. Let's pull up MCX as well. Lower volumes in comparison to April. Also, the NSE has got the green signal from the regulator to go ahead and launch electricity futures. Remember, MCX had celebrated that piece of news a few sessions ago. So that's pulled back a little bit. Let's pull up BSE. What is that stock doing today? Remember, yesterday it was a little bit lower, but I think in today's trading session, yes, it's down another 2.5%. So volumes falling out there. It's been moved into the ASM as well. explains why that particular counter, is lower. And just pull up Vedanta as well as Hindustan Zinc. There seems to be a bit of a pair trade out there. Hindustan Zinc the last month has outperformed. Will it be Vedanta's time to shine from here on? We'll keep an eye out on both those two names. Hindustan Zinc, in fact, from yesterday's high actually had corrected close to 2.5–3% or thereabouts. So
Nigel, you mentioned the oil companies moving on the upside because of crude higher. That's ONGC and Oil India. But now the pressure is beginning to show on the downstream guys. HPCL, for instance, is now it's down 3%. They opened flat, but now there's pressure. HPCL is leading the pack on the way down, but even IOC and BPCL on the lower side today.
Okay, well, I think there is a fair bit which is coming on, and it's all about individual names, individual stocks, etc. Right now. So BSE is the second biggest volume-led loser. I was talking about this in the, just before open. 28.30 on BSE after yesterday's, I think, 4% cut. We mentioned, of course, MapMy India, which is down 7. Paytm, of course, still down, was down 10, is down about 9%. Our power has had a breathless, non-stop, uninterrupted move, and our power is up 21% this month. It's up 65% this year. That is Reliance Power. It's down 1.5%, at least to begin the day. I think we mentioned CDSL. CDSL is down 2%, so 1,700 on CDSL at this point. Infosys is down about 1.5%. MCX is down about 1%. HPCL is down about 3%. BPCL is down 2%. So these are all essentially related to the oil price spike that we saw in a trade yesterday. And of course, the oil producers are the top gainers, Oil India and ONGC. Sterlite Tech has been a huge kind of sort of underperformer over the years. Is up 13% on this news flow. We'll see if it lasts or starts to fade. But that is what we have. Radico, I think, recovering a little bit. Radico is up about 2.5% at this point. I mean, I think sold off a little bit yesterday. So that's the bulk of volume-led moves that we have at this point. Market breadth is a little over 2:1 in favor of advances, 25,168. Gautam Shah is with us, founder at Goldilocks Global Research. Gautam, great to have you with us here on the program. Thanks very much for your time. So 25,116 basically was the top end of that range that we were looking at, and the market, had been in that range for a while, sort of broken out. But the argument is still on whether it is convincing enough, and there is enough in the tank for the market to make new highs on the Nifty. What's your sense? Has the road cleared up in that sense?
Good morning, Prashant. Well, yes, I think this 25,100 area has actually become quite popular. And I think a lot of people who track the Nifty and the large caps have become quite restless, in fact, even frustrated, because the headline indices have really gone nowhere in the last 3.5 weeks, whereas the broader markets have been in tear-away mode. This is classical bull market characteristics where you see market cap rotation, and I think this is going to continue going forward. As a technician, I always look for overbought signs or topping signs. I don't see any of that right now. I think the market remains structurally strong. We've obviously digested a lot of news flow in the recent past. The momentum is great. And you have the broader market indices a few percentage points away from lifetime highs. So given all of this, I don't think the Nifty can stay in its slumber for too long. 25,200 is actually now the working number that we are watching. And once that number is taken out on a closing basis, I wouldn't be surprised if the Nifty starts marching towards that level of 26,200, which is the lifetime high. So I think one stays bullish, ride the trend, do not overthink, do not overanalyze, and just participate in quality names.
Okay, Gautam, hi, morning. I missed the number. What is the close above what level that you think the march to 26,000 will start?
I think 25,200 is the important number for us now based on multiple technical studies. And once we see a good close past the same, I think we are headed towards 26,200 with a stopover at 25,600.
Okay, so basically a whole 1,000-point upside from here is what Gautam still sees is on the cards. That's good to know, because every time we get into this prolonged consolidation, then mid-caps start falling as well, and then you wonder what's happening with the market. So now you spoke about sector rotation. So give us some more clues on this, because there have been patches where the old winners like defense stocks, they've still done well. Tell us what the charts are saying there, and where do you see signs of new leadership?
Well, I think the leadership clearly emerged from the banking space. I think the Bank Nifty has seen quality consolidation in the last couple of weeks. but still seems to be super strong on the charts. I think our near-term working target is about 58,000. And for a very long time, we've been talking about 60,000 on the Bank Nifty and the entire financial services space. So the banks, the NBFCs, and the insurance companies, the housing finance companies, I think they all look good. So I think if the Nifty has to break out, banks will have to participate once again, and it will probably trigger, the breakout. So I think I would be very, very bullish on the entire financial services space, and I think this is a trend for the rest of the year. This will be followed by metals and real estate, which has been our favorite all along. I don't change my views and preferences very often. So I think real estate and metals are on top of the list for me, and I think it will do bigger things. I think we will also see some participation from the IT space, which has seen some uptick in the last couple of days. So that's always welcome. But I don't think the IT index is going to be a big outperformer. And with Reliance having lost its underperformance, which is good news for the market, because even that stock could be gradually moving towards 1530. But the real opportunity is mid caps and small cap. Broader market is the opportunity, not now, but I think for the rest of the year. So forget the headline indices and focus on the broader markets.
All right. Hi, Gautam. I wanted to just come to that itself because that's what makes portfolio looks good, right? The headline index could consolidate a little bit, but broader markets have been doing a thing of their own. Tell us any kind of levels you're looking at in both the indices, the small or the mid-cap index.
Well, it's quite incredible that the broader markets witnessed a bear market for about 6 months, and the average decline in the overall market was about 40%. So we actually came out of that kind of damage. And today, we are a few percentage points away from lifetime highs on the broader market indices. So I think the mid-cap 100 index, our working target is about 61,000, which was the previous stop. It could take a bit of a breather there, but once that number is taken out, I think a 65,000 is easily doable. If you look at the small cap 100 index, that's also setting up beautifully. In fact, the last 10 days, you are seeing a higher high every day on these indices, while the Nifty has been absolutely range bound. So I think that says a lot. But I think on the small cap index, our working target is about 21,000. So that's good 10% upside even from here. And I think you are seeing a relay of sector rotation even in broader markets. I mean, there are various pockets of the market doing well on a regular basis. We saw capital goods come back. Infra has done well. Sugar and paper have started to come back really well. So I think this is a good place to be in. And I think with US markets very, very strong, it just helps India do its own thing.
Yeah, I actually was just coming to that. The fact that globally as well, markets have just gone on, unfazed, right? Tariff issues, wars, falling bombs, drones. Markets have just continued to march higher. Do you see, anything changing in the global setup, the dollar, or whether it's the US 10-year yield and the mother market itself? What are those charts telling you?
One clear learning from the last 5 years is that the best opportunities are in the most difficult times. I think we saw that in the COVID period, and we saw that a couple of months back when we had the geopolitical scenario and people thought that that's going to derail equity markets. Did not happen, and I think markets beautifully held on to support levels. If you look at the US markets, they've also seen a beautiful V-shaped recovery in the recent past. The S&P is at the doors of 6150, which I think will be tested and probably will also get crossed. And I think many of the top stocks there continue to be quite solid. And in fact, even the Russell 2000, which is the broader market in the US market space, also seems to be doing well. So with the mother market quite safe, Europe in top form, Asia doing relatively well, and India having its own positives, and the fact that we are still 4 weeks away from the next earnings season, I don't see anything on the horizon that can really derail this market. So pausing and going up is good. I think every bull market has this beautiful framework of run, pause, and run.
And what about oil? That's a sudden surprise. $70, and the Americans are moving some of their personnel out of the Middle East, and suddenly everyone's looking at Iran. I don't know. Are the charts indicating anything ominous on oil?
Not really. I think it's seen a bit of an uptake, but we remain neutral to negative on oil. I think $63 to $75 is where oil is going to stay. And actually, as a technician, I'm very happy if oil stays range. So I don't want it to go up too much. I don't want it to go down too much. And I think it's going to remain this way. But I think the point that I highlighted in our last interaction, that the real opportunity is in the precious metals. While gold is taking a bit of a breather, look at what silver has done in the last 10 days. That's been our high conviction idea at Goldilocks for a while now. And I think it's ready to do bigger things going forward.
No, absolutely. Tilaknagar Industries, right? I mean, that's I think the big mover. It was not there in a big way when we started, but I think it's up 6% now, 7%. The graph should come up on your screen. So 370 on Tilak Nagar with, and is, by the way, the fourth largest volume-led gainer on the NSE. The other one, which I think has picked up pace quite a bit, is Suvain. Suvain was again, it's gone up very sharply and quickly. So 268 on Suvain, 8.5% gain. And of course, I mean, I mentioned Tilak Nagar, but take a look at Radico as well, which has picked up. It started higher, but it's up another 3%. It's basically up 3% on the day so far. It's really become about, it's become very disaggregated, Gautam, you'd agree, right? It's about individual stocks here, there, because the pickings are slim, so to speak. From a fundamental perspective, I don't know maybe how you look at it, how you look at things technically, but except defense, where there perhaps is a big tailwind, a broad tailwind, right, where you could sort of work to build, buy a bunch of them and kind of hold on. Otherwise, it's very disaggregated. Would you agree with that? And if yes, run us through some individual setups that you really like in the market, broader markets.
Well, absolutely. I think it's a stock picker's market. I think that's something that I've maintained for the last couple of months, because even if the Nifty does well and moves to lifetime highs, it's a 4% move. So it's actually nothing special. And with FD rates, on the downhill, it's very clear that more and more money is going to come into the equity markets going forward, given the stability and the strength of the recent past. So I think a stock picker's market is actually a good place to be in. Sadly enough, grade C and grade D have also done well in the last 2 weeks, which is a bit of a concern for me. But at Goldilocks, we only look at super solid companies fundamentally and technically. And I think the entire infra space looks very interesting to me, because if you have to play the India story, you can't let go of infrastructure and power. So I think these are two pockets that we like, and the top 4 or 5 names in both of these sectors look very good to us. I think they could generate 25 to 30% upside over the next 6 to 12 months. So that's something that we are focusing on in the broader markets.
And just to round the conversation up, what we started with, what about defense? I mean, does it still have some steam, or do you think there are some signs of fatigue or topping out here on these charts?
I think there are very clear signs of fatigue. In fact, I will want to believe that there is a greater fool's theory that seems to be playing out there. Anything and everything seems to be justified. And I think this has to end at some point of time. I'm not saying tomorrow, but I think these are not levels where you can make serious commitments in defense. I agree it's a great story for the next 5 years, but for investors, there are some amazing opportunities across the board. So why commit into defense? In fact, the entire PSU basket, the PSU banking basket, we like. I think that's a theme that's going to play out beautifully. Valuations are comfortable, charts are great. They're all coming out of 3 months of consolidation. So I would definitely recommend investors to look at PSU stocks seriously.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And PSUs, PSU banks, but not limited to defense, as Gautam said, perhaps is the way to go at this point. Sterlite Tech, 14% pop now. Reddington is coming up with about a 5.5% gain. Ajanta Pharma is up about 3.5%. HOEC is up about 2%. So lots of new names in addition to what we've been sort of highlighting earlier as well. Thanks very much, Gautam, for joining us. It's a pleasure. And always good to listen to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Prashant.
All right, let's now move forward and let's bring in the management of Tata Power. Dr. Praveer Sinha is MD and CEO at Tata Power. They've been aggressively, of course, focusing on solar manufacturing and renewable power. Their Tamil Nadu solar facility has crossed 4 gigawatts solar module production, and some of these developments and demand trends is what we're going to talk about. Dr. Sinha, thank you very much for joining us. Great speaking with you, as always. Now, solar equipment exports are looking very lucrative, according to many that we've spoken with. Will you explore this, sir? At the same time, US has imposed tariffs as high as about 3,500% on select Southeast Asian countries. As I preface my question, you have about 4 gigawatts of capacity. So exports an option?
First of all, thank you for having me on your show. I think what we need to look at is from a long-term perspective. There may be certain windows in which it may be very attractive to do exports of solar cell and module. But as we had mentioned earlier, we have our internal commitment. We have a lot of DCR modules that we need to supply. These are for third party as well as for our own projects. And we need to first cater to that. And then if we have some additional capacity beyond that, we will definitely explore the opportunity of exporting. But those will be again very small quantities and not very large quantities that we are looking at.
Hi, sir. Great to have you on the show. So, I mean, the question that we come back to is that how are you managing that ambition of net zero versus energy security? We understand that you're looking to ramp up thermal, at least in the interim, versus the prior aim of solely focusing on renewable capacity addition from here on.
So, we have always believed that energy security and energy reliability are very, very important aspects. And that is why our initiatives on pumped hydro and some of the energy storage projects are going on. We do expect that we will be able to cater to the 24/7 clean energy requirement through the pumped hydro and the hydro projects that we are setting up in Bhutan, as also in our existing hydro locations. And if we get any good opportunity in other areas, we of course keep on exploring them.
Dr. Sinha, this is of course a question which comes up every summer season. Your view on India's demand supply scenario, sir. How do you see prices panning out? Where do you see attractive investment opportunities? Are we well equipped to meet anticipated peak power demand, both short and in the longer run?
So I think the capacity addition that has taken place in the country in last few years has been phenomenal. Last year we had a capacity addition more than 30 gigawatt, primarily through our solar and wind projects. We do expect that going forward we will be in a position to meet our peak requirement. This year the target was 270, but I think we have not crossed 250 gigawatt. But looking at the type of capacity which is available, especially during the solar hours, we may not have any challenge in meeting the peak power requirement. The energy demand, again, is a function of the weather patterns. We have seen very different type of weather patterns this year compared to last year. We had a very rainy month of May, which was not anticipated. So let's see how the rest of the summer months pan out. But I can tell you that the demand of the country has been growing at an average of about 5%. And we do expect that going forward, this sort of demand will continue to be there, considering the extreme heat conditions in many parts of the country, as also the requirement from industrial and residential consumers. So the power requirement will continue, and we are quite confident that the requirement will give us the opportunity to set up more plants, more power evacuation and more distribution opportunities.
Okay, got that, sir. Of course, renewables is a big focus area for you. What about the outlook for solar EV battery charging and the EPC business going ahead?
So the solar EPC businesses we have been doing for last many years. Of course, now that we have our own utility scale ambitions, where we will be adding about 2 to 2.5 gigawatt every year, our first focus would be to cater to that requirement, and only after we have catered that requirement, we'll look at third-party opportunities. And along with that, we, of course, are growing at a very fast pace in our rooftop business, which again requires not only supply, but also erection commissioning of rooftop for retail consumers right across the country.
Dr. Sinha, Discom privatization, again, something we've sort of spoken about this in the past. You've been keen. We understand you're looking closely at the Uttar Pradesh Discom privatization process. Can you tell us if, you indeed are looking at it, you're going to throw your hat in the ring?
So, from what we understand from the government, the RFP document is expected in the month of June. We would be definitely bidding for both the Discoms. I am told that each of the Discoms have been categorized into 2 or 3 opportunities based on the geographical location. And we would be bidding for all of them. We are confident that based on our experience in Odisha, where we cater to both rural and urban areas, we are very qualified to do a similar work in UP and provide better quality service to the consumers of UP.
All right, got that point, sir. So obviously, I mean, your 2030 targets are fairly ambitious. You're looking to add a lot of capacity as well. So just give us some sense, I mean, in the near term, how are you seeing the trajectory on the top line as well as the margins?
We are very much on track. In fact, we may end up doing much better than our stated goals. And we keep on revisiting the numbers based on our actual performance in the years. And I think we are confident that not only will meet those targets, but also improve upon them.
Dr. Sinha, at the end of the third quarter, when we spoke to you, you spoke quite extensively about the opening up of nuclear power to private players. Could you tell us what is the status? Has anything moved? Any new interactions with the government?
So, from what we understand from the government, the amendment to the Act, both the Atomic Energy Act as well as the Civil Liability, is expected to go for approval in the Parliament, in the monsoon session of the Parliament. And we expect that thereafter the new rules and regulations under which the licensing will be done for the setting up of the plant as well as for supply of the raw material, that is uranium, and its processing will be done. So we are very confident that once we get better clarity on it, we'll be in a position to go ahead and implement some of these projects.
Okay, got that. So finally, let's get an update on Mundra as well. You're currently running on a cost-plus basis over there, and I think Section 11 is still in effect. Can we expect to see any long-term PPAs in the near future?
So the plant is running under Section 11, and we have been engaged with the governments to come to a solution which is fair and reasonable to everyone. We do hope that we'll be able to strike a balance and finalize it quickly.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for giving us all of the updates and the details on the business. As always, good luck to you and the team. We'll take a break on that note, come back on the other side, and we'll have Vinod Agarwal of VE Commercial Vehicles to talk about the May auto sales and the outlook for the rest of the year. Welcome back. Let's talk about Volvo Eicher commercial vehicles and the way those sales numbers have been shaping up. May auto sales have seen a healthy trend. Commercial vehicle sales trends has improved pretty much across the industry. Let's talk about the numbers at VECV as well. For the month of May, there's a year-on-year increase of about 7% for sales that the company has reported. We have with us Mr. Vinod Agarwal, Managing Director and CEO at VE Commercial Vehicles. Mr. Agarwal, thanks very much for joining in. So, it's heartening to see that for you and for players like Ashok Leyland as well, finally some green shoots seem to be occurring. Can you tell us which segment is showing revival? What do you expect? Because we're also now getting into peak monsoon, where mining activity pretty much, sort of comes down. So what's the forecast?
First of all, I think it's a very good sign that till now the industry has been doing all right, even though we would have expected slightly better growth rates, even though the industry is growing. So, like for example, in the month of May, the total CV industry 3.5 ton and above, the growth is around 4.9%. And even though we have grown by 7% plus, and YTD also we have grown by 16%, whereas the industry growth is still around 4 to 5% only. So first of all, we are continuing to do better than the industry this year as well as in the previous years. Then, of course, this growth is also due to some pre-buying happening because of the air conditioning that is applicable now on cabins from 8th of June. So therefore, some pre-buying also has happened. So we are expecting that the growth will continue because there are good fundamental reasons for this growth to continue. For example, the replacement demand we are expecting that will remain very, very strong. And then we are also expecting good monsoon. And we are expecting the economy to grow. And the interest rates are going to go down. As we have seen in the recent monetary policy, the interest rates have been reduced by 0.5%. So therefore, that's a very positive sentiment for the industry.
So Mr. Agarwal, all of these things put together, give us two estimates. Where do you see the industry growth, total CV industry for this year? And where would you be? I'm sure you'll be above industry, but how much above industry this year?
No, it is very difficult to pinpoint that how much will be the growth. We can only look at the trends and we can look at the fundamentals. So if you look at the trends are positive and fundamentals are strong. Therefore, we are expecting that the industry will grow. However, to say that how much it will grow, it is very difficult. My own broad expectation will be, it will be single digit only. I don't think we will grow beyond double digit growth. So it will be single digit, maybe between 5 to 10%.
But then you will grow in double digits, right? Because you're always growing above industry. Even though the first 5 month trend, you're already growing 16%. Yes. So full year also, we should expect double digit growth?
Let's hope. That's always the strategy,
Okay. Give us a sense on, like I asked, the segments and also what the bus portfolio is doing and which are the segments where you're seeing better traction.
Buses are doing very well. In fact, last year also the buses have already touched a new peak. Last year the total bus industry was 95,000, and we also grew very well in the buses last year also. We sold more than 20,000 buses last year, and this year we are continuing to do very well. In fact, first 2 months we have grown by 30% plus. So our market share in buses have grown significantly, and of course we are also expecting that the industry for buses will also continue strong because we are experiencing strong replacement demand from schools as well as from the staffing segment. And we are also expecting strong intercity coaches demand and also the route permits. So therefore, overall bus industry is expected to do well. And we are also expecting that the electric bus tender, which is going to be opened very recently now, 10,000 plus buses. So therefore, buses are expected to do well. And other than buses, light and medium duty trucks also have grown in first.
Sorry, sir, just to come in over there, this electric bus tender that you mentioned for 10,000 buses, this is coming in NCR, which is the state?
I think there are various states in that. It's not in one state.
Okay.
There will be a few states in that.
Okay. And since we're talking electric buses and EV, this whole rare earths, magnets, I mean, it's a huge issue for the passenger vehicle segment. I'm not quite sure if it impacts CVs or your particular electric commercial vehicle plans in any way or electric bus plans in any way? If you could tell us more.
No, that's a big challenge currently going on for the entire auto sector. It's not only for CVs, it's for the entire auto sector. So therefore, I think through SIAM and ECMA, a lot of discussions are happening through Government of India and also our embassy in China. And so a lot of applications have been made to get the permissions from China.
So, sir, can you tell us specifically for Volvo Eicher CV, what is your current EV capacity? What is the ramp up you're planning? And will it impact your EV production?
For example, we still have stocks, there are always some stocks in the pipeline. So we will have stocks for around maybe 3 months, 2 months, our stock as well as supplier stock put together for magnets. Now, worst come to worst, if suppose these permissions don't come, then we will have to import the full component because there is no restriction on import of full component. And if we import full component, then the cost will go up. So therefore, it's a big challenge. But of course, there are some magnets which are put in, for example, if it is put in some sensors, then that is not possible to import full component also. For electric vehicles, we can import maybe full motor we can import. But some of the parts of maybe passenger cars or for our trucks, that may not be possible. So therefore, it will be a challenge if the problem is not solved in next 2 to 3 months. So there is a lot of discussion happening. So let's hope that it will get solved.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of costs, give us an overview on other inputs, steel, other raw materials. I mean, how are input costs behaving for you, and what is the outlook on margins now as we go forward in the year?
That is another challenge because government has put the safeguard duty on the steel,
Correct,
which is 12%. Now that is proving to be inflationary. So as soon as the duty was put, all steel mills have increased the prices. The first quarter, the prices have gone up by almost 2.5 rupees per kg for steel. Now, of course, that is again a big challenge that the safeguard duty is proving to be inflationary. So there again, I think the industry is in discussion with Government of India that the safeguard duty is not good for the industry. This is going to be inflationary. As it is, we are facing the inflationary pressures or cost increase pressures because of the additional cost of ACs. Now, the ACs have become mandatory, so we have to increase the prices. Because of that, now we have to increase the prices because of steel. So therefore, this safeguard duty, I think, is not good for the industry, for the auto industry. So these are the current challenges which are going on.
Got it. So those magnets and the price of steel, of course, steel makers got that duty after lobbying for months and months and months. But as a consumer, I can understand your concerns as well. Thank you very much. It gives us good perspective. So thanks for joining in. That's Volvo Eicher saying 3 months of supply is there when it comes to EVs and these rare earth magnets. After that, the industry will have to see.
All right. Well, let's move to our next conversation. Premier Energies, that's the one on our radar. The large trade that did take place a couple of sessions ago, South Asia Growth Fund sold around 5.5% stake. Let's talk more about this trade and also how they see business momentum going ahead. We have with us Mr. Vinay Rustagi, the Chief Business Officer at Premier Energies, who joins in. Hi, Vinay. Good morning. Thanks a lot for joining in. Well, this large fund, they went ahead and they sold half of what they hold. Any kind of communication from them? Do they intend to hold on the remainder of the stake that they have? Or have they given you all a timeline that within this time they want to get out?
So sure. Good morning and thanks for having me. As part of the process, the fund has given an indication that they will retain their balance equity for the next 5 years. For the next 5 months at least. In any case, I think, from our point of view, we are pretty neutral. What does the fund decide? Because we have a pretty liquid pool of large marquee shareholders and the business is in a very strong footing, irrespective of what the fund decides to do with the shareholding.
Okay, all right. So for 5 months or that, I think that's a cool-off period as it is. So
That's right.
We'll have to wait by to see. But as you're saying, there's enough of interest in the stock, which brings us to the next question. You've put out a capex, a large capex, I think of around roughly around 12,500 crores approximately. Could you break it up for us? How much of it will be debt? I think you have some cash in your book. So if you could quantify that. And at peak, I'm looking at a brokerage note. They are estimating that your peak debt will be around 4.5 to around 5,000 crores. Do you concur?
So, those plans are still under development. You asked for the breakup of the capex. So what we are doing is we are currently almost doubling our capacities, what we have in terms of cell and modules. We are going up to 8.4 gigawatts and 10 gigawatts over the next 1 year. And then we are also going backward integration into ingot and wafer manufacturing. So together, the bulk of the capex, I would say 90% of the capex is going in these businesses. And then we have announced additional forays into battery storage and inverter manufacturing. And there we will consume about 800 crore rupees of cash. In terms of, you mentioned how we plan to fund this capex. So our intention right now, because the company is sitting on surplus cash and generating a lot of cash in terms of internal accruals, our intention is to fund this with internal accruals and some incremental debt. We want to be pretty conservative in terms of how we manage our capital structure. We want to stay at the boundary condition that we have set ourselves is about 1.5 times debt to EBITDA, which is very, very conservative given the overall industry dynamics.
So just to break this down, sir, you have currently 2,000 crores of cash?
Correct. That's right. Yes.
Internal accruals will be another, say, 5,000 crores approximately, which means that the peak debt that you will raise will be around 4 to 5,000 crores. Will that be a fair breakup?
On a net debt basis, the long-term debt should be actually even lower than that.
Okay.
Okay. I've got that. Vinay, hi, good morning. Prashant here. You know, with you also in that analyst meet, investor meet, put out your projections of the demand, right? As you see growing.
Sure.
For you know, and basically you're saying that the current 25 gigawatts can double over the next few years. That's your broad projection.
That's correct.
This is 25 gigawatts for cell or module, Vinay?
So, Prashant, just to be clear, you know, one thing what we are saying is that the current industry demand is about 24 gigawatt per annum. That's what India added in the last financial year. And our estimate is that given the growth momentum in the industry, we expect demand to grow to more than double over the next 5 years. Okay. In comparison to that, our current cell manufacturing capacity is about 25 gigawatts, and more capacity is coming online. And there our estimate is somewhere between 50 to 55 gigawatts over the next 3 years.
Is the, you know, and that's the thing. So 20 demand supply are kind of evenly matched right now, right? In terms of solar cells.
No, so yeah. So let me just clarify. What happens is, you know, what I'm saying, this current capacity of 25 gigawatt, that is the nameplate capacity. What you can produce in the best case scenario out of that is about 80%. So which would be about 20 gigawatts in the best case scenario. But the other complication is that a lot of the new capacity that comes online, it takes a very long time to stabilize and produce at optimal capacity utilization. So actual output that you get, whether it is current 25 gigawatts of capacity or let's say 50 gigawatts over the next 3 years, will be somewhere between 70 to 75% in the best case scenario. So our estimate is that the Indian market is likely to remain in balance or even undersupplied over the next 3 to 5 years.
And this 50 is 5 years, right? The demand estimate.
That's right, yes.
Okay. You don't think, you know, so everyone recognizes, and I've spoken to many investors, not just about your company, but about the industry as such, that there's great visibility. And, you know, your numbers, for example, show it. Fantastic numbers. And the numbers will keep coming maybe, you know, this year, next year. But then suddenly the fear is that there will be a sudden drop-off because there are very large players coming into the market. And as you said, only 75-80% will be the actual capacity. But the fear is that the plans are so large that even 75-80% of it will overwhelm the demand. That's the fear, Vinay.
Yeah, sure, Prashant. So I think I would answer that question in two parts. One, there is a very strong growth momentum in the solar industry. The battery storage prices have come down, which help address one of the biggest challenges of solar power. Solar plus wind plus storage is a very genuine and attractive proposition for all consumers, including Discoms, and it can easily replace thermal as we go forward. So the growth momentum is very strong. The government has taken a number of steps to broad-based growth, going beyond discoms to the residential consumers, the agricultural consumers, etc. And second, we have not even factored in additional demand levers coming in from green hydrogen as well as exports. So if I take those things into account, particularly in view of the fact that the government is negotiating these free trade agreements, we believe that there is enough demand for all the suppliers who are entering this.
Okay.
So Vinay, exactly on the point of exports, and you mentioned in that investor call that exports remains quote unquote an optionality. While of course right now you're focused on the domestic market, and what you're telling us that 3 years you're fine in domestic market to demand.
Correct.
Have you started thinking about exports, and then which could be potential target markets that you look at?
No, of course. So we are tracking the international markets very, very closely. Currently, there is a little bit of an uncertainty given the tariff discussions going on and India's own free trade agreements. But the largest markets that we believe that will open up over the next 1 to 2 years will be US and Europe. And mind you, the demand in these two regions is more than double of India's current demand. So that is a very large potential export market which is opening up.
30-second response to this, Vinay. You want to become a vertical integrated manufacturer, right? So you're going to do wafers, ingots, etc. Is there any dependence on China in terms of technology, all these rare earth minerals, etc.? Any dependence, any bottlenecks as such?
So, see, I mean, in the current supply chain is based in China, you are right. But what we are doing as a company is we are trying to diversify away. We've got enough time. We've been looking at suppliers in other countries, mainly in Europe and US. And we believe that with sufficient planning and government support, we can easily manage that risk.
All right.
Okay, all right. Let's get a couple of numbers then, sir, before we let you go. I think you're guiding for a growth of around 15 to around 20%, if I got that correctly, on the top line. Is that correct? Revenue growth?
So as a company, we don't give out any guidance. What I will do say is that, our cell and module capacities are more than doubling over the next 1 year.
Yes.
And then we are entering into new business segments as well. So I can't give you any specific numbers. But we will have a strong growth momentum in the business over the next 2 years.
Since you're getting into backward integration, you can hold on to margins of around 32% or improve it?
See, again, I think there are a lot of variables.
You can give us a range, sir, because if you're getting to backward integration, ideally for any business, that means that margins will either improve or they'll stay constant, right? If you could give us a sense like that. I'm just going through a couple of numbers on an EBITDA per watt as well. Very, very roughly, for the last quarter, you would have done around 5.8. So can you hold on to something on that vicinity?
See, I'll answer that question in the industry context, because as a company, we don't give out any guidance. This is an industry where the technology lifecycle is changing very, very rapidly. And CapEx, it's very, very capital intensive. So for a business which is profitable, which wants to grow and invest, the typical return on capital that we expect is about 25%. And that is where we would want to be over the long term, but the ultimate margins will depend on a number of market factors.
Okay. All right, Vinay, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much for joining us. Good speaking with you. Appreciate it very much here on CNBC-TV18. Well, we're going to come back and get you an exclusive preview of a conversation my colleague Shilpa Ranipeta had with Gautam Singhania. That's coming up in a bit. Stay with us. Okay, welcome back. 70 points lower. So there is a bit of a drop-off which has happened. 25,076 is where we find ourselves at. Mitesh is with us with what he'd want you to do in terms of index and specific trades. Mitesh, take it away.
Morning again, Prashant. Not much on the index. In fact, I'm slightly worried that the breakout isn't getting any kind of follow-through and trailing stop losses have been hit. Though we haven't turned negative as yet, I think the overall setup isn't very confidence boosting. So we'll avoid the index. On the stock side, I have a sell on HUL. I think multiple times what we saw was that the stock failed around those 2390, 2400 levels and is turning down. So we'll take a tight stop at about 2375, look for a target of around 2300 on the downside. And pharma names are looking good. That's the sector, which is showing some traction. So Sun Pharma is a buy. Keep a stop below 1700, look for targets of around 1760.
Okay, I got that, Mitesh. I remember you said the Nifty stop should come in at 2085, and the Nifty is just at those levels right now. So let's see how this plays out. Thanks for the advice. We'll come back to you later in the course of the day. For the time being, let's quickly shift the focus to the commodity markets. We have Manisha joining in with the latest. Manisha, what's the headline?
The crude oil prices and the kind of run-up that they have seen absolutely is a headline. The Brent price has gained up by 4.5%. It was almost 5% of gains coming in for the U.S. crude prices also. So while you have the Brent prices trading at a 2-month highs, the U.S. crude oil prices are trading at a 10-week highs on the international markets right now. Well, if you look at the Brent prices range, it has been quite a big one. We started this year with almost at around $75 a barrel, a high at around 82. We've also seen a low of $60 a barrel in this year itself, and then currently trading at around $70. So we're trading somewhere in the middle of the range, as it were, for the crude prices. Various supporting factors then, and four major. One is the rising tensions between US and Iran, especially with the kind of statement that Iran has been putting out, saying that it will strike the US air bases within Middle East if the nuclear deal does not go through. And we have seen US react to it as well by partially evacuating their personnel within the Middle East there. So this doesn't seem to be going away in a jiffy, and that's adding premium to prices there. The second important thing clearly has been about the US-China trade agreement conversations. There is an expectation that we could see the final paper very soon, and that has been supporting prices. The U.S. Federal Reserve could also be cutting interest rates in the next meeting. What is the idea that the markets are taking out with the kind of inflation data that we have seen come in from U.S. yesterday, slightly softer than what the street was anticipating, and is the reason you saw the U.S. dollar index as well decline. The dollar index, by the way, is down by 2.5% in this year itself, in turn supporting many of those prices. And the final point is about the U.S. crude stocks, which also have continued to decline. Markets were anticipating a 2 million barrels of a decline, and we've seen 3.6 million barrel actually come in, and that in turn also led to some gains into the prices. I also want to show you on what we've done in sense of prices in the last couple of months. Then April wasn't such a great month. We saw 15% of a cut coming in for the crude prices, but last month was 11% of a jump, and this month already 8% of gains is what the crude prices have given you. Also, when you look at the last couple of years, it hasn't been so great. We've seen 10% of a decline in 23. 2024 was 3% down, and this year, while we of course have led to some gains into the markets, at one point in time we were down by nearly 15% in case of crude prices, but just about 5% down for this current year now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thank you very much for that. So oil suddenly is taken the top slot as far as mind space goes, and as the top story as well. Let's get you a CNBC-TV18 exclusive now. My colleague Shilpa Ranipeta caught up with Gautam Singhania, the chairman of Raymond Group. Shilpa asked him about his plans for the group's engineering business. And, it's a long interview. We're only playing a small snippet of it. And we're, of course, focusing on engineering because that is the less talked about business. But he also spoke about his succession plans for the group. Listen in, as I said, to a small excerpt of that conversation.
Right now, everything is a subsidiary. We're going to make aerospace one subsidiary and real estate, auto components and engineering as separate subsidiaries. So
right.
Currently, it's a subsidiary. We'll be split into two.
Right, fine. And you stated a while earlier when we were speaking about how there is huge opportunity in this space, right? Where will it come from? Will it come from the aerospace or defense? Will
Aerospace is a big, make in India is a big opportunity. So I think similarly, we're back to the China plus one story. I mean, companies are saying that we need to have presence in India.
Right.
India is a space we have to be.
And even for this Raymond Limited now also going forward, the top line and the EBITDA targets that you have is the same 20% and 15%? Stated for every group. What are the kind of projects that you're looking at in the automotive and in the aerospace and the defense space, where you've stated that there's a huge opportunity?
We're looking at a lot of stuff. It's premature to talk. We got the Paris Air Show next week. So let's see what comes out of that. It's a very big show, a lot of people there. I'm going to be there next week. So I think there's a lot of opportunity. Let's just keep our fingers crossed and hope for the best.
You know, now we're talking about you've been running this business now for 25 years since you took over?
More. I've been running it. I've been in the group for 45 years.
45 years, okay. I mean, at the very helm as the chairman.
26 years.
Now, when you look forward, how are you looking at the succession, Mr. Singhania? Are you also looking at bringing your children into the business?
My kids are too young, they're not going to come in, which is why I've got professional boards, professional management, everybody's incentivized.
Right.
My daughter's 20, I don't think she's coming in for at least 5 years if she decides to come in. So we've got to professionalize the company, we've got to protect the shareholders. And that's what we're doing, which is why you're seeing this whole split up into 3 companies, 3 top-class boards, 3 sets of governance, best-in-class governance, best-in-class management, and that will ensure that, you know, I have to differentiate between management and shareholders.
Fair enough.
I have to move back as a shareholder and get the best-in-class governance, which eventually, if I get good return on my shareholding, that's wealth creation for my family. So
fair enough. So I mean, there's no thing about you want your children to come in that is completely...
That's a personal discussion. We can have that some other time.
All right. So the agenda is to professionalize the boards of all the 3 entities at the Raymond Group. The children will take their own call whether they want to join the business or not. That is Gautam Singhania. Well, on that note, we have to take a very quick break. Come back on the other side in our special segment, It's the Economy, coming up. It's actually Indianomics Today. Lata is going to be in conversation with former RBI deputy governors and bankers on whether RBI is moving towards lowering restrictions on banks.
welcome to Indianomics. Does the massive CRR cut of 100 basis points indicate a trend in Reserve Bank to remove constraints on bank profitability? That's our debate today. And why am I asking this question? In the past 5 years, bank deposits have risen just by an average of 11% a year, while the assets of mutual funds have risen by an average of 30% per year. Also, banks are fast losing long-term deposits or stable deposits and are having to pay much more for term deposits. So is the CRR cut intended to remove some of the costs imposed on banks? Historically, Indian government and Reserve Bank have imposed many constraints on banks. They have kept CRR 4% of their deposits as idle cash. They have to invest 18 to 20% of their deposits in government bonds, which give you very little returns. And they have to mandatorily lend to weaker segments like agriculture. But now that banks are not getting enough of lazy deposits, is the Reserve Bank leaning towards making life a little easier for bankers by cutting the CRR? That's my question. And joining me is a veteran cast of bankers, two former deputy governors, Mr. H.R. Khan and S.S. Mundra, and former SBI chairman Dinesh Khara. Also joining us is Harshvardhan, the banking expert from Bain & Company. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for your time. Mr. Khan, I'll start with you. I think you've got a 50-year association with the Reserve Bank, and I have covered it for 30 years. You tell me, I have never heard this 1% cut in CRR except during the Lehman crisis. So does this signify a different kind? It is more a banking regulation rather than a monetary policy move.
No, thanks, Lata, for getting me. It's not 50 years, it is slightly less than 40 years, my association with Reserve Bank. So coming to your question, whether it is meant to provide some leeway to the banks for their deposit mobilization, we know the background under which banks are functioning in terms of deposit mobilization. I would say this is not the direct objective of this massive CRR cut, just to help banks to garner deposits, but this would be a byproduct because with massive rate cut and CRR cut, there will be pressure on NIM, and CRR cut will provide some offset to that, and they will be in a position to maintain some semblance of rate in terms of giving to the depositors. As you know, in Indian context, still we have a positive rate of return. So there should be a natural tendency towards deposit mobilization. But as you have seen, the way people have moved towards capital market and the massive flows which are happening to mutual fund, this is having impact on the bank deposits. So at margin, this CRR cut will help in offsetting their impact on NIM, and that will help in giving little more in terms of cutting the lending rate, not so much in deposit rate. I think the whole purpose is to increase credit flow and reduce the cost of credit. I think this is going to be impacted positively.
No, I take your point that, there is better monetary transmission because of CRR. But Mr. Khara, you come in on this. There are a zillion ways that the Reserve Bank has to improve liquidity and transmission. I mean, they can do OMOs, they can do FX swaps, they can simply give a bigger dividend to Reserve Bank, they can do long-term repos, the TLTROs that they did during COVID. RBI can create money from thin air if it wants. Why is it deliberately doing something it has never done before? A 1% CRR. Is there an eye that banks need to be commercially profitable?
I think I would like to draw your attention to the fact that around the COVID, the CRR was actually increased. And this was actually long overdue as the CRR readjustment was concerned. And apart from that, it has to be seen in a little different context also. We have seen that all the developed economies normally have got the lower CRR. So actually, when you look at it, the financial system in the country, it is actually evolving to becoming a very developed one. As actually speaking, many of the advanced countries also don't have the financial system as strong as and as robust as perhaps India has. So I think in that context, there was a room for CRR reduction also. Having said that, what you mentioned in terms of if at all transmission has to be expedited, then perhaps this was warranted, because unless and until the NIM aspect of the banks have been addressed, there would have been a challenge for banks to raise the capital. And today, as you're aware, that many of the global participants are very much there as a shareholder for the banks. So having said that, I think this must have been there at the back of the mind. If at all transmission has to be expedited, then unless and until there could be some kind of a relief given in the CRR, which will help in reducing the cost of funds for the banks, and also it will help in transmission, which will eventually help in the growth of the economy. Perhaps these were the considerations why it was looked at.
Yeah, you're making a new point about capital also. And actually, I've heard this from the Reserve Bank higher-ups, that we have to think of capital as well, so that, banks are prepared for a continued 7% growth. Mr. Mundra, you have actually been both in Mr. Khara's chair and Mr. Khan's chair. You've been a chairman of a bank and a central banker. You tell me, would you look at this as something different? This is not to be taken as just a liquidity step. It is also a banking profitability step.
Okay. Lata, thanks for having me here. And first, let me start with challenging both of your premises.
Okay.
Really, I don't agree with that. Why? Number one, profitability of the banks are at all-time high at this point of time. So I don't think that there is any concern around the profitability. And the second premise that by cutting the CRR, banks will have the ability to, on deposit front and all that. But let us understand, this is one-time measure. Okay, you give CRR today, it maybe enables the bank for a few months or for a year. But ultimately, race is on forever. And it is a matter of fact that the whole dynamics in Indian system has changed. Banks will no more have the luxury of having what you call as a lazy deposit or those kind of term deposit. The shift has come to remain forever. So I think for that, banks will have to be more smart. Probably the bank who can manage more money in transition would be a winner. And at some point of time, like any developed economy, market forces will also come into play where funding will be done. So I started with these both premises, but then little bit, then what could be? I see 3-4 clear things if I read at the policy. Number one, I would look to say with successive policy, I think the footprint or the imprint of new governor is clearly seen in the communication. There is a subtle change in the communication in the policy. February policy was too early. He had just come into the saddle. But April and then now June policy, one thing is coming out very clearly that the market participants are getting a much clearer communication and much clearer roadmap. To be brief, we have time, we will elaborate on this point. But the second thing, I think both in monetary policy resolution and governor's statement, there is a clear call that the private consumption and private investment should now take over. There could be, government cannot keep on doing the heavy lifting all the time. Transmission should be better while it has reflected in the short term, but it is yet to reflect in the credit pricing. So that message is also very clear. And again, there is a lot of clarity that the stance should not be confused with the management of liquidity. These are two different things and they would be handled in a different way as per the evolving situation. So I think I take it like this. Important point, the private consumption and investment spur and a better transmission. Those will be the thing. I won't see it as a sea change coming in the regulatory stance. I think regulatory stance, there are so many things in the regulatory stance, which includes, how you treat the customers, how is your control systems, how is your cyber security. All those things would continue to remain on focus and on. Of course. Let me pause here.
Yeah, no, I agree. I maybe the word profitability is poorly chosen by me. But my point is, I have not seen a 100 basis cut in normal times. And that's why I'm asking whether they want to put fewer constraints on banks. Time was when banks were an extension of the fisc. I mean, they did everything that the fisc did. Slowly, we started listing the banks, and then a priority sector was also made on market rates. Otherwise, priority sector loans had to be given at fixed rates. So, to you, Mr. Harshvardhan, would you agree that this is showing a sea change or certainly a step change in Reserve Bank's attitude to banks that, they have to be commercially viable?
Yeah, but Lata, I go with Mr. Mundra. There was no question of commercial viability. I mean, last year was the highest profit on record, 3.5 trillion for Indian banking system. So even if you imagine 25, 40 basis point compression in NIMs, which I am expecting,
yes,
this year also will have a substantially higher profit than what we've seen in the past. So I don't think profitability was a concern. Balance sheets of Indian banks are as strong as they ever have been. So there is no capital question, right?
So in that case, what is your guess as to why this extraordinary step?
This is a tacit recognition of the RBI that deposit market still remains very tight and it is likely to remain so because the underlying drivers of that tightness are structural. They are not going to go away anytime soon. So this is, and remember, other tools of liquidity infusion like OMA and all are selective. Only few banks get it. This is system-wide. So this is like Brahmastra. This is final instrument that has been used. Now we are at statutory minimum on CRR. So I think I also read a little bit of a hidden concern about a slowing economy that RBI has. So they have basically taken very, very aggressive policy action, both on CRR and the policy rate cut, probably because they are concerned about the economy slowing down. And however, remember, credit growth has never been slow because of supply side issues. The demand for credit itself is low. As Mr. Mundra was saying, private capex has actually collapsed. And I don't know whether 50 basis point cuts is going to rejuvenate it. I will hold my opinion on this one. In the short run, I don't think that's going to happen. So I don't think this is going to spur credit growth. What you might see is the 1%, 2.5 lakh crore going into SLR initially, because I don't see any significant business credit pickup. The consumer credit and all of it anyway coming down. So I think it's partly very aggressive action to spur credit growth, as Mr. Mundra was saying that the private sector has to do heavy lifting now, and partly recognition of the fact that deposits are really going to remain taut because of household savings falling and so on and so on. That's how I read it.
Okay. Well, I don't know if we should look at a 6.8% GVA that we reported in the last quarter as really all that slow. 7.4 GDP I'm not taking, okay, because it is net taxes. But 6.8 in the fourth quarter doesn't look like an economy that needs a bazooka of, 50 basis and 100 basis cuts. This is, something out of character with the Reserve Bank's DNA. And I want to pose that question again to you veterans after the break, whether we will see more steps. After all, we don't get lazy deposits. And therefore, should you also give banks less responsibilities in terms of weaker sections, priority sector? Will we see more of this kind of behavior from the Reserve Bank? Those questions after the break. Bazaar viewers, you will get to see the entire chat after market hours. For the women, for you, it will be Chartbusters.
A slew of block deals on our radar. Asian Paints trades higher after shares worth 7,700 crore rupees change hands, while Eternal trades marginally lower after a block deal. Map My India, on the other hand, falls over 7% as 28 lakh shares change hands. Sources say PhonePe likely seller.
Shares of Oil India and ONGC rise on the back of surging crude oil prices amid escalating West Asia tensions. Brent crude prices hovers around $70 per barrel mark, hitting the highest levels we've seen in the last 2 months.
And Paytm falls as much as 10% following the Finance Ministry's clarification on reports about possible introduction of a merchant discount rate on UPI transactions.
Shares of Sterlite Tech rise over 10% after signing a JV with Dilip Bilkon for a 2,630 crore rupee agreement with BSNL for the BharatNet Middle Mile network in Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh telecom circles. Hello and welcome to Chartbusters. We are coming to you live from the CNBC-TV18 Motilal Oswal studio. I'm Nigel, and today we have Vinny who joins us on the show. Vinny, good to have you on the show. In fact, the markets today are a little bit subdued, but I think par for the course. Pockets of the market continue to do well. Overnight, the geopolitical tensions come back to the fore. So let's see how things pan out from here on. But good to have you on the show, as I said.
It's great to be here as well, and great to always anchor with you as well, Nigel. But interesting day. There's obviously expiry that we watch out for today as well. Like you mentioned, geopolitical tensions is something to watch out for. Updates on that front. But interestingly, a lot of block deals that are keeping the stock abuzz as well, right? In the recent times, earnings season is over, but block deal season seems to have just started right now for the markets.
Well, that's right, and I think we'll have our hands full. You know, going by the pipeline, the information that I'm picking up as well. I'm expecting a couple of more large fundraising and large kind of block trades to take place in the next 1 week or so. That said, let's get a call on the markets. Since we're down a little bit in today's trading session, 40-45 points or thereabouts, let's welcome Sachidanand Utekar of Trade Bulls for a technical check on the markets. Sachi, what is your analysis in terms of the kind of move that we've seen? The Nifty seems to be consolidating. Buy the dips, sell at the higher end seems to be what the traders are working with. But would you buy this dip? And if yes, what is the crucial level on the downside that you will not want to be breached? Sachi, we will want to hear you.
Good morning, Nigel.
Yeah, please.
I think the range is clearly defined here. 25,000, 25,050 has been a very strong, demand zone. But on the higher side, Nifty is failing to establish a close above that 25,180, 25,200 mark. But if you look at the placement of the ADX, it is about to break that 25 level, which will be a good sign of trend strength and momentum. So I think this is a very good, healthy consolidation that we have witnessed on the Nifty. For the past 4 trading sessions, it has been holding itself above its 5-day exponential moving average well. So I think buying the dips is always a healthy, strategy. Even for the day, I think it's better to, accumulate Nifty near to that 25,050 mark. On the higher side, from an expiry perspective, we don't expect the markets to breach that, resistance of 25,200 today. But eventually, going forward, we are expecting that the rally could continue towards 25,555. So I think for the day, 25,160, 140 would be an ideal zone wherein we may see the expiry getting shaped up. But I think on a decline, 25,050 remains as a very strong support and a demand zone.
Hi, Sachidanand. Good morning. I just want to talk about some of these volume movers today, right? We have high volumes coming in for Tanla platforms. There is a news flow there as well. There's LG Equipments, also CE Infosystems. It's down 8%. Obviously, we have that block deal. But anything on the charts and technicals that you're looking out for on any of these stocks?
Good morning, Vinny. I really don't track these stocks on a day-to-day basis. But if you look at the price action of Tanla, we have already seen a good surge in this particular, stock in the last couple of weeks. The main headroom is available right up to 760, 770 kind of a zone. The way, the stock had breached from a rounding bottom consolidation formation a couple of weeks back. So probably we may see an extended move towards 750, 740 kind of a zone. So in case if someone is long in this particular counter, then I think it's better to retain their long position with a stop loss at 630 and review their position somewhere close to around 750.
Right, and any other stocks that you're looking at today on the technical front, or one should keep an eye out on given its expiry day as well?
Well, Vinny, there are two stock ideas which are on our radar, which we have also communicated to our clients. The first one being Bajaj Finserv. If you look at the overall structure, the stock has been, consolidating within that range of around 2,000 on the lower side and 2,050 on the higher side. But if you look at the way its RSI has given a breakout above that 50 level, we may see a good strong rally unfolding here. We are expecting, immediate momentum towards 2084 levels. So that's why we are recommending building fresh long positions here, keeping a stop loss at around 2010 on closing basis. The other stock on our radar has been Apollo Hospital. Even on this particular price chart, for the last 4 weeks, we have seen a good, healthy consolidation. The 7,000 mark was very significant. Call writers were very adamant here. But looking at the way the price is unfolding here, long positions are being established. We are expecting that this particular rally may continue towards 7240 because of short covering. The stop loss for the trade can be placed at around 6970 on closing basis.
Okay, all right, Sachi, thanks a lot for joining in and giving us a call on a couple of those stocks. But let's turn our attention to our special segment where we get you a few ideas for profit from Money Control Pro. Anubhav Sahu of moneycontrol.com joins us to talk about a stock that he's tracking very, very closely. Anubhav, over to you.
Well, talking about HEG, which is well positioned to benefit from upcoming steel manufacturing demand, particularly in the US, as well as the industry-wide consolidation. Now, graphite electrode manufacturing capacity, ex of China and Russia, has shrunk by almost 20% in the last 2 years. Now, this has been on account of closures announced by peers like Resonac, Tokai Carbon, and Graphtec. Now, while the capacity reduction would help stabilize the near-term demand-supply dynamics and ease margin pressures for the industry, HEG is anyways outperforming due to its operational efficiency. Now, in the quarter gone by, HEG's capacity utilization was 80% compared to peers, which has been operating in the range of 55% to 65%. Now, in addition, medium-term demand outlook is also forming up. Globally, about 100 million tons of new electric arc furnaces capacities are under construction. Now, this translates into additional graphite electrode demand of about 180k ton, amounting to 30% of current global capacity. Further, Trump 2 policies are creating new impetus for the steel industry, resulting in new EAF capacities. Now, HEG is better placed to cater to the upcoming demand given spare capacity as well as its stake in the US-based Graphtec, which is backward integrated. Further, even after recent run-up, valuations are reasonable in our opinion.
Thank you so much for that, Anubhav. But on that note, we're going to sip into a very short break. And as we sip into the break, we have some exciting news for you all. CNBC-TV18 Access is a premium membership based on service available on CNBC-TV18.com. It offers members exclusive content, market intelligence, and expert thought leadership. The membership includes access to CNBC-TV18's flagship events, interactions with our journalists, along with curated studio tours, e-learning sessions and masterclasses that are there, and curated lifestyle benefits as well. Designed for an immersive and enriching experience, it empowers members with premium business intelligence and unique lifestyle benefits, the power of insight, the privilege of access, exclusivity, experience, and influence. Yours to claim. Become a member. Log on to CNBC-TV18.com. Access plans.
What percentage of people you think die, Shireen, with regrets in their hearts?
A very large percentage.
So this risk of failure, fear of failure, is the one that makes people die with regret. And the only way to live is to live like an entrepreneur. Nature wants you to do that.
What would you consider today your highest conviction bet?
The abiding faith that India's time had come.
What is holding us back?
We prefer to be slow rather than fast. That's how we are a chalta hai country and not a daudta hai country.
The lack of speed would be, if you were to IPO India today, that could be on the risk factor side in the DRHP, right?
I wouldn't IPO.
You wouldn't IPO?
But to IPO, I must have a news story.
You have a special place in your heart for Charlie Munger and Warren Buffett. What have you taken from them that continues to guide and shape how you think today?
Understanding a balance sheet, because balance sheet is accumulation of good and bad.
What, to your mind, is your leadership language?
So the leader or a CEO has two roles, one of a mother, one of a captain. In the Infosys journey, not from public, but much earlier, right? Mr. Murthy was a mother.
How do you find India positioned in this mix today?
We have a resilience, we have a stability, we have a wisdom of our own. But वो हम एक scene दिखाते हैं, फिर we have a long break. Stop that.
Interval थोड़ा लंबा हो गया.
बहुत लंबा हो जाता है.
Welcome to Chartbusters on CNBC-TV18. And looking at the market right now, we've seen a bit of a further fall coming in the last few minutes as well. 25,050, around that mark is what the Nifty is trading at day's lowest point. So when we started the show, it was 25,100 levels. So a bit of a 50-point fall that we're seeing in the last few minutes. So let's keep an eye out on where that's going to be headed in the through the day as well, so that'll be important to track. But two stocks that we're keeping on our radar today, we have Sterlite Tech that is gaining on the back of an agreement that they've signed with BSNL, and the other one is Tanla Platforms, as the board is considering or will be considering share buyback. Rima is joining in with us to give us more details on this one. Morning, Rima.
Good morning. Let me start with Tanla, where the board meet is scheduled on the 16th to consider a buyback. The cash in the books as of FY25 end, that's March, is about 1,009 crore. The company, the recent past has done two buybacks. The last one was a period between December 2022 to January 2023, and it was for about 170 crore rupees. The stock price in the last 3 months has done well. It's moved up more than 50%, but over the last 3 years, the stock is corrected by nearly 45%. Now, Sterlite Tech is the other big mover in the mid-cap space, where the company's demerged arm, Global Services Business, has signed an MOU with BSNL via a joint venture with Dilip Buildcon, and the total order value is 2,631 crore rupees. But remember, this order has been won by the demerged arm of Sterlite Tech. The formalities of the demerger have been completed, and this new entity, Global Business, will get listed according to the company Sterlite Tech in Q1 of FY26. So it's not going to directly boost Sterlite's existing order book, but indirectly, because it has about a 44% stake in this demerged entity, Sterlite Tech also benefits. Back to you.
Okay, Rima, thank you so much for that. But some updates for our viewers as we submit the break. Stay updated on your favorite stocks with Money Control Super Pro. Receive a real-time alerts with AI stock update features of Super Pro and get insights on key corporate announcements on stocks of your choice for a quick decision making. Get your investment superpower today. Subscribe now to Money Control Super Pro.
Welcome back. Well, keep an eye out on a few stocks actually from the broader market. Sterling and Wilson, I think that's a stock that's calling for attention. It's up close to around 7%. Majority of that move has come just in this hour itself. So that is one stock. Nava Limited, That's another stock that's moving on very, very high volume. So I think we should pull the intraday chart on that one as well up. And Tilaknagar Industries saying cheers all the way. That's up close to around 8% in the market. That's actually quite wobbly. So I think Tilaknagar Industries should come up for you. Just one more stock. Paytm, the day's low actually has got protected. From the lows of the day, it's recovered close to around 4%. So Paytm is a stock that I'll keep an eye out on. The low of the day is around 865 rupees. I think that level needs to hold out for the stock to build on to these gains. So we'll keep an eye out on that counter as well. But let's turn our attention to the defense space, and India could collaborate with Russia as it aims to plug gaps in its fighter jet fleet. Government sources say the government is actively considering Russia's Su-57 fighters. Parikshit Luthra, he joins in to fill us in on that scoop that he's picking up. Parikshit?
The Indian government is deploying a three-pronged strategy to meet gaps in its fighter jet program. This after Air Chief AP Singh recently said that India needs at least 35 to 40 fighters per year. The Defence Ministry had announced a new execution model for the 5th generation fighter program 2 weeks ago, and this was to encourage participation of foreign and domestic private companies and provide them a level playing field with Indian PSUs like HAL. Sources tell us that the government is set to issue a request for proposal for the AMCA program next week, and this will be followed by the first pre-bid meeting with the industry in 15 days. The government may then invite bids in 45 days, so they're moving on this quite fast. As the development of an advanced medium combat aircraft or a 5th generation fighter has a long development period, the government is also looking at ways to meet immediate needs of the Air Force for a 5th generation fighter. Now, the Russian government has submitted a proposal to the Indian Air Force to supply and make Su-57 fighter jets. The government is now considering this proposal actively to see if Su-57 fighters can be acquired in a flyaway condition from Russia in the short term and also made in India. The reason why this is under consideration is because HAL or Hindustan Aeronautics Limited already has a Su-30 production line in Nasik, and we have a long-standing collaboration on fighter jets with Russia. Thirdly, the government is looking at ways to develop and manufacture 5th generation fighter jet engines in India. Proposals have been received from Safran and Rolls-Royce, and these are the only two companies willing to provide 100% technology transfer and intellectual property. No plans as of now to acquire F-35s from the United States, and there is no proposal in front of the ministry either. When it comes to boosting air defense, this is a priority area, and the government is thinking about ordering perhaps 1 or 2 more units beyond the existing order from Russia for the S-400. Now, Russia has already delivered 3 squadrons of the S-400, and 2 more will be delivered by 2026. When it comes to quick reaction surface-to-air missiles systems for the Army, the Defence Acquisition Council could soon take up a proposal for this acquisition, and the total cost of this would be around 30,000 crore rupees.
Thank you so much for that, Parikshit. But with that, we're absolutely out of time on this edition of Chartbusters on CNBC-TV18, leaving the Nifty at 25,050 levels. With that, we'll wind down the edition. Thank you so much from Nigel, myself, as well as the team who put this show together. But don't go anywhere. Up next, you have Trading Hour to take you through all the market action.
Good morning. Welcome to Trading Hour. We're coming to you live from the CNBC-TV18 Motilal Oswal studio. It's a Thursday morning. The time is 11 and markets are a tad bit subdued. The Nifty is holding on to 25,000, but it has corrected and the Sensex is down close to about 300 points. I'm Rima. With me is
Morning, Rima, and it's not a very good morning if you could call it that. Of course, it's the weekly expiry related volatility at play as well, so you need to keep that into account. Of course, you're coming on the back of 6 days of gains as well for the index, so that.
But you know, Manu, some of those days we had like a 1-2 point up move, right? The big days of gains were actually Friday and Monday. And after that, markets have been pretty sideways to directionless.
But as they say, it doesn't matter the way they come as long as they do. So it's a green is a green. But yeah, indeed, it's 6 days of gains. And now, of course, the underperformance of the Nifty Bank continuing to weigh on the index as well. The Nifty Bank has been a bit of an underperformer over the last couple of sessions. Today is no different as well. 160 points down on that index as well. So from levels of 57,000, the Nifty Bank has already corrected close to around 700, 800 points from the record highs. So that has on the index as well, and the otherwise outperforming broader markets too are not lending any form of support as well. You just call it that. The mid-cap index is down in today's session. The mid-cap index is down 300. The small-cap index is also trading with losses, and it is the advanced decline ratio. If you could put that picture up as well, it will give you an idea of the fact that the broader markets are too not contributing. As you can see, that gap is now getting slightly wider between the advances and the declines. Now almost 1450 stocks that are declining compared to close to 1100 stocks that are advancing. And of course, there is plenty of movement in specific names. The block deal of the day was MapMy India, CE Infosystems, still the top loser on the Nifty 500, 8.5% lower on that stock in today's session. Asian Paints, though, the block deal that happened in the pre-open window, and that stock was trading with gains of around 2.5%, still holding on to those gains. It's almost a 3.5% equity that changed hands. So a positive reaction for Asian Paints, a positive reaction on Tanla platforms as well. Its third share buyback in the last 5 years. So a positive reaction there, 9.5% higher, the top gainer on the Nifty 500. What has moved to the highest point of the day, though, are two names. Root Mobile is one of them. That is also up 9%. And the other one is Eris Life Sciences. There you can see a sharp surge in Root Mobile in the last 1 hour, and Eris Life Sciences too. As you can see, the last few minutes, a very, very sharp surge. As you can see, even in the last 1 month, the stock has done really well, almost 30% higher in the last 1 month. Is Eris Life Sciences a new high for the stock as well? But what has not done well today, after the initial low, the stock is recovering slightly. That is Paytm. And that is after the Finance Ministry issued a clarification on the merchant discount rate, or the MDR, which was said to be a key re-rating trigger for the stock. Vamakshi is joining in with more details on this. Vamakshi.
Well, Hormaz, the market was rife with speculation around the MDR, but, the Finance Ministry has gone ahead and clarified that there will be no plan to levy MDR charge on UPI transactions. Keep in mind that MDR, like you rightly pointed out, is merchant discount rate. It is the fee that is charged to the merchants for accepting digital payments. It is usually charged as a percentage of the transaction amount. Now, currently, no MDR is applicable on UPI transactions as well as RuPay debit card payments. A reintroduction, however, could have allowed Paytm to monetize the payment gateway more effectively, and therefore would have been positive. But given the kind of clarification which has now come through from the Finance Ministry, this stock is taking a hit. We also have a note coming in from UBS. They have a neutral call on the counter with a target price of 1,000 rupees per share. They say that delay and as well as non-introduction of MDR is sentiment negative for Paytm. They were early on building a 1 basis points contribution to Paytm's net payment margin from either introduction of MDR or increased incentive as compared to the budget. Given the absence of both, there could be a nearly 10% downside risk to the adjusted EBITDA for FY26 as well as 27 is what UBS has highlighted. So overall, given the kind of development that has come through, Paytm is taking a hit, although it has seen a fair bit of recovery from the day's lowest point.
Indeed, 905 on Paytm. The day's low today was 864, which means we've seen a recovery of close to about 40 rupees on Paytm. That's about 5% from the day's low, but still down close to about 5-6%. But let's talk about the slew of block deals once again that we've seen on Dalal Street. Some big ones, some large ones. Vivek is here with the details.
Well, that's right. A couple of block deals actually caught the street by surprise. First, let's have a look at the block deal that was expected, with the term sheet, C Info or Map My India. Over here, PhonePe Private, that held over 18% stake, appears to have sold a little over 5.5% stake today. A block deal happened at the floor price, and PhonePe has managed to garner a little over 470 crore via this particular stake sale. The other one, of course, was Eternal, largely along expected lines. A large investor has been trimming stake over here. Almost 61 lakh shares traded hands, over 150 crore worth of block or under 150 crore worth of equity actually exchange hands. And the largest one, that caught the street by surprise was Asian Paints. Almost 3.6% of the total equity of the company changed hands. This particular deal happened in the block deal window. The deal happened at 2,201 rupees a share, and the total value of the deal was well in excess of 7,700 crores. So, large block deal in Asian Paints, and we'll have to wait for today's evening data that comes on the exchanges, both on NSE as well as BSE, to figure out who exactly sold and who were the buyers in this particular large transaction.
It'll be interesting to see who were the buyers and, more importantly, who was the seller in today's transaction in Asian Paints. Vivek, thanks a lot for that. Since Vivek was mentioning Asian Paints, and of course, if you take a look at their shareholding pattern as well, the mutual funds only have a 5.7% stake here in the company. The largest public shareholder as of now is LIC, based on what the shareholding pattern shows up. LIC has an 8.5% stake in Asian Paints, and there is also another entity known as Siddhant Commercial Private Limited that has a 4.9% stake in the company. So it'll be interesting to see who was the seller and who was the buyer in today's transaction. But Dr. Reddy's is the other one in focus today, and a positive brokerage note coming in from Nomura, and Ekta is joining in with more details on that. Ekta.
Thanks for that. Well, yes, Nomura has written on Dr. Reddy's. They have a buy with a target price of 1575. They hosted management for an investor meeting in Mumbai on the 10th and 11th of June. And a key investor concern that did come up was the upside from Revlimid generic is expected to decline in FY26 and beyond. So how can this be addressed is something that the management spoke about. So they, for example, mentioned a growth in the base business. The management expects double-digit growth ex-Revlimid generic and semaglutide. They are well positioned to address semaglutide generic opportunity in Canada as well as other emerging markets. In fact, according to them, Canada is the most lucrative near-term opportunity for Dr. Reddy's and could be up to around $400 million in terms of the best case. Net cash balance of around $250 million as of March 2025. The company can undertake an acquisition of around $2 to $2.5 billion. And cost reduction, they feel that there is a 500 basis points reduction possible to ensure margins of around 25%.
Thank you very much for that. That's Dr. Reddy's for you. Get into a break. On the other side, commodities lined up with Manisha Gupta.
Welcome back. Still around about 85 points lower on the index and around 300 down on the Sensex as well. A couple of other interesting losers that you see on your screens today. Of course, the OMCs are some among the top losers, be it HPCL, BPCL, both are down over 4%. Of course, with the rise in crude oil prices having a negative effect on both of these names. Of course, Indian Oil, Chennai Petro, MRPL, all of them have a negative effect because of that. ONGC and Oil India on the flip side, though, are some of the gainers. Oil India was up 6% yesterday, and it's up another 3.5% earlier in the day. It's off the highs of the day, but still trading with gains of around 1.75% is Oil India. So positive moves, so divergent moves in the oil sensitives, and the capital market names continue to see profit booking. Be it CDSL, that is down another 4% today. BSE, after its move into the ASM framework, is now down 3.5% as well. But Premier Explosives is the stock on our radar today after a large trade that took place in the stock earlier this week, where a South Asia Growth Fund sold a 5.5% stake. Earlier in the day, we spoke to Vinay Rustagi, the Chief Business Officer at Premier Energies, on the outlook ahead. Listen.
As part of the process, the fund has given an indication that they will retain their balance equity for the next 5 years. For the next 5 months at least. In any case, I think, from our point of view, we are pretty neutral. What does the fund decide? Because we have a pretty liquid pool of large marquee shareholders, and the business is in a very strong footing, irrespective of what the fund decides to do with the shareholding. So what we are doing is we are currently almost doubling our capacities, what we have in terms of cell and modules. We are going up to 8.4 gigawatts and 10 gigawatts over the next 1 year. And then we are also going backward integration into ingot and wafer manufacturing. We have announced additional forays into battery storage and inverter manufacturing. And there we will consume about 800 crore rupees of cash. In terms of, you mentioned how we plan to fund this capex. So our intention right now, because the company is sitting on surplus cash and generating a lot of cash in terms of internal accruals, our intention is to fund this with internal accruals and some incremental debt. We want to be pretty conservative in terms of how we manage our capital structure. We want to stay at the boundary condition that we have set ourselves is about 1.5 times debt to EBITDA, which is very, very conservative given the overall industry dynamics.
Okay, that's Premier Energies. Let's talk about the commodity space. Manisha is joining in. Manisha, you're looking at crude?
I am, absolutely, because the overnight gains have been quite strong. If you look at the US crude prices, we gained up by 5%. The Brent was up 4.5% as well. And with these gains, we are looking at the Brent prices at a 2-month highs, and the US crude oil prices are trading at a 10-week highs right now. If you look at the price movement that we've seen in this year, has been quite volatile, really, because we started this year with $75 a barrel. We did see a high of 82. This was as early as in the month of March. And then we did see the prices decline almost all the way to $60 a barrel, and we're trading at 70. So clearly in middle of that range right now. 4 or 5 major factors which are supporting the prices. One is the rising tensions that we have seen between US and Iran, with the kind of statements that we have seen come in from both the countries clearly have led to some geopolitical premium building up in case of prices. Well, US has nearly partially evacuated some of its personnel in West Asia within Middle East as well. And this comes in after Iran says or threatens to strike the US airbase in the region if the nuclear negotiations fail, that is. And that clearly is one thing that the street is watching. The second is about the US and China trade agreement, which the markets believe is only a matter of days away before we see the final paper. And that has been supportive in sense of demand for both of these major consuming countries. It also is about softer than expected US inflation data that we saw come in yesterday. And with this, the markets believe that the US Fed will move faster, and the next interest rate policy perhaps could see a rate cut as well coming in. It also is about the US crude inventories, which have declined more than what the street was anticipating at 2 million barrels. But the number that we got was 3.6 million barrels, again supporting the prices. And with that, the month of June has seen stronger gains continuing. It wasn't so great in the month of April when we saw the crude prices decline by 15%, but May gained up by 11%, and June until now is up by 8% already. But even with these gains for the year, we still are trading in the negative. Of course, some losses have been taken off. But after 2 years of constant declines, as you can see, 10% down in 2023, 3% of a decline is what we saw in 2024. We are still down by 5% for this year.
Interesting insights. Manisha, thanks a lot for that. I guess we'll have to start coming up with newer adjectives for oil now. Is oil on the boil has become a little too... But yeah, we'll get to that on another day. But take a short break here on Trading Hour. The Nifty is now down 100 points below the mark of 25,050. On the other side, a corporate conversation with the management of EPAC Durables. The MD and CEO Ajay D.D. Singhania joins in on the other side. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. As promised, let's get the management of EPAC Durable to join us now. Towards the end of last month, the company reported the Q4 numbers. Good quarter. Revenue surged 22% for the full year FY25. The top line growth was 53%. That said, the current quarter, April, May, June, could be impacted on account of the erratic monsoon. We have with us Ajay D.D. Singhania, MD and CEO of EPAC Durable, now joining in. Mr. Singhania, thank you very much for joining in. Rima here. Before we get to business, just yesterday, the Indian Customs Department has initiated a nationwide investigation into alleged duty evasion by copper importers. And what our colleague Tim C picks up is that almost 2,000 firms have received show cause notices to ascertain if you're taking any unfair advantage of the FTA provisions or you're misclassifying certain products to reduce the import duty. So the question is, have you received a show cause notice? And if yes, what will be the impact on the industry? What does the show cause notice say?
Morning, Rima. First of all, thanks so much for having me in after a long time.
Thank you.
So the copper import, I think this is something which is, India has an FTA agreement with ASEAN. So this FTA agreement came into impact in 2010, and since 2014, 15, almost last 10 years, the industry has been importing copper from Asian countries like Thailand, Vietnam, Malaysia, and all these countries. And as recently as last 1.5 to 2 years ago, there was an inquiry led by the Customs Department asking us to verify the valuation norms as per the FTA. So as an individual importer, none of us, I mean, the 2,000 of us who have received this show cause notice or this are not entitled or don't have the access to the valuation being done by this manufacturers in all these Asian countries. And obviously, the certificate of origin is provided by the government of Vietnam. So we have been relying on it and we have been importing it. So, and on top of it, we don't have anybody manufacturing copper in India. So, I mean, last 10 years, the industry has been importing from Asian countries, and suddenly now all this is something which has led to a great setback to the industry, because all the show cause notices, don't fall within the well-defined power of us as an importer. I mean, it's more between the two countries and the two governments to validate if the valuation norms are being done in those countries or not. So, I mean, we feel that we are at the mercy of department sending us notices at any point of time. I mean, we have been getting bank guarantees for the last 1.5 years. So the impact is very huge on the industry. I mean, as a country, we import close to 2 lakh tons of copper. And 7.
So all AC manufacturer, consumer durable manufacturers would have received the show cause notice, right?
Yeah. And
including you.
It's refrigerator, it's everything, whatever consumes copper.
Okay. So, and the impact then, as we speak right now, one is there will be a penalty, which is retrospective, and two, you have to now refigure another, supply chain for copper. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So, in the near term, have copper imports stopped then?
No, so I mean, for last 1.5 years, since this thing came into notice, all of us have been importing copper by giving a bank guarantee against the so-called duty. So, 7.5% additional duty as a bank guarantee is what we have been paying to the government of India. And with a hope that a decision is being taken, but we've been pleading the Ministry of Commerce and DPIIT and everybody that this should be concluded ASAP, so that at least if a duty has to be paid, we pay the duty upfront. But how long can we continue just giving a bank guarantee?
So today, what has changed versus say 3 months back? Can you continue to import with bank guarantees, or even that method is avenue has stopped for you?
I mean, currently we are importing against bank guarantees. We can continue importing it bank guarantees. But then the only thing is the uncertainty can't continue forever. I mean, if there is a duty, we pay the duty. We don't mind paying it. This has to be concluded. And then I think most of it, what we are fighting as an industry is the retrospective part of it. How retrospective can it be?
And how retrospective is it? Is it for 2 years? Because you're saying you're importing since 2010, which is 15 years back.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the size of the penalty the industry could be slapped with?
It could be thousands of crores.
Thousands of crores. Okay, but is there any impact on production right now for you? Or you're continuing to import with bank guarantees, so production is intact?
So, Rima, there are 2 points to it. One is the bank guarantee side of it, the duty part of it. On the other side is the BIS, which also is currently available only to these suppliers in Asian countries. So we don't have any supplier in China to whom BIS is given. So as it is, we are limited that we can import only from this limited few manufacturers in Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam. So that's one side of it. We don't have any capacity locally still. I mean, there have been talks about it, but we're still to see production ramping up. So within the country, the capacity is only for plain copper, which is hardly 10%, 20% of what we actually need as an industry. So, I mean, we are trapped that we need to import from these countries. On the same side, there is no clarity whether we need to pay duty or we need to continue giving the bank guarantees.
Mr. Singhania, good morning. Thank you for joining in. You know, the other bit that has been a subject of conversation recently has been these potential temperature control norms that the government has been talking about. Now, how is this beneficial in any way for power consumption? And if they are put in place, is there a change that you will have to bring about when it comes to production and manufacturing? Would everything need to undergo some changes?
First of all, as an industry, I think this is a welcome step in terms of saving energy. How much energy would be saved? That theoretically, the answer is almost every 1 degree rise in temperature, we save almost 6% of electricity. So currently, the minimum set temperature is 18, and now we're talking about 20. We're looking at a potential saving of 8 to 10% in energy consumption. As an industry, when we look at the manufacturing side of it, there's no major change. It's only a software change which we have to do. So we have to put some locks in place that the user is not able to set the temperature below 20 degree. So for us, it's no change, but it's more of a mindset that many people are used to, setting the AC at 16, 18 and waiting for it to come down. Although actually the AC might still be running at 2022.
Mr. Singhania, the other bit is that in areas now where these, there are states here which are on the extreme heat side, and there are states at the extreme cold side. How do you navigate this? Will the industry as a whole have an impact because of such norms? Okay, you mentioned the fact that it is a welcome step in energy conservation and so on and so forth, but what does that do to the industry as a whole?
See, as an industry, it doesn't impact anything. There's no theoretical change in manufacturing or any part of it. So it's more of a software control. I mean, it's more of a mindset of the consumer. I mean, for a very hot and humid climate, for a normal human body, a temperature of 24 degrees is more than enough to feel cool. So actually, we never set, the room temperature never comes below 24. So when we set a temperature at 18 or 16, whatever we do, the AC is still trying to maintain it at 22 or 24. So even if we lock it at 20, I think it hardly matters to a consumer. So, it's more of a mindset.
The third issue then, Ajay, is of course this erratic monsoon. First, there was this announcement of an early monsoon arrival. This is a record. And now suddenly, at least in Bombay, things have gone absolutely dry. In Delhi, we're talking about a heat wave, red alert. So how has Q1 been, if you could tell us, April, May, and even the first half of June for the industry and you?
Rima, this is something, it's so erratic with a superlative growth of 40% plus in last financial year. Everybody had kind of buckled up the shoes that we were looking for another 20-30% kind of growth in FY26. And now we had erratic rains, starting with South India, first of all, being a washout, sale loss in April, then West India, Bombay and Maharashtra, sale loss in May. So I think April and May put together, the industry was looking at something like a 20-25% kind of a degrowth compared to last year. But then May has been a respite, again, the heat wave setting in and dry weather in Maharashtra and all. So we are seeing some recovery. But overall, if I talk about the entire Q1, I feel at best we would break even or we'd be flattish. We'd be flattish as an industry or still some degrowth, probably 5 to 10% kind of a degrowth. But flattish would even be a good scenario to look at.
Sorry, so you're saying April and May, the industry degrew by 20 to 25%. You're hopeful things recover in June, and therefore the industry could end with 0 to minus 10% kind of a growth. And you will outperform the industry, or your performance has been in line with the industry?
Mostly in line, because they are the peak months. So anything to outperform is not there. The outperformance is only in Q2 and Q3. But overall, if we talk about the tailwinds are still very strong. And on an annualized basis, the industry is looking at a growth of somewhere in the range of 10% is the kind of overall growth the industry is looking at in the overall year.
This is all AC, right? We're talking about?
Yeah, air conditioning.
All AC. But you've given a guidance of, I think, 35% for the full year, FY26. Is that at risk given how slow Q1 has been?
As a company at EPAC, we definitely have now diversified into a lot of areas in components, small appliances, large appliances, and the growth in those areas have been far more as compared to, although AC is also growing, but we have outgrown even the AC growth in those areas. And overall, 35% kind of growth definitely is something in line. So we still continue that kind of an outlook.
All right, Mr. Singhania, thank you so much for sparing time and joining us today with your insights on a whole host of issues that are currently on conversation with the industry. We'll take a short break, but just before we do that, some good news for our viewers. India's business news leader is now just a click away, and that is the CNBC-TV18 all-new app, where you can get breaking news, in-depth articles and financial world updates right at your fingertips. You can download the app from the Apple Store or the Google Play Store, or even scan the QR code that comes up on your screen. We'll take a short break. We're back on the other side.
Welcome back. Let's talk about some stocks which are doing very well. One of them is Tanla. The stock is gaining because there is a board meeting scheduled on the 16th of this month to consider a buyback. The cash on Tanla's books is in excess of 1,000 crore rupees. In the last few years, 5 years or so, the company has done 2 buybacks. The last one was in the period of December 2022 to January 2023. It was a 170 crore buyback at a price of 1,200 rupees. The stock has done well. The 3-month chart should come up. There you have it. It's gone up, I think, close to about 50-odd%. But in the last 3 years, the stock has corrected about 45%. Now, Sterlite Tech is the other big mover today because Sterlite Tech's demerged arm, which is called Global Services Business, has got an award from BSNL. And this award has been won via a JV with Dilip Bilkon. And the total order is about 2,600 crore rupees. But remember that the company which has won is a demerged entity of Sterlite Tech. The formalities of demerge have been completed. It's likely to list in Q1 of FY26. So it doesn't directly go into Sterlite Tech's order book, but Sterlite Tech benefits because of its shareholding in this demerged arm, Global Services Business. So these 2 stocks are higher in trade.
Interestingly, I was looking at the previous buybacks that Tanla had done, 1,200 rupees for both the buybacks, and it's almost halved from that level. Of course, as of yesterday's closing, now that the stock is up around 8.5%, the last 2 buybacks were done at a price of 1,200 rupees, both in 2020 and in 2022 as well. So another buyback scheduled for Tanla Platforms, the board meeting next Monday, and of course Sterlite Tech, the top gainer in today's session among the broader market names. But Vishal Malkan from Malkan's Views joining in now on the for a quick chart check. Vishal, good morning. Thank you for joining in. The key level on the downside now for the Nifty, it has been managing to hold off on that 25,050 range. What's the important level on the downside, and what about specific stocks for you?
Yeah, good morning. I think Nifty has been finding difficult to sustain above that level of 25,100, 150, which has become a strong resistance since last couple of weeks now. So I think there is a retracement which is due, where it will make it more healthier, which would be around 24,800 to 750 would be a good level where it can retrace, where we can look for some buying opportunities. And I would like to go more stock specific, as you mentioned, where the bull market, which is continuing since last 4 years, is at the last stage of it. So where we go more on stock specific rather than indices. And the 2 stocks which I'm looking at right now are one of them is SAIL, Steel Authority, which is doing good with higher top, higher bottom on daily as well as weekly with momentum indicators in bullish zone. So I'll go with a buy on that with a stop of 128 for targets of 140 and 145. And the second one would be SRF, which is again showing good momentum breakout about 3,100. So I'll go with a buy on that with 30.75 as a stop loss for targets of 3,200 and 3,230.
Vishal, thank you for sparing time and joining us with the views on the index and on specific stocks as well. That's some of the other movers then in the broader markets today. CRISIL is one of them. It's seeing some bit of profit booking after it was one of the top movers a couple of days earlier and on very high volumes as well. So 4% lower on CRISIL. And Sterling and Wilson, that stock is doing very well for itself. It's done well over the last week or so. It's up another 6.5% in today's session as well. Take a short break. On the other side, more on the markets with Amisha Vora, the chairperson and managing director of PL Capital. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Just over 100 points down now on the index. So some bit of losses extending as we are moving forward on this weekly expiry session. At the lowest point of the day now is where the Nifty is. Amisha Vora of PL Capital is now joining in to discuss more on the markets. Amisha, good morning. Thank you for joining in. And since we are on the subject of markets, I'll start with the capital market names, right? They've run up, well, almost what, 40-50% in the last 1 month or so, be it the likes of CDSL or BSE or some of the other names as well, like MCX. Have they run up too much too soon, even if the market is on the mend? And if you look at the mutual fund inflows as well and so on, do these capital market names justify the valuations that they are trading at currently?
Their long-term potential is too huge, and each of them has their own, particular moat, a very competitive presence. So they are a definite part of long-term portfolio. But if you ask me in short to medium term, I do agree that there could be a possibility of a small correction, whether time or price, but yes, it has run up a bit more.
Amisha, how would you assess the market setup right now? From the April lows, we've had a fantastic run up. I think the mid-small cap index is up close to about 20%. So valuations have gotten that much more expensive. But on the flip side, we've got this RBI boost. And plus, Q4 earnings were not as bad as what was feared or compared to the prior quarters. So keeping all that in mind, how do you expect the markets to perform?
Look, market and the way we bounced back also factoring in a very low oil price. That is the underlying also one of the factors whereby our inflation, of course, along with that food. So CPI and total inflation was very, very comfortable, in turn allowing RBI to take a huge step forward in injecting liquidity as also reducing rate. If the oil, the moment which it shows, that moment continues as stronger, it has moved up almost, I guess, 10-12% in just about a week's time. And also the happening of a deal between, say, US and China might also trigger a little strengthening of dollar, not impossible. These two factors were underlying both the stoppage of liquidity outflow by FIs as well as aggressive stance by RBI. I think that there can be a bit of disturbance as both these are behaving differently, at least in the short term, say next a quarter or so. While my long-term view continues to be that markets will be in the phase of higher top, higher bottom, but this could be a time of a little correction because a good monsoon, a low interest rate, a good liquidity, and better earnings seems to be known, and a big positive trigger probably is missing.
As a broad consensus over the street, Amisha, has been the fact that private financials or financials in general will lead the next leg of upside for the markets. This RBI policy has already taken the Nifty Bank to record highs. A lot of these large private names have stepped up, be it HDFC Bank, be it Kotak Bank. ICICI Bank hasn't done that. So is it because of the fact that the stock has run up already a little too much? Exactly. And do you expect that eventually ICICI Bank too will join the party, or you would rather wait for a better entry point in a lot of these private financials, even though they have not done a great deal over the last 2 to 3 years?
No, I think ICICI Bank will continue to remain part of the core portfolio, both because the bank is doing better, both in terms of growth and asset quality. But beyond that, in terms of some of the subsidiaries also, the value unlocking will continue to happen, and they are also growing really well. So I think as a franchise, this will continue to remain a part of the core portfolio. But coming back to financials, with this kind of liquidity injection which has happened and the rate reduction, markets are very enthusiastic. What just bothers me is that while we will be reaping the fruit of tax reduction, which happened in budgets, liquidity injection, interest rate reduction, and maybe good monsoon, starting second half of the year, and numbers might start looking really good. Once again, the boat should not be rocked by the uncertainty which might come by way of maybe oil prices or a little bit technical fund flow mismatch because of the strengthening of the dollar. So while my long-term view continues to be very strong, both on the financials also, and within financials, apart from top private bank, I'm equally bullish, frankly, on SBI also. I think that also offers a very good opportunity, both because of their core business, as also because of the subsidiary valuation and strength which it offers. I remain equally in long-term bullish on both select NBFCs and core capital market play. I think one will have to be bracing up for a slight period of confusion in next about 2 to 3 months or 4 months.
She spoke about ICICI Bank's subsidiary. It's ICICI Prudential Asset Management, which is likely to file for its IPO papers, and some estimates believe it could be valued at about $10 to $12 billion. And ICICI Bank has about a 51% holding in ICICI Prudential. So, Amisha, you like ICICI Bank, you like SBI, you like some NBFCs. Is it possible for you to tell us the stocks which make it to your core portfolio with the appropriate disclosure?
Disclosure, of course, is that we as a research house recommend our portfolio management schemes might be holding, in our own investments it might be holding. But apart from these two, I think I continue to remain bullish despite the run-up on a bigger story of select capital good companies. And I feel that despite the run-up and the fact that the stocks might consolidate for some time, the the runway for the defense or railway stock continues to be too long. It will be a decadal and 2 decadal stories which will continue to unfold in this. And there will be quarterly or yearly ups and downs in execution. But the need and the positioning of these stocks, whether it is Hindustan Aeronautics or some other select stocks, will continue to be very positive. Going down, I feel the sector to really watch for will continue to be the experience-driven or service-driven sector. We continue to be for a very long time bullish on hotels, hospitals. Hotel and hospitals continue to remain in our core portfolio. And apart from that, I think that now the broader consumer durables will also start participating in the overall growth in the economy and both markets.
You mentioned railway and defense names, Amisha. Does it still, the longer term, how long a term is long term, right? Because with the stocks having gone up 200-250% over the last couple of years, and with their growth not living up to the hype that they have had so far, but you see projects going forward in the future, doesn't it eventually boil down to how well they execute on that potential?
See, it's not a question that they don't have execution capability. It's that once you get an order, you always make a prototype which takes about a year and a half. It gets approved and then the commercial production starts. So those who understand that, they know that the visibility created by order book results into numbers at least 1.5 to 2 years down the line. And when that starts happening, the economies of scale will flow in, which means that even in stocks like BEML or say HEL, the margins trajectory will also improve. Now, let's take a case of Hindustan Aeronautics. I'm not saying that nobody knows this or this is not a discovered stock or an idea, but here the runway for growth is at least 10 years. For 10 years, there's enough and more orders and large orders which will keep coming, by which time equally more number of orders will come for overhauling and upgradation. So, and there is no competition. A lot of what that we need to do has to be done through help. That's why the premium built in will continue. And every time that market feels or investors feel that this quarter or this 6 months they've not fulfilled the target and stock corrects, I would say that these are opportunities to continue to invest.
Very interesting insights, Amisha. Thank you so much for sparing time and joining us today. Railways and defense, of course, will continue to be the subject of much conversation going forward as well. Thank you so much for joining in. We'll take a short break, but as we do that, CNBC TV18 Access is a premium membership-based service available on CNBC-TV18.com. It offers members exclusive content, market intelligence, and expert thought leadership. The membership includes access to CNBC TV18's flagship events, interaction with our journalists, along with curated studio tours, e-learning sessions, and masterclasses, and curated lifestyle benefits. Designed for an immersive, enriching experience, it empowers members with premium business intelligence and unique lifestyle benefits. The power of insights, the privilege of access, exclusivity, experiences, and influence is yours to claim. You can become a member by logging on to cnbctv18.com/access/plans.
Welcome back. Markets still subdued. Nifty down 100 points. It's a good time then to get in an important corporate story. Now, Maruti tells CNBC TV18 there is no disruption in the production of e-Vitara due to the rare earth magnet crisis. They also said there is no change in the launch timings for the car. Parikshit caught up with Senior Executive Officer of Corporate Affairs of the company, Rahul Bharti. Listen in.
Regarding the situation on rare earth, as of now, there is no disruption in our operation due to this issue. There is, of course, a lot of uncertainty, and the situation is evolving continuously. So we are monitoring the situation, and we are pursuing multiple solutions to ensure continuity in our operations. The launch timings don't change. If and when there is any material impact to our business, we'll come back to and we'll inform all shareholders or all stakeholders in line with the regulatory requirements.
Right. But the production numbers have not been impacted. You're saying the launch timelines are not delayed, but are the production numbers not impacted at all?
There is no material impact. See, small changes in production schedule keep happening all the time across several issues. If there is any material impact, we'll come and share.
We also spoke to Vinod Agarwal, who's the Managing Director and CEO at Volvo Eicher Commercial Vehicles on this rare earth magnet issue. Here's what he had to say.
No, that's a big challenge currently going on for the entire auto sector. It's not only for CVs, it's for the entire auto sector. So therefore, I think through SIAM and ECMA, a lot of discussions are happening through Government of India and also our embassy in China. And so a lot of applications have been made to get the permissions from China. There are always some stocks in the pipeline. So we will have stocks for around maybe 3 months, 2 months, our stock as well as supplier stock put together for magnets. Now, worst come to worst, if suppose these permissions don't come, then we will have to import the full component because there is no restriction on import of full component. And if we import full component, then the cost will go up.
That's Vinod Agarwal laying out the plan B. In that case, they will import the entire component, but that only raises the cost. Well, that brings us to the end of Trading Hour. Thank you very much for watching. Don't go anywhere. Halftime report is up next.
Stocks pull back as tensions in the Middle East escalate and crude prices surge. Healthcare stocks eke out some gains, while oil marketers and realty are the big drags.
Days after MCX got a nod to kick off trading in electricity derivatives, the National Stock Exchange too has got the regulator's approval to enter the segment, upping the ante in the promising space.
Tata Power MD and CEO Praveer Sinha says the company is focusing big on hydro and pumped hydro projects, even as he sees more opportunities emerging in the power, evacuation, distribution and nuclear energy space.
Raymond Group Chairman Gautam Singhania tells CNBC-TV18 he is spinning off businesses so that they are professionally run, even as he remains tight-lipped on succession, suggesting the promoters may just remain owners.
Hello and welcome to Halftime Report, live from the CNBC-TV18 Motilal Oswal studio. I'm Ekta Batra and with me is Vivek. Well, it's turning out to be a session where we are definitely seeing red on the screen this Thursday. So we have the mid-cap index, which is down around 1% at this point in time. We have the Nifty, which is down around over 100 odd points. So weak, you'd have to say, for the advanced decline ratio, the breadth of the market not too inspiring at this point in time. But stocks which seem to be bucking the trend are a couple of these consumer slash, some of these consumer slash healthcare stocks. So we have Asian Paints, which is up around 1.6%, Sun Pharma, which is up around 1% Apollo Hospitals not doing too badly, along with even Divi's Labs, which is up around 1%. But overall, breadth of the market and the texture is weak today, Vivek.
That's right. Good afternoon, Ekta. Good to see. What's actually transpired over the last couple of trading sessions that, remember, till yesterday, the Nifty actually saw a 6-day consecutive running streak. Today, that's clearly set to cool off, if for another 3.5 hours, we continue to trade in the negative territory. The mid-cap and small-cap space continue to trade weak. The advanced decline ratio continues to remain quite weak. There are a couple of stocks on the radar. Well, the first one has to be Paytm. There's been a clear clarification coming in from the Finmin Twitter handle, indicating that there will, at this point of time, they're not considering an MDR as far as UPI payments are concerned. The stock at one point of time was pushed at the lower circuit, but since then has recovered off the day's low. So that's one particular stock clearly that's seeing significant volatility in the session today. But moving on, remember yesterday's big story was the move that we saw in the entire alcohol stocks. Remember, Maharashtra government day for yesterday increased the state excise duty on Indian-made foreign liquor by over 50 to 60%. A new category of grain-based foreign liquor called Maharashtra-made liquor has been approved. We are now joined by Vinod Giri, Director General of Brewers Association of India. Thank you so much, Mr. Giri, for joining us. First up, was this along expected lines, especially the quantum? It's quite a steep hike, and drinkers will now have to pay a significantly higher amount to enjoy their tipple as far as Maharashtra is concerned.
So just to contextualize it, this is a kind of tax reform in a way which the government is undertaking. The fact is that the beer prices were increased by about 18% way back in 2018-19. That was a part of the reform exercise. For COVID and then subsequently for various reasons, there was no tax increase on the spirit side, the IMFL and country liquor and everything. So this, in a way, is making a correction for that. The fact is, in the last 10, 12 years, the beer taxes have been increased by nearly 32%, whereas IMFL, I think, is about just 9%. In the last 10 years, there has not been any change in IMFL taxes. So, in a way, it was something long overdue. It appears large because it's happening after a long time, but the fact is, other segments the taxes have been revised regularly, whereas IMFL and liquor segments were let off. And just to give you put the context, 10 years back, beer price used to be for the standard, that 650 ml bottle. It used to be about 110 rupees. Today, it's 190 rupees. Compare that with the IMFL, your typical that NIPS, which competes with beer, used to be 130 rupees. It's gone up to just 150, 160 rupees range because there has not been any increase in the taxes all this time, except for some increase in VAT. So in a way, the beer, which used to be actually about 20 rupees cheaper than IMFL, the spirits, is now 30-40 rupees more expensive. That's something that as a policy measure, no government likes to do. Beer is a drink of moderation. They tend to tax beer more favorably in that sense. So I think it's a correction which has happened. And it's not excise rate increase is probably a wrong term. It's more like a tax restructuring and reforms.
Okay. Well, Mr. Giri, that point is taken that it's probably long overdue because I think the last revision came in 2011. So it is, long overdue. But nonetheless, that means that cost is going to go up. So in your sense, how exactly is demand going to be impacted according to you?
See, in the last, say about 10 years, the demand for liquor or the sales for IMFL, at least I can talk about, that has gone by a CAGR of 7% year after year. That's a seriously strong growth. So there has been enough in the tank. So we may see a bit of slowdown happening with the market adjust to the prices, but also, we have to bear in mind, these are the kind of prices which are prevailing in neighboring states like Karnataka and MP. So it's coming to that level. So I think there may be initial a bit of, it'll take a bit time for the market to settle in. But I think the market will maintain its normal healthy course. 7% may be difficult to sustain in these conditions. But yeah, I think the damage is not going to be lasting on any.
True.
The beer will improve, of course, which means the industry which has been flat for the last 10 years, there has not been really any increase in the beer sales.
Right.
So that will come back to growth, which will be good for the industry.
Mr. Giri, if possible, can you quantify the last time you said that the hike was seen as far as the beer segment was concerned and IMFL was left out. So what was the incremental shift in volumes that you saw, especially in terms of consumer preferences towards IMFL? What percentage of it do you expect to come back? And you did mention that last couple of years beer growth has been flattish. Given this excise duty, especially in the state of Maharashtra, could you pencil in or could you quantify the kind of growth you expect in the beer space?
So let's say not last couple of years, if I take last 10 years, which is a very stable data platform. So the CAGR for beer has been about 1%, which is almost flat given the conditions. In the same period, the CAGR for IMFL has been 7%, which is way above the rest of the country. So I think we'll see a bit of correction in that. If you look at the national numbers, the growth numbers for spirits in India, pan-India is about 3%. The growth numbers for beer, pan-India is about 9%, little over 9%. So we will see that kind of correction coming. I expect the IMFL growth will come down to more realistic levels and beer will rise up to the numbers I mentioned. At least I would imagine, and it's anybody's guess, it should be closer to the national growth numbers, which is about 9 to 10%.
Okay. What is your take on the government carving out this special category for locally made liquor?
So this we have seen this trend in a few other states like Rajasthan, we have seen in UP, we have seen. So it's a category which is between the country liquor and IMFL. The stated objective for this category is uptrading people from the country liquor to IMFL and always stop by in this new created segment. The quality of the product is expected to be better than country liquor and slightly below the bottom end of IMFL. And so it's a kind of in-between thing is being created. It's a new slab being created. It does reasonably well in some of the states. 10 to 20% share it can take off from the spirits industry. So we'll see how it is because some of the especially in states where a lot of country liquor is being produced from molasses, and Maharashtra is one of them. The fact that entirely grain-based spirit producers come into this country liquor plus or IMFL minus segment does make a difference in the quality. So this segment will have some impact. I think the government is going to gain more revenues out of this.
Okay. When the government is going to earn more revenues out of this, can you give us a sense in terms of how much you're probably anticipating it as to become in terms of a category?
So the government estimate overall is 14,000 crores. they think they will earn through this exercise.
Okay. Mr. Giri, a very quick answer we want from you, sir. Number one, how do you see customer trends now shifting, especially in the state of Maharashtra, given the fact that over a 10-year period, the consumption growth itself has been flattish? And number two, how are barley prices trading? And do you see or do you feel the margins as far as beer players are concerned can improve materially from here on?
Yeah, it's see, at the end of the day, the profitability is large components are the packaging and raw material. The rest of the taxes we keep out. Even though in India, almost 70% of the value chain is in taxes, so that makes a big difference. But if you go back to the raw material, I think the barley prices are now stabilizing, and we had seen a very traumatic time when after the Ukraine war, which used to be a big supplier of barley. So now at least we have a certain certainty on that. The glass is also cooling down. So I think on the cost front, I don't see any major hit coming the beer industry's way. It looks pretty stable. Taxes remain a big concern because they are the largest, by far the largest chunk of the cost value chain.
Okay, all right, Mr. Giri, we're going to leave it on that note. Thanks very much for joining in and speaking with us. And I'm sure we'll touch base when we have more data in terms of what the impact of the excise duty hikes would be as well. That's the perspective which is coming in. Remember that yesterday was a tough day for a lot of these alcohol stocks. We'll take a short break, but a quick update. Unlock a new dimension of business intelligence with CNBC-TV18 Access, our premium members-only experience on CNBC-TV18.com. From market-moving insights and thought leadership to exclusive access to marquee events, journalist interactions, studio tours, and high-impact learning sessions. This is a truly elevated experience with members also enjoying curated lifestyle privileges and perks. The power of insight, the privilege of access, exclusivity, experiences, and influence. Yours to claim. Become a member. Log on to CNBC-TV18.com/access/plans. Welcome back. Well, still weak for the markets, and there are specific stocks which continue to be in focus, such as Paytm, which falls after the Finance Ministry clarified its stance on merchant discount rates. Makshi is here to give us more details on it.
Well, Ekta, there was a lot of speculation in the market with respect to the MDR, and resultantly we did see the Paytm spike up in trade on that particular day. But today, the stock again is in focus because the Finance Ministry has gone ahead and clarified that they have no plans to levy MDR charge on UPI transactions. Keep in mind that MDR is nothing but the merchant discount rate. It is the fee that is charged to merchants for accepting digital payments, and it is usually a percentage of the transaction amount. Currently, there is no MDR that is applicable on UPI as well as RuPay debit card payments. In fact, when the earlier news had come out, there was a lot of speculation going around. That time, it was viewed as a positive because Paytm could have monetized its payment gateway services more effectively with the reintroduction of MDR. But given that the Finance Ministry has now gone ahead and clarified that there is no such plan, it is a sentiment negative for Paytm. In fact, UBS has also written on the same. They have a neutral call target price of 1,000 rupees per share. They say that the delay or non-introduction of MDR is sentiment negative for Paytm. They were building in 1 basis point contribution to Paytm's net payment margin from either introduction of the MDR or increased incentive as compared to the budget. Given that this is absent, there could be a nearly 10% downside risk to the company's adjusted EBITDA for FY26 as well as 27. That is the note coming in from UBS. Overall, the whole development is negative for Paytm. Resultantly, the stock is down and out in trade.
Okay, absolutely. The stock, in fact, is down 15% from its 52-week high of around 1,063 rupees. So currently at around 905 rupees, down almost 6% at this point. But we have a lot of stocks in focus which are buzzing on the back of large trades, from Asian Paints, Eternal to C Info. D Street has seen a lot of block deals today. Vivek, you've been tracking this. Tell us more.
Well, that's right. So all through the week, we've been telling about multiple block deals that have taken place. Today, in fact, we were caught by surprise. A couple of large blocks have taken place, and there wasn't really a term sheet that came out, especially as far as some of the investment banking space was concerned. But we'll have a look at each of these large deals. The first one, of course, was CE Info Systems or Map My India. So we accessed the term sheet. This particular deal was launched late last evening. So PhonePe Private, that now holds a little over 18% stake at the end of the March quarter. We understand trimmed over 5% equity in today's block deal. The floor price for this particular deal was at 1,750, and this particular deal helped PhonePe go ahead and mop up a little over 470 crore. The other large trade that took place was in Eternal, earlier known as Zomato. Almost 61 lakh shares traded in the block deal window. The total quantum of the deal was over 250 crore. But the biggest deal of them all actually took in a Nifty company, and that was Asian Paints. Completely caught unawares, almost 3.6% of the total equity changed hands, and the entire stake was absorbed. This particular deal happened in the block deal window itself. The price at which this particular deal took place was at 2,201 rupees a share, post which you can see there has been a significant increase as far as the stock price is concerned. The seller has managed to mop up over 7,700 crore. It will be very important to watch out for, especially in Asian Paints, who was the large seller. And, the list of buyers, Ekta, will come out only post-market as today, so we'll have to wait for the exchange data in the evening to find out the list of buyers in that particular name.
Okay, all right. Thanks, Vivek, for that. So Asian Paints, however, bucking the trend, up around 1.6%, one of the top gainers on the Nifty today. Premier Energies is on our radar after a large trade took place in the stock earlier this week, where South Asia Growth Fund 2 sold around 5.5% stake. Earlier, we did speak to Vinay Rustagi, who's the Chief Business Officer at Premier Energies, on the outlook. Listen in.
As part of the process, the fund has given an indication that they will retain their balance equity for the next 5 years. For the next 5 months at least. In any case, I think, from our point of view, we are pretty neutral. What does the fund decide? Because we have a pretty liquid pool of large marquee shareholders, and the business is in a very strong footing, irrespective of what the fund decides to do with the shareholding. So what we are doing is we are currently almost doubling our capacities, what we have in terms of cell and modules. We are going up to 8.4 gigawatts and 10 gigawatts over the next 1 year. And then we are also going backward integration into ingot and wafer manufacturing. We have announced additional forays into battery storage and inverter manufacturing. And there we will consume about 800 crore rupees of cash. In terms of, you mentioned how we plan to fund this capex. So our intention right now, because the company is sitting on surplus cash and generating a lot of cash in terms of internal accruals, our intention is to fund this with internal accruals and some incremental debt. We want to be pretty conservative in terms of how we manage our capital structure. We want to stay at the boundary condition that we have set ourselves is about 1.5 times debt to EBITDA, which is very, very conservative given the overall industry dynamics.
Well, after a large block deal, the seller will have to wait for an additional 5 months before they can go ahead and further trim stake. As far as Premier Energy is concerned, today the stock is down almost 2.7%. It's now time for a short break. Aditya Agarwala from Invest for Edu will join in with some trading strategies on the other side. Stay tuned.
What percentage of people you think die, Shireen, with regrets in their hearts?
A very large percentage.
So this risk of failure, fear of failure, is the one that makes people die with regret. And the only way to live is to live like an entrepreneur. Nature wants you to do that.
What would you consider today your highest conviction bet?
The abiding faith that India's time had come.
What is holding us back?
We prefer to be slow rather than fast. That's how we are a chalta hai country and not a daudta hai country.
The lack of speed would be, if you were to IPO India today, that would be on the risk factor side in the DRHP, right?
I wouldn't IPO.
You wouldn't IPO?
But to IPO, I must have a new story.
You have a special place in your heart for Charlie Munger and Warren Buffett. What have you taken from them that continues to guide and shape how you think today?
Understanding of balance sheet, because balance sheet is accumulation of good and bad.
What, to your mind, is your leadership language?
So the leader or a CEO has two roles, one of a mother, one of a captain. In the Infosys journey, not from public, but much earlier, right? Mr. Murthy was a mother.
How do you find India positioned in this mix today?
We have a resilience, we have a stability, we have a wisdom of our own. But वो हम एक scene दिखाते हैं कि we have a long break. Stop that.
Interval थोड़ा लंबा हो गया.
बहुत लंबा हो जाता है.
Welcome back to HTR. Especially in the last half hour of the trading session, we've seen quite a bit of a sell-off emerge, especially as far as the FMCG pack is concerned. A couple of FMCG stocks that have significant weightage as far as the index is concerned are at the day's lowest point. The index itself is down over 1%. Have a look at HUL, Hindustan Unilever. That particular stock is at the day's lowest point. Marico, another one, and Dabur is down over 2% in today's trading session. So the FMCG pack today definitely pulling the market lower. But as promised, Aditya Agarwala, Head of Research and Investments at Invest for Edu, joins us on the show. Good afternoon, Aditya. Thank you so much for joining us. We are seeing a bit of profit booking emerge across all of the indices today. Do you feel that there's a near-term top, or do you feel this is just a pause before the rally resumes?
Hi, good afternoon, Vivek. Thanks for coming to the show. I think it's just a pause because if you take a look at the VIX, it's comfortably trading below that 14 mark. In fact, closer to about 12.5, 13 odd levels. So that tells you that market participants are pretty comfortable at current levels. There's nothing too much of a panic in the market. And with this kind of a level on VIX, I think markets will slowly and gradually inch higher. What we are witnessing in last 2-3 trading sessions is more of a consolidation on the Nifty, especially on the downside. 25,100 has been acting as a good support. Now that 21,500 has broken in trade today, I think 25,000 to about 24,900 should act as an immediate support now. I don't see too much of a panic in the market. In fact, if anything, one should use this consolidation and minor correction as an opportunity to go fresh long on the index, especially the bank Nifty, I think, Vivek, because given the fact that it has already corrected in 4 trading sessions from 57,000 to about 56,200 now, and on the downside, 56,100 happens to be a good support area. So my sense is next week, you will see a leadership emerging from the banking index, and that could lead the rally in the Nifty as well. So at current levels, I wouldn't shy away from taking a long position in the bank Nifty. Place a stop loss just somewhere below 56,000, and maybe you will see levels in excess of 57,000 in the coming trading sessions, maybe next week as well. As far as Nifty is concerned, that too, I think, is going through a decent consolidation. Maybe once you see markets clawing back above 25,100 on the Nifty, you will see a short covering rally to levels of 25,300 or 25,400.
Okay. Aditya, in terms of specific stocks, what are you tracking today?
So buy recommendations, Ekta. One is Apollo Hospitals, a very interesting chart setup. Stock did witness a good pullback in the morning. From there, we've seen a bit of a cool off. I think this is a good opportunity to go long on the stock for a target of 7,200 on the upside. The stop loss at 6,900 on the downside. The second is Max Healthcare. That is also looking quite interesting to me. A fresh breakout from a downward sloping channel. At current levels, there'll be a buyer in the stock. Look for a target of 1,400 on the upside. And once 1,400 is taken out, I think 1,500 is also possible here. 1,100 on the downside should be a stop loss. Both the stocks, I think, are good trades for positional as well. So one can hold on to it for at least a month or so, and you will see decent upside in these stocks.
Thank you so much, Aditya. So 2 stocks from the hospital space are on your radar today. Thank you so much for joining us, giving us a view on the markets as well as your individual trading calls. Before we slip into a short break, some updates for our viewers. Remember, you can stay updated on your favorite stocks with Money Control Super Pro. Receive real-time alerts with AI stock update feature of Super Pro and get insights on key corporate announcements on stocks of your choice for quick decision making. Get your investment superpower today. Subscribe now.
Welcome back. Well, let's get you a CNBC TV18 exclusive. Our colleague Shilpa Ranipeta caught up with Gautam Singhania, the chairman of Raymond Group. Shilpa asked him about his plans for the group's global opportunities, real estate business and engineering business, as well as his succession plans. Listen in to excerpts of that conversation.
It's very simple. I mean, I think Trump hates India, but he hates China more. So there's always going to be a bigger delta between India and China, and as a result, India will win. I mean, this is a very high-level way I look at it. I think 9th of July, when his 3 months gets over, you'll have a little more clarity on what FTAs he's signed, etc.
Just wanted to talk about the lifestyle business. Now, the last fiscal has been relatively slow. The last quarter also, we didn't. The performance was a little bit subdued.
We had a big issue last quarter. We had a,
which was the ransomware attack. Yeah, but even on an FY25 level, also, general consumer sentiment has been slow. How do you see as we enter into FY26?
Q1, I think, is looking okay to me.
Okay.
So our last quarter last year was really impacted because of the ransomware. We lost almost 25 days of business. Yeah. So we'll take out 25 days of a quarter. It's 30% of the quarter is gone. So it's very difficult. Mm-hmm. But I think the first quarter is looking okay. I don't see any big challenges right now.
Right.
And we're already sitting almost middle of June. So if I look at 6 months out, just picking up general parameters, wedding season is very strong.
Let's talk about the realty business, Mr. Singhania. That has been one of the fastest growing, though you said, yes, of course, on a smaller base. What is your sort of growth trajectory for FY26 there looking like? And what do you see, whether in terms of the JDAs also that you've been signing, how do you see the growth coming in for FY26 for the realty business?
No, I think the real estate opportunity we're seeing in a city like Bombay is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There's so much work for everybody. Mm-hmm. We grew very well last year. Mm-hmm. Again, like I said, stated policies, EBITDA growth 20%, 15% top line, but we should do better than that.
Right.
Real estate is such a business, it's, project to project. It's how many projects you get. We've got 6 JDAs so far.
Right.
We're working on a lot. Now, suddenly you could get 2 or you could get 20, one doesn't know. But we're in the right direction. We've shown very healthy growth, I think 45% last year, which is a good number.
Have you fixed up a date for listing?
It should be in the first week of July, but they're variables. So, should be the first week of July.
All right. And these JDAs also that you spoke about, the 6 ones that you've already signed, right? How many projects do you think you will be able to launch in the first quarter and also in FY26?
So we already launched one. Bandra East has been launched. I'm hoping we should launch up to 3 new projects this year.
Are you looking at the automotive, the aerospace business being a subsidiary?
So right now, everything is a subsidiary. We're going to make aerospace one subsidiary and real estate, auto components and engineering as separate subsidiaries. So currently it's a subsidiary, will be split into 2.
Right, fine. And you stated a while earlier when we were speaking about how there is huge opportunity in this space, right? Where will it come from? Will it come from the aerospace or defense?
Aerospace is a big, Make in India is a big opportunity. So I think similarly, we're back to the China plus one story. And companies are saying that we need to have presence in India.
Right.
India is a space we have to be.
And even for this Raymond Limited now also going forward, the top line and the EBITDA targets that you have is the same 20% and 15%? Stated for every group. What are the kind of projects that you're looking at in the automotive and in the aerospace and the defense space where you've stated that there's a huge opportunity?
We're looking at a lot of stuff. It's premature to talk. We've got the Paris Air Show next week. So let's see what comes out of that. It's a very big show, a lot of people there. Right. I'm going to be there next week. So I think there's a lot of opportunity. Let's just keep our fingers crossed and hope for the best.
Now we're talking about you've been running this business now for 25 years since you took over?
More. I've been running it. I've been in the group for 45 years.
45 years. Okay. I mean, at the very helm as the chairman.
26 years.
Now, when you look forward, how are you looking at the succession, Mr. Singhania? Are you also looking at bringing your children into the business?
My kids are too young. They're not going to come in, which is why I've got professional boards, professional management. Everybody's incentivized.
Right.
My daughter's 20. I don't think she's coming in for at least 5 years if she decides to come in. So we've got to professionalize the company. We've got to protect the shareholders. And that's what we're doing, which is why you're seeing this whole split up into 3 companies, 3 top-class boards, 3 sets of governance, best-in-class governance, best-in-class management, and that will ensure that, I have to differentiate between management and shareholders.
Fair enough.
I have to move back as a shareholder and get the best-in-class governance, which eventually, if I get good return on my shareholding, that's wealth creation for my family. So
fair enough. So there is no thing about you want your children to come in that is completely...
That's a personal discussion. We can have that some other time.
Well, a very interesting conversation there with Gautam Singhania from the Raymond Group with our colleague Shilpa. Well, it's now time for a short break. On the other side, Manisha Gupta joins in with DN Pathak of Soybean Processors Association of India. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Halftime Report. Well, it's that time of the segment or that time of the show when we move across to commodities. Manisha Gupta joins in with more details.
Thank you so much for that, Vivek. And I have a guest with me. Mr. DN Pathak is ED SOPA, and he joins us live on the show. Mr. Pathak, hi, thank you so much for joining in. And we understand that you had this big meeting yesterday with the Food Ministry, with various ministers and associations participating into this. What has been the tone and crux of that meeting, especially when the associations have been told to tell their member companies to adhere to the price decline that has come in with the duty cuts for edible oils?
and how they were told. The meeting was yesterday. I joined in as live, and there was from the associations there were several people, including presidents of some associations. The secretary made a presentation, and he showed by a chart that the prices have not declined after the duty cut, which they should have. He also showed in the same chart that when the duty went up, the prices went up immediately. So how did the industry explain this? And the representatives of the industry, of course, there is certainly a time lag between the duty cut and that less duty paid material coming into the market, which is a very valid point, which was quite well understood by the secretary and the officers. It was also perhaps mentioned by the trade that when the duty goes up, the trade takes the same risk that it cannot charge higher price on the already held stock. So there is the other way around. The secretary, of course, is very concerned, and the government is deeply concerned about the inflation and the price rise. So now they have requested all the industry associations, in fact, this is an order, that a weekly price will be given by the soybean, so by the oil suppliers, oil makers, processors, as to what was the price today and what it is next week. So gradually it should show a decline, factoring in the duty reduction. We are circulating this to our members. I'm sure the other trade bodies will do that. And most of the major suppliers and the branded suppliers and people, they will certainly adhere to this. And price reduction will be certainly reflecting in the next 1 week, certainly.
Mr. Pathak, would you say that this is yet again one more regulation coming in on for edible oil, not just the associations, but the companies that they're in, where you have to update on a weekly basis what is the MRP that you're charging on your edible oil packages?
I'm less worried about that than more worried about what can come later. I mean, the tone and tenor of the government's decision seems to be that this is something where more regulations, yes, you're right, and maybe even some kind of inspectorate coming in, which will not be in good stand for the industry, for the trade. There may be one odd person who takes some advantage, which will always happen in such a large industry trade. We import 16 million tons of oil, which is quite a huge quantity. But by and large, the entire trade in the industry, like I can tell you for soybean, of course, our members don't import oil, very few of them do. But the day the duty was cut, on Monday, which is the next opening day, the price of soybean oil was down by 7 rupees a kilo. So it isn't that the duty, the market has immediate effect of either any increase or any decrease. So I think this monitoring of a weekly price rise will be limited to this monitoring only, and it will not go further, wherein the people start going to factories and then, I don't know, maybe that will happen because this was hinted, of course, by one of the officials, that if the trade does not behave, then they will have to be forced. And I agree with the government that if the duty has been decreased, then the benefit must go to the consumer. Otherwise, there's no use. It is not for the traders or the manufacturers' benefit for their profiteering. It is for the consumer. So by and large, I'm sure the consumer will be the only one who will be benefited. And the strictness in the government action will stop here. And the trade will certainly be very happy to give the prices and what is the price now or what was a week earlier. Let's see how it works.
Mr. Pathak, also the increase in MSP and a cut in import duty came clearly back to back, and then these meetings as well. How is the trade, consuming MSP hike on one side and the import duty cut on the other side? Who really do you see benefiting here? Because this inflation has been a concern one, and we're looking into getting into high demand periods very soon.
I certainly see this move like giving with one hand and taking back with the other hand in the same day almost. I mean, the MSP hike was and the duty reduction, they were so close together. So we've not been able to comprehend as to why this is. Of course, we know that the explanation given is that the duty differential was the problem. And certainly local manufacturing has to be addressed. But then on the other hand, the total Atmanirbharta or really local is the processing industry. Now, this move has worked well for the refiners of crude oil, but how will it work for the processors? Totally against the processors. We are already reeling with a low margin, in fact, no margins, and a huge disparity. On top of that, the duty reduction has certainly added, salt to the injury. See that today's MSP, the soybean price for export will be $621. The soybean meal price. Soybean meal price in US, Brazil, Argentina is $330. With that kind of thing, how will the industry work? In the local parlance also, the local feed industry would want feed at a lower cost, the poultry industry. They're already complaining that the feed cost is higher. Now, we don't know how can we adjust. On the one hand, you have a high raw material cost. On the other hand, you want the end product to be sold at a lower price. This is completely paradoxical. It just cannot be done. We don't care what the price of soybean is. I mean, if it's 7,000 rupees or 3,000 rupees, processors don't care. What we need is at what price we buy soybean, we should be able to get in return from BOC sale and from oil sale. As long as that equation works, the price does not really matter to us.
The industry, of course, would want to.
It is not, I don't think it's in the right direction.
It is not. But clearly, that is something that the government isn't listening to right now, is it, Mr. Pathak? Because what you really have had a meeting with the Food Ministry, and that really has been the case as well, Ekta, where the companies have been told to lower edible oil prices, and the rest of the concerns, as Mr. Pathak said, hasn't really been addressed as of now.
Okay, all right. Hopefully, it would probably be taken up in the next couple of months. But Mr. Pathak, as well as Manisha, thanks very much for joining in and taking us through that conversation. We need to take a break now with the news that the markets are still under pressure. We have the mid-cap index, which has recovered a tad bit from the day's low, so it's just about lower by around 0.5% as compared to a steeper cut that it was showing when we started off. We'll take a short break, but we'll get you more on the markets once we're back. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to Halftime Report. Well, one particular section of the market that's seeing a bit of a bounce back is the mid-cap IT space. With names like LTI Mindtree, names like OFSS, Wipro, all of these stocks have seen quite a bit of a recovery. In fact, some of the large-cap names like Telecom, that too have seen a bit of a recovery. So Telecom, again, you saw a note coming in from Kotak today morning where they've met the management and they've reiterated their positive stance on that particular name. One mid-cap banking stock that saw a bit of a sell-off in the week gone by was RBL Bank. Last couple of trading sessions, that particular stock was under significant pressure. But today, RBL Bank now trading near the day's highest point with a gain of close to 1.5%. What's not doing so well? It's the entire metal and mining pack. So names like Tata Steel, JSW Steel, Jindal Steel, all of these stocks seeing quite a bit of a selling pressure. But with that, it's a wrap on this edition of Halftime Report. But here is some good news for our viewers. India's business news leader is now just a click away. Introducing CNBC-TV18's all-new app. Get instant access to breaking news, in-depth articles, and financial world updates at your fingertips. Download the CNBC-TV18 app now from the Apple Store or Google Play Store, or just scan the QR code on your screen.
Stocks pull back as tension in the West Asia escalates and crude prices surge. Healthcare stocks eke out some gains, while oil, marketeers and realty are the big drags. Days after MCX got a nod to kick off trading in electricity derivatives, the National Stock Exchange too has got the regulator's approval to enter the segment, upping the ante in the promising space. Tata Power MD and CEO Praveer Sinha says that the company is focusing on the hydro and pumped hydro projects, even as he sees more opportunities emerging in the power evacuation, distribution and nuclear energy. Raymond Group Chairman Gautam Singhania tells CNBC-TV18 he is spinning off businesses so they are professionally run, even as he remains tight-lipped on the succession, suggesting that the promoters may remain just owners. Hello, good afternoon. You've tuned into Business Lunch, coming live from the CNBC-TV18 Motilal Oswal studios. I'm Vinny Motiwala. Thank you so much for tuning in, as always. Today, we're seeing a muted day coming in for the markets, right? You can see red across the screen, whether it's the benchmark indices or the mid-cap, small-cap and the Nifty Bank. Now, Nifty as of now is at around 25,000 levels is what we're watching out for, managing to hold on to that, but at the day's lowest point. You know, look at it. Last few minutes, we've seen that fall coming in for the Nifty. It was holding on to 25,050. Now it's gone below that level. So 25.30 around that mark, down 0.4% in today's trading session. Day's lowest point is what the Nifty is trading at. Sensex 2 is around the day's lowest point as well. So down almost both these benchmark indices, 0.5% is what we could say is the fall coming in for both of them. Mid and small cap. So before we look at that, let's actually turn to the Nifty Bank because that's also under pressure. So I'll say the Nifty Bank is also down 0.3% in today's trading session. Day's lowest point is what the markets are trading at. Advance decline ratio clearly in the favor of decline versus advances. That's how it shaped up through the day today. Today is the expiry, so keep an eye out on that. Advance decline ratio, like you can see, declines is 1,615 versus an advances of just 977. So yes, keeping an eye on that, and on the back of that, we're seeing that underperformance coming in from the broader end of the market. So key to watch out for in terms will be what is going to be happening for the broader end of the market and how are we settling by the end of the day in terms of expiry will be key to watch out for. But let's move on and talk about some important updates coming in from the auto sector. And starting with the auto space, we have Maruti Suzuki who's telling CNBC-TV18 that there is no disruption in production of e-Vitara due to the rare earth magnet crisis. The automaker adds that there is no change in the launch timings for the car as well. My colleague Parikshit actually caught up with the Senior Executive Officer Corporate Affairs of the company, Rahul Bharti. Listen in to what he had to say.
Regarding the situation on rare earth, as of now, there is no disruption in our operation due to this issue. There is, of course, a lot of uncertainty and the situation is evolving continuously. So we are monitoring the situation and we are pursuing multiple solutions to ensure continuity in our operations. The launch timings don't change. If and when there is any material impact to our business, we'll come back to and we'll inform all shareholders or all stakeholders in line with the regulatory requirements.
Right. But the production numbers have not been impacted. You're saying the launch timelines are not delayed, but are the production numbers not impacted at all?
There is no material impact. See, small changes in production schedule keep happening all the time across several issues. If there is any material impact, we'll come and share.
Also, we spoke to Vinod Agarwal, Managing Director and CEO at VCV, on the rare earth magnet issue. Listen into what they had to say on this front.
No, that's a big challenge currently going on for the entire auto sector. It's not only for CVs, it's for the entire auto sector. So therefore, I think through SIAM and ECMA, a lot of discussions are happening through Government of India and also our embassy in China. And so a lot of applications have been made to get the permissions from China. There are always some stocks in the pipeline. So we will have stocks for around maybe 3 months, 2 months, our stock as well as supplier stock put together for magnets. Now, worst come to worst, if suppose these permissions don't come, then we will have to import the full component because there is no restriction on import of full component. And if we import full component, then the cost will go up.
And keeping it with the auto packs, also say that Hyundai Motors India is likely to tap into the global supply network of its parent entity, Hyundai Motor Company, to source rare earth magnets. Sources also say that the company is closely monitoring the situation, but they do not expect any production cuts in the near term. Despite the restrictions on the rare earth exports, Hyundai India does not expect disruption in the EV manufacturing due to adequate inventory for this year. And moving on and saying with the topics of this actually rare earth crisis now, what we're seeing is that though China has agreed to grant export license to rare earths to the United States after 2 days of trade talks in London, a Wall Street Journal report says that China is putting a 6-month limit on the export license for the United States automakers and manufacturers. The measure is expected to provide Beijing with additional leverage in trade discussions while heightening uncertainty for United States manufacturers there. Now, shifting focus and what sources are saying that the government is likely to draw a proposal to acquire and collaborate on making a Striker land combat system, among others, from the United States. Parikshit is joining in with us to give us more details at this one. Afternoon, Parikshit.
Well, over the last few months, the US government has been urging India to procure more defense equipment from US manufacturers. There have been several plans that are under consideration. One which we are told where the government is now looking to draw up a proposal is with reference to Striker land combat systems from the United States. And here the proposal would be to acquire them, acquire some of them in ready condition, and also to manufacture them in collaboration with Indian counterparts, make them in India as well for the future. The other item which could be procured from the United States, and a proposal could be made on that front as well, are Javelin missiles. Now, this is something that India would need for its weapons arsenal, and Javelin missiles could be an item that we could look for from the US. In terms of the running contracts, the government is a bit concerned about the delays in certain contracts, and there is hope that these contracts will be honored in the next few months, and this includes the supply of Apache, Romeo helicopters, F-404 engines. These are running behind schedule right now, and the government hopes that all existing contracts will be honored very soon. When it comes to the GE 414 engine, that deal is yet to take off because the price negotiations are yet to be completed. So these are some of the issues in the defense relationship with the United States. Even though it is robust, it's growing, and India will procure more equipment from the United States. Definitely, there is hope that all the contracts which are delayed will be executed very soon. On the F-35s, there has been repeated messages from the United States for India to acquire F-35s, but we're told that no proposal is there on the table as yet.
Okay, Parikshit, thanks so much for that. But do wait by, because I think India is also collaborating with Russia as it is aiming to plug those gaps in its fighter jet fleet. What are you picking up from the sources? What is government looking at on this front, Parikshit?
There are 3 or 4 strategies that the government is executing in order to meet the near-term, mid-term and long-term needs of the Air Force. In the near term, it is considering an offer made by the Russian government recently for supplying and also making in India Su-57 stealth fighter jets. Now, while no formal proposal has been drawn up or the negotiations have not reached any advanced stage, this is only preliminary discussions and deliberations right now, the government also feels that this may be a good option considering there is a Su-30 line already existing in Nasik, which is by HAL, and HAL and Russian counterparts have been collaborating for years now. And India needs fighter jets in flyaway condition, and we also want to co-develop and manufacture in India. So somehow the Su-57 fits into that strategy, but the pros and cons of that are yet to be decided. The government is only weighing that proposal right now. A final decision is awaited. At the same time, there have been proposals which have come from Safran, the French manufacturer, and also from Rolls-Royce for making fighter jet engines for 5th generation fighters. That proposal is also under consideration because both Safran and Rolls-Royce are offering 100% technology transfer and IP transfer as well. Then you have the AMCA program, the Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft program, or our own indigenous fighter jet, 5th generation fighter jet program. But this has a long gestation period of 10 to 15 years. The government is trying to expedite it. And next week, the RFP or the request for proposal for the AMCA program is going to be issued. A pre-bid meeting is going to be held after that in 15 days. Applications may be invited in 45 days. So the government will want to move ahead as fast as possible on the indigenous AMCA program. But at the same time, collaborations with Russia, collaborations with Safran, Rolls-Royce, all of them are under consideration to meet the yearly needs of the Air Force.
Okay, Parikshit, thank you so much for the update coming in there. But on that note, we're going to actually step into a very short break. But before we step into the break, CNBC-TV18 Access is a premium membership-based service available on CNBC-TV18.com. It offers members exclusive content, market intelligence, and expert thought leadership. The membership includes access to CNBC-TV18's flagship events, interaction with our journalists, along with curated studio tours, e-learning sessions and masterclasses, and curated lifestyle benefits designed for our immersive and enriching experience. It empowers members with premium business intelligence and unique lifestyle benefits, the power of insight, the privilege of access, exclusivity, experience, and influence. Yours to claim. Become a member. Log on to CNBC-TV18.com. Access plans. Thanks for staying tuned into Business Lunch on CNBC TV18. Now, latest on the India and EU free trade agreement front, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal says that the agreement is on track to be achieved soon, and the only issue left are the non-tariff barriers. Listen in to what he had to say.
We are very much on track to achieve that. Significant progress has been made. more than half the chapters are ready. In terms of content, I would say we are almost 90% ready for market access issues. On services and rules of origin, our negotiations start on Monday. Should not be difficult. There may be a few areas where we will need ministerial intervention.
And moving on, India's consumer inflation for the month of May will be announced today at 4 p.m. by the MOSPI. The CNBC-TV18 poll shows that the May CPI may fall to below 3%. Lata is here to give us more details on this one. Lata, over to you.
That's right. Our poll indicates that the reading could be as low as 2.95%, lower than the already low number which we got for April, which was 3.16%. And of course, it compares with 4.80, nearly 5% year ago. So it's not a very high base. In spite of it, you're getting a fairly benign number. In fact, if it is 2.95, it will be the lowest since March of 2019. So it's actually a 6-year low if it really comes in at 2.95. And the number is low primarily because it's driven by food inflation. Food inflation has fallen to a historic 1.8%. It's not a 6-year low because it was 1.8% last month also, that is in April. Usually in the month of May, prices tend to rise. But this time, a marginal rise in the price of vegetables has been countered by a fall in cereals and pulses where the harvest was very good. So we find it a really benign number. Also, a very high base of 8.7% year ago is also leading to food inflation looking very good. On core inflation, it's 4.2. It's above the RBI's mandate of 4%, but not to worry because this also is a base effect. Year ago, around the same time, the core inflation number was 3.1%, a historic low. So it's more a base effect. It's not as if commodity prices have shot up. But this 2.95, will it be a huge surprise? Will it lead to changes in the bond market or an RBI policy? No. This is exactly in line with what RBI forecast in the June 6th policy. They said that April, May, June, the average will work out to 2.9%. So, it's coming very much in line with the RBI forecast if it comes at 2.95%.
Okay, Lata, thank you so much for that. Important to watch out for this data today at 4 p.m. But on that note, we're going to submit a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more news and updates after the break, so stay tuned in. Welcome back to Business Lunch on CNBC-TV18. Now, getting you the latest on the Trump-related developments, we have Dia joining in with us in our special segment, Trump Watch. Dia, over to you.
President Donald Trump said a trade framework with China has been completed, with Beijing supplying rare earths and magnets upfront and the U.S. allowing Chinese students into its colleges and universities. The U.S. and China will maintain tariffs at their current lower levels following the two nations' agreement this week in London, Trump said Wednesday. He also said he intended to send letters to trading partners in the next 1 to 2 weeks, setting unilateral tariff rates ahead of a July 9 deadline to reimpose higher duties on dozens of economies.
We made a great deal with China. We're very happy with it. We have everything we need, and we're going to do very well with it, and hopefully they are too. But we're dealing with Japan, we're dealing with South Korea, we're dealing with a lot of them. We're dealing with about 15 countries, but as you know, we have about 150 plus, and you can't do that. So we're going to be sending letters out in about a week and a half, 2 weeks, to countries, telling them what the deal is, like I did with EU.
In response to the inflation report that came in for the month of May, Trump ramped up pressure on the Federal Reserve, demanding a full-point interest rate cut. Taking to Truth Social, Trump argued that the country would pay much less interest on debt coming due and overlooking that lower interest rates usually increase consumer prices. And as diplomatic and economic deals unfold, tensions remain high in the U.S. The White House responded firmly to intensifying protests over immigration policies, stating that President Trump will not allow mob rule in America. The statement follows a military-supported crackdown in Los Angeles. Shifting focus to foreign policy, Trump voiced diminished optimism regarding a nuclear agreement with Iran. In a podcast aired Wednesday, he admitted being less confident than he was months ago about reaching a deal. And moving on to the Trump-Musk feud, a call from two top White House officials may have prompted Elon Musk to soften his stance toward Donald Trump following months of public tension. Reports suggest Vice President J.D. Vance and Chief of Staff Susie Wild spoke with Elon Musk. The White House said on Wednesday that U.S. President Trump is appreciative of Elon Musk's expression of regret over some of his recent criticism in their blazing public falling out.
Thank you so much for that, Dia. But keeping it with the U.S. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick told CNBC that U.S. tariff on Chinese imports will not change from the current levels that are there. Listen in.
These numbers, these tariff levels are not going to change from here. Can we say that?
You can definitely say that.
And some updates coming from the West Asia front. The U.S. is preparing a partial evacuation of personnel from the region due to security concerns. President Donald Trump says that the move coincides with the stalled U.S.-Iran nuclear talks. Here's the report.
The United States is pulling personnel out of the Middle East, according to President Donald Trump on Wednesday.
Well, they are being moved out because it could be a dangerous place, and we'll see what happens. But they are been. We've given notice to move out, and we'll see what happens.
Reuters reported earlier in the day that the U.S. is preparing a partial evacuation of its Iraqi embassy in Baghdad, according to U.S. and Iraqi sources, and that Washington will let military dependents leave locations around the Middle East over heightened security risks. It has bases in Iraq, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, and the United Arab Emirates. What's less clear is why this is happening now. Iraq has been the site of heightened tension and violence since the start of the war in Gaza in 2023. Armed groups aligned with Iran repeatedly attacked U.S. troops, but that's subsided since last year. However, the news coincides with deadlocked U.S.-Iran nuclear talks. Trump nodded to that on Wednesday, too.
Is there anything that can be done to dial the temperature down in the region?
They can't have a nuclear weapon. Very simple.
In a podcast interview out earlier in the day, Trump said he was less confident now that Tehran would agree to stop its nuclear program. Meanwhile, CNN has reported that U.S. intelligence suggests Israel is preparing for a strike against Iran's nuclear facilities. Benchmark oil futures rose $3 on the news of the Baghdad pullout, with Brent crude going above $69 a barrel. The next round of nuclear talks between Iran and the United States is due in the coming days. Tehran is expected to hand over a counterproposal after rejecting an offer by Washington.
Okay, on that note, we are absolutely out of time on this edition of Business Lunch, leaving the Nifty at around 25,000 levels, just managing to hold on to that. So keep an eye out on the market. Up next, a mid-cap radar to take you through all the market action.
Good afternoon and welcome to Midcap Radar, live from the CNBC-TV18 Motilal Oswal studio. I am Vamakshi Dhoria and with me is Vivek Iyer. Well, Vivek, the market sentiment completely mirrors the color of the shirt that you're wearing today. It's red across the screen and we've actually given up 25,000.
That's right. Good afternoon, Vamakshi. Red on the screen. Significant selling pressure that's intensified, especially in the last half hour of trade. But we have quite a lot lined up on the show. Let's start off with the top headlines. Stocks pull back as tensions in the West Asia escalate and crude prices surge. Healthcare stocks eke out some gains, while oil marketers, FMCG and realty are the big drags. Mid-caps lag.
A slew of block deals on our radar. Asian Paints trades higher after shares worth over 7,700 crore change hands, while Eternal trades marginally lower after a block deal. MapMy India, on the other hand, falls over 7% as 28 lakh shares change hands. Sources say PhonePe likely seller.
Shares of Sterlite Tech rise over 14% after its JV with Dilip Bilkon go ahead and signs an MOU for 2,630 crore with BSNL. This is for the BharatNet middle mile network in Jammu and Kashmir and the Ladakh telecom circles.
Tanla platforms up over 9% ahead of their board meeting slated next week. Board need to consider buyback of shares.
Paytm falls over 5% following the Finance Ministry's clarifications on reports about possible introduction of a merchant discount rate on UPI transactions.
Well, we've given up 25,000 for now. We've slipped below that mark in just the last few minutes of trade. The Nifty is reeling under pressure, down almost 0.7%. Look at the mid-cap index as well. That too has slipped much lower. As of now, it is trading with a cut of almost 1%. The small-cap index also not doing too well. If you can pull up, the chart for advances and declines, you'll see that the gap between both of them has just been widening since the get-go. We have almost 1,700 odd stocks, 1,800 odd stocks declining for 839 advancing. As far as sectoral indices are concerned, most of them are in the red. The declines are largely being led by the realty stocks. For the week, the realty pack is down almost 2.5%. The energy pack also not doing too well given the rise in oil prices. Nifty Media, on the other hand, is holding up quite well, mainly on account of Z, and pharma stocks also are surging higher. But there's a lot more stock-specific action happening in the mid-cap space. And to highlight just that, we now have Hormaz who's standing by to take us through all of the action in our special segment, Mid-Cap Movers. Hormaz?
Good afternoon, Vamakshi. And what is an expiry if it does not come with volatility? And you can see that on your screens today. We'll start off with the newsmakers of the day. We'll get down to business trade-off. And there were plenty of block deals that took place today. And of course, some other news flow related developments as well. Look at CE Infosystems down 9%. Paytm at one point was down 10%, was recovered slightly from the lows. It's trying to hold on to those levels of 900. Tanla Platforms looking for its third buyback in 5 years. Is a 9.5% high here as well. And of course, the oil sensitives led by HPCL, the OMCs are the ones that are bearing the brunt of these rising crude oil prices. 5% lower for HPCL, and the picture is no different for BPCL and Indian Oil as well. Profit booking also continuing in these capital market names. BSE a second day under ASM now, 8% down in the last two sessions. CDSL2 giving up from the higher levels, 4.5% lower there as well. And Angel One too not having a very good day at the office. Some of the others in today's trading session doing well on the back of volumes, bucking the trend if you could call it that. RHI Magnesita, Root Mobile at one point was up 9% as well. Nava has now surged to the highest point of the day, and that too at 7.5% on very strong volumes. And some of the other losers then, some of the other the ones that are bucking the trend at 52-week highs today. Eris Life Sciences making new highs every day. Manappuram in the ban, but still up 1.5% today, making new highs here as well and well above the open offer price. So good going for Manappuram as well. And lastly, stocks that are not doing well in today's trading session. Look at CRISIL, look at Hitachi, look at KEC International, all of them at the lowest point of the day, losses between 3 to 5%. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Hormaz, for joining in, giving us a sense of how exactly stocks in the broad end of the markets are moving in today's trading session. Well, it's a good time to welcome Vinay Rajani of HDFC Securities for a quick technical check on the market. Good afternoon, Vinay. Thank you so much for joining us. Well, significant selling pressure, especially in the last hour. Do you feel that this can intensify further, or do you feel there's just a pause before the rally resumes?
Yeah, so I think this is the pause. No doubt today Nifty has fallen by more than 250 points from the high of the day. And yesterday there was some indication, like yesterday we saw that Nifty formed a doji candlestick pattern after an uptrend. An attempt of breaking out from the consolidation actually got failed. Nifty did not cross 25,200 decisively and again started coming down. So still on the short-term chart it looks weak. On hourly chart also it looks weak. IVs are not that high, but yes, put call ratio has been coming down since morning. That indicates that today's Nifty's weekly expiry could remain on the bearish side only. But talking about the primary trend is still up because Nifty is still above the medium to long-term moving averages, and positionally we feel that the dip should be bought into. So if you are a trader, there could be an extension of the correction, but we feel that 24,000 900, 24,800 is a good range to go long again because positional trend is bullish, but short-term data on the derivative front is weak. So we may see 100 points more correction in the Nifty, but overall we still believe that ultimately market is headed higher, and once we see any level above 25,200, immediately we will move towards 25,600. So positionally we are bullish, but for one to 2 days we may expect 100 points more correction in the Nifty, and 24,800 to 900 is a very strong support.
So a decline in the near term, but overall the long-term trend does remain bullish. Thanks, Vinay. But I'd like to ask you, what would be your top stock recommendations then in such kind of a market?
Yeah, so as you can see, some defensive sectors started performing for last couple of sessions. So IT and pharma, these are the two sectors we did not participate previously, but now started showing strength for last 2-3 sessions. So Tech Mahindra is looking very strong. It's surpassed the key moving average resistance. So technical setup is quite convincing. So Tech Mahindra looks good to us. Around 1650 in this market, it can outperform. 1620 should be the stop loss. On the upside, I'm expecting a target of 1700. The second pick I would pick from the pharma space. So Biocon is looking very strong. Yesterday we saw a nice breakout, surpass the 200 days EMA, and oscillators have been doing exceptionally well. So Biocon around 354, 353, one can go long. Stop loss can be kept at 347 for the trading. On the upside, we are expecting a target of 370 in couple of sessions. So overall, IT and Pharma, Tech Mahindra and Biocon I would pick for the trading.
Okay, thank you so much, Vinay, for joining us and giving us a sense of what exactly is the technical view as far as the markets are concerned. Well, before we slip into a short break, it's a good time to tell you about how you could unlock a new dimension of business intelligence with CNBC's TV18 Access. This is our premium, members-only experience on CNBC-TV18.com. From market-moving insights and thought leadership to exclusive access to marquee events, journalist interactions, studio tours, and high-impact learning sessions. This is truly an elevated experience, with members also enjoying curated lifestyle privileges and perks. The power of insight, the privilege of access, exclusivity, experiences, and influence are all yours to claim. Become a member. Log on to cnbctv18.com/access/plans. Welcome back to Mid-Cap Radar. Well, like we said at the start of the show, the selling pressure has intensified in the last hour of the trading session. The Nifty is now threatening to break below the 24,900 mark. In the last 10 minutes, we are seeing a very accelerated selling pressure come about. Look at the mid-cap and small-cap end of the market. The mid-cap index is now down 1.2%. So is the small-cap index, and the Nifty Bank 2 is down 0.7%. In fact, when you're looking at the small-cap index, is down over 1.5% from the day's highest point. Well, one stock I want to discuss is actually Ashoka Buildcon. The company has given an update to the exchanges stating that they were visited by the income tax department and were given a search and seizure order. The company says at this point of time, no impact to the financials, but we'll have to wait and watch out for what happens in that particular update. But you've been tracking Paytm since morning, stock under significant pressure today.
Well, absolutely, Vivek. Paytm is seeing a fair bit of pressure today. Keep in mind that, there was speculation rife in the market that, MDR would be levied. But now the Finance Ministry has come ahead and said that there is no plan to levy MDR charge on UPI transactions. Now, keep in mind that MDR is basically the merchant discount rate. It is essentially a fee that is charged to merchants for accepting digital payments, and it is usually a percentage of the transaction amount. Currently, there is no MDR in place on UPI transactions as well as any RuPay debit card payments. The reintroduction of MDR would have been quite positive for Paytm, given that it could effectively monetize the payment gateway services. But since that is not happening anytime soon, it is a sentiment negative for the stock. And UBS does sort of allude to the same. They have a note, they have a neutral call on the counter, target price of 1,000 rupees per share. And they say that delay, non-introduction of MDR is a sentiment negative for the counter. They were building in 1 basis points of contribution to Paytm's net payment margin from either introduction of MDR or increased incentive as compared to the budget. But given that neither of this has happened, it is absent, they expect a nearly 10% downside risk to the adjusted EBITDA estimates for FY26 as well as FY27. So given that development, Paytm down and out in trade today. For now, Vivek, it's down almost 6.5%.
Very interestingly, at one point of time, it was perched at the lower circuit. Remember, it's in the F&O, so the lower circuit itself is just for a period of 10 minutes. But post that, saw decent recovery. Once again, seeing a bit of selling pressure. But the next stock on our radar, the next company on our radar is Premier Energies. Remember, a large trade took place in the stock earlier this week, where South Asia Growth Fund sold close to 5.5% stake. Earlier today, we spoke to Vinay Rastogi, the Chief Business Officer at Premier Energies, on the business outlook. Let's listen to excerpts from that conversation.
As part of the process, the fund has given an indication that they will retain their balance equity for the next 5 years. For the next 5 months at least. In any case, I think, from our point of view, we are pretty neutral. What does the fund decide? Because we have a pretty liquid pool of large marquee shareholders. And the business is in a very strong footing, irrespective of what the fund decides to do with the shareholding. So what we are doing is we are currently almost doubling our capacities, what we have in terms of cell and modules. We are going up to 8.4 gigawatts and 10 gigawatts over the next 1 year. And then we are also going backward integration into ingot and wafer manufacturing. We have announced additional forays into battery storage and inverter manufacturing. And there we will consume about 800 crore rupees of cash. In terms of, you mentioned how we plan to fund this CapEx. So our intention right now, because the company is sitting on surplus cash and generating a lot of cash in terms of internal accruals, our intention is to fund this with internal accruals and some incremental debt. We want to be pretty conservative in terms of how we manage our capital structure. We want to stay at the boundary condition that we have set ourselves is about 1.5 times debt to EBITDA, which is very, very conservative given the overall industry dynamics.
Well, the key point there is, number one, very aggressive capex plans, but net to EBITDA will remain under the company's stated range. Well, another stock in focus today is Shakti Pumps. This is after the company bagged a large order. Vamakshi, you track this particular space very closely. What's the quantum of the order and what are the details?
Well, absolutely, Vivek. Shakti Pumps has received an LOA from MEDA, which is the Maharashtra Energy Department agency, under the PM Kusum scheme. This is an LOA for 4,500 off-grid solar photovoltaic water pumping systems, and the total work order is worth almost 115 crores. Keep in mind that this is the second order that has come from MEDA in recent times. In fact, in April as well, they had managed to bag an order of somewhere around 12.5 crores. The order book as on March 31st stood at 1,655 crore. And in fact, when the management joined us just after the Q4 numbers, remember that they had a fabulous year as far as FY25 is concerned. They told us that they're expecting a 25 to 30% revenue growth in FY26 and a slew of orders from Punjab as well as UP. So given that development, given that LOA that the company has signed, the stock is seeing a fair bit of an uptick, up almost 2.6%. But just to highlight the Nifty, pull up the chart, it has managed to slip below the 24,900 mark. The selling pressure has just intensified over the last couple of minutes, Vivek.
That's right. Screen doesn't look very pretty, especially ever since we started the show. Actually, in the last 20 minutes, you can see almost a 80-point dip as far as the Nifty is concerned. But before we slip into a short break, there's some important updates for our viewers. Remember, you can give an edge to your investment and trading journey with the all-new Money Control Super Pro. Explore alpha generators, one of Super Pro's super feature, and get live trading and investing ideas from SEBI-registered research analysts like Ambrish Baliga, Nuresh Mirani, and others. Get your investment superpower today. Subscribe now.
Welcome back. You're watching Midcap Radar on CNBC-TV18. Pull up the chart for Coal India. The stock is under pressure today. Keep in mind that there was a note that came in from Novama. They have gone ahead and downgraded the stock to reduce. They've even gone ahead and cut their target price on this counter from 405 earlier to 367 right now. The stock is seeing a fair bit of pressure, but in just the last hour of trade, we've seen the markets, fall accelerate, and some of the stocks from the Nifty pack contributing to this fall includes Jio Financial. The stock has seen a downtick of almost 1.5% in the last hour. Tata Motors, L&T, as well as Tata Steel also seeing a fair bit of pressure in today's trading session. From the mid-cap space, the selling pressure has intensified. In fact, which is from the agrochemical space, it has lost about 1.6% from the last couple of hours. Hudco, RVNL, L&T Finance are just some of the other counters that are not doing well in trade today. But let's get you a CNBC TV exclusive then. My colleague Shilpa Ranipeta caught up with Gautam Singhania, the chairman of Raymond Group. Shilpa asked him about his plans for the group's engineering business as well as his succession plans. Listen in to excerpts from that conversation.
Right now, everything is a subsidiary. We're going to make aerospace one subsidiary and real estate, auto components and engineering as separate subsidiaries. So currently it's a subsidiary. Will be split into two.
Right, fine. And you stated a while earlier when we were speaking about how there is huge opportunity in this space, right? Where will it come from? Will it come from the aerospace or defense?
Aerospace is a big, make in India is a big opportunity. So I think similarly, we're back to the China plus one story. I mean, companies are saying that we need to have presence in India.
Right.
India is a space we have to be.
And even for this Raymond Limited now also going forward, the top line and the EBITDA targets that you have is the same 20% and 15%? Stated for every group. What are the kind of projects that you're looking at in the automotive and in the aerospace and the defense space where you've stated that there's a huge opportunity?
We're looking at a lot of stuff. It's premature to talk. We've got the Paris Air Show next week. So let's see what comes out of that. It's a very big show, a lot of people there.
Right.
I'm going to be there next week. So I think there's a lot of opportunity. Let's just keep our fingers crossed and hope for the best.
Now we're talking about you've been running this business now for 25 years since you took over?
More. I've been running it. I've been in the group for 45 years.
45 years. Okay. I mean, at the very helm as the chairman.
26 years.
Now, when you look forward, how are you looking at the succession, Mr. Singhania? Are you also looking at bringing your children into the business?
My kids are too young. They're not going to come in, which is why I've got professional boards, professional management. Everybody's incentivized.
Right.
My daughter's 20. I don't think she's coming in for at least 5 years if she decides to come in. So we've got to professionalize the company. We've got to protect the shareholders. And that's what we're doing, which is why you're seeing this whole split up into 3 companies, 3 top-class boards, 3 sets of governance, best-in-class governance, best-in-class management, and that will ensure that, I have to differentiate between management and shareholders. I have to move back as a shareholder and get the best-in-class governance, which eventually, if I get good return on my shareholding, that's wealth creation for my family. So that's right.
So there is no thing about you want your children to come in that is completely...
That's a personal discussion. We can have that some other time.
Well, our colleague Shilpa catching up with the head honcho as far as Raymond is concerned. Well, with the slightly subduing news that the markets have seen the sell-off intensify in the last half hour, it's all the time we have on this edition of Midcap Radar. Mutual Fund Corner when we return.
Hello, good afternoon. You've tuned into MF Corner on CNBC-TV18. I'm Vinny Motiwala, and thank you so much for tuning in as always. In today's episode, we put focus on the AMFI data, also in terms of large cap and mid cap funds. What is the trend there, the valuations there? Now, looking at the AMFI data, we're going to talk about the drop that actually came into the large cap inflows vis-a-vis the inflows that were in the small and mid cap funds. Fund flows, when you look at it in terms of inflows, are at around 1,250 crore rupees, a drop of around 53% that you see. Now, meanwhile, mid and small cap, relatively fair between that range that we've seen coming in. Flows are seeing a bit of a decline in the mid and small cap as well on a month-on-month basis for overall the AMFI data for the month of May. But are, the valuations for these large caps still attractive? Why are people still going towards large cap funds versus a mid cap funds? Is that trend going to be changing? What is our understanding on that? In terms of volatile times, what do we watch out for? To talk to us and discuss about all of this, we have Kalpen Parekh, MD and CEO at DSP Mutual Fund, joining in with us to talk to us about all of that. Kalpen, good afternoon, and thank you so much for joining in with us. While it's important, to talk about valuations in this current market, what are the trends that shape up? But can you also highlight in terms of what is the trend that you're watching out in terms of AMFI data? Month of May, large cap funds saw a bit of a decline that came in. Any specific reason for that, and what are we watching out for going forward?
Vinny, thanks for having me, and maybe I'll disappoint you because I don't have an intelligent answer to give any insight to very noisy data, because monthly data points are generally very noisy. I personally, as an investor, don't care about, what are the patterns of where money is going in large, mid, small. And that is what I even discourage our investors also to, get swayed by this noisy data, because we all are long-term investors with a 10, 15, 20-year time horizon. What is popular today or not popular, what is really, not really relevant. The second point I want to highlight is that overall, after the Jan-Feb-March volatility, overall investors have become a bit nervous about increasingly investing more in equity. So to that extent, there is some bit of slowdown in new allocations. But this there's a nuance on this large cap and small and mid cap fall. Now, mid and small cap as a category has been popular for the last 5-6 years now. And in these 5-6 years, a lot of SIPs have gone into small and mid cap funds. So every month, the old SIPs are triggering and hitting the small cap and the mid cap category. But in the last 5 years, large cap as a category has not seen so many SIP swings or so many SIP users. So whenever new lump sum money slows down, the small and mid cap category gets the cushion of the SIPs which are registered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years back. And that is why this number tends to give you a slightly misleading impression. So what is important to know is that there is some bit of slowdown in terms of delta sales, but still investors are putting in almost 20,000 crores worth of their savings into the industry every month. And I always ask this, one very important thumb rule for me when I want to make a very large investment is I like to invest in categories where flows are lesser, because it means the world is not chasing that. So today for us, in fact, we've communicated extensively. We've come up with ad campaigns in the last 2 months to highlight about the fact that large cap funds are a better choice or a better place to invest at this point in time.
Absolutely. You are saying that, you've highlighted that as well. But so the valuation in the market, you still find it attractive, is what you're talking for large cap funds, and everyone should still look at it. Is that what you would say?
No. Okay, so I'll give you another nuance here, that this template that large caps are good or mid caps are good or small caps are good, again, is a very self-defeating question to try and answer or seek an answer to. Each investor has to build his own investment plan, and that is governed by his risk appetite and time horizon. As of today, as we speak, valuations are expensive across the board. Indian markets are seeing revenue and profit growth rate of just around 8 to 10% in revenue growth and profit growth rate in the range of 10 to 12%. And yet, valuations across large, mid, and small are 25 to 30 times in that band, or 20 times to 35 times, depending on segment and sectors. So from an intrinsic value perspective, almost most stocks are ahead of time by maybe a year or so. But we never get perfect conditions. We'll never get a day where everything aligns, where valuations also align, past returns also align. So these are things we should not worry about as long as you have a long-term plan. choose a flexi cap fund which will have a mix of large, mid, and small. Or if, let's say, you're starting your investments with an SIP, choose good small cap funds. Even small cap funds are relevant. I gave this advice to my nephew who became a father, 2 months back. So he was saying that, all you guys are talking that small caps are expensive or risky. So I was telling him that your daughter is born today. She has a 30-year runway. You're starting an SIP. You cannot go and buy direct stocks. You don't have the expertise. You are a doctor. You focus on that. Instead, you start an SIP in 2 good small cap funds and, continue with that. And secondly, when you do an SIP, only one installment is getting deployed at today's valuation. The second installment will come next month. Third will come third month later. So it doesn't matter what valuations are. SIPs actually make valuations a little bit less relevant. So we should not really worry about it.
Okay, shouldn't worry about it. SIP is the best way to go, I think. No matter what, ups and downs will be there in the market. Kalpen, with large caps, especially offering stability, normally you want like, okay, I want less risk, I go for large cap. You said mid and small caps also. That is also something that is higher, bit of a volatility there. There is different kinds of fund. You spoke about flexi cap fund as well. Now, how should investors approach portfolio allocation between these categories, managing the risk between these categories? And you're saying valuation obviously won't be much of a concern if you're doing SIPs, right?
Exactly. So, this is, like asking someone that, asking a CEO of a pharma company that what should my viewers buy today? Which medicine should I buy today? And there are some, 20,000 different drugs which are available. So it's very difficult to give you a single answer for this question. All I'm saying is each investor needs to have his personal financial plan and not necessarily rely on very generic advice that people like me would give you here. And secondly, it is not true that large cap funds are stable and small caps are not stable or vice versa. Good funds are good and bad funds are bad. So in a year like 2007 and 8 or 8 and 9, large cap funds fell by 50% and small cap funds fell by 60%, but both fell by 50 to 60%. So can you say large caps were stable? The answer is no. So it is misleading when we give these type of easy labels to these categories. Fundamentally, equity is volatile and in the short term, it is risky, whether it is large, mid or small. Today, all segments of the market are expensive. In fact, in the September to February correction of the last 5 months, many large cap stocks fell by 40 to 50%. Auto stocks, energy stocks, power stocks, they've fallen by 40 to 50%. Now, can you say large caps are stable? No, it is very misleading to make these inferences. Fundamentally, equities are volatile. Time horizon will solve for volatility. SIP will solve for volatility. Having some bit of bonds and gold will reduce that volatility at the cost of marginally lower returns. So that is a better way to solve for higher valuation and higher volatility, not necessarily the choice of large, mid, small. Unfortunately, there are, 25 product categories. And how do I tell you that this one is right today and the other one is not right for you? Now, if you do not understand these things, first, go and find a good advisor for yourself. Or secondly, start with a simple flexi cap fund. Don't have to worry about large, mid, small. Start with a flexi cap or a multi-cap fund and start your journey.
Okay. Kalpen, I just want to understand now. What are the most common mistakes that normally people make, right? So when I'm checking out or when I'm looking at a fund to invest or when I'm looking at the market, you look at P's, you look at valuations, you look at the performance of the fund. What is it that I should have a checklist as of now in this current market scenario, whether it's up and down, when you see that fall coming in since Jan, everyone was worried of what you should be doing with the funds that you're holding or in terms of SIPs. What are the mistakes that one should avoid and what are the checklists that one should have right now at such a time?
So I'll give you a very honest and authentic answer. I'll tell you how bad an investor was I in the first 8-9 years of my career. How was I investing? So I used to, those days, all these websites were not there to show last 1 year, 2 year, 3 year returns. We had Excel sheets and we used to go and check which fund has given the best return in the last 3 months, 6 months or 1 year. And I would go and invest there. And after I invest there in the next 3 or 6 months, something else would do well. So then I would shift from X to Y. And by the time I'm in Y, maybe fund Z starts doing well. So then I will feel very bad that I've invested in Y, but Z is doing well, so let me churn. So, you constantly keep jumping and you do not get the benefit of any single fund. You end up paying tax, you end up buying high and selling low. Whereas the right principle of investing is buying low and selling high. So the first thing I learned in 2008 or 9 was this is the wrong way to invest. You need to do the opposite of that. So my approach today, if I have to invest, is I look for 3 or 4 fund managers who are very sound in their investment ideology, who have a certain belief system. They stand for something. they will say that, I will invest in these type of companies, or I will invest in these type of valuations, and they communicate very upfront. They will, put out their communication very clearly. They will put out their do's and don'ts very clearly. They are people who are not selling their products. They are the ones who are constantly guiding investors that what are the risks which are there and how should you think about it. So one is to identify a few fund managers like that, and then say that, okay, now that I've identified these 3-4 fund managers, let me, allocate to all 4 of them 25% each, because I don't know in the next 1 year who will do better or worse. Let me give it to all 4. You're building a team after all. You're building a team of a good opening batsman, a good spinner, a fast bowler, and a wicketkeeper. So you build diversification of styles and fund managers. And then ideally in equity, I have learned you need to, you really start making money after you cross 7 or 8 years of being invested. So once you've invested, don't worry, don't keep checking your returns time and again and, keep acting. Give time, patience, and faith if you've done your homework right at the time of selection. The challenge is most investors don't know the formula of how to choose funds, and yet they try to do that. And which is why we keep guiding that, we'll be happy if you come to our website and choose a fund, but how do we ensure you're choosing the right fund? You may be choosing the wrong fund for you. It may be right for me, wrong for you. So find a good advisor. There's no better advice than that first, is what I would say.
Okay. Kalpin, how should one be looking to invest? Like, you have...
And police. That is what we are getting information from these departments. Right now, we are trying to contact DGCA and airport officials, but we have not got any concrete confirmation from them so far. But we are trying to reach to Air India also and airport officials also.
How soon do you think there is going to be an official word, Rajiv? We do know how the priority is to take the people who are survivors of this crash to safety, to the nearest hospital. Right now, we're looking at one particular hospital where every injured possibly is going to be taken to. But the impact of the crash, really, these visuals are telling a completely different story. We can see how big this crash really was, Rajiv.
Airport. Yeah, it is a densely populated area, so there were many people there. But civilian people, they rushed to the spot and they tried to help a passenger, whoever can be saved. So they are taking them to nearby hospital. Then immediately state machinery also got into action and they sent 108 ambulances there, and immediately they are being shifted to civil hospital because civil hospital is just nearby the plane crash area. So they are being sent there, and civil hospital is also on high alert. We are trying to get information more from them, and it is a very, very big accident that has come, and since it was a densely populated area, so people rush to the spot and they try to help people who are affected by this crash.
Right. You were mentioning about how this plane possibly crashed into a building. You're saying that this was an under construction building. Were there workers there? Any way of ascertaining these things as well, Rajiv? Because here we are talking about growing number of casualties by every passing minute. And we can also see a huge crowd that has, in fact, descended there because of the smoke and the impact of that crash, Rajiv.
Yeah, absolutely. Because it is a densely populated area, so people were on road. They were from nearby localities. They immediately rushed to the spot and they tried to help people in whatever manner they can and rush them to the hospital to save as many lives as they can. And the fire brigade has also reached. We can see in the visuals that smoke was very dense. It is there, and fire officials, they are also trying to send out people from there. But what we are trying to get information is official information from airport officials and Air India, because it is their flight that has crashed and how many exact people were there on board. And that is what information we are trying to get. But what we are getting information from sources is that the number of casualties may be high, and people they were on board are more than 200 people were on board for the Ahmedabad-London flight.
Rajiv, how soon can we have eyes on the ground? Because these are still initial visuals that are trickling in, and these are rather distressing. We are getting very close shots of the crash, and we can see smoke and also fire, live fire that's still billowing from there. We also are seeing how people are trying to help as many as they can. The police is also on the spot. So are the fire tenders, first responders. You spoke about ambulances who are also there at the spot. A bit more about this area. We're talking about the Meghani Nagar area in Ahmedabad in Gujarat. You are talking about how densely populated this area is. What all is close to the airport where this crash has happened? Right, we'll try and re-establish the connection with Rajiv Pathak as he has given us very, very crucial details. We are learning that this was an Air India flight that was en route to London from Ahmedabad, a direct flight going to London. While it took off at about 1:57 a.m. is when it soon crashed. It crashed into a nearby building, possibly an under construction building, a residential one at that was being constructed for doctors who are part of the civilian hospital, the civil hospital over there. And the aircraft had more than 200 passengers on board. That's how distressing this piece of news is. From these images, we are only hoping that there are not many casualties. We do see certain distressing visuals of people trying to help the injured out of this crash site. They are trying to take them to the nearest hospital so that they can save their lives. But the impact of the crash has been massive. And you can see it's not just the smoke that we are, visuals that we are putting out that had emerged through the various mobile phone cameras of people who had shot these visuals because of the impact of the clash and also the sound and the smoke that they had seen and heard. We are also now getting more visuals of first responders, ambulances on spot, even as the smoke still continues to bellow. We also do know how the fire tenders have been pressed into service. Anvit Srivastava, my colleague, is also with us on the broadcast. Anvit, these are the details so far. Anything more that you're picking up? Anvit?
Yeah. See, what the information that we have got that it was a London-bound flight and it was an Air India Dreamliner. Is that what we are needing to know? And a number of passengers were also on board. This has been confirmed by the sources to CNN News 18, and it confirmed that it was a flight that was bound to London. It had taken off from Ahmedabad, and the plane has met with a mishap. However, it is not confirmed and not has been confirmed from the airline that what is the magnitude of the mishap or how many fatalities could be expected, if any. However, it has been said that the incident took place while taking off, while the aircraft was taking off. It was a Dreamliner that has been confirmed, which means that the capacity was at least or close to 200 passengers or more than that. So there could be number of passengers on board, which has not been confirmed by any authority so far on record. But yes, it has been said that there were more than 200 people, including passengers and crew on board. What is the number of fatalities? What are the nature of injuries? That is not known, but the kind of visuals that are coming in from Ahmedabad, huge smoke that is going up. The aircraft, it seems that it has gone up in flames. The magnitude that it is suggestive of, that clearly suggests that there could be possibility, grave possibility, that there are certainly fatalities and grievous injuries as well to the passengers.
Right, Anvit, allow me to put out those details that you've just shared with us for our viewers once again. This plane had about 232 people on board, 12 of them crew members, more than 220 passengers on board. This was a London-bound flight that was going out of Ahmedabad. Right now, we are also putting out hospital visuals for our viewers. As the injured are being taken into the nearby hospital, the hospital authorities and also the doctors and the attendants are reacting fast. They are going to the spot of the crash to take care of any survivors who could be there present. We're also learning that this was the Air India Dreamliner AI-171. That is the flight number. For anybody who's watching, who is worried about their kith and kin, they would want these details, rather distressing details, unfortunately, that we are having to put out. This was AI-171, an Air India Dreamliner, London-bound flight from Ahmedabad in Gujarat. 10 minutes on takeoff is when it crashed. Anvit, this is an important detail. So possibly the crash happened very, very close to civilian facilities outside the airport. Is that right?
Exactly, and this could also have led to fatality or agencies or injuries on ground as well, because the airport is an area that is surrounded by it's a heavily inhabited area, and there are residential buildings as well. In fact, the visuals that are coming in that are also clearly suggestive of the fact that the plane where it has, the location where it has gone up in flames is surrounded by visuals by residential buildings. People are there on ground. Ambulances can be seen in the visuals as they have been rushed, and the emergency services like fire brigade and ambulances, and they have also been rushed to the spot. So these visuals are coming in, and we can see how the plane has gone up heavy in smoke and fire, which is also an indication that the number of passengers who were on ground, that certainly they have had grievous hurt. Not just that, but what we are fearing is that there could be high number of fatalities as well. What we know is that there were at least roughly about 240 people, at least 220 to 240 people on board that plane. It was a London-bound Dreamliner Air India aircraft. Dreamliner are usually big aircrafts. They have a capacity of at least 250 to 240 to 250 people to keep them on board. And if this plane has crashed just after 10 minutes of taking off, there could be some technical glitch as well, which certainly the airline will be accountable. But the accountability will be fixed later on once the basics are sorted, once the passengers are taken out. There could be survivors as well. So we do not know as of now what the magnitude of this crash as well is actually. But the kind of visuals that are coming in, they certainly are scary at the moment.
Right, Anwar, do stay on with us. We are learning that we are getting a word from the Gujarat Chief Minister as well. We're still waiting for those details. And we are also putting out those details of that very flight. There was a flight that was supposed to take off right after this AI-171 Boeing 787, the ill-fated London-bound flight that crashed. There you can see a flight before that. These are visuals from the runway that also show that crash happening very close to the airport, possibly inside the airport, but it also ended up hitting this residential building. And hence we are in fact really trying to ascertain if the casualties go beyond the people who were on board that aircraft, because the crash did happen in a civilian spot, hitting a residential building. 10 minutes on takeoff is when the plane crashed. And there's also a word that is coming out of the Gujarat Chief Minister. We have to wait and see what exactly is he saying, because this is a terrible tragedy that has emerged from the state of Gujarat right at the Sardar Vallabhbhai Airport in Ahmedabad. This Air India plane has crashed. Also, we are learning that the Home Minister has spoken to the Gujarat Chief Minister. The Gujarat Chief Minister has also left for Ahmedabad from Surat. He was in Surat. He has quickly rushed to Ahmedabad, and Air India's Ahmedabad London flight, in fact, has crashed. These are details that have emerged now. Terrible tragedy that has happened. The crash has happened near a residential building. 220 passengers were on board, 12 of them crew members. All of them were on board this ill-fated aircraft. Police, fire brigade personnel, first responders are all at the spot to take care of any survivors. But we also are trying to ascertain more details from the very spot. We also are putting out details of how many of those who are injured are being rushed to the nearby hospitals. Possibly the injured could be a lot more than the people who were on board, because the flight ended up crashing in a civilian area right outside the airport. My colleague Arun Dhanta is also now joining us on the broadcast. Arun, we are learning that the Gujarat Chief Minister has rushed to Ahmedabad from Surat after learning of this great amount of tragedy. We're also learning that the Home Minister has spoken with him. Is that right?
Absolutely. The Griha Chief Minister is rushing to the spot, and we're given to understand that the Home Minister Amit Shah has spoken to both the Police Commissioner and the Chief Minister, Bhupen Patel, of Gujarat and ensure all support from the central government side, which is needed. And perhaps that's the reason why you see the Chief Minister is also heading towards that side. There is no clarity, of course, at this point, how many passengers were on board. But as we've been reporting, that the Dreamliner big aircraft, the capacity is more than 220 passengers. So this seems to be a very big, unfortunate incident, which is, in fact, the story is developing at this point in time. The fire services, police, everything there is on the spot. But of course, it's a big, scratch, if we can call it. And Home Minister Amit Shah ensured all central support assistance to the Gujarat administration and the government at this point in time. And in fact, we are also told that a Chief Minister and the Police Commissioner briefed Amit Shah about this entire incident. But still, we are waiting for some sort of a confirmation coming from either the government, Gujarat government side, or from the Air India's side. But as reports are suggesting that it was a big aircraft, the Dreamliner, and the capacity is above 200. So this could potentially be a huge loss. But of course, we'll have to see as and when the official confirmation comes from the Air India side.
Right, Arun, you are mentioning that state has assured all central assistance, of course, in the face of this massive tragedy. We are also now learning, Arun, that the Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu is heading to Ahmedabad very quickly. He is, in fact, rushed from Vijayawada after learning of this tragedy. So all of these developments are constantly happening in the face of this massive tragedy that we are seeing come out of Ahmedabad in Gujarat.
Well, that's right. The Civil Aviation Minister was in Vijayawada. He was there for some program. Now we're given to understand that he's also going to the spot. But still, we'll have to wait for the official confirmation, Griha. But this is very, very unfortunate incident. The flight which took off from the Ahmedabad airport, it's a London-bound flight. Within 5 to 10 minutes of the takeoff, it just crashed, and now many reports are suggesting that it was a well-populated area where this crash happened. So there could be massive loss of life in this incident. But as we are seeing, the Chief Minister of Gujarat is also reaching to the spot. The Civil Aviation Minister is also is going to be there on the spot very shortly. So all efforts are the rescue efforts, everything will be in place. But we'll have to really wait for the official confirmation on anything in this story.
Thank you so much for all of that information. In fact, we have got more details about this aircraft, AI-171, Boeing 787 that we have been talking about. We are now learning that this departed from the Ahmedabad airport at 1:10. From Terminal 2 of the Ahmedabad airport, it was going to the Gatwick airport in London. These are the latest details that are now emerging. It, in fact, was bound for London. It was going to Gatwick, not Heathrow. And it left at 1:10. In 10 minutes from the time it took off, at about 1:20 possibly is when that crash happened. 1:17 to be precise is when that crash really happened. We also have Anvit, our colleague, who continues to be with us. Anvit, we are learning that the Aviation Minister is also now rushing from Vijayawada. He's headed to Ahmedabad. The Chief Minister of Gujarat is headed to Ahmedabad. And of course, there is the government of the centre who's constantly in touch with not just the Chief Minister, the Police Commissioner, but also the Aviation Minister.
Yes, certainly the Aviation Minister and even other senior ministers are rushing to the spot. Also because the kind of accident it is, and in fact, the number of passengers who were on board plane, this was a Dreamliner. It's usually a huge aircraft. It was a London-bound aircraft. It took off from Ahmedabad airport at 1:17, and it was expected to land at the London airport in around 7 p.m. In the evening. But it was just 10 minutes after the takeoff that there was the mishap took place. The reason so far is not clear, obviously, because the priority right now is to make sure that the passengers are, if any, there are failures, then they need to be rushed to the medical facility. If there are fatalities, then that needs to be taken care of. Also, what is being looked into is that the plane apparently, as per the reports, has crashed into a residential area because it just met the mishap just 10 minutes after taking off from Ahmedabad airport. So it is also being looked if there are casualties in the area where the plane has crashed. It seems to be a residential area. The visuals that are coming in, we can see the paramedics.
Well, that is the tragic news, and it's occupied everyone's mind space and heart right now. Lots of lives have been lost. You know, we will keep coming back to the story, and it just appears, Nigel, the markets are also in a bit of mourning, you know, with this kind of news. Look at the markets right now. We've got 1 hour of trade left. I'm pretty sure everyone's, you know, still watching the news, grappling with what's happening, you know, trying to get more details. Many loved ones would be on that flight. But 1 hour to go for the markets to trade, and you know it's taken a turn for the worse, more than 1% down now.
Well, Rima, I'm absolutely numb. You know, just thinking about the kind of you know the impact that we could see. Those visuals, you know, they're giving you the jitters. Actually, as you just look at it, it's, you know, you have more than 100 people in that plane, and it's crashed as well. So there would be a lot of a lot of impact on ground as well. So it's a dual impact that's you know hit all of a sudden. And just hoping against hope that things are not as bad as they're looking as of now, and the losses of lives really will be minimum. Prayers to all those that are out there, praying for their safety, the passengers, the crew, all those on ground as well. And we'll keep visiting that story here.
I think there is a statement coming from Air India, which you can see on your screen. Flight AI-171 operating Ahmedabad, London, Gatwick was involved in an incident today, 12th June 2025. At this moment, we are ascertaining the details, and we will share further updates at the earliest on airindia.com and our handle, the Twitter handle. That's the statement coming in from the Air India spokesperson. Not saying too much, but you know, what does one say at, you know, such time?
Just hoping, Rima, just hoping against hope, and praying for all our brothers and sisters that are out there, and you know, hopefully just hoping that things are not as bad as they seem as of now. But we'll keep cutting back to that, and we'll keep getting you all the official comments that we are getting with regard to this crash. But just prayers go out to all those that are affected as of now. Well, let's get back to the markets though. We've got an hour of trade, and we'll keep cutting back to you know, CNN News as and when we get an update. Mitesh Thakkar is back with us. Mitesh, the markets are you know, under pressure today. We're down closer on 300 points. What is your reading in terms of how the Nifty is moving from here on?
Good afternoon. Very sobering, in fact, very sad news. That apart, I think, you know, the index is talking about the fact that, you know, the breakout which happened was not showing follow through. So it was always worrisome. While we have kind of failed that breakout, and you know, we started coming below 25,080, which is where I said, you know, you should keep your trading stop loss. We are now 180, 200 points below that. The idea is that wait for, you know, some kind of signal. In case you break 24,750, I would look at shorting. Otherwise, I think this market just might chop around. We still haven't got a very, you know, strong sense around the indicators. It's just that, you know, indicators are turning upwards, have turned flat. So it could be a market which might not do much and just go to some kind of a shrinkage phase, and, you know, a mild consolidation phase. But 24,750 is the level which I would watch on the downside. In case we break that, I think a retest of 24,550, 520 at least should happen, maybe more, but we'll start with that.
Okay, markets 24,750 is the level that Mitesh is immediately watching right now. Mitesh, any stocks that you have on your radar right now that one could trade for the last 1 hour?
Yeah, so I have one sell and one buy call. On the buying side is Grassing, which has given a good pullback today. So, you know, try to buy here with the stop below 26.55 for target 27.40. And on the sell side is Bharti Airtel. I would recommend selling here with the stop just above levels of 1850 for targets of around 1805, 1800.
Okay, all right. Thanks a lot for that, Mitesh. Well, we'll keep getting you updates on that front, you know, in terms of what's going on in Gujarat. For the time being, though, the markets, at least we have defended the low point of the day. So the Nifty has now conquered at least the 24,900 odd. You know, just a half hour or so ago, we were at around 24,850. And what's trying to help out with the fight back, I think Dr. Reddy's, that stock was in the red, that's moved into the green. So keep an eye out on that name. And I think if you pull up the Nifty with the 20 DMA, that'll tell you that in fact we're defending that mark as of now. That's going to be the important near-term support that you're looking at in terms of technical levels. Amit Gupta, Head Equities, PMS Motilal Oswal Private Wealth, who joins us on the show. Hi, Amit. Good to see you on the show, and thanks a lot for joining in. Tell us, what's your call on, the markets as of now? The problem is, I think, there's too much of supply, investors getting a little bit jittery, and we've had a good run actually from the recent lows. Your take?
Yeah, so I think, first of all, it's a very sad event which we are seeing right now, and our prayers are there with all the families there. And coming to the markets, yes, you rightly said, I think it's a consolidation, and we should be ready for this consolidation. So we have seen a sharp run-up from 22,000 to almost 25,000. And we should also understand that the index earnings are not growing that sharply, which was happening in the previous 3 years, right? We grew almost with 20% CAGR. But last financial year, we have grown with around 4% only. So 1,000 rupees of EPS is coming closer to 1,035, 38. So we feel more consolidation is possible in which the broader market can participate for sure. And that is wherever the government capex intensity is going, I think those sectors can perform. So if you look at March month, we have seen almost 67% of jump in the capex. In the month of April, we have seen 61% jump. So last year, in the month of April, government had spent around 99,000 crores into the capital expenditure. And this April, the starting of this financial year, we have seen almost 1,60,000 crores going. So I think if there is an intensity, if there is hardly one election actually in the state elections, this entire financial year, you have one election, and the government has given good amount of allocation to Bihar already, where this election is. So I think they have some kind of freedom where they can, spend more, and those kind of capex intensity definitely will come in the surface time and again.
By the way, Europe is also weaker today and sharply lower for some of the key indices. So if you can just pull that up, the CAC is down close to about 0.7%. The DAX is down in excess of 1%. And even the FTSE is currently in the red. And UK's GDP print for April has actually disappointed the markets there. So Europe is not helping right now. Let's address some of the movers. On the way down today is Paytm. Paytm has fallen after the Finance Ministry has clarified its stance on merchant discount rate. The street was hoping that perhaps MDR is introduced, which means companies like Paytm can monetize the UPI payments. But looks like that's not happening. Pamakshi?
Well, absolutely, Rima. There was speculation in the market with respect to the MDR coming in on UPI payments, but, that has not come through because the Finance Ministry has now gone ahead and clarified that there is no plan to levy MDR charge on UPI transactions. Keep in mind that MDR is basically the merchant discount rate, which is essentially the fees charged to merchants for accepting digital payments. This is usually a percentage of the overall transaction amount. Currently, though there is no MDR that is applicable on UPI payments as well as RuPay debit card payments, the reintroduction of MDR could have possibly been a positive trigger for Paytm, given that it could help the company effectively monetize its payment gateway services. But since the clarification has come in from Finance Ministry, this is a sentiment negative for the company. UPS too alludes to the same. They have a neutral rating on this counter, target price of 1,000 rupees per share. They were building in 1 basis point contribution to Paytm's net payment margin from either introduction of MDR or increased incentive as compared to the budget. Given the absence of both FY25, 26 as well as 27 adjusted EBITDA estimates, they do see a downside risk of almost 10% to this particular counter. But given the kind of development on Paytm, the stock for now is trading under pressure.
Amit, even without this particular trigger coming through, with the assumption that as of now it doesn't happen, Paytm has done well. The 52-week low on this stock, I mean, not compared to the highs, but just the recent recovery. The recent low on Paytm was 400, 52-week low. And from there, the stock is up more than, it's up about 120%. How do you feel about Paytm?
So I won't be able to comment on a stock specific, but I think overall on the internet side, I think there are definitely some businesses which are evolving, right? Some of them, like this company, had seen the correction, but some of them, I think, which are linked to the artificial intelligence, which are linked to data analytics, which are acting as the food aggregators, and also, this 10-minute delivery and all. So they are really coming up because it's a big market. I think they have reached to only 40 cities, some of the company, and there is a large canvas where they can extend actually themselves. If you see the profitability, it is coming in now. So those who were the initial starters, there we have started seeing the profitability coming in, and that is where the interest from the foreign institutions also comes. We are seeing this, that in certain segments, some positions are actually increased. And along with this, I think what best is there, because the canvas is big, eventually you will see more sales growth actually picking up. So we have seen in certain cases 67% of sales growth, profit margin of around 2.6%. And in that aggregator platform, if you compare with FMCG companies, which are the traditional players in the market, there the profit margin is around 18%, but the volume growth is not coming. So that is why some of the traditional businesses are getting disrupted with these internet-based, smartphone-based businesses. And I think that is where we have to start looking at for sure. This is how India is changing. This is how the customer behavior is changing. And I think when the sales growth is so sharp, the profitability can get double actually with a little bit tweaking in the profit margin. That is the kick. So even if it is going from 2.6 to 2.8% in certain cases, the profitability can go from 530 to 950 crores also. That is what we have seen. So they are putting up some expenses upfront right now. But once beyond these expenses, if they increase the dark stores to a certain level, I think when this intensity of expenses will come down, I think profit margin has the capability of going even to 5%. Then the profitability, absolute profitability, can get actually, triple also from these levels. So that is how the scenario is, and that is where these kind of declines in this market consolidation should be utilized actually to look at very closely those kind of businesses where I think definitely a lot of higher sales growth is imbibed, and they have already gone through the phase of higher capital expenditure, higher expenses in the businesses.
What about some internet-based companies where expenditure is still happening? We're talking about the quick commerce, the food delivery space. And both are seeing, more players coming in, some with deep pockets, some with discounting. So it looks like that the spending will continue in many of these quick commerce / food delivery. What would your thoughts be on this?
No, for sure. So I think they understand there is a big pie here, right? You are just into the metros. You have to go to the tier 2, tier 3 cities. And also you are giving a lot of job to the gig workers also in the market. And I think these companies, definitely some of them are spending. But going ahead, once the market share is started, they gain certain kind of market share, maybe 20%, 25%. I think then there is certain level which comes where they also start earning better. So our sense is the leader in this segment definitely will get the benefit if it has already come in the profitability. The others, they have to get more dense actually in their area. So for example, if suppose you are in 40 cities and you have around 1300 stores, that means there are 33 stores in a city. That means you are more dense in comparison to those competitors who have tried to spread to 100 cities, but they have only 900 or 1000 stores. That means only 10 stores per city. So we have to give weightages to those companies in this segment which are getting dense, which are occupying the market, and then trying to move ahead into the tier 2 or tier 3. I think that is a better model where we need to focus and looking at the stocks in this domain.
Okay, all right, Amit, thanks a lot for that. Well, let's focus on Coal India then. And Nuvama, they've come out with a note, and in fact, they've gone ahead and they've downgraded the stock. So they downgraded the stock to reduce, and they've cut the target price on the stock. The key reasons is they're reducing the EBITDA estimates by around 7 to 9% because of a couple of factors. One is they're factoring in lower volumes, and also they are factoring in higher cost of production amid the higher stripping cost. Let's tell you what they're estimating for the next 2 years with regard to Coal India. They're factoring in, just a 2 to 3% volume growth. They're saying even that is at risk because of the rising share of captive miners. The EBITDA, volume will grow only by 2 to 3%. EBITDA will fall by around 2% approximately. And they're saying the cost of production will go up by close to around 4%. Now, 3 big points is what they're making. One is the volume growth is unlikely to pick up. For the first 2 months itself, volume growth has been very, very subdued because power demand has been lower than expected, and the share of captive miners, that's moved up as well. In fact, they've given that share of captive miners. They're saying that the total volumes for the first 2 months, that's April and May, it's gone up by close to around 14%, at around 35 million tons approximately. They're saying that the captive miners, they have captured close to 20% of demand. That compares with around 17.5% on a year-to-year basis in the same 2 months of the year. And finally, on e-auction prices, global prices itself have been weak. So they say that during Q4, the realization was around 2,600 rupees. At current reckoning, it's fallen to around 2,200 rupees on a per ton basis. So nothing's going in Coal India's way as per what Nuvama is saying. Volume growth is going to be subdued, cost of production is going to go up, and EBITDA in turn will come under pressure. So they're saying, yes, dividend yield is good, but they prefer stocks where you can see some growth visibility, and out here, it's not visible. Amit, what's your view?
So I think, as I like this CapEx story, and I think we have already seen a good move in defense. My sense is eventually it will start coming to the railways and also to the power segment. When we start, talk about the power, I think both the segments, thermal as well as renewable, looks better. Though there has been more capex intensity we have seen in the wind also recently and the solar also. But in thermal, I think the kind of CAGR return we started seeing from 2021 onwards, I think that should continue at least for 2-3 years more, because there is a good demand for power. Yes, the peak power demand has not gone to 2.7 gigawatt, 270 gigawatt, which we were expecting. It has come lower because of there are early rains actually this time. But yes, there is a good compounding of around 5-6% in electricity, which is going to happen. So yes, more mining requirements, I think, is going to come. 1 billion ton of overall coal production from Coal India, I think, is going to come now going forward. It has already reached close to, I think, 800 or something million ton. So our sense is that the mining space is likely to do better going ahead. They have already seen a retrospective tax actually, which came actually before, but they are over it. And our sense is not only coal, in fact, because you are seeing the rare earth magnets kind of, restrictions imposed by China on their export. I think somewhere the government also is focusing more on looking at more intensive mining where they can work out more. So it is not only coal. I think it may be copper, or it may be some other lithium minings, etc., which can pick up actually going forward. And that is what the government is focusing on. So I think minerals mining is a very rich, space where one can focus. The valuations are very attractive. This is what I feel.
Amit, capital market plays or asset management companies, I think 2 days in a row we're seeing BSE correct. Yesterday, Vamakshi was telling us how the BSE options premium volume has come down at least in the early part of June compared to the numbers in April and May, and it's quite a drastic fall. And plus, there's so much regulatory overhang and curbs. It's a structural story, no doubt. But at this juncture, how is the risk reward for capital market plays?
So definitely it's a long-term story. The number of demat accounts, the way it is opening, I think the volumes in the cash market will improve. Derivatives is equally doing better. Yes, it is moving to some extent to other exchanges also. The other exchanges, they have also got benefited. And my sense is the intermediate, corrections in the market, you will see some jitters coming because they are directly related to the capital market. But those will throw opportunities. So you can wait for your time. I think when you see, like the move came when the market declined to 22,000. If you are seeing that there is a higher base formed in the index, because the last base in the index was formed at 18,000 when the Ukraine war started, and when the US banks collapsed, it made the bottom at around 18,000. And then it moved higher. And now I think market is trying to create another bottom above 22,000. It has already corrected there. So when these kind of declines come, I think you should be ready to participate in the capital marketplace, because they will give you direct beta or direct alpha in the portfolio can be created. So yes, on corrections, they are definitely good buy.
Thank you very much for that, Amit, for joining in. A statement coming from N. Chandrasekharan, the chairman of Air India, the chairman of Tata Sons, so also the chairman of Air India, where they go on to say, first, their thoughts and condolences acknowledging the tragic incident and giving their thoughts and deepest condolences. They're saying the primary focus right now is on supporting the affected people and their families. They're doing everything in their power to assist emergency response teams at the sites to provide all the necessary support and care to those who are impacted. Further updates will be shared as they receive more verified information. An emergency center has been activated. Support teams have been set up for families seeking information. We will get into a break on that note. We'll come back. Welcome back. The Nifty is at 24,900, down a percentage point on both the Nifty and the Sensex. Across the board, you are seeing a sell-off. Realty, auto, All these indices are trading with deep cuts. The mid-cap index too is down close to about a third of a percentage point, 800 points lower on the mid-cap index. Prashant is also joining in on the last leg of this show. Hi.
Hi, guys. I mean, really unfortunate incident, right? We were in a recording and we just came out and we said, this is terrible, terrible news. Absolutely devastating for over 200 families. And I think that's the big one, which we will continue to give you information on. I don't know if there is more. I think we've got a tweet from N. Chandra of Tata Sons, which is coming right now. Along with many others, of course, who are now starting to talk about this one, because this is clearly the story which is going to be top of mind in that sense. So we've got some details here. So this is flight AI 171 from Ahmedabad to London, was involved in the crash, and the airport, of course, is not operational anymore. This is the latest update which is coming in. All flight operations are temporarily suspended. But of course, I mean, in terms of what really happened, etc., we don't know at this point in time. The PTI is reporting that the aircraft reached a maximum altitude of 625 feet. Airport altitude is about 200 feet, and then it started to descend. I mean, those visuals are clear that, right after takeoff, I think there was trouble and it sort of came through. It came down very, very fast. As we are told, in terms of the updates which are coming in from our sister network CNN-18, we'd like to cut across to some of that as well, and we'll do that. But for now, the updates are all at the bottom of the screen in terms of comments, etc., which are coming through. I think Dinshaw Irani is with us. Let's welcome him into the program as well, CEO of Helios Mutual Fund. Dinshaw, good to have you with us here, but this is just, a heartbreaking, terrible news coming through.
Yeah, I know. I mean, Prashant, thank you for having me on your show. Really saddening, and that too, a Dreamliner, so many families affected, really sad.
Yeah. My first thought was whether this is, the 737 MAX, which is essentially the Boeing aircraft which had those issues. I mean, there was a documentary about that as well. But that was a technical issue which Boeing said they resolved. But this is not that case. This is something else, maybe an engine failure or something. But this is news which is coming in just about now. I don't know what to say even. As I said, if the producer is seeing updates on CNN-18, our sister network channel, we'd like to sort of use some of that. Maybe we can just for a minute or two just cut across two visuals which are coming in, and then Dinshaw will come back to you.
A number of very densely packed residential areas are right under the flight path of this plane. So we're expecting news of collateral damage on the ground. We also have no updates. We have no updates, really, viewers, on the casualty figures, but we are being told that 250 passengers in total were on board, including 2 pilots who had a lot of experience between them. Anvit, what are the details that you're getting now about who was aboard this flight, the pilots who were in charge of this flight?
See, if we talk about the people who were on board, starting with the captain of the flight, the Captain Sumit Sabharwal was handling the flight. He was an experienced pilot with more than 8,200 hours of flying, and his first officer was Clive Kunda, who also is said to have at least more than 1,100 hours of flying experience. Now, these were the 2 pilots. Other than that, there were 10 cabin crew that was on board the aircraft, and other than so in total, there were 242 passengers that were on board this aircraft. Now, this was a London to Ahmedabad to Gatwick flight. We are being told that it was a Dreamliner. It's usually a big aircraft of a capacity of at least handling at least 240 to 250 passengers. And the kind of incident, Rahul, it is, the kind of accident and the visuals that are coming in, they're clearly indicative of the fact that the magnitude of the incident is huge. Not just the people who were on board the aircraft, but also because when we see in the visual that the aircraft's flight path is lowering, the flight is going down instead of taking off. Yes. Then it clearly suggests that the flight is right above the residential area. In fact, the visuals that have come on from the ground, they also show locals have gathered around the crash site. Other than the first responders, be the police, the ambulances, paramedics, or the disaster management authorities, and the firefighters. Along with that, we can also see hundreds of locals have gathered there because it is a residential area and there are certain, it's a heavily inhabited area, and that is one reason why it is also being feared that there could be casualties from on ground as well, not just the people who were on the aircraft and the way.
Just hold your thoughts,
went up in
Anvit. I just want to quickly update London Gatwick. The airport management has also issued a statement clearly intended, of course, for those who were expecting their loved ones to come to London. As you know, viewers, this is peak holiday season in India, and there would be a lot of flights between India and London, London being one of the favored destinations for Indian passengers. So these pictures, Anvit, a confirmation really of the fact that the flight would have been packed really. This Dreamliner plane, Boeing Airlines in any case has been under a little bit of controversy over the past few years. Anvit, over to you again for updates.
And Rahul, also keeping the incident in mind, as a result, this Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport, that is the Ahmedabad airport, that has also been made non-operational right now. So all the flight operations are temporarily suspended until further notice. And the airport authorities have said that passengers are advised to check their status of flight and with the airlines and check the latest updates before proceeding to the airport. So following this incident, flight AI 171 that had crashed outside Ahmedabad airport, that was bound to London Gatwick, that has crashed, and following that, the airport has shut its
Let me also very quickly read out this statement. Anvit, stay on with me. N. Chandrasekharan, chairman of Air India, has put out a statement saying, with profound sorrow, I confirm that Air India flight AI 171 operating Ahmedabad, London, Gatwick was involved in a tragic accident today. Our thoughts and deepest condolences are with the families and loved ones of all those affected by this devastating event. At this moment, our primary focus is on supporting all the affected people and their families. We're doing everything in our power to assist the emergency response teams at the site and to provide all necessary support and care to those impacted. Further updates will be shared as we receive more verified information. An emergency center has been activated and support team have been set up for families seeking information.
I mean, that's that comment which our colleague Rahul is reading out. N. Chandrasekharan's comment, chairman of Tata Sons, and I think the reporter there made an important point. I mean, the plane went down a heavy residential area. So, I mean, there is, of course, the loss of lives of people on board. But there is also perhaps potentially casualties on the ground as well, since it was a heavily populated area near the airport, basically. Dinshaw is with us. Dinshaw, thanks for waiting. I mean, really a crazy kind of situation. We'll continue to get updates, but let's just get back to the market if we can for a bit, Dinshaw. What have you been doing? What's top of mind for you and your team at Helios?
Prashant, the enormity of this situation is unfathomable. I mean, anyway, let's keep that aside for a while. And yeah, so we've been basically calling out a flattish market. And frankly, I mean, flattish because we've seen all the good news getting already discounted. It's only from here on, probably one more good news is waiting, which is probably the deal that we'll reach with the US. I don't know when, but it will be purely shortly before 9th of July, hopefully. The fact that China got the deal before us is definitely not good news for us. Wasn't a sweet deal, but I think that 20% fentanyl tax will go away and they'll be at 35. We are already at 26, so I don't know how that will work out. So maybe not as good as everybody expects it to be. So frankly, I mean, the only thing that was supporting the markets is the flows, be it the domestic or the FIIs. FIIs seem to be waning away because already the valuations are looking a bit stretched at 23, 24 times forward earnings. I'm talking about MSCI now. Yeah, the domestic flows continue, and that's why. And you've seen the supply, which is coming in. It's been truckloads of stocks getting offered. Literally, I was talking to a couple of bankers, and they were like telling us, look at the pipeline that we got. We normally see them when markets are looking peakish. So I'll leave it here. I don't think the markets are going to do much, at least in this year.
Dinshaw, do you think the fall that we're seeing today in the markets, this 1.5% lower on the benchmark indices, is just linked? I mean, the sentiment is so down today given the tragedy. And will it have a lingering impact? And what does it mean for airline stocks, hotels, tourism? Because first it was Kashmir and now this.
No, I don't think this airline, whatever visuals that I've seen thus far, till the end, the pilot was fighting to get the plane up. In fact, if you notice, he was trying to get the nose up even when the plane was literally touching the ground. I'm sure it was an engine issue. I'm sure he must have lost thrust. Some technical issue must have worked out. So I think it was more of a specific aircraft issue rather than airline issue. Obviously, we do have some impact. These kind of big events have some impact, but I don't think it'll be a long-lasting one. Having said that, I don't think the market will have a initial phase of dealing with this, but I think going forward, as I said, that mainly it'll be the valuations which will play out. The quarter gone by wasn't that great. The commentary that we heard from managements into the 2 months of this quarter weren't that great either. So I think this quarter also doesn't look that good a quarter. Hopefully, the kind of steps RBI has taken will see some kind of positive uptake, probably in the festive season, which will be the December quarter. And so all hopes are anchored out there. Till then, I think the markets are looking fairly flattish. Time correction is what we are looking at. That's what we're building in it, actually.
All right, Dinshaw, hi, good afternoon, and good to see you, Win. Dinshaw, the RBI repo rate cut was something that the street was looking at, and that's where they started bidding up, NBFCs, real estate stocks that would be beneficiaries. But that CRR cut suddenly had something in it for the banks as well, because in the longer term, it's good for banks. But in the near term, obviously, you'll have that NIMS pressure. And that's what could swing it towards the banking names as well. In the past, you have mentioned that you like the large private banking names. Continue to hold on to that stance?
Yeah, Nigel, actually, we are doing that only because, you rightly pointed out, the CRR cut was basically a softener for the banks. A 50 bip cut in interest rates would have taken the NIMS, compressed the NIMS quite a lot, but with that 1% cut on CRR, that gave them a lot of leeway to manage their balance sheet per se. So I think the NIM effect probably will be lasting for a quarter or two for the private sector banks. The public sector, unfortunately, will be longer because they have these longer term loans and stuff like that in the books. And obviously they have these mark-to-market and held-to-maturity portfolio, which will take a hit going forward. So I think that will be a problem there. But NBFCs are a clear winner in this whole game. And that's why you saw the way the NBFCs reacted to this whole thing.
So what have you all been up to? Dinshaw, if you want to just quickly run us through some of the portfolio changes in the last 3 months.
So what we've done is we've basically stuck on to our domestic plays. We've been very clear that we don't want to take any exposure to any stock which is exposed to US per se. Obviously, IT was ruled out much before that also. But the ones which we've moved into are obviously in a big way are the NBFC space. We've lapped up on that space. Today, I think financial services, BFSI portion is roughly around 45% of the portfolio. And that's a major overweight in our portfolio. We continue to stick to our names in tourism, hospitality, be it aviation also. And obviously, we like healthcare, but only the hospital part of the healthcare that we're on with and the new age companies.
Right, then, sure, very quickly, before we let you go, your view on the quick commerce space. Zomato is something that you'll have liked in the past. Now you have Rapido, that's coming in there. It has the fleet of, vehicles. And that's going to be a bit of a challenge, is what the street believes. The Zomato stock, though, has been more or less unmoved, actually. It's been holding steady. And even that MSCI and the FTSE rebalancing, all of that got absorbed. Your view on the space, do you all continue to remain constructive?
So, Nigel, actually, the space is fairly lucrative. I'm sure there'll be others also coming in. Why only Rapido? I'm sure there'll be a few big corporates who will try to walk into that space. But I don't think it's only about logistics. It's not about logistics alone, but I think it's more about fulfillment and stuff like that. And frankly, Rapido coming in, I don't think is a big deal here. They've already started some marketing in Bangalore, if I'm not mistaken. But beyond that, they haven't moved out. So I don't see that to be a competition. But mind you, one big player within that which was proving to be a big competition and was looking at an IPO, that has fizzled out to an extent. The IPO has fizzled out. They're looking at PE. I think the pressure's taken off. Someone will come in. So I don't see that a problem. But going forward, obviously, it's going to be a 2 or 3 player market. And I don't see a Zomato, at least Eternal, by the way, as getting affected with this kind of a competition.
Absolutely. Dinshaw, thank you very much for joining us. And as always, good getting that perspective. Let's just go back to the tragic news flow on the aircraft crash. Madiha is now joining us. Of course, she tracks aviation pretty closely. Madiha, so many questions. Of course, we will, I guess, figure out the answers in due time. But really, a tragic incident. I have a basic layman question. I mean, these aircrafts will have 2 engines, right? They're all twin-engine aircraft. So this has got to be a complete loss of power, total loss of power right after takeoff. Start with that and, of course, give us some of the other information you have.
Well, certainly a mayday call could mean many reasons. One of that could be engine failure. So the investigation teams are on their way to Ahmedabad to ascertain whether there was an engine failure or there was some other reason for the crash. So we still have some time to know what was the actual reason that led to this tragic crash. But what we know so far is that Air India, this was a Boeing 787 Dreamliner aircraft operating flight AI 171 from Ahmedabad to Gatwick, London. The plane crashed immediately after takeoff from Ahmedabad. The flight had 242 passengers on board, including 2 pilots and 10 cabin crew. As per the ATC, aircraft had departed from Ahmedabad at 1:40 p.m. It gave a mayday call to ATC, but thereafter no response was given by the aircraft to the calls made by the ATC. The aircraft immediately after departure from runway 23 of the Ahmedabad airport fell on ground outside the airport perimeter. Heavy black smoke was seen coming from the accident site. So as you were mentioning and as I was explaining, a mayday call is used in scenarios including engine failures, severe weather encounters, structural malfunctions or medical emergencies on board the aircraft. So as per Flight Radar 24, the flight AI 171 was at 625 feet when it started descending at a speed of 475 feet per minute. So it was not too high in the sky. It was at just 600 feet, and which is when it started descending. The Prime Minister spoke to the Minister of Civil Aviation. The Civil Aviation Minister is rushing to Ahmedabad to oversee the rescue and relief operations on ground. Investigation teams have rushed to the spot, and Ahmedabad airport is currently not operational. All flight operations are temporarily suspended until further notice.
No, absolutely. This is crazy stuff which is coming through. Madiha, as you said, once the black box is recovered, then we will know, right, in terms of what actually went on in that cockpit.
Yes, the investigation will start now to ascertain what actually led to the crash, what was it, what transpired in the cockpit, that the flight immediately after taking off crashed, and we can only imagine what the passengers on board might have gone through before this tragedy.
No, absolutely. And some of this stuff information coming in, at this point in time. There is also, we've been told that our sister network, information coming through our sister network, that the former Chief Minister, Mr. Rupani, is badly injured. That is information coming in from his office. But, we saw that fireball the plane went down in a residential area and there was that big fireball. There were those visuals which are coming through. I mean, so if anything, this does sort of raise hopes that maybe, there are injuries, but maybe, there have been survivors, etc. as well. So I think that's something which we will monitor and get you information about as we kind of go along. But that is the update which is coming through. Madiha, thanks very much, and we'll keep coming back to you for more. When you have more information, do sort of join us. We'll take a quick commercial break here, I guess. We'll be back with more on, of course, this tragic incident and an eye on markets as well. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. Well, the markets are still down close to around 250 points, but it's around 3 p.m. So let's go across to Nimesh, who's here to tell us what is he picking up in the street chatter. Nimesh?
And Nigel, a bit of a day when there is pressure, largely on back of geopolitical risk, but I guess there is a bit of sentiment, downturn, also because of the tragic accident that we saw in Ahmedabad. So it's really tragic, but that's also putting some sentiment off for a lot of investors in today's market. From a flow perspective, it's a day when even X of block deals, you're going to see a better selling from larger FIs. Expect a negative flow from larger FIs in today's market. The broader markets also seems to be a bit under pressure today, mainly on a bit of profit booking because that space which has done very well of late, and you're seeing a bit of profit booking there. Technically, watch out for 24,800 as a crucial support on the downside. If that gets taken out, maybe there could be further sell-off. But I guess today's weakness is largely on back of geopolitical risk and supply as well from larger FIs.
Okay, all right, Nimesh, what about individual stocks? What are you picking up?
So the first stock on my list is the entire Jubilant group stocks, Jubilant Pharmova, Jubilant Ingrevia, as well as Jubilant Foodworks. I understand there's going to be block deals across all the Jubilant group companies where the promoters could be sellers and they're going to raise funds as well. So expect blocks in all these three Jubilant groups companies. The second stock is Genus Power. Again, stock is under pressure today, but even in Genus Power, the sense is that could be a large block deal very soon. Potentially, the strategic investor could be a seller there, so watch out for that. The third stock is Five-Star Finance. The stock has been under pressure of late, but again, my sense is that large selling from a leading long-only fund in Five-Star Finance is largely over in the last couple of days. So the deal has been marked out, and that fund is completely cleaned out. And the last is a couple of companies where there could be fundraising very soon. Borosil Renewables, it was part of my charter list few weeks back as well, and also Tirumala Chemical. Both these companies are on the road, and looks like the fundraising via QIP is very soon in both these names.
Okay, all right. Thanks very much, Nimesh, for that. So that is the D-Street chatter, as always, with the stocks, etc. We'll take a quick break here. Mitesh is going to be joining us with what he's making of the price action so far. Coming back. Okay, welcome back. The market's down about, 270 points. 24,874 is where we are at. Down. It's basically a 1% cut. Broader markets, I think, are looking a little weaker. And if you look at the advanced decline, about 700 higher and about 22,050 stocks which are lower at this point in time. Some information coming in from DGCA, the Director General of Civil Aviation, essentially laying out the number of people on board, crew, and other sort of details, etc. as well. Comments coming from the Aviation Minister and other sort of officials in the government as well weighing in. Rest assured, of course, there will be full-on rescue operations which are underway, which we've been reporting on with a reporter on the ground through our sister network. But since it's just happened, about an hour and a half ago, these are only the details that we have at this point in time. Mayuresh Joshi is with us. He's a Director of Research at MarketSmith India. Mayuresh, good to speak to you on a pretty sad day. Just a quick word, Mayuresh, on markets per se, and what's on your mind, and what have you guys been doing? A little bit of a down day today.
100%. I think deeply saddening to see these images on the screen. So no two ways about it. As far as markets are concerned, our own sense is that healthcare as a space selectively, pharma as a space selectively, is where our expectation is that earnings should hold up and remain steady state. Obviously, I think consumption is a pack where large pools of expectations of earnings recovery in the second half is something that we are penciling in as well, both in terms of urban and rural consumption expected to come back. And therefore, selective names from the FMCG baskets, name like Marico, as an example, some names that we've kept on our radar within the alcohol beverages space. Yes, there was news in terms of the Maharashtra hikes yesterday, but our own sense is that the premiumization market should still hold up. And therefore, stocks like Radico is something that we keep on holding in our portfolios. And at the same time, the recent additions that we've probably done within the healthcare and pharma space is Fortis Healthcare. Our take on Fortis is that numbers have been strong, are expected to continue remaining strong, both in terms of the core hospital business. The acquisition that they have done on the diagnostic business has pulled up the debt EBITDA ratios. But somewhere I think cash flows and margins for both businesses should continue faring into this level. Being selective in the market, but certain pockets in our opinion can continue.
In the Alco Bev, it's only Radico Khaitan that you like? What about something like United Spirits or United Breweries?
Afternoon, I think Radico is something that we are holding in our global and local portfolios. Our sense is that with the Maharashtra judgment, and obviously a lot was spoken about it and analyzed yesterday, the earnings impact should be minimal compared to the rest of the pack, including the likes of USL and Allied Blenders as an example. And therefore, I think with premiumization, with the expectations of demand, inelasticity, and the portfolio that they probably carry at this juncture, where the super premium portfolio within the premium portfolio should actually cost 500 odd crores, with good demand coming through for all the malts that they've probably developed in terms of spirits. I think that should continue auguring well as far as numbers are concerned. UBL is on our radar, and obviously I think the expectations in terms of volume growth expected to continue at a decent pace. Input costs, specifically molasses, bottle prices are relatively lower, and therefore I think on an absolute basis, absolute EBITDA and margins should also hold up. So UBL stays on our radar, but Radico is something that we continue.
Both the exchanges, the commodity exchange as well as BSE, both of them have cooled off, Mayuresh, in the last few days. Buy the dip, or they have become too expensive? Wait, buy. No,
they were always expensive, Nigel. Afternoon to you as well. So the point here is that the long-term structural story obviously remains. The entry of barriers are going to be extremely high in terms of any new exchange expected to come up. And therefore, I think the optionality factor that comes through in terms of valuations, in terms of transactions to trading volumes expected to go significantly higher over the next 4 to 5 years stays. The annuity part of their business remains very, very strong and stable. And therefore, I think the legs of business growth continue to be structural in nature over the next 4 to 5 years. However, my own sense is that the run-up has been a little bit too sharp and too soon in a matter of a few weeks and months. And therefore, I think a cool-off is necessary. I think if they do cool off, BSE in particular, I think that poses a good buying opportunity. At these levels, I think it's a tad bit expensive.
Z Entertainment, the stock has come off from the day's high by I think 4-5%. It's only up about 1%, but there is a board meeting on Monday where they will discuss growth plans for the next 3 to 5 years. Any thoughts on Z?
Oh, sorry,
and what? Yeah.
Sorry. So we'll wait and watch, Vima. I think again, what comes through is one aspect, but the other aspect is core numbers itself. Our core numbers is expected to play out. What happens in terms of the entire ownership saga that has been going on is not giving clarity, at least to us, in terms of the future outlook and what to peg in terms of earnings estimates. So I think it's a wait and watch for us.
Just wrapping up things here, Mayur, stay with us. I just want to quickly, with a minute to go, wrap out where we've kind of leaving off at. So it's almost 3:1 in terms of declines to advances. About 700 stocks are higher, 2,100 stocks are lower. And Nifty, of course, down about 1.1%. The Nifty Bank is down 0.8 or so. That's about 450 points. The mid-cap index is down about 1.7. That's about 1,000-odd point cut coming through. And you've got the small-cap index, which is down almost 2%. So these are reversals after what we've had. Basically, we've had very, very good run and many weeks actually of gains. This week till yesterday was flat, and today we've sort of turned south in a more decisive kind of a way. So those are changes as far as indices are concerned. Raymond.
Well, Interglobe Aviation is down close to about 3.5%. Tata Group stocks are weak. If you look at the frontline large cap action in the Nifty, the top 3 losers are the Tata Group names. So you've got Tata Motors down 3, Trent 2.7 lower, Titan declining by 2.6%. Other than that, Shriram Finance is corrected after the rally at the early part of the week. Coal India, Nuvama downgrade, Eternal under pressure. On the way up, very few gainers. Apollo Hospitals, Asian Paints, Bajaj Finserv managed to close up with a gain of about 0.5 to 1%. Well, that brings us to the close of today's trading action. It ends with the Nifty around the 24,850 mark, a cut of over 1%. Don't go anywhere. On the other side will be markets forward.
Minister, who's also a Member of Parliament from Gandhinagar, which is of course the capital city of Gujarat. He's rushing there. He also, he also controls the disaster management teams across the entire country. So his being present there on ground will also give a lot of solace to the locals once he goes there and gets the situation on ground. And a short time, after which of course Raymond Naidu, Civil Aviation Minister, very young in his Civil Aviation Ministry days, his first year just about getting complete, reaching there as well. So obviously that's going to be a all hands on the deck approach that has been put in place. Bhupendra Patel, in fact, has also spoken to Home Minister Amit Shah in the past, and has also spoken to Raymond Naidu as well. So he's also marshalling on the resources, including his ministers being on ground as well. We can just hope and pray that the casualties are minimum, but we'll have to just wait and see on the numbers, because many people are being rushed to the nearest hospitals possible. All kind of help is being given, and therefore the Union Health Minister has also asked for all medical help to be rushed to the accident site as soon as possible.
Well, let me go across to Devesh Agarwal. Thanks indeed for that update from Payal there. We're also being told that the Union Home Minister is on his way to Ahmedabad. He's going to depart at about 4 o'clock from Delhi. The AIB is already sending 3 teams to go and scour the crash site for clues, etc. We were speaking to Devesh Agarwal, aviation expert, to express dismay at the catastrophic failure of the Gen X series of GE engines, which he says are very, very reliable. In fact, Mr. Agarwal said that the plane can fly on one engine. For 2 engines to fail is very unusual. Would you still stick by that statement, Mr. Agarwal, and give us a little bit of a background on this engine?
Well, one thing, please, as I said, I never ever said that there's a failure of the Gen X engine at all. I said there is a loss. From the video, we can make out that there is a loss of lift on the aircraft.
Okay.
What has happened is obviously going to be determined by the accident investigators. I was only saying that the GE Gen X engines are extremely reliable engines. They are fitted on more than half of the world's 787 fleet, and I can't even recall how many 787s are currently operating, but they're in the hundreds. And it's a very reliable aircraft. Please, I've never made that statement. Please, is my humble request, because this is a sensitive time, and I am a person by nature. I don't like to speculate on reasons for a crash. We have seen a loss of lift, and that is, the crew has been very experienced. It's a very experienced crew. It is a stable aircraft. What has happened will obviously be,
What can sometimes trigger a loss of lift, Mr. Agarwal?
See, you could have a loss of engines. You could have, and why did those engines lose the power? Is it a bird strike, or is it possible that you get what is called a microburst, wind shear? What happens is, in this normally though happens in thunderstorm conditions. You have air rising and a column of air shooting down towards the ground, and so it sort of tends to push the plane down. If you remember, Delta Airlines had a crash, if I remember, Delta 191 back in Dallas-Fort Worth, which was as a direct result of a microburst right as they were getting ready to land at the airport. So we don't know why there is a loss of lift. And to be honest with you, one engine failing itself is a out of the very, very far-fetched possibility. Both engines failing is an impossibility. There is obviously something else that has happened that has caused the loss of lift. These 2 engines are too reliable. And as I pointed out, the aircraft could have climbed with one engine. So definitely there has to be some other reason. We just don't know. We absolutely don't know. You can see the pilots have not even retracted the gear. So the aircraft is not in what we would call in a clean condition. So it's what, 700 feet off the ground. It's at a climb rate of 1,000 feet per minute. That means that 70% of a minute, less than 45 seconds after takeoff. It's just within 45 seconds to a minute after takeoff. There's obviously something else that has happened that has caused this loss of lift, and that's what needs to be investigated. And I really do hope that the Indian government, the AAIB, takes a lead. If you recall the way the NTSB gave timely updates, they had public briefings and timely updates, and they accepted questions from the press, or rather the media, and they gave timely information. That, I think, is what is going to be the determinant of how India and Air India is viewed by the world of
True,
aviation.
of course. I mean, I'm sure that the government will do what it has to do, Mr. Agarwal. The point of this entire broadcast right now is to give you quick updates, really, on what has transpired. So, Mr. Agarwal, just stay on with me. I want to walk our viewers through what we know. Definitively, about 2 hours back, the Air India plane, a Dreamliner, takes off from Ahmedabad airport. It is on its way to Gatwick, but the moment after it takes off, even before it could retract the landing gear, there is a catastrophic loss of lift. The aircraft collapses through the sky. You can see those pictures in the middle of your screens into what we're being told is a doctor's hostel attached to a medical college. Immediately you see a fireball that emerges above the horizon. The crash site is a very, very thickly populated area just beyond the perimeter of the Ahmedabad airport. The flight path directly under it are a large number of residential buildings. We don't have updates from whether there have been casualties on the ground unrelated to the passengers who have been on board. If there's been collateral damage, we have no clue about that. We can confirm that some people who are injured have been rushed to hospital. Whether they were passengers or others, we can't confirm. On your right is the immediate aftermath. You can see almost nothing is left of the plane. There is a picture of the tail sticking out of a portion of the building. What we can tell you is that the two pilots were very, very experienced and that they had issued a mayday call. Why this particular flight lost lift, we don't know. Nothing on record as of now. I want us to go straight across and listen into this soundbite from the local police authorities. Let's go straight across to that.
इंसिडेंट बनने के विदिन 2-3 मिनट्स में पुलिस, बाकी सभी बॉडियां, सिविल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, कॉर्पोरेशन वगैरह सभी लोग आ गए थे। फायर फाइटर वगैरह स्थल पे हाजिर है। लोगों को बचाने की और रेस्क्यू करने की कार्रवाई जारी है। ऑलमोस्ट 70 से 80% एरिया हमने क्लीन कर लिया, बाकी आने समय में हम लोग क्लियर कर लेंगे। मैं सभी मीडिया के मित्रों से रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं, सभी हमसे सहयोग करें। जितनी पुलिस, उसके अलावा जितनी भी एजेंसी, आर्मी, बीएसएफ, सीआईएसएफ, कॉर्पोरेशन, कलेक्टर ऑफिस के सभी स्टाफ, सभी यहाँ काम में लगे हुए हैं। प्लीज़ हमसे सहयोग करिए और थोड़ी सी हमारे लिए जगह बना के रखिए ताकि हम एम्बुलेंस को ग्रीन कॉरिडोर बना के हॉस्पिटल तक पहुँचा सकें। थैंक यू।
Okay, there's that new video there, and you can see the what appears to be at least one part of the plane sticking out of a building, or seems to have settled on top of the building. Very difficult to say from this angle, but certainly you can see that that might be a part of the wing, which of course bears the fuel at some levels. I'm not an expert, so I would like Mr. Agarwal to come in on this. And before that, a quick update from Payal. Payal, what can you tell us?
In the wake of this unfortunate episode which has taken place, Rahul, a helpline has already been issued by the Gujarat government, by the Gujarat state government, and also, like, by the Ministry of Civil Aviation for anybody who wants to, establish contact if they can't find their loved ones. And that is something which has been done. The government of the day is committed, like I said, to the well-being of every individual, and therefore the officials over there requesting, like you just played out the soundbite, requesting everybody not to crowd the streets, not to come to the accident site, but allow a green corridor so that anybody who needs to be rushed for medical help can be done at the earliest as well. And we've just got a tweet which has been put out by Dr. Jaishankar, who is of course a Rajya Sabha member of Parliament also from Gujarat, and he said that he's very, very deeply shocked and he's pained to learn about the flight crash in Ahmedabad. And his prayers are with the passengers and their families as well. He's currently overseas, so he's putting out that tweet expressing his deepest condolences for what has really happened.
Well, The nation in shock, viewers. We're getting a lot of reactions from the Prime Minister, the Home Minister, to several Chief Ministers of different states, to the Aviation, Union Aviation Minister, who's on a special flight from Vijayawada straight across to Ahmedabad because there is no direct flight from there, at least available as of now. On the left is the debris, remnants of the craft. In the middle is the moment of the crash, heart-sinking moment, really, viewers. This flight was almost full. It had 142 passengers aboard it, 2 very experienced pilots who were in control and command, and they issued a mayday call. Even before the ATC could respond, this plane goes up in flames. It crashes into a hostel, attached to a medical facility where doctors are in residence. We don't know whether they were in residence at that time, how many other people on the ground in this very densely packed crash site area have been affected. To the right, you can see that the obvious aftermath suggests that this was a very, very catastrophic result. Let me go across to Devesh Agarwal, Sanjay Leza, aviation expert, also there with us. Devesh Agarwal, a quick update from you on your take, and I also want to bring in right after that Mr. Sanjay Leza. Yes.
So basically, just to let you know, the world's most popular wide-body aircraft till date was the Boeing 777, and they had delivered a little over 1,500. In case of the 787, they have already delivered around 1,200 aircraft, and they have orders for at least another 1,000 plus aircraft. So it shows you how popular this aircraft is, how reliable this aircraft is. This is the first fatal accident of a 787, whether of the Dash 8, which is the earliest version, the Dash 9, which is what Vistara has, and the Dash 10, which of course no Indian airline has ordered, but it is used a lot by British Airways, United Airlines, and others. The crew, as you just rightly pointed out, very experienced crew, and Air India has traditionally had a history of, the engineering on their aircraft has always been good. We hear about, the interior of the aircraft, but the airworthiness of the aircraft has never been in question at Air India. That is something that airline has a legacy of, and it is a very proud and, strong legacy and a history at that airline that the aircraft are safe. So why that loss of lift has occurred, that is where it's going to be, I think that's where the investigation is going to focus. The particular aircraft details, this was registered VT-ANB, Alpha November Bravo, and it is the 26th 787 ever built. It was delivered to Air India in the middle of January 2014.
Well, thank you, Mr. Agarwal, for that input and for that very quick assessment. Of course, lots of details expected, so this story will be updated. The causes and the consequences will also, of course, become clearer as the day proceeds and perhaps over the next few days. Sanjay Leza, aviation expert, also here with us. Mr. Leza, what do you make of these pictures, catastrophic, sinking feeling when you look at the picture in the middle specifically? But aside from that, a very, very, very unfortunate happenstance. Not very usual, is it?
No, it's a very sad day for aviation in general and Air India in particular and Indian aviation. My heart goes out to, many of my former colleagues who've probably on that aircraft as well as in the company. Prayers and thoughts with them. Very tragic, and it's pretty certain, or it appears to be that, either the aircraft had major engine failure, whether it's through ingestion of birds or just stalling. But you can see loss of power and the aircraft dropping, like Devesh was saying earlier. The 787 is one of the most sturdy aircraft which has not had any fatalities or any accidents like this so far in its history. This aircraft is only 11 and a half years old. So again, a very new aircraft. Like he said also, that Air India aircrafts are very well maintained engineering wise. So that should not have been a problem. The pilots were very well experienced, more than 10,000 hours between them. So, really one is left scratching his head trying to figure out what could have been at the, at the bottom of these two engines failing and the aircraft sinking. Also, it's rammed into a building which is a medical college and a medical college hostel. It was afternoon time, and we believe, the lunch mess must have been full of kids who were studying in that hostel. So I worry about what may have happened over there. Part of the aircraft tail seems to have, been lodged on the roof of that building, and the rest has collapsed beyond that. It's a very, very grim situation. We can see, we've already heard from sources in Ahmedabad that, almost 40 bodies have been recovered. We don't know what's happening so far. I think 11 or 12 were taken to hospital. Whether they have survived or not, we're not certain. We're still in the realm of speculation as far as that is concerned. But it's a black day for aviation in India and the world over, really.
Mr. Leza, from what we gleaned from our short conversation with Mr. Agarwal was that the Dreamliner can fly also on just one engine. So this sort of adds another layer to the fact that there was this catastrophic failure of lift. I don't know if it was engine induced, and neither did he want to actually hazard that guess, but what do you think really happened here? A mayday call was issued, the landing gear hasn't been retracted, so it's very, very early in the flight. How would something like this anomaly gone undetected? Is it possible? Would checks have been, are checks conducted before a flight takes off for a long haul? What kind of checks are they? Can you just walk us through some of the preparatory procedures?
Well, there's no question about checks. Checks are taken whether it's a long haul or a short haul. There are detailed checks that go on by the ground engineers as well as the pilot himself. Either the first officer or the PIC does a walk around. Typically, it's the first officer, they check. Systems are checked. So there's absolutely no question of not having been checked. You're right, so is Devesh, that, the one engine could have helped it. But obviously, it's clear from images. We don't have any data. We know that it took off 175 knots was the speed. We know it was a hot day. So the profile of the weather profile, takeoff profile must have been built according to that. Also very heavy aircraft, 240 passengers plus baggage plus fuel for a long haul flight to London. So it's not exactly light. Possibility of perhaps both engines having stalled is all I can say, because there's absolutely zero lift. When you look at the image that you're playing on your screen right now, it shows that the aircraft has struggled to lift off and is just not climbing. There's zero climb. And rightly, as you mentioned, the pilot did issue a mayday call, which the DGCA itself has reflected in its press statement. And before the ATC could respond, it just hit the building and went up in a ball of flames. He couldn't direct the aircraft anywhere, could not maneuver it to safety.
So correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Leza, the GE engine, the Gen X series of GE engines are known to be very reliable.
Very reliable. They are very reliable and very, very powerful engines. So, I'm only speculating that there were birds that, bird hit that happened. That's about it. I can't think of anything else. This was a major ingestion or, something that caused both engines to stall. Because even in the videos that I've seen, I've not really heard the engines, the togas being introduced or the power of the engines coming into force. So I really can't tell, from this distance, sitting far away as we are, and we really is not fair to speculate beyond that.
True. A bird hit, could it result in this kind of an incident?
Multiple bird hits could stall the engine. It's about stalling the engine. And this is the most critical phase of flight, takeoff. As we all know, landing and takeoff are the most critical, but takeoff is particularly critical because, you could lose complete power as we see has happened here. And the fact that he issued a mayday call, just pushes us towards that conclusion, unless there was catastrophic failure in both engines that we do not know about as yet.
Mr. Leza, we were told that the Boeing could actually fly on one engine also, in case there was a bird hit to one. In this early period of flight, is that possible?
Well, I don't know if one engine would be able to lift an aircraft with, at this stage of flight with all that load. But be that as it may, it's pretty clear you can't see the aircraft bank to either side. It's obvious that there seems to be total loss of power in this aircraft, not from one, possibly both engines. That's what I can surmise from the videos and the data that we've received so far.
Yeah, well, I mean, the data, of course, at this instance is very, very sketchy, viewers. We're only getting information that we're reeling that has been confirmed and put out by the authorities in question, because doing anything else would be to hazard misinformation, which is not our intention at all. But the pictures are now quite clear. There are first responders on the scene, a building, as you can see on the right, there's a lot of smoke emanating from that building. Clearly, it's the ATF that is cloaked to that building. Whether there have been people inside that building that have also been affected, we don't know. We have seen bodies being pulled out of the wreckage. We also have seen people being wheeled into hospital. Obviously, we can't tell you if those are passengers or if there were people on the ground, but the scenes are extremely overwhelming. Let's go straight across to the MOS of Civil Aviation, who has spoken to our network. Let's play that out.
सर, हमसे बात करने के लिए शुक्रिया। मैं जानना चाहता हूं कि अभी फिलहाल वहां की स्थिति क्या है, किस तरीके से सरकार जो है वो मदद कर रही है।
जी, अभी तो वहाँ की जो गवर्नमेंट है, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के साथ हमारे अधिकारी संपर्क में है। राहत बचाव का कार्य भी शुरू हो गया है
जी,
और हम भी घटनास्थल पे पहुंच रहे हैं। मैं भी थोड़ी देर में वहाँ पे पहुंचूंगा। माननीय HM सर, देश के गृह मंत्री अमित भाई भी वहाँ पे पहुंच रहे हैं। तो अभी सभी स्तर पे कार्रवाई शुरू है, काम शुरू है।
और सर, प्राइमरी इन्वेस्टिगेशन में क्या कुछ सामने आया है कि एग्जैक्टली रीजन क्या था?
नहीं, अभी तक तो जांच चल रही है। अभी कुछ हम इस पे बात करना उचित नहीं होगा, लेकिन उसकी जांच चल रही है। मैंने अभी भी मिनिस्ट्री में सभी वरिष्ठ अधिकारियों के साथ मैंने मीटिंग भी करी है, लेकिन उसको सामने आएगा एक्चुअली रीजन क्या है, वो सामने भी आएगा। लेकिन अब तो पहला काम हमारा है कि वहाँ के राहत बचाव का कार्य में हमें ध्यान देना है, पहले वो तो काम करना पड़ेगा।
मोदी जी, मुझे ये जानना है कि आंकड़े जो है कैजुअलिटी हो या फिर इंजर्ड हो, उनके अलग अलग आ रहे हैं क्या आपकी तरफ से?
नहीं, अभी तो कुल 242 लोग थे जी, 230 उसमें यात्री थे, 12 क्रू मेंबर्स थे। तो अभी तक तो कैजुअलिटी आ रही है सामने। अभी तक कोई ऑफिशियली कैजुअलिटी हम नहीं बोल रहे हैं, सभी जांच भी चल रही है। पहले तो राहत बचाव का काम शुरू है, बाद में उस पर।
ये जो फ्लाइट क्रैश हुआ है वो रेसिडेंशियल एरिया में हुआ है, तो क्या वहाँ पे लोग कितने इंजर्ड हुए या वहाँ की कैजुअलिटी का कुछ आंकड़ा?
जी, वही तो मैंने अभी कहा कि राज्य सरकार के संपर्क में हमारी सभी टीम है वहाँ पे। तो अभी सामने नहीं आ रहा है कि, लेकिन वहाँ भी राहत बचाव का कार्य जो शुरू है उसमें पहले तो इन लोगों को बाहर निकालना है। इनको इमीडिएटली वहाँ पे मेडिकल इमरजेंसी को पहले उनको वहाँ पे हॉस्पिटल में शिफ्ट करना है, मदद करना है।
I'm also joined by Captain Kishore Chinta, who is the Chief Pilot of Sirius India Airlines Private Limited. Thanks a lot, Captain Kishore, for joining us. I want to understand from you first, from what we know, within a minute or so of takeoff, this plane has crashed, and it has crashed in a scenario where it seems the pilots were not in control at all. They had already issued a mayday call, and they actually crashed into a building. What do you make of what could have happened?
Ma'am, I've seen the videos. The 787 has 70,000 on each engine. For an airplane like a 787 to go down in a controlled manner like that, either they've lost both the engines, and Ahmedabad per se always has a lot of birds and vultures over there, up to almost 3,000 feet. It's speculation as of now. That either both the engines have to have had some kind of bird ingestion or a compressor stall or something like that for the engines to lose power. Otherwise, with just one engine, also the aircraft can climb out at 400 to 500 feet per minute for an aircraft of that size.
I just want to understand from you, these bird ingestion issues that you're talking about, how frequent are they?
Bird ingestion are infrequent, but there is always that risk, especially in airfields like Ahmedabad and Baroda and some other airfields. Ahmedabad has historically had bird activity in and around the airfield. So I am not saying that it could have been a birded, but the fact that the pilots gave a mayday and we see the aircraft climb to max altitude on flight radar close to 625 feet, which would be about 425 feet off the ground. The airfield elevation is about 200 at Ahmedabad. So they did climb to 425 feet. On the aircraft, they could have engaged autopilot, but it appears to be that they've lost power in both the engines for the aeroplane to have come down in a controlled manner like that.
Yes. And because most experts like yourself are suggesting that even loss of one engine should not lead to a crash like this, I want to understand from you, if this was, let's say, a bird-related incident, can it take off both? Can it take out both engines like this so quickly after takeoff, within a minute or so?
It is possible, ma'am. Like the United aircraft, where Captain Sully Slumberger, went down into the Hudson.
Hello and welcome to Business 360. I'm Ashmit Kumar. Here are the headlines that we're tracking this evening. A London-bound Air India flight crashes outside the Ahmedabad airport minutes after takeoff. 242 people, including pilots and cabin crew, were on board. Aviation regulator says the pilot made a mayday call. Ahmedabad police say the plane crashed into a medical college hostel which was near the airport. Personnel from the National Disaster Response Force are undertaking rescue operations. Boeing stock plunges after Dreamliner 787 crashes in Ahmedabad. This is the first major incident involving a Dreamliner. Deep cuts on the Lal Street. Nifty snaps a 6-day winning streak due to weak global cues. Mid-cap sees sharper cuts. US pulled some personnel from Middle East amidst rising tensions with Iran. Reports cite US intelligence to claim that Israel is preparing for strikes against Iran's nuclear facilities. US hints at extending the deadline to impose higher tariffs from 9th of July on countries including India. White House signals potential relaxation for those negotiating in good faith. China imposes a 6-month limit on rare earth export licenses for US companies, according to the Wall Street Journal. This comes after President Trump said that China will supply rare earth upfront after talks in London. But here's the top story this evening. An Air India flight carrying 242 people crashed near Ahmedabad airport minutes after takeoff. The Boeing 787 Dreamliner was en route to London, had 2 pilots and 10 cabin crew members on board. 169 Indian nationals, 53 British nationals, 1 Canadian national and 7 Portuguese nationals were on board. Aviation regulator DGCA said that the aircraft's pilot gave a mayday call and crashed outside the airport perimeter immediately after leaving the runway. A mayday call is a distress call used to signal a life-threatening emergency. The police said that the plane crashed into a hostel of a medical college. Police, fire brigade and first responders are at the site of the crash. All flights from Ahmedabad's Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport have been temporarily suspended.
प्रीलिमिनरी हमको जो पता चला है वो ये है कि एयर इंडिया की जो लंदन जाने वाली फ्लाइट थी वो टेक ऑफ के बाद यहाँ पे क्रैश हो गई है, जिसमें प्रीलिमिनरी हमें पता चला है कि 223 जितने पैसेंजर थे। यहाँ पे जिस बिल्डिंग के ऊपर गिरी है वो डॉक्टर्स का हॉस्टल है। इंसिडेंट बनने के विदिन 2-3 मिनट्स में पुलिस, बाकी सभी बॉडियाँ, सिविल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, कॉर्पोरेशन वगैरह सभी लोग आ गए थे। फायर फाइटर वगैरह स्थल पे हाजिर है। लोगों को बचाने की और रेस्क्यू करने की कार्रवाई जारी है। ऑलमोस्ट 70 से 80% एरिया हमने क्लीन कर लिया, बाकी आने समय में हम लोग क्लियर कर लेंगे। मैं सभी मीडिया के मित्रों से रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ, सभी हमसे सहयोग करें। जितनी पुलिस, उसके अलावा जितनी भी एजेंसी, आर्मी, बीएसएफ, सीआईएसएफ, कॉर्पोरेशन, कलेक्टर ऑफिस के सभी स्टाफ सभी यहाँ काम में लगे हुए हैं। प्लीज़ हमसे सहयोग करिए और थोड़ी सी हमारे लिए जगह बना के रखिए ताकि हम एम्बुलेंस को ग्रीन कॉरिडोर बना के हॉस्पिटल तक पहुँचा सकें। थैंक यू।
Well, a hugely unfortunate tragedy there out of Ahmedabad. We're still picking up initial details. We're still getting verified information to you. For more on that, let's go across to my colleague Shivani Bazaar, who's joining us live. Shivani, initial moments these, can you help us with what initial details we can pick up from the ground at this stage?
Well, Ashmit, absolutely a tragic incident there. An Air India Dreamliner flight AI-171, bound for London's Gatwick crashed just minutes after takeoff from Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport in Ahmedabad. Now, the DGCA has confirmed that the aircraft departed from the airport at 1:39 p.m. and soon after, the pilot gave a mayday call to the air traffic control. No further response was received from the cockpit and the aircraft crashed outside the airport parameters in what appears to be a catastrophic mid-climb failure. There were 242 people on board, including crew members, and emergency teams were immediately mobilized. The aviation regulator, DGCA, says contact was lost within minutes of departure. The crash site lies just beyond the airport and rescue operations have been underway throughout the afternoon. The Civil Aviation Minister, Rammohan Naidu, said that the centre is on highest alert with all agencies instructed to act swiftly. Rescue and medical teams have been deployed across
across Ahmedabad, and coordination is being overseen at the highest levels. In a statement, Air India's chairman N. Chandrasekharan said that the airline's primary focus is on supporting those impacted. He confirmed that an emergency center has been activated with dedicated support teams assisting families and working with local authorities. Aircraft maker Boeing has also released a brief statement saying it is aware of the initial reports and is currently gathering more information. Now, Gujarat Police, as you mentioned earlier, in its statement has said that the Air India flight has crashed into a doctor's hostel, and the police and other agencies have reached the spot immediately. This is a developing story. Investigators from DGCA and Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau are already on the site, and more information is expected in the next few hours. For now, the focus remains on emergency response and ensuring every possible support for the victims and the families. Back to you.
Right, Shivani, thanks so much for that. And as Shivani was pointing out, this is a developing story. We're still getting details emerging from the ground, getting them across to you after verification, of course. And in fact, for a wider coverage, let's in fact go across to our sister network, CNN News 18, to tell us more about the plane crash outside the Ahmedabad airport.
Deepest thoughts to those who have been affected, including, of course, the families. Already 133 have been confirmed dead.
Yes, it is, of course, heartbreaking beyond words. That's what the Prime Minister really said. And this has happened in his hometown, which is in Ahmedabad. The tragedy in Ahmedabad has stunned and saddened everyone. He has been in touch with the ministers and the authorities who are working to assist those who are affected. He has already spoken to Bhupendra Patel, the Gujarat Chief Minister, already spoken and asked Ram Mohan Naidu, the Civil Aviation Minister, to rush as well, and constantly been in touch with Amit Shah, another union minister in his government, the Home Minister, another son of the soil. So they've all been rushed. Maximum help needs to be assured is what the Prime Minister has also indicated in as many words as well. But a real tragedy coming to the fore as well. Many people have been feared dead in this, in this ghastly crash that we've really seen. Of course, the investigation will follow soon as possible is what the government is assured. But it's a very heartbreaking moment because many citizens on board Shivani were not just Indian nationals, but foreign nationals as well. But the government of the day has assured that they will get to the bottom of this and understand why this really occurred. But like I said, the Prime Minister joining the nation in expressing his condolences to what has really happened and to the loved ones.
One of the biggest aviation crashes in Indian history, and of course certainly the first concerning a Dreamliner. I want to go across to Rajesh Patani, who's an eyewitness to what happened. Rajesh ji, आपने क्या देखा जब ये crash हुआ? आपने क्या देखा? आपको क्या दिखा? ये बताइए.
So there you have it, the visuals as you can see on your screen. Again, there are two parts to this tragedy. One, of course, is the aircraft in itself crashing immediately upon takeoff outside the perimeter of the Ahmedabad airport. And then subsequently, the second part of the tragedy, which is crashing into a residential area, crashing into, from at least what the initial reports indicate, into the hostel of a nearby medical college. We're yet to ascertain details from the ground in terms of the human casualty, the human impact. We'll, of course, continue to reach out to all the stakeholders to get a sense of how this issue is panning out, what the rescue and the operations by the disaster relief forces is looking like, and what this could translate into. With that, let's slip into a very short break. We'll continue, of course, the coverage about the incident from Ahmedabad in just a bit on the other side.
हर्षित, आप कहाँ थे जब ये क्रैश हुआ और आपने क्या देखा?
हम मेस में ही थे जहाँ पे ये प्लेन टकराया था।
अच्छा, तो आप स्टूडेंट हैं जो मेस में रहते हैं वहाँ पे हॉस्टल में?
हाँ, मैं कॉलेज से लाइब्रेरी से पढ़ के मैं यहाँ पे खाना खाने आया था 2 बजे।
तो फिर कैंटीन में भी वहाँ पे क्रैश हुआ प्लेन का पार्ट्स जो आप वहाँ पे खाना खा रहे थे?
हाँ, वहाँ पे वो सिर्फ टकराया था, प्लेन आगे क्रैश हुआ था।
अच्छा।
हमारी बिल्डिंग में सिर्फ टकराया था, इसलिए धमाके की आवाज आई।
अच्छा, आपके आसपास कितने लोग थे? कोई इंजर्ड है?
इंजर्ड इसमें ऐसा है कि जो बारी के पास खाना खाने बैठे थे उसको थोड़ा वो इंजरी हुई है, बाकी सब ठीक है।
अच्छा, कितने बच्चे हैं वहाँ पे?
खाना खाने के लिए तो यहाँ पे 50-60 लोग हम आए थे, ऊपर और नीचे दोनों।
अच्छा।
इंजरी सबको नहीं हुई है।
जी जी। और आप किस हॉस्टल में रहते हैं और कितने लोग हैं वहाँ पे?
हम अतुल्य 11 में रहते हैं।
कितने लोग होंगे पूरे हॉस्टल में? कितने लोग रहते हैं वहाँ पे?
हम तो MBBS स्टूडेंट ही वहाँ से 1 से 5 साल तक के सभी बच्चे वहीं पे ही रहते हैं।
अच्छा। और
वो सब इसी मेस में खाना खाने आते हैं।
जी जी जी। और उस वक्त 50-60 बच्चे वहाँ पे थे जिस वक्त ये
खाने हाँ, ये खाना खाने का ही टाइम था, इसलिए वो सब वहाँ पे ही थे।
जी। आपकी जो बिल्डिंग है उससे ये प्लेन टकराया नहीं है, ये आगे जाके एक बिल्डिंग में क्रैश हुआ है, तो आपको उस बिल्डिंग के बारे में कुछ पता है? क्या हुआ वहाँ पे, क्या देखा आपने?
वो अतुल्यम 1, 2 और 3 है, वहाँ पे वो रेसिडेंट डॉक्टर रहते हैं सभी। और ये सब मेडिसिटी के क्वार्टर्स ही है जहाँ पे ये प्लेन हादसा हुआ ना कोई।
तो जिस बिल्डिंग में क्रैश हुआ वहाँ पे रेसिडेंट डॉक्टर रहते हैं?
हाँ।
और उस बिल्डिंग में कितना इम्पैक्ट हुआ है, आपको कुछ जानकारी मिल रही है वहाँ पे?
ना
कोई
वो नहीं पता। वो नहीं पता।
जी जी। बट आपका जो हॉस्टल है वहाँ पे सब सेफ है? कुछ लोगों को इंजरी हुई है?
हाँ, हॉस्टल से ये मेस थोड़ा 1-2 किलोमीटर दूर है, इसलिए सब बच्चे हॉस्टल से मेस तक चल के खाना खाने जाते हैं, तभी ये सब हुआ।
अच्छा, मेस में उस वक्त जो थे वो सेफ हैं, लेकिन हॉस्टल में जाके ये बिल्डिंग में क्रैश हुआ है जहाँ पे रेसिडेंट डॉक्टर्स रहते हैं। दिस इज ऑल्सो एक्सट्रीमली कंसर्निंग। हर्षित, हमसे बात करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। लेट्स ऑल्सो लिसन टू सम मोर रिएक्शंस कमिंग इन।
लगातार पिछले 2-2.5 घंटे से हमारी टीम उस पर काम कर रही है। हमारी सेक्रेटरी है, DGC है, AI की टीम है, सभी लोग, हमारी विकास की टीम, सभी लोग एक साथ बैठकर वहाँ पे काम कर रहे हैं। और अभी हम DGC है, हमारे सेक्रेटरी और मैं तो हम तो वहाँ पे अभी फिजिकली भी जा रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी इसका मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने नायडू जी से हमारी सभी लोगों से बात भी की है, वो मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं। हमारे होम मिनिस्टर वहाँ पे पहुँच रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि सभी स्तर पे ये अभी राहत का कार्य बड़ी इमरजेंसी के तौर पर शुरू
होगा। क्या सभी प्लेन का इंडिया के ऑडिट
नहीं? अभी तो आज मुझे लगता है कि पहली बात तो यह है कि हमें इससे पहले बाहर निकलना है। बाद में सब होगा, उसकी जांच होगी, उस पर रिपोर्ट आएंगे, उस पर असल में क्या रीजन है वो भी सामने आएगा। ये आज मुझे लगता है कि थोड़ा टाइम
इन दिनों कंपनीज जो है, सारी एयरलाइन कंपनीज, क्या वो बहुत सस्ता ले रही है क्या लोगों के जान को लेकर? क्योंकि कोई भी बारिश हो जाए तो प्लेन में कुछ होगा।
मुझे लगता है कि कोई जो रियल उसका रीजन है वो सामने आने तक थोड़ा सा
सर, जहाँ पे प्लेन गिरा वहाँ पे कुछ कैजुअलिटी हुई है?
लगता है, लगता तो है, लेकिन थोड़ा सा मुझे लगता है कि ऑफिशियली थोड़ा सा
बिल्डिंग में कुछ लोग रह रहे थे ऐसे भी।
सर, डॉक्टर्स हॉस्टल बताया जा रहा है।
नहीं, यहाँ से NDRF की टीम भी गई है, वहाँ पे बाकी सेना दल की टीम भी गई है। मुझे लगता है कि सभी जो टीमें हैं सभी लेवल पे वहाँ पे काम शुरू
All right. There is, of course, all hands on deck approach as far as the aftermath of this aircraft crash is concerned. Not only are concerned ministers moving to Ahmedabad, Home Minister Amit Shah is also expected to travel to Ahmedabad. Captain Kishore Chinta continues to be with us. This is, of course, a situation that will possibly need a lot of investigation to figure out what exactly happened. Because it seems like a crash that hasn't really been seen of this nature and also of this aircraft itself before. So much deep investigation required as far as this case is concerned. Captain Kishore, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So the standard procedure of the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau, which is already on site, will follow the laid down protocol for fatal accident like this, and I'm sure they will do the due diligence with all possible data that can be collected from the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder and the eyewitness accounts. I'm sure no stone would be left unturned by the AIB inquiry team. I myself have done a fatal accident investigation, and I'm sure the actual cause would come out in due course of time.
Can you just take us in detail into what exactly will go into the investigation of this crash? The black box is going to become extremely crucial.
Yes, ma'am. The flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder are manufactured to withstand crashes of this magnitude, and they will be recovered in due course of time. And they would be analyzed. All the data from the crash will be analyzed by the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau team. They will piece together every single aspect of the flight path and the possible causes of why and what happened, whether it was loss of power, whether it was a technical defect. Everything will be there in the flight data recorder, and they will be analyzing that, and they will analyze the flight path of the airplane based on the data available, and the Mayday call will be recorded on the CVR as well as the ATC transcript of the radio transmissions which they received. All this will be correlated, and then the inquiry team will piece together their facts and figures and come out with the conclusion on
From the initial information that we're getting, we're being told that after the Mayday call, there wasn't any contact that was available with this flight. What could have happened to make it unavailable? Captain Kishore, I want to understand from you, if there is loss of power, does that mean that all communication also goes away? Could the pilots have recorded? How would they? How would we know if this was a bird ingestion? Can the investigation of the remaining parts establish that? Will there be something recorded from the cockpit that can establish that?
There are enough standby.
We're losing that link with Captain Kishore Jinda. We'll try and get a better one. But this is, of course, a horrible crash that has come to light. It has really raised alarms as far as the nature of this crash is concerned. 230 passengers on board, 12 crew, including 2 pilots. Already we're getting figures that 133 have been declared dead. But of course, rescue operations are ongoing. There is firefighting operations that are ongoing. You can see those visuals where parts of the plane have actually crashed into the building and they have been stuck into the building debris as well. My colleague Payal also continues to join us. Payal, more updates coming in from your end. What all do we know about the efforts that are ongoing? Plus, who all is expected in Ahmedabad?
We've just learned that Civil Aviation Minister of State Muralidhar Mohol, the DGCA team, and of course Civil Aviation Secretary Mr. Sameer Sinha, they're all being rushed to Ahmedabad also to be alongside Ram Mohan Naidu, Amit Shah and the others as well, and go into a thorough inquiry mode as far as this was concerned into the entire matter. And we're given to understand that they're currently on their way to Ahmedabad, and they will also be, joining the team and joining the rescue and relief operation as far as this is really concerned, because it's an all hands on the deck approach that Prime Minister Narendra Modi really spoke about. Shivani, it is of course a very, very tragic episode which has come to the fore, and therefore Mr. Muralidhar Mohol, the Minister of State for Civil Aviation, along with the entire team from DGCA, the Civil Aviation Secretary, and the other technical officers are also being rushed to Ahmedabad just as we speak.
Yes. This is a crash that has really, in aviation history, experts point out, Payal, that this is definitely one of the worst crashes we have seen, and also given the aircraft involved and the nature of the crash, but also in India's history, this is one of the worst aviation tragedies we've seen.
Well, absolutely. Nobody ever is prepared, for something like this as well. But what really led to this crash? What were the technicalities involved? We will only know once the DGCA team reaches there, the investigation team reaches there, and they find a black box that, Anvit was speaking about a little while ago. And only then will we know what really led to the crash, because it is pretty important to understand what led to the failure and what led to this tragedy within probably 40 to 50 seconds of the pilot, reaching out to the ATC. So obviously, all of these things are going to be there, but, as of now, the most important thing is to, in fact, ensure maximum rescue and relief operation. Therefore, all hands on the deck. Whether it's the Gujarat administration, the Gujarat Chief Minister, the Gujarat Home Minister, Union Home Minister, who is also a son of the soil. Ram Mohan Naidu also currently on his way. He's a civil aviation minister, and so is Muralidhar Mahol.
Updates that we're getting, Payal, also tell us that the railways have also decided to operate certain special trains to and from Ahmedabad. Anything more you're learning on that?
Special trains are going to be in place for passengers to fly either from there to Mumbai or to Delhi, because, currently the airport at Ahmedabad stands shut as well. A lot of international flights are also likely to be diverted to other locations as well. So preparing for that, Ashwini Vaishnav, the Union Railways Minister, has just put out a series of tweets, essentially speaking about the kind of work that has to be done. And even if medical teams have to be rushed from nearby locations, the railways will also be putting in their maximum efforts as far as this is concerned. And again, like I said, it is an all hands on the deck approach that the Union government is adopting over here, because nothing more valuable than human lives being lost over here.
So, Payal, you're reporting that MOS Civil Aviation and DGCA Chief, Civil Aviation Secretary, all being rushed to Ahmedabad. They're about to reach the Delhi airport. But these are, of course, going to be special flights, isn't it? Because as you're mentioning, the Ahmedabad airport has been shut for civil activity as we speak. We're also getting updates that the Gujarat Chief Minister has reached the civil hospital where most of the dead are being taken. Most of the people or the dead bodies that have been taken there have, I believe, been declared dead on arrival. So not many survivors so far, but we're hoping for some good news as rescue and relief operations continue. But this is also going to be a huge challenge on ground. Those are some of the visuals coming in from on ground as well, Payal. Huge challenge on ground to ensure or to try to race against time to see if you can find any survivors.
Absolutely. Like I said, no country can ever be prepared for a tragedy like this, while all hands on the deck approach, and therefore the Civil Aviation Ministry has put all the resources together. The civil administration has also put in all these efforts together. Appeal is being made to all the citizens saying that do not rush to the airport or do not crowd around these areas. Make sure that we are able to get a green corridor in place should we need to rush somebody for medical emergency. Given the fact that, there are also the building on which the aircraft really fell also had some doctors who are housed over there.
Yes.
As well, so obviously the number of casualties are likely to go up. As far as Mr. Mahal is also concerned, it is pretty possible that he might just be on that flight with Union Home Minister Amit Shah. He's also Mr. Amit Shah's, MOS in the Ministry of Cooperation. So obviously he's been rushed. He was at the Civil Aviation Ministry just a short while ago. He's just been asked to rush from there immediately, along with all the officials as well. So obviously that is something which the government of India is looking to do to make sure that maximum efforts are there on ground.
Yeah. A high-level meeting has in fact been held at the Civil Aviation Ministry. Secretary and DGCA officials have attended. All of them have now been directed to move to Ahmedabad as well. Let me also go across to Mr. Sivaraman, who's formerly with the DGCA, joining us. Sir, your first thoughts on this massive tragedy. It seems like one of the worst airplane crashes, not just in India, but worldwide as well.
Yeah, I agree with you. First of all, my condolences to all those people who have lost their lives, and I pray for the recovery of any injured in this crash. It is really surprising to me also because I've seen a couple of accidents in my career as DGCA, investigated some of them, and also seen other accidents outside India. This is really strange because the aircraft had taken off normally, and at 800 feet, it started going down flat, which means it had lost its lift. I mean, that's what I can guess only because I'm not an expert in this area, neither am I a great pilot or an engineer. But however, it seems after the first Mayday call, the pilot could not communicate with the ATC, which means a lot of things could have happened inside the aircraft, might have been filled with smoke, or the pilot would have been unconscious. Nobody knows what has happened because normally this is a very, very fine aircraft and very few crashes like this have taken place. And that too immediately after takeoff. Even if one engine had failed, the pilots are quite competent to handle it. And as it had taken off after 800 feet, he could have very well handled it. If both the engines had also failed, it would have been possible for him to land it. But quite possible that the plane did not have any lift at all for him to maneuver it to some space where he could have landed. One should not make any wild guesses. I'm reasonably certain that how they would be able to recover the black box, the CVR, and moreover, this aircraft can transmit its engine parameters to the ground. And I'm sure Air India would have set up these facilities. Similarly, the DFDR, which records all the flight data, they could have also been transmitted to the ground. Because these facilities have been in existence for a very, very long time. And I'm sure Air India would have seen to it that these facilities are available. And in this particular case, when I contrasted with the accident that took place of the Air India 320 in Bangalore, the authorities have acted very swiftly and they have acted magnificently, I must say. All the required help has been rendered to the people there on ground, and also people have been moved very fast from the accident area. I only pray that at least some people come out alive from this accident, and I hope that the authorities will be able to find out what really went wrong. One should not miss any aspect of investigation, particularly in these very tense times. Because, I mean, I don't want to be very explicit on this matter, but every angle should be explored and every possible agency should be involved in investigating this accident.
Sir, in your experience, what follows next as far as the investigation itself is concerned?
See, as far as investigation is concerned, earlier as DGC, I used to conduct the investigation myself. Now they have got an investigation board, and I'm sure accident investigation board, the DGC authorities should be fully involved along with them, and they should not be excluded from it. The Federal Aviation Authority, they have got excellent facilities. They have investigated many, many accidents in the world. They should be involved. The engine manufacturer, particularly the GE, should be involved. The aircraft manufacturer, Boeing, all of them without hesitation should be part of the accident investigation, because we must get to the truth of this entire thing.
Yes. No, absolutely. This is one of the worst crashes, especially given its nature as well. In aviation history, all around the world, there is much alarm, and condolences and thoughts are coming in from across the world. Captain Sam Thomas, former pilot, is also with us. Captain, your thoughts? Any thoughts on what you think could have gone wrong?
Good evening. I don't really want to hazard a guess as to what has actually happened. And while our thoughts and prayers are with the victims, what I'd like to say that with the limited evidence that we have, and we are seeing through the visuals that the aircraft has lost power on, or rather is not generating lift enough, and that can only happen when both engines are not developing power. And the reason for that can only be found out once we have the DFDR data. And until then, it's in the realms of speculation. And we understand that people are interested in knowing exactly what has happened. To that extent, we can only say that the weather seems absolutely clear. And the reason for losing power on both engines is extremely rare. If you recollect, there was an incident on the Hudson,
yes,
where an A320 lost both its engines due bird hit, and a lot of people are drawing that comparisons. This airplane, the 787, is a much bigger airplane, and a few birds will not be able to cause problems to a single engine, or leave alone both engine catastrophic failure. So at the moment, we have very, very sketchy details, and the Aircraft Accident Investigation Board would be in a much better position to bring out these details. And at the moment, the incoming details that we have is that both the engines did not develop sufficient power.
Yes. I'm going to come to you on that issue of how both engines can go out, because that's extremely rare. That doesn't really happen. And that is really raising alarm here. But we also have a video that has been shot by one of the passengers. I'm told a British passenger who was on board before the crash. Let's just play that out.
We are in the airport, just boarding. Goodbye, India.
Goodbye.
Thank
10-hour flight back to England.
What's your biggest takeaway, Jamie?
We've done this already.
On a different thing.
All right. What's my biggest takeaway? I don't know.
Yeah, fascinating. Great. Thanks. Thanks for your contribution. Okay. Yeah, my biggest takeaway is don't lose your patience with your partner.
Yeah. You're already starting to. You've already snapped at me while we're having chai at the airport. You see, you've learnt nothing.
Going back happily calm. We are in the airport, just boarding. Goodbye, India.
Goodbye.
Thank
10-hour flight back to England.
What's your biggest takeaway, Jamie?
We've done this already.
On a different thing.
All right. What's my biggest takeaway? I don't know.
Yeah, fascinating. Great. Thanks. Thanks for your contribution. Okay. Yeah, my biggest takeaway is don't lose your patience with your partner.
Yeah. You're already starting to. You've already snapped at me while we're having chai at the airport. You see, you've learnt nothing.
Going back happily calm. We are in the airport, just boarding. Goodbye, India.
Well, that seems to be a video made by two passengers, British passengers, young men who were going back to England. They were happy about it, and, you know, just kind of points out the fickleness of life. Nobody could have really seen this coming. Captain Sam Thomas, former pilot, and Mr. Sivaraman, who's formerly with the DGCA, both on the show with us. I do thank you for your time. Captain Sam Thomas, I just want to take your thoughts once again, because our viewers would be curious to know, how can both engines go out? That seems to be the case here, given how quickly the flight crashed and the fact that the pilots didn't seem to be in any control. They didn't seem to have any communication left with the ATC. What can really cause this?
A variety of reasons can cause it, but in this particular case, what has happened, we would not know until we have the details. Now, you asked of both engine failures. It has happened just short of London Heathrow once with a 777, and that was due to fuel starvation. Now, if both the engines do not get adequate fuel, it could result in both the engines flaming out. Now, but that is a very rare scenario, and in this particular case we don't know how both the engines have failed, or indeed, you know, we are speculating this from the visuals that we have. So it's evident to a certain extent that there is a loss of thrust on both engines, but we would not be absolutely sure on that till such time that the DFDR shows us the results.
I want to ask Mr. Sivaraman also, how long do you think an investigation into a crash like this will take? All right, I think I've lost Mr. Sivaraman. Captain Sam Thomas, do you want to just take this question? How long do you think an investigation of a crash of this nature may take? How quickly can we get to the bottom of what happened?
The DGCA would allocate this investigation to the Air Accident Investigation Board, AAIB, and they would put out a preliminary report in about 30 days. And thereafter, based on whatever information they are able to gather from the engine manufacturer, from the OEM, that's Boeing, and may take assistance of other investigative agencies, because not very many qualified investigators are there in India, and it should take about a year. That's my experience with air accident investigation, and it generally takes about a year at least.
Currently, of course, rescue operations are the chief priority, and all of the ministries concerned, including the Home Ministry and the Civil Aviation Ministry, are concerned only with that. Those are hospital visuals also coming in. There seem to be some who are injured, but we're unsure whether they are passengers who have been brought in an injured situation, or these are people who were in the buildings surrounding where the crash took place. Because the unfortunate part is, Captain Thomas, is that this flight actually crashed into buildings. And unfortunately, we're getting updates that the buildings that it crashed into had MBBS doctors, resident doctors, etc., staying in that hostel.
Very tragic, very tragic. It does happen that when an airplane crashes and in a thickly populated area, there would be collateral damage on ground as well. It's very, very unfortunate, and unfortunately, that is the nature of the beast, and very little we can do about it, except extend, the hospital services to the injured and minimize whatever damage that has already occurred by providing proper medical assistance timely.
The area around the airport perimeter was, as the visuals themselves show, densely populated. Clearly, there were some facilities there as well for MBBS doctors, hostels, and multiple buildings of that nature with messes, etc., and several buildings housing medical students. Do you think there could be a need to expand the non-residential or commercial areas around airports?
That may not be viable at the moment. If you look at the Mumbai airport, which is the current airport, not the Navi Mumbai, the Chhatrapati Shivaji International Airport, it is very, very densely packed up to the compound wall on both sides of the runway. Up to it touches the compound wall. So Ahmedabad is much, much better compared to what Mumbai is. And it may not be commercially viable to clear out vast areas near the airport, because it's not unusual when old Hong Kong was there. That also was, and I've flown to many, many international countries which have buildings very close to the airport.
How rare is it for a flight to crash so soon after takeoff?
See, a crash as such can happen at any phase of the flight. Though the takeoff and landing are some of the phases that most commonly it happens, but there is no set rule that it could happen only at this phase of flight. It could happen at any phase of the flight. And takeoff and landings are more critical than, say, a climb or a cruise.
Yes. In this situation, Captain Thomas, it seems like the pilots didn't have any time at all. This could have transpired within a minute of takeoff.
Yes, because the altitude reported and what we have right now is 741 feet or 800 feet, which is pretty quick. They have also given a mayday call. And actually, there is very little time to do. If you've lost both engines, there is very little you can do. And the more you try to deviate from the path, the faster you're going to stall. So what they have done from the visuals seems to be the only choice that they had and the only natural way to do it.
Losing both engines so soon after takeoff, we were being told that this flight, of course, the airplane had no issues. It had flown earlier today. It had reached Ahmedabad and was onward to London. There didn't seem to be any problems. Any guesses as to, how, apart from, let's say, bird ingestion issues, what else could cause this so quickly?
I mean, our business, you really don't hazard a guess, because then we lose face within the community. So, because that is not something that is done. I understand.
But any technicalities that could come into play here?
Very difficult to say, ma'am. It's how to lose both engines. I can't recollect. I mean, except for the Hudson landing and the Heathrow, I think in the history of aviation, we've had very, very few dual engine failures. So there is not sufficient data to point to the fact that, this could cause, of course, fuel starvation or fuel that is contaminated is one of the reasons. But other than that, I don't know anything else that could bring down both engines, that too of a 787.
Yes, and this is why whatever experts we're speaking to, Captain, we're asking the same question and again, because the nature of the crash is raising alarm, isn't it? So soon after takeoff, even though takeoffs are sensitive, but losing both engines, crashing into a building, and literally no time that had elapsed for a flight that was clearly deemed to be fit. There were no issues with the airplane that had come to light. Earlier, I was speaking to a captain who pointed out that around this airport, there are many bird-related issues. Is that the only plausible reason that comes to mind?
I do understand. I have operated to Ahmedabad several times, and there is a bird issue. But once again, you would need very large birds and a large number of birds to put both the engines off. Which is very, very unlikely. I know all over India we have a bird problem. That's in Bangalore we have a bird problem, but not significant enough to affect the engines of a 787. These are very big engines, very reliable engines. Even if you were to hit a bird, it will ingest it and throw it out pretty quickly.
Right. We're also playing out those visuals that are coming in of the Chief Minister having reached the civil hospital. Major focus right now is on getting help on ground, both at the crash site and also, of course, as far as medical facilities are concerned. We're getting to know from CRPF that about 150 personnel are involved in rescue operations. And we're also getting to know that some operations have begun, in fact, at the Ahmedabad airport. SpiceJet, one of the airline operators, have put out a tweet saying that operations have resumed. Passengers are advised to check their flight status regularly via their website. So we were being told earlier that till 5 p.m. there would be a cancellation of all airport activity, given the nature of this attack having, the nature of this crash having taken place so close to the airport premises. But at least as far as other operations are concerned, we are being told that they may be up now. People in Gujarat, the government, the agencies are working against time to ensure that they can mobilize as much help as possible. Visuals coming in from that civil hospital as well, where the Gujarat Chief Minister is also visible. He's visiting the facilities. I'm not sure of how many injured have been brought in so far. We don't have any update on that. But certainly we did get an update earlier that 133 have already been declared dead. That's almost half of the passengers list. 30 passengers were on board, plus 12 crew, including 2 pilots as well. All authorities are working to ensure that they can first focus on ensuring that both the crash site and other facilities are up to speed. BSF has also pushed 2 teams. CRPF Rapid Action Force, 100 personnel have been sent. And from Group Center in Gandhinagar, 50 personnel have been told to reach Ahmedabad. I'm also joined by Captain C.S. Randhawa, who's president of the Federation of Indian Pilots. Thanks a lot for joining us, Captain Randhawa. Your first thoughts on this crash that has taken place?
It was an extremely tragic crash which has happened in Ahmedabad. And I came to know about just about 1 hour and 30 minutes after the crash. And I could attribute this maybe due to birds, because Ahmedabad has got a big problem about birds. So until unless, because the captain has given a mayday call. So a mayday call, if it was one engine failure, he could have easily handled it. Even if it was an engine fire, he could have handled it. So the 2 possibilities which are very, very likelihood which could have taken place is both engine failure due to bird strike or some jamming of the control.
And how does that... we've spoken about bird ingestion issue and how rare that would be for both engines to go out because of that issue so quickly after takeoff. But you're talking about these jamming issues. Can you explain what they are and how they happen?
The jamming of the control could have taken place, maybe the elevator, because that is what is responsible for the aircraft to lift off. And I presume that the aircraft has initially taken off and maybe about 200-300 feet, and 200 feet you engage the autopilot. And thereafter it has started descending, if you see the video. Now I'm going by the total video clip. Rest will come out in the DFDR and the CVR, what has taken place, because there has been no call after the pilot has given the mayday call.
Right. Exactly. There has been no communication after the mayday call. Yes.
No communication whatsoever. And like once in a million chance it does happen, like we saw the Hudson crash where the aircraft was ingested, both the engines were flamed out by the ingestion of the birds. So there is a possibility, because I have flown a lot over Ahmedabad and I have done a lot of training flights, 20 landings in a day I have done, training. So birds are a big problem there. There is no doubt about it. So I foresee a very high chance of both engine failure.
That's what most experts are pointing out to, that we have spoken.
Yes.
But even that is extremely rare, isn't it? Both engines just don't go off.
Yes. It is a very rare possibility, but possible. In aviation, sometimes things happen the first time. Because it's not an old machine. It's a new aircraft, maybe about 7-8 years old, and a technical fault like this has never taken place on. I have flown the 777, and of course on the 787 also I was converted. So these aircraft are unlikely to have such problems. Till now in the world, they have had no problem on the 787 and the 777s.
Yeah.
So very high possibility of a bird ingestion, because he's given a mayday call. Now that depends that what that mayday call was.
So, sir, in your experience, these moments, what would these moments have been like for the captains in the cockpit?
I would say the pilot, when he's given the mayday call, he was knowing that it's a no-go situation.
You're watching our special broadcast. I'm Parikshit Luthra. Tragic developments from Ahmedabad. An Air India plane carrying 242 people crashed near the city's airport minutes after takeoff. The Boeing 787 Dreamliner was en route to London, had 2 pilots and 10 cabin crew on board. The aircraft had departed from the airport at 1:39 p.m. this afternoon and was headed to London's Gatwick Airport when it crashed into a medical college hostel. 169 Indian nationals, 53 British nationals, 1 Canadian national, 7 Portuguese were on board. Aviation regulator DGCA has said that the aircraft's pilot gave a mayday call, but no response was given by the aircraft thereafter to the calls made by the air traffic control. And then the aircraft crashed outside the airport perimeter immediately after leaving the runway. A mayday call is a distress call used to signal a life-threatening emergency. The police said that the plane crashed into a hostel of a medical college. Police, fire brigade and first responders are at the site of the crash. Prime Minister Modi called the incident heartbreaking and beyond words. United Kingdom Prime Minister Keir Starmer called the mishap devastating.
लगातार पिछले 2-2.5 घंटे से हमारी टीम उस पर काम कर रही है। हमारी सेक्रेटरी है, डीजीसीए है, एआई की टीम है, सभी लोग, हमारी विकास की टीम, सभी लोग एक साथ बैठकर वहाँ पे काम कर रहे हैं। और अभी हम डीजीसीए, हमारी सेक्रेटरी और मैं तो हम तो वहाँ पे अभी फिजिकली भी जा रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी इसका मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने नायडू जी से हमारी सभी लोगों से बात भी की है, वो मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं। हमारे होम मिनिस्टर वहां पे पहुंच रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि सभी स्तर पे ये अभी राहत का कार्य बड़ी इमरजेंसी के लेवल पर
ऑडिट होगा क्या? सभी प्लेन का इंडिया के ऑडिट होगा?
नहीं, अभी तो आज मुझे लगता है कि पहली बात तो यह है कि हमें इससे पहले बाहर निकलना है। बाद में सब होगा, उसकी जांच होगी, उस पर रिपोर्ट आएंगे, उस पर असल में क्या रीजन है वो भी सामने आएगा। ये आज मुझे लगता है कि थोड़ा टाइम
इन कंपनीज जो है, सारी एयरलाइन कंपनीज, क्या वो बहुत सस्ता ले रही है क्या लोगों के जान को लेकर? क्योंकि कोई भी बारिश हो जाए तो प्लेन में कुछ होगा।
मुझे लगता है कि कोई जो रियल उसका रीजन है वो सामने आने तक थोड़ा सा
सर, जहाँ पे प्लेन गिरा वहाँ पे कुछ कैजुअलिटी हुई है?
लगता है, लगता तो है, लेकिन थोड़ा सा मुझे लगता है कि ऑफिशियली थोड़ा सा
बिल्डिंग में कुछ लोग रह रहे थे ऐसे भी।
सर, डॉक्टर्स हॉस्टल बताया जा रहा है।
नहीं, यहाँ से एनडीआरएफ की टीम भी गई है, वहाँ पे बाकी सेना दल की टीम भी गई है। मुझे लगता है कि सभी जो टीमें हैं सभी लेवल पे वहाँ पे काम शुरू हुआ।
Right, a very, very tragic incident there. Plane crash at the Ahmedabad airport. Joining us right now is Shivani Bazaz. Shivani, the aviation minister is rushing to the location. Give us a sense of what we know so far.
Well, Parikshit, absolutely a big tragedy over there. An Air India Dreamliner flight AI-171 bound for London's Gatwick crashed just minutes after takeoff from the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport. Now, the DGCA has confirmed that the aircraft departed at 1:39 p.m. today, and soon after, the pilot gave a mayday call to the air traffic control, and no further response was received from the cockpit, and the aircraft crashed outside the airport perimeter in what appears to be a catastrophic mid-climb failure. There were 242 people on board, including crew members. Now, emergency teams were immediately mobilized to the site. Now, the aviation regulator says that contact was lost with the aircraft within minutes of departure. The crash site lies just beyond the airport, and the rescue operations have been underway throughout the afternoon. Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Raidu said that centre is on highest alert, with all the agencies instructed to act swiftly. Rescue and medical teams have been deployed across Ahmedabad, and coordination is being overseen at the highest levels. Now, in a statement, Air India chairman N. Chandrasekaran said that the airline's primary focus right now is on supporting those impacted. He confirmed that an emergency centre has been activated with dedicated support teams assisting families and working with local authorities. Aircraft maker Boeing has also released a brief statement saying it is aware of the initial reports and is currently gathering more information. Gujarat Police, as you mentioned earlier, in its statement has said that the Air India flight has crashed into the doctor's hostel, and the police and other agencies reached the spot immediately. This is a developing story, as we have been tracking. Investigators from DGCA and Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau are already on the site, and the Minister of Civil Aviation is also on the way. And more information is expected in the next next few hours. For now, the focus remains on emergency response and ensuring every possible support to the victims and their families. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Shivani, for joining us. Indeed, a disturbing and developing story. And the focus right now would be to reach out to everyone who is affected, their family members, and also find survivors on board. And the fire brigade, police authorities are doing just that on the ground in Ahmedabad. And of course, there will be efforts to investigate the cause of crash as well. We're now joined by Captain Vadia, founder, president of Federation of Indian Airlines. We'll also have other guests on board. Let me go across to Captain Vadia at this point. Captain Vadia, now this is an aircraft that had been in service for almost 11 years. It was being flown by very experienced pilots. Could you give us a sense of what may have gone wrong within minutes of takeoff?
Right. It's too early right now to speculate what's gone wrong. And I'm sure everyone will be asking those questions. However, I'd like to throw a little bit of light on that particular subject. This particular aircraft has taken off, and I'm sure immediately after takeoff, he puts his undercarriage up. Now, this aircraft has reached an altitude of 600 feet and declared an emergency. In this short period of time, maybe in just 1 or 2 minutes, the pilot has realized that something drastically wrong has happened. Now, what could have happened? I'll just give you 2 examples where it's too early to speculate. For example, I have flown a jumbo with 4 engines, and on takeoff, you had multiple bird hits, and we reject the takeoff, and eventually found that 3 engines had burnt up on a jumbo. So it is possible that you could have had multiple bird hits also. Or it could have been also possible to have a technical failure like fuel starvation or some technical failure. But for normal technical failures like an engine failure or single bird hit, the pilot is trained and the aircraft is capable of flying normally and doing a normal landing back.
All right. Okay, sir, I'll request you to hold on for a second. We're just cutting across to the Ministry of External Affairs. The spokesperson, Randhir Jaiswal, is addressing the media, and he is speaking about the Ahmedabad plane crash.
Detail. Now, a specific question that you asked, Shivam, responding to that, I would say that there are existing mechanisms between Indian and Canadian law enforcement agencies that have discussed issues of mutual security concern over a period of time. This engagement is likely to continue. Sumita, your question about rare earths.
That was the External Affairs spokesperson speaking about the plane crash in Ahmedabad. Let me go back to our guest. We're joined by Mr. Sivaraman, who is the former DGCA chief. Mr. Sivaraman, could you give us a sense of what will be the steps that will now take place in terms of investigating the cause, the protocol that is put into place, the effort that will be put in to find survivors?
There are 2 things which I want to say here. As Captain Vadia said, a very seasoned, experienced pilot, I don't think I can add much to what he has stated. However, these aircrafts have got equipments by which they can transfer all the flight data recordings onto the ground. And this was there in force even 30 years ago with all these sophisticated aircraft. Now we have to recover the DFDR and the CVR. If the Air India had these facilities to get the onboard recording of the DFDR onto their ground facilities, then they will be able to find out immediately, even before the DFDR is recovered and decoded, they will be able to find out the flight path of the aircraft and the problems, if any, that can be found out from the DFDR. That should be immediately looked into by the DGSA as well as the accident investigation authorities. Secondly, it is very essential to recover the CVR immediately because the pilot, after giving a mayday call, went silent. Why did he go silent? Immediately after the mayday call. So these are very important things which have to be attended to immediately. Secondly, as far as the facilities are concerned for the people who have been injured or those who have lost their dear ones, I think the airport authorities and all the other emergency facilities have acted with great alacrity, and one could see them working in extreme conditions. And I think I will congratulate them for taking such effective and immediate steps.
Right, absolutely. Let me also ask you about now what happens with the Boeing fleet, the Dreamliner fleet that we have. Do you expect certain questions to be asked of the company, maybe a thorough audit also to be carried out? Or do you think this would be a specific incident and would be treated as such?
This should be treated as an incident because you cannot ground the entire 787 fleet because of one crash. And it is very necessary to find out before taking any such very rash step, I would say, as it happened in the case of Airbus 320 aircraft. One should examine the records of this aircraft immediately underground by the DGC and other authorities, including the airline authorities, to see whether everything was proper as regards this aircraft is concerned. It would have been proper, otherwise it would not have been certified for flight to London. So I'm very certain that the aircraft would have been thoroughly examined underground before its flight, and the officers would have certified it as ready for flight. So I don't think any purpose would be served in grounding all the aircraft because of this one crash. There may be hundreds of 787 flying all across the world.
Absolutely. Let me go back to Captain Wadia. Captain Wadia, we are, of course, getting some reports that the plane had crashed immediately after takeoff from Ahmedabad. 242 people were on board. There was a mayday call, but thereafter no response was given by the aircraft to the calls made by the ATC. It seems that the plane's engine may have lost thrust. Landing gears were also still down. Do you think whatever happened only after the flight took off and there could be external reasons and perhaps multiple bird hits in a short span of time would be the most possible reason?
No, there will be a lot of reasons, but let me correct you. I wouldn't go for so far as to mention that the gear was still down. I would presume that the gear was retracted immediately after takeoff, because that's what you do when you're about 50 to 100 feet after takeoff, in a few seconds after takeoff. So I think in the visuals that I saw, I could think that the gear was lowered when the aircraft was coming down. So what was very clear to me is the pilot knew that he was in some dire emergency. That is why, first of all, he made a mayday call. Secondly, at that point in time in flight, about 600 feet, the gear is normally supposed to be up. The very fact that he had put the gear down, he was expecting the aircraft to land or crash. And the manner in which it came down, you could imagine it was landing on a runway straight ahead. The wings were level, the gear was down, as if it was doing a normal landing. So I think the pilot has gone to great extent to ensure that this is, I wouldn't call it a crash, I would call the pilot crash landing, where he's taken efforts to minimize the impact, to minimize the damage to the aircraft and to the passengers. And maybe because of his efforts, maybe some passengers are still safe and maybe alive still. We don't know the exact figures. Maybe no one is alive still. But it is possible, the very fact that the aircraft has come down smoothly and it has broken up, the fuselage has broken up, and part of it is on top of some building also. It is possible that you may have some survivors from the passengers.
That, of course, is a very important piece of news, and we would be waiting for that heartening piece of news, Captain Wadia. In fact, we're withholding the names of the pilots so far, but they had almost 8,200 hours and 1,100 hours of flying experience. So these are very experienced pilots, isn't it, Captain Wadia?
It is, absolutely. I would say the aircraft was fine. The pilots were well qualified and well trained. So I don't, because what sort of emergency they face at that point in time, it is very difficult for us to speculate, especially at this point in time. Let's wait for more information to come in. We will find out whether, as you suggested, it could be a bird hit also, or it could be some mechanical failure, fuel starvation, or some such technical problem. And we'll have to wait for answers on that front.
Right. Mr. Sivaraman, are you also surprised that this happened with a Dreamliner?
I'm really surprised because Dreamliners are so perfect an aircraft. And as Captain Wadia said, the pilot has been driving his level best to land the aircraft. One could see that in your visuals. And So something very serious has happened, which I think only investigations can prove. Otherwise, it's an aircraft which normally, even if one engine fails, they can easily come back and land. And even if, for example, the elevators fail, the pilots are trained to somehow keep the aircraft in balance and bring it down. So the pilots are very qualified here. So we have to wait for the investigation, particularly the recovery of the DFDR and its decoding.
Right. Let me now go across to Mark Martin. He's joining us as well. Mark, considering present technologies, and I'm assuming it would be quite easy to find and identify and secure the flight data recorder at this point. Maybe it will be done in the next few hours. So do you expect a preliminary analysis of the investigation into the crash by later this evening, perhaps?
Thanks for having me. Very unfortunate today, Parikshit. It's impossible that any report or any investigation, including preliminary or otherwise, can be released now. I think we need to hold our horses. We need to let this investigation process start. I'm going to put this out there. It's going to be painstakingly slow. They have to recover every part of the aircraft, put it into a hangar, reconstruct it, look at the CVR tapes, the DFDR, the ADS-B, the flight profile, the engine parameters, the ECTM. Every single element of record has to be brought together, investigated, studied, and only then you can come up with even a preliminary report, because it's even a preliminary report for this, an incident like this will be at least 300 pages, where the final report should be at least 2,000 to 3,000 pages. Okay, so you know, I'd like to caution and be very, very clear, despite whoever's out there. Please do not speculate. The pilot is no more. The co-pilot is no more. Let's respect the dead. From what we know, this guy tried to take off. He obviously, my guess is that there was he had a power assurance issue. He tried to open power, go to MCT. He couldn't get the climb thrust he wanted. We don't know why that happened. Let's not speculate. Let's get to the bottom of this investigation. This is the first ever 787 Dreamliner crash ever. Okay, and in such an incident, I think it's very sad that we've seen something like this, at least in today's day and age. And my view on this is that Air India has been operating this since 2011 with error-free operation of the 787. 787 worked great for Air India. Sure, there were maintenance issues. Yes, there are spare part issues. Yes, but the aircraft never structurally broke. And the moment you transfer the ownership to a private airline, from a government-run airline, it goes to a private airline, we see a crash like this. I mean, doesn't that say something? Ever since Air India went to Tata Singapore Airlines, it has been an utter disaster. We have seen everything from air turnbacks to lavatories getting clogged, to Air India pilots being fined the highest in comparison to any airline. This is an Air India that's a private Air India. It's not a government Air India. We criticized Air India when it was part of the government. What about now? Who's responsible for this? Are you going to throw the book for airlines or Tatas? Enough. I think clearly we need to be very clear. The government needs to crack the whip, and we need to hold people accountable for this crash, because enough is enough.
Okay.
And this...
Right. Captain Wadia?
260 people perished. Okay, it's no joke. It's going to send
Mark, absolutely. Mark, we completely respect your views. Of course, there is a lot of anger. What has happened is extremely, extremely tragic. And as we've been reporting, our hats off to the pilots. They made all efforts to land the plane safely. There was clearly a very dire situation out there, as Captain Wadia was also pointing out. But Captain Wadia, on a preliminary analysis of whatever we know so far, the investigation may take a lot of time, but certain questions that come to your mind.
See, the safety record of India has never been really not acceptable. And for the last 50 years, we've been trying to improve aviation safety and standards in India. It is the government. I'm sure everyone has good intentions. As everyone says, the government is trying its best, the Prime Minister is trying his best, but you must have knowledgeable people in DGCA and people who understand the business of accident analysis to address this issue. We need to have an independent safety board, just like the ones that exist in many countries. In India, it has existed tooth and nail by the DGCA, and the system of safety in India needs a drastic improvement.
Right. We're also joined by aviation expert Sanjay Lazar. Sanjay Lazar, very, very tragic news that we are getting, of course, from Ahmedabad. And this is a developing story, so to say. But clearly there was a very unfortunate, very dire situation that developed. And the pilots did try to take control and land the aircraft safely. But unfortunately, that couldn't happen. We're still praying and hoping that there are survivors on board. And we will get reports from the hospital and from the police very soon. But your thoughts initially on what may have happened and what happens from here?
Well, first of all, it's a very sad day for Indian aviation and aviation globally. It's a huge loss. 787 has an excellent safety record, almost 1,200 of them flying, all around the world. But we've also learned, in recent minutes, in the last half an hour, that the pilot did send an ACAS message. And of course, I'm sure Mark and Captain Wadia may have spoken, and Mr. Sivaram. But and he said there's no thrust, no lift. Plane is it was losing height. It gives us the clear impression now that there was something seriously wrong with the engines, or like people were speculating earlier, maybe an ingestion of something, birds, or I don't know what it was. But both engines seem to have lost power, and the aircraft started falling. The pilots, as probably been mentioned on your show, had close to 10,000 hours of experience, 8,200 for the PIC and 1,100 for the first officer, which is a significant amount of experience. To Captain Wadia's point, of course, we do require a independent safety board and a regulator, like the NTSB or whatever you have abroad. Over here, we've got one superpower organization that looks into almost everything, from fares to routes to safety to training, the works. But by and large, this is a very tragic day, and I'm praying that we get survivors, more survivors. From what I understand, there are 10 or 12 people who are in hospital. What condition they are, we do not know. We also know that about 40 bodies had been recovered until an hour ago. So I don't know what the situation is going beyond that.
Right.
Part of the aircraft we see in the visuals is broken on top of the hostel. The rest of it is in a residential area. So I'm assuming that there will be casualties on the ground as well, and we need to look at that. So the collector is probably looking into that. Yeah.
Absolutely. We're hoping for survivors. Mr. Sivaraman, if I can come to you from your experience, could you give us a sense of what will happen now in terms of the investigation? As our panelists pointed out, and Mark also pointed out, that even getting to know the preliminary cause of the crash will take possibly a long time, maybe months, if not weeks. What happens at this stage? Which are the bodies which are going to be involved?
First of all, we have an accident investigation bureau, which is outside the pale of DGCA. It functions independently. And I do not know what more independence is required, because there is already an accident investigation bureau which consists of experts, and they will be on the job immediately. And secondly, as far as DGCA is concerned, he will only be assisting them, and I don't think he will be interfering in the investigation of the accident itself. The DGCA may probably conducting an audit of the records of this aircraft right from the beginning, from the day it was purchased till the day it went into this accident. That, of course, is the DGCA's job to see whether the aircraft has been maintained properly. It's, of course, very sad that such a company like Tata's have been getting into trouble as soon as they took over this airline into that fold, that they have been encountering one problem or the other. And in this particular case, I'm really scared that such an aircraft, which is supposed to have the best record of flying all over the world, has crashed immediately on takeoff. It is something very horrible, and I don't know. As far as the preliminary investigation is concerned, as you know, when the Airbus 320 aircraft crashed, what we did was we recovered the DFDR, we went through the DFDR, we decoded the DFDR, and we put into the simulator the same flight path of the accidented aircraft, and we could immediately find out what was the cause of the accident of the aircraft. Similar exercise could easily be done But of course, it would be a preliminary finding. It would not be a final finding. It could definitely be able to guide the investigators as to the reality behind the accident. Because if you put this data of the flight recorder into a simulator and fly the same path as the pilots have done in the case of this aircraft, you would know really what happened to this aircraft. And this is usually done, and this was what I did when the Airbus 320 crashed. And immediately within 2 days, we were able to find out what was the reason for the crash. Although we did not give out the findings, because the findings took a long time. There was a judicial inquiry into the whole thing. And finally, the judicial inquiry also came to the same conclusion.
Right. Now, of course, a lot will be found out, and I'm getting reports that there have been meetings at the Aviation Ministry and all records of this flight have been called for. Sanjay Lazar, so this seems to be an obvious step to get all the records, and this flight had landed from somewhere else a short while back before it took off for Ahmedabad. So I'm sure all those details are being analyzed to understand the health of the aircraft, the service and maintenance record as well. Sanjay.
Yes, of course. I believe the aircraft had come in from Delhi, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, obviously they would have done pre-flight checks, whether it's the ground engineer and the pilots in themselves. The records are open for everybody to look at. I don't know about, the difference in maintenance procedures now that it's a private company. But I do know, I can say this, that Air India has always had a very healthy safety and engineering record, and continues to do so. I do not know, what could have gone wrong at this particular juncture. The DGCA will look into the records. It's wrong for me to even speculate at this point or comment or cast aspersions. I just want to express my grief and solidarity with the, folks at Air India, because they've suffered a huge loss, and we don't know how, what the extent will be today. The nation has suffered a loss. Actually, it's, there are citizens of these countries here, and hearts go out to all of them.
Right. Captain Wadia, coming back to you, there wasn't much time for the captain of the aircraft to react. Whatever had to be done was probably you had to do it in a span of a few minutes. The options were limited as well. Could you give us a sense of perhaps what was the scenario when they took off from the airport? The terrain you were in was very, very clear. There was a distress situation. What could have possibly gone through the pilot's mind, the options available at that time?
Right. We are seeing it from an outside perspective when you're not visualizing what the pilot is going through in the cockpit. At that point in time, first of all, he takes off and does his normal checks after takeoff. And as soon as he's free from that and he encounters a serious emergency, yes, he's had time to inform the ATC, but he, as people say time and again, he didn't respond anymore. Obviously, he may not have time to even talk to the ATC because he's dealing with a situation in the cockpit. There's a serious emergency. Now, what sort of emergency is that? Whether it's some engine problem or whatever it is, he's handling that emergency. He and his co-pilot are talking to each other and trying to assess and handle that emergency. And in that time also, he is trying to see which is a safe place to land the aircraft, and he hasn't found anything, so he goes straight ahead and does a normal, smooth landing as if the runway is ahead of him. And obviously the aircraft breaks up and catches fire because the runway is not there and he goes into buildings, etc. So the pilot is very busy at that point of time, and he has no time to think of anything or even inform the ATC.
Absolutely. I'll request all our guests to stay with us. We're getting a soundbite from the British Foreign Secretary, David Lammy. He was speaking in the Parliament on the Ahmedabad plane crash. The plane was carrying 53 British nationals. Let's listen in to what David Lammy had to say.
My thoughts, and I'm sure those of the entire House, are with those who've been affected by the tragic plane crash in India this morning. We know that British nationals were on board, and Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that the FCDO is working urgently with local authorities to support British nationals and their families, and has stood up a crisis team in both Delhi and in London.
All right, and still with us are Sanjay Lazar, aviation expert, Mr. Sivaraman, a former DGCA chief, and Captain Wadia. Sanjay, if I can come to you, what will this mean now for Air India? The questions that Air India would have to face in the coming months?
First of all, it'll mean a lot of heartbreak and pain, before we go to what it'll mean. Otherwise, I think we need to be sensitized to the fact that there are 250 human lives here. A lot of them, Indian families here, plus the crew and the passengers. So I think that's the first trauma that Air India will have to deal with, that the Indian government will have to deal with, and the Ministry of Civil Aviation. Beyond that, of course, the investigation and the process that the
All right, we seem to have lost that link with Sanjay Lazar, but let me go back to Captain Wadia at this point. Now, Captain Wadia, as far as the probe goes, what role would Boeing, what role would the makers of the flight's engine have to play here? Would the Indian government, would the DGCA have already made contact with them right now?
Oh, yes. Any accident, all of the people are definitely involved. Irrespective, you may have an investigating team of a few people, maybe 5 or 7 people, but the manufacturers of the aircraft and the engines and any other allied agencies will have to be involved, and they are normally involved in the investigation totally. And since you asked the question of DGCA, the DFDR, Digital Flight Data Recorder, let me tell you, first of all, the CVR, the cockpit voice recorder, is a separate issue. You can get the access to the cockpit voice recorder almost immediately, and you'll know what they will be talking in the cockpit. But the details of the DFDR take a long time. They come in digital form, and they come in various formats that have to be analyzed in detail. And so in the next couple of weeks, you will not even have details of the DFDR. So that has to be studied properly. And that will, as Captain Sivaraman already explained, if you put them into a simulator, it will give you exactly what has actually happened on the aircraft.
Absolutely. Mr. Sivaraman, we understand that the Aviation Ministry, there is a lot of activity. The DGCA chief, the Aviation Secretary are all holding continuous meetings. A DGCA team is also leaving for Ahmedabad. We've also seen how the Aviation Minister has left. What's really the protocol in times of a plane crash, a tragedy of this kind?
From my experience, I can tell you, normally after a plane crash, there was a very serious plane crash in Palam Airport when Mr. Narasimha Rao was the Prime Minister. He also visited the site. I was with him when that plane crashed. It was a Tu-154 of the aircraft which had been taken on lease by the Indian Airlines. But the entire investigation and supervision was left to the professionals in the area. So in my opinion, this should be left to professionals, senior people like Captain Wadia and others who have flown such aircraft, similar aircraft in similar circumstances. So they should be consulted, and we should exclude politics, company quarrels, everything out of it, and get to the bottom of it. And there should be one man who should be supervising it, and he should be a technically qualified person, and the responsibility should be on him rather than on any other people. Too many people will spoil the broth here. This is a highly technical issue, and it should be left only to the technical people. As Captain Wadia and others said, people from the builders of the aircraft, that is the Boeing, the engine manufacturers, the navigation equipment manufacturers, the communication people, everyone should be associated with the investigation of this aircraft, because everyone will be interested in finding out the truth so that this does not get repeated. But we should keep everything else outside of this.
Right. We're also getting bites from the family members of the victims. They're waiting for any kind of information that may come by as soon as possible. There are some waiting outside Gujarat's civil hospital. Let's play out those reactions.
हाँ मेरी शादी था, वो अमृतसर थी, लंदन जा रही थी।
हाँ फिर?
हाँ बस वो 1 घंटे में समाचार आ गया को प्लेन क्रैक हो गया, देखने भी नहीं मिला, वो अंदर एंट्री नहीं मिली सिविल में।
हमारी बहन जा रही थी
1 बजे जा रही थी प्लेन।
1:10 की फ्लाइट थी और जा रही थी लंदन। लंदन जाने से पहले ही क्रैश हो गया प्लेन।
All right, we're looking at all the information coming in. In fact, the initial report that came in about the Air India B787 aircraft at Ahmedabad, this was, they said that this was flight AI-171 from Ahmedabad to Gatwick. It crashed immediately after takeoff from Ahmedabad. There were 242 people on board, and the aircraft had 2 pilots and 10 cabin crew as well. The aircraft was under the control of a captain who had almost 8,200 hours of flying experience. The co-pilot had 1,100 hours of flying experience. We are withholding names of the passengers on board the aircraft and also the pilots and the co-pilot because we're still hoping for good news that comes out from the investigation and from all the rescue teams which are on ground. As per the ATC, aircraft departed from Ahmedabad at 13:39 hours from the runway 23. It gave a mayday call to the ATC, but therefore, thereafter, no response was given by the aircraft to the calls by the ATC. Aircraft immediately after departure from runway 23 fell on ground outside the airport perimeter. Heavy black smoke was seen coming from the accident site. And Captain Wadia, immediately after that, we had rescue teams flying in. And of course, that's a protocol. There are rescue teams at the airport, always available on standby. I'm sure teams must have been called from outside as well, considering the gravity of the situation. But no one had time to react at all. But what's your thoughts on the rescue that is going on the ground? I'm sure that the rescue teams are doing a great job in this hour of crisis. It's a very difficult operation. And we just hope that we are able to find survivors on board.
I'm sure the rescue team, the fire brigade and the police, everyone must have done a wonderful job. And from the reports that are coming in from the site of the accident also, the rescue and people being taken to the hospital has been very efficient. And I think we're perfectly fine with that. But I have one more comment to make. It is important to investigate this accident. After all, Annexure 13 of ICAO, which is the United Nations, says very clearly, the aim of an accident is to prevent a recurrence and not to apportion blame. Along with this accident also, I hope we go into the normal practices of aviation safety in India and try and improve standards of aviation safety. I'll give you a small example. There are a lot of incidents where nothing drastic happens. No damages happen to the aircraft. No one is injured. No passengers problem. There are incidents which are just something like a dog on the runway or some minor incidents. In India, we hardly investigate these incidents. If you investigate the incidents properly, accidents will hardly ever happen. We need to focus on that very finely. To give you an example, in India, I have seen with my own experience, incidents are put under the carpet and no one bothers. In Australia, there was a near miss. Again, nothing happened. It was only an incident. But the chairman of the airport authority was removed after an investigation was held. So investigation of incidents is as important as accidents.
Mr. Sivaraman, do you agree that we need to have a better record of investigating such accidents and whatever happened here must be investigated thoroughly? A precedent must be set?
Well, Captain Wadia mentioned about an incident 4 days ago. I came by an Indigo flight from Calicut to Chennai. And I was standing in the queue to board the aircraft. They had brought down the garbage from inside the aircraft. The garbage bag was open. And the entire garbage, a few of those papers inside started flying all around. I called the man standing near the aircraft and told him, look, I am the former DGCA. This is a very serious matter. When the engine starts in this aircraft, this could get sucked in and there may be serious engine problem. They just laughed at me and walked away. Now,
that indeed is shocking.
I couldn't contact the pilot. I just stood there because I am now 85 years old. I am not in a position to fight with everybody. And I saw those garbage flying all around. Fortunately, it was an ATR aircraft. It had been a jet aircraft which was starting. They could have easily sucked into. This paper could have gone in. We don't know what was there inside, other garbage which was flying all around. So this is where I'm saying, in this country, my experience of 40, 50 years in government and in other areas, I find supervision is lacking. Supervision by the senior people, taking responsibility by the senior people, that is lacking. You pass the buck down at every time. And for example, in the aircraft tarmac area, so many aircraft are maneuvering. Aircraft are starting engines, aircraft are stopping the engines, passengers are being put in the buses and being taken out. Nobody is supervising it. Now, this kind of a garbage is flying around. Who is there to check that? Somebody must be there to check it. Unfortunately, this doesn't happen. That is why we have these accidents. You remember the accident of that aircraft in this supersonic aircraft which crashed in UK because it sucked in some grit or some iron pieces. Although they do take precaution, they run a check on the runways, etc. But there are some runways where I felt as though I was riding a horse. I was not in a plane. I was riding a horse. And the pilots would have definitely complained about the condition of the runway. Nobody would have taken action on it.
Right.
So these are certain things.
Mr. Sivaraman, those are very important points, and I would just want to give our viewers some updates that have come in. In fact, the Boeing company has put out a latest statement. They're saying we're in contact with Air India regarding Flight 171 and stand ready to support them. Our thoughts are with the passengers, crew, first responders, and all those who are affected. There are also reports coming in from a number of international agencies about the situation of those who were on board that tragic flight. But you know what? We are going to wait for the Indian authorities to give us a final word and to say formally what has actually happened. We'll wait for that. We'll our thoughts and prayers with everyone right now, but we'll wait for a final word from the Indian government on record on what has happened. We're awaiting a bite from the police as well. What's happening on the ground? You're seeing officials from the fire department, from the police, aviation authorities, who are there at the spot, also at the hostel where the plane crash took place. They're trying to douse the flames. There would be search and rescue teams as well to see if there are survivors. We also believe that there is a lot of activity at the nearest hospital as well. And we will get updates from the hospital authorities as well. A statement has come in from the Indian Army. The Indian Army has said that they're extending all assistance to civil administration after the flight crash in Ahmedabad. 130 personnel from the Army have been deployed to assist civil administration in this disaster relief efforts following the crash of Air India flight. The Indian Army's response includes engineering teams with JCBs, medical teams and quick action teams, firefighting assets. So essentially what we're trying to say, and also a military hospital has been placed on standby, that when a situation like this happens, you've got all authorities on board, all hands on deck. That's what we're seeing right now to possibly resolve the situation at the earliest. The operations at the Ahmedabad airport had been suspended, but we've now got information that the operations there have resumed as well. You've got the DGCA teams there. You've got the aviation minister who's left for the location. He would be possibly reaching there in a short while from now. And it's important for perhaps VIPs. Often questions are raised about whether VIPs can actually help in a situation like that or distract the security forces. But it's also perhaps important to show solidarity with the victims, with the family members, and also with all the rescue teams that the government is standing by them. Definitely a very tricky, a very sensitive situation that is developing. Sanjay Lazar, if I can come back to you, and we really thank all our guests to stay on with us. The fact is, it's a developing situation. Very little information is coming by, and you're giving us your expert analysis, and we really value your time with CNBC-TV18 in this hour of crisis. But Sanjay, going forward, as Captain Vadia was pointing out, Mr. Sivaraman has also pointed out that do you feel that we're not taking aviation safety very, very seriously, and all private airliners, commercial airliners have to take a cue, some lesson from this as well going forward?
Well, I certainly will agree with both Captain Wadia and Mr. Sivaraman. I've worked under both. I know them both very well. Very, very senior people in this industry. Far, years and years ahead of me. And if they say that safety is not being taken seriously, it's something that we all have to sit up and listen to and ensure that we do. Having said that, I do believe that the DGCA in recent times has tightened up quite a bit, but there is scope for improvement with all airlines. Of course, they're all private now, barring Alliance. So, it's the airline industry at large that needs to look at this. We also need to understand, like Mark Martin was saying earlier about, pilot safety standards, FDTL, all those things now come into focus. We've been brushing things under the carpet, and it's not related to this case. I will not link it to this tragedy, but I'd like to just place on record that despite the previous government and the DGCA, pointing out that FDTL needed to be changed, there were airlines that were using commercial interests to extend it. So, these are things we need to be clear. We need to be a safety-first country. We need to be a safety-first aviation industry and follow all the norms. Running to courts to extend, certain concessions that were given is absolutely incorrect and unthinkable. I think we need to put our house in order, like Captain Wadia said. And, I look forward to that. Right now, I think we need to stand shoulder to shoulder with Air India and the passengers and the people of Gujarat and India who've faced a huge tragedy.
Absolutely. And we're getting reactions from heads of state. Lawrence Wong, the Prime Minister of Singapore, has just said they're deeply saddened by the tragic Air India plane crash in Ahmedabad earlier today. The loss of so many lives is heartbreaking. We extend our deepest condolences to the families of those who lost their loved ones and to the people of India in this time of sorrow. We stand in solidarity with India. We've also seen comments come in from Ursula von der Leyen of the European Union, Anthony Albanese of Australia. We've seen comments from President Putin as well. So those reactions are coming in constantly. And this is, of course, really saddened many people in India and across the world. Questions, Mr. Sivaraman, about coordination with foreign governments. Considering that there were so many foreign nationals on board, what would be the kind of questions that foreign governments would be asking and the kind of coordination we would be having with them right now?
See, I want to make a point here. Under the law, the DGCA is a statutory authority. And if he lays down FDTL, the ministry has no business to interfere with it. And the DGCA has no business to listen to the ministry. If he lays down an FDTL for pilots on the basis of consultations with them, and that is law, the ministry has no business to interfere with it. I'm very sorry to hear that the commercial interest preceded the safety interest aspect of the pilots. And the DGCA also listened to the ministry. Now, as far as coordination of the foreign governments are concerned, I don't think many foreign governments will be interested in it, excepting those governments whose citizens have lost their lives, have been seriously injured. They would expect our government to look after them properly and also to give all the facilities for their dear ones to come to India if they are in the hospital or anything. Definitely the FAA, the Boeing, the GE, all these people would be already on board an aircraft, special aircraft, must be heading towards Ahmedabad now, because this is what happens. And every cooperation should be extended to them to assist us in the investigation. I don't think any politics or any minister or anybody should interfere in this matter, and they should leave it to the DGCA to coordinate all these efforts and the Accident Investigation Bureau to do its job without any interference from anybody.
All right. The news also coming in, Mr. Sivaraman, right now, and I'll get Mr. Wadia, Captain Wadia, to weigh in on this. N. Chandrasekaran, the chairman of Tata Sons, is meeting the Gujarat Chief Minister right now. A short while back, he had taken off from the Mumbai airport. He had left for Gujarat to meet the Chief Minister. Also important for the Chief of Tata Sons, the promoters, the owners of Air India to be on spot at this time. what kind of a challenge does this really throw up for Tata Sons, for Air India, and especially after the Air India takeover by Tata Sons, Mr. Wadia?
The Tatas has a history of starting aviation in the country, but they've had a long period when they were not involved with aviation at all, and the government took over. Now for them to restart the business, they have to start learning themselves. And I'll give you one point. In this entire thing of safety in this country, one of the important factors is education. Education all around, not only of the pilots, of the engineers, the cabin crew, everyone all around needs education. Now, I understand that Tatas themselves are starting a college on aviation education. My understanding is it should not be restricted to the Tata or to Air India itself only. India needs a major college on education in the whole aviation field. There are small airlines which cannot afford a college or something like that. There are charter airlines, there are helicopter consultants. So India needs a major educational institution for aviation for not only just technical aspects, but even things like MBA in aviation. How many people are aware of the international laws in aviation, the Geneva Convention, various things like that? So education is extremely important, and that now Tata, since they have the ability to have their own college, I would suggest that they don't do it only for Tatas, but for the whole country, an Indian Aviation Institute.
Right. So safety has to be a priority. If we want to be an aviation hub for the world, we want to make sure that our airlines have a big market share globally. We need to focus on safety, safety, safety. Let's also get in a statement from the Ahmedabad Civil Hospital on the plane crash.
फ्लाइट के जो पैसेंजर हैं, उनके जो सगे हैं, नज़दीक के सगे हैं, उनसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि डीएनए टेस्टिंग की व्यवस्था हम लोगों ने बीजे मेडिकल कॉलेज के कसौटी भवन में की है। आप सबसे अनुरोध है, जिसमें खास तौर पे माता पिता अथवा उनके पुत्र पुत्री नज़दीक के सगे होते हैं, आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप डीएनए सैंपल के लिए कसौटी भवन में बनी हुई व्यवस्था पर अपने सैंपल दें, ताकि दुर्घटना के जो विक्टिम हैं उनका आइडेंटिफिकेशन जल्दी से हो सके।
All right, so that was the hospital authorities not saying anything about the state of the survivors. They were saying that if there is DNA testing that has to be done, then they have arranged a place nearby where family members, where the loved ones can go. So we're not speculating about the state of those who were on board. We're awaiting a formal statement from the government, possibly from the aviation minister or even the Gujarat government for that matter. And those are the only statements we will take at this point. Let me go back to Sanjay Lazar at this point. Sanjay, what do you think would be happening on the ground in the hospital at the site of crash right now? Also, let's also comment on what happened at the hostel, because this plane crashed on a hospital, which I believe was at the perimeter of the airport premises.
Yes, and that was my first concern, apart from the passengers of the plane, is that, you know, that hostel building, it was lunch hour, and there were a lot of students who'd probably come for the lunch break. So I hope, you know, there was minimal casualty and fatality, if at all, any, because the aircraft tail seemed to, you know, broken off there and stuck on top of that hostel. The other thing is what will be happening, and what we've seen visuals of, is that the collector and the National Recovery Team and the disaster management team pulling out bodies and taking them to various hospitals. I don't know if there were any survivors or if there are any, but I do, like I said earlier in the show, about 40 bodies had been recovered. That process will continue through the evening, I'm sure. The clip that you just played showed somebody, you know, from the hospital talking of DNA samples to identify the bodies. So the process of identification of bodies will now start through DNA and through, you know, body tagging, whatever details are required, whether they're identification marks, jewelry, clothing, those sort of things. And then, of course, the process of post-mortem and then handing over of bodies eventually to the families. I also believe that the investigation team of the DGCA and the Aircraft Accident Investigation Board would have reached there by now, because they were traveling on a special flight, and they will take charge of the site and look into the matter instantly, try and recover the DFDR and the CFR, the black boxes, so to speak, and start decoding it. The ACAS messages, etc., that were received will also be, transmuted and seen into what has happened.
All right. One important statement that has come in from the Federal Aviation Administration, which is a part of the US government. They have put out a statement, Mr. Sivaraman, and they said the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration of the US, is in contact with the National Transportation Safety Board regarding Air India flight AI 171 operating from Ahmedabad to London Gatwick that was involved in an accident. Whenever an international incident occurs, the government concerned leads the investigation. In the event assistance is required, the National Transportation Safety Board is the official US representative, and the FAA provides technical support. We stand ready to launch a team immediately in coordination with the National Transportation Safety Board. Do you think, Mr. Sivaraman, that the Indian government should be taking assistance from the FAA and the NTSB, the Federal Aviation Administration, and the National Transportation Safety Board of the United States?
Of course. There is no ego in this matter. FAA and the NTSB have got enormous facilities, the most modern facilities available in the world for accident investigation. We should take their assistance because this is a very serious matter which involves one of the best aircraft in the world. Therefore, we must take their assistance. We involved the entire Airbus industry engineers in the investigation of the Airbus 320 aircraft accident that took place in Bangalore. All of them were here. We took their assistance.
Absolutely. And let's hope we take the best assistance from all around with friendly countries and get to the bottom of this as soon as possible. Lessons must be learned so that incidents like this must be avoided at all costs in future. And our panelists have pointed out concerns around aviation safety in India. And let's hope that both companies, the private sector, and also the government take note of what has happened. With that, it's a wrap on this special broadcast, and our thoughts and prayers with the families of those who were on board that ill-fated flight. You're watching our special broadcast. I'm Parikshit Luthra. Tragic developments from Ahmedabad. An Air India plane carrying 242 people crashed near the city's airport minutes after takeoff. The Boeing 787 Dreamliner was en route to London, had 2 pilots and 10 cabin crew on board. The aircraft had departed from the airport at 1:39 p.m. this afternoon and was headed to London's Gatwick Airport when it crashed into a medical college hostel. 169 Indian nationals, 53 British nationals, 1 Canadian national, 7 Portuguese were on board. Aviation regulator DGCA has said that the aircraft's pilot gave a mayday call, but no response was given by the aircraft thereafter to the calls made by the air traffic control. And then the aircraft crashed outside the airport perimeter immediately after leaving the runway. A mayday call is a distress call used to signal a life-threatening emergency. The police said that the plane crashed into a hostel of a medical college. Police, fire brigade and first responders are at the site of the crash. Prime Minister Modi called the incident heartbreaking and beyond words. United Kingdom Prime Minister Keir Starmer called the mishap devastating.
लगातार पिछले 2-2.5 घंटे से हमारी टीम उस पर काम कर रही है। हमारे सेक्रेटरी है, डीजीसीए है, एआई की टीम है, सभी लोग, हमारी विकास की टीम, सभी लोग एक साथ बैठकर वहाँ पे काम कर रहे हैं। और अभी हम डीजीसीए, हमारे सेक्रेटरी और मैं तो हम तो वहाँ पे अभी फिजिकली भी जा रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री जी इसका मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने नायडू जी से हमारी सभी लोगों से बात भी की है, वो मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं। हमारे होम मिनिस्टर वहां पे पहुंच रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि सभी स्तर पे ये अभी राहत का कार्य बड़ी इमरजेंसी की लेवल पर शुरू
होगा। क्या सभी प्लेन का इंडिया के ऑडिट होगा?
अभी तो आज मुझे लगता है कि पहली बात तो यह है कि हमें इससे पहले बाहर निकलना है। बाद में सब होगा, उसकी जांच होगी, उस पर रिपोर्ट आएंगे, उस पर असल में क्या रीजन है वो भी सामने आएगा। ये आज मुझे लगता है कि थोड़ा टाइम
लगेगा। कंपनीज जो है, सारी एयरलाइन कंपनीज, क्या वो बहुत सस्ता ले रही है क्या लोगों के जान को लेकर? क्योंकि कोई भी बारिश हो जाए तो प्लेन में कुछ होगा।
मुझे लगता है कि कोई जो रियल उसका रीजन है वो सामने आने तक थोड़ा सा हमें पेशेंस रखना चाहिए।
सर, जहाँ पे प्लेन गिरा वहाँ पे कुछ कैजुअलिटी हुई है?
लगता है, लगता तो है, लेकिन थोड़ा सा मुझे लगता है कि ऑफिशियली थोड़ा सा
बिल्डिंग में कुछ लोग रह रहे थे ऐसे भी।
सर, डॉक्टर्स हॉस्टल बताया जा रहा है।
नहीं, यहाँ से एनडीआरएफ की टीम भी गई है, वहाँ पे बाकी सेना दल की टीम भी गई है। मुझे लगता है कि सभी जो टीमें हैं सभी लेवल पे वहाँ पे काम शुरू।
Right, a very, very tragic incident there. Plane crash at the Ahmedabad airport. Joining us right now is Shivani Bazaz. Shivani, the aviation minister is rushing to the location. Give us a sense of what we know so far.
Well, Parikshit, absolutely a big tragedy over there. An Air India Dreamliner flight AI-171 bound for London's Gatwick crashed just minutes after takeoff from the Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel International Airport. Now, the DGCA has confirmed that the aircraft departed at 1:39 p.m. today, and soon after, the pilot gave a mayday call to the air traffic control, and no further response was received from the cockpit, and the aircraft crashed outside the airport perimeter in what appears to be a catastrophic mid-climb failure. There were 242 people on board, including crew members. Now, emergency teams were immediately mobilized to the site. Now, the aviation regulator says that contact was lost with the aircraft within minutes of departure. The crash site lies just beyond the airport, and the rescue operations have been underway throughout the afternoon. Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Raidu said that centre is on highest alert, with all the agencies instructed to act swiftly. Rescue and medical teams have been deployed across Ahmedabad, and coordination is being overseen at the highest levels. Now, in a statement, Air India chairman N. Chandrasekaran said that the airline's primary focus right now is on supporting those impacted. He confirmed that an emergency centre has been activated with dedicated support teams assisting families and working with local authorities. Aircraft maker Boeing has also released a brief statement saying it is aware of the initial reports and is currently gathering more information. Gujarat police, as you mentioned earlier, in its statement has said that the Air India flight has crashed into the doctor's hostel, and the police and other agencies reached the spot immediately. This is a developing story, as we have been tracking. Investigators from DGCA and Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau are already on the site, and the Minister of Civil Aviation is also on the way. And more information is expected in the next next few hours. For now, the focus remains on emergency response and ensuring every possible support to the victims and their families. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Shivani, for joining us. Indeed, a disturbing and developing story. And the focus right now would be to reach out to everyone who is affected, their family members, and also find survivors on board. And the fire brigade, police authorities are doing just that on the ground in Ahmedabad. And of course, there will be efforts to investigate the cause of crash as well. We're now joined by Captain Wadia, founder, president of Federation of Indian Airlines. We'll also have other guests on board. Let me go across to Captain Wadia at this point. Captain Wadia, now this is an aircraft that had been in service for almost 11 years. It was being flown by very experienced pilots. Could you give us a sense of what may have gone wrong within minutes of takeoff?
Right. It's too early right now to speculate what's gone wrong. And I'm sure everyone will be asking those questions. However, I'd like to throw a little bit of light on that particular subject. This particular aircraft has taken off, and I'm sure immediately after takeoff, he puts his undercarriage up. Now, this aircraft has reached an altitude of 600 feet and declared an emergency. In this short period of time, maybe in just 1 or 2 minutes, the pilot has realized that something drastically wrong has happened. Now, what could have happened? I'll just give you 2 examples where it's too early to speculate. For example, I have flown a jumbo with 4 engines, and on takeoff, you've had multiple bird hits, and we reject the takeoff, and eventually found that 3 engines had burnt up on a jumbo. So it is possible that you could have had multiple bird hits also. It could have been also possible to have a technical failure like fuel starvation or some technical failures. But for normal technical failures like an engine failure or single bird hit, the pilot is trained and the aircraft is capable of flying normally and doing a normal landing.
We're joined by Mr. Sivaraman, who is the former DGCA chief. Mr. Sivaraman, could you give us a sense of what will be the steps that will now take place in terms of investigating the cause, the protocol that is put into place, the effort that will be put in to find survivors?
There are 2 things which I want to say here. As Captain Wadia said, a very seasoned, experienced pilot, I don't think I can add much to what he has stated. However, these aircrafts have got equipments by which they can transfer all the flight data recordings onto the ground. And this was there in force even 30 years ago with all these sophisticated aircraft. Now we have to recover the DFDR and the CVR. If the Air India had these facilities to get the onboard recording of the DFDR onto their ground facilities, then they will be able to find out immediately, even before the DFDR is recovered and decoded, they will be able to find out the flight path of the aircraft and the problems, if any, that can be found out from the DFDR. That should be immediately looked into by the DGSA as well as the accident investigation authorities. Secondly, it is very essential to recover the CVR immediately because the pilot, after giving a mayday call, went silent. Why did he go silent? Immediately after the mayday call. So these are very important things which have to be attended to immediately. Secondly, as far as the facilities are concerned for the people who have been injured or those who have lost their dear ones, I think the airport authorities and all the other emergency facilities have acted with great alacrity, and one could see them working in extreme conditions. And I think I will congratulate them for taking such effective and immediate steps.
Right, absolutely. Let me also ask you about now what happens with the Boeing fleet, the Dreamliner fleet that we have. Do you expect certain questions to be asked of the company, maybe a thorough audit also to be carried out, or do you think this would be a specific incident and would be treated as such?
This should be treated as an incident because you cannot ground the entire 787 fleet because of one crash. And it is very necessary to find out before taking any such very rash step, I would say, as it happened in the case of Airbus 320 aircraft. One should examine the records of this aircraft immediately on the ground by the DGCA and other authorities, including the airline authorities, to see whether everything was proper as regards this aircraft is concerned. It would have been proper, otherwise it would not have been certified for flight to London. So I'm very certain that the aircraft would have been thoroughly examined on the ground before its flight, and the officers would have certified it as ready for flight. So I don't think any purpose would be served in grounding all the aircraft because of this one crash. There may be hundreds of 787 flying all across the world.
Absolutely. Let me go back to Captain Wadia. Captain Wadia, we are, of course, getting some reports that the plane had crashed immediately after takeoff from Ahmedabad. 242 people were on board. There was a mayday call, but thereafter no response was given by the aircraft to the calls made by the ATC. It seems that the plane's engine may have lost thrust. Landing gears were also still down. Do you think whatever happened only after the flight took off, and there could be external reasons, and perhaps multiple bird hits in a short span of time would be the most possible reason?
No, there will be a lot of reasons, but let me correct you. I wouldn't go for so far as to mention that the gear was still down. I would presume that the gear was retracted immediately after takeoff, because that's what you do when you're about 50 to 100 feet after takeoff, in a few seconds after takeoff. So I think in the visuals that I saw, I could think that the gear was lowered when the aircraft was coming down. So what was very clear to me is the pilot knew that he was in some dire emergency. That is why, first of all, he made a mayday call. Secondly, at that point in time in flight, about 600 feet, the gear is normally supposed to be up. The very fact that he had put the gear down, he was expecting the aircraft to land or crash. And the manner in which it came down, you could imagine it was landing on a runway straight ahead. The wings were level, the gear was down, as if it was doing a normal landing. So I think the pilot has gone to great extent to ensure that this is, I wouldn't call it a crash, I would call the pilot crash landing, where he's taken efforts to minimize the impact, to minimize the damage to the aircraft and to the passengers. And maybe because of his efforts, maybe some passengers are still safe and maybe alive still. We don't know the exact figures. Maybe no one is alive still. But it is possible, the very fact that the aircraft has come down smoothly and it has broken up, the fuselage has broken up, and part of it is on top of some building also. It is possible that you may have some survivors from the passengers.
That, of course, is a very important piece of news, and we would be waiting for that heartening piece of news, Captain Wadia. In fact, we're withholding the names of the pilots so far, but they had almost 8,200 hours and 1,100 hours of flying experience. So these are very experienced pilots, isn't it, Captain Wadia?
It is, absolutely. I would say the aircraft was fine. The pilots were well qualified and well trained. So I don't, because what sort of emergency they face at that point in time, it is very difficult for us to speculate, especially at this point in time. Let's wait for more information to come in. We will find out whether, as you suggested, it could be a bird hit also, or it could be some mechanical failure, fuel starvation, or some such technical problem. And we'll have to wait for answers on that front.
Right. Mr. Sivaraman, are you also surprised that this happened with a Dreamliner?
I'm really surprised because Dreamliners are so perfect an aircraft. And as Captain Wadia said, the pilot has been driving his level best to land the aircraft. One could see that in your visuals. And so something very serious has happened, which I think only investigations can prove. Otherwise, it's an aircraft which normally, even if one engine fails, they can easily come back and land. And even if, for example, the elevators fail, the pilots are trained to somehow keep the aircraft in balance and bring it down. So the pilots are very qualified here. So we have to wait for the investigation, particularly the recovery of the DFDR and its decoding.
Right. Let me now go across to Mark Martin. He's joining us as well. Mark, considering present technologies, and I'm assuming it would be quite easy to find and identify and secure the flight data recorder at this point. Maybe it will be done in the next few hours. So do you expect a preliminary analysis of the investigation into the crash by later this evening, perhaps?
Thanks for having me. Very unfortunate today, Parikshit. It's impossible that any report or any investigation, including preliminary or otherwise, can be released now. I think we need to hold our horses. We need to let this investigation process start. I'm going to put this out there. It's going to be painstakingly slow. They have to recover every part of the aircraft, put it into a hangar, reconstruct it. Look at the CBR tapes, the DFDR, the ADS-B, the flight profile, the engine parameters, the ECTM. Every single element of record has to be brought together, investigated, studied, and only then you can come up with even a preliminary report, because it's even the preliminary report for this, an incident like this, will be at least 300 pages, where the final report should be at least 2,000 to 3,000 pages. Okay, so you know, I'd like to caution and be very, very clear, despite whoever's out there. Please do not speculate. The pilot is no more. The co-pilot is no more. Let's respect the dead. From what we know, this guy tried to take off. He obviously, my guess is that there was he had a power assurance issue. He tried to open power, go to MCT. He couldn't get the climb thrust he wanted. We don't know why that happened. Let's not speculate. Let's get to the bottom of this investigation. This is the first ever 787 Dreamliner crash ever. Okay, and in such an incident, I think it's very sad that you've seen something like this, at least in today's day and age. And my view on this is that, Air India has been operating this since 2011 with error-free operation of the 787. 787 worked great for Air India. Sure, there were maintenance issues. Yes, there are spare part issues. Yes, but the aircraft never structurally broke. And the moment you transfer the ownership to a private airline, from a government-run airline, it goes to a private airline, we see a crash like this. I mean, doesn't that say something? Ever since Air India went to Tata Singapore Airlines, it has been an utter disaster. We have seen everything from air turnbacks to lavatories getting clogged, to Air India pilots being fined the highest in comparison to any airline. This is an Air India that's a private Air India. It's not a government Air India. We criticized Air India when it was part of the government. What about now? Who's responsible for this? Are you going to throw the book for airlines or Tatas? Enough. I think clearly we need to be very clear. The government needs to crack the whip, and we need to hold people accountable for this crash, because enough is enough.
Captain Wadia, on a preliminary analysis of whatever we know so far, the investigation may take a lot of time, but certain questions that come to your mind.
See, the safety record of India has never been really acceptable. And for the last 50 years, we've been trying to improve aviation safety and standards in India. It is the government. I'm sure everyone has good intentions. As everyone says, the government is trying its best, the Prime Minister is trying his best. But you must have knowledgeable people in DGCA and people who understand the business of accident analysis to address this issue. We need to have an independent safety board, just like the ones that exist in many countries. In India, it has existed tooth and nail by the DGCA, and the system of safety in India needs drastic improvement.
Right. We're also joined by aviation expert Sanjay Lazar. Sanjay Lazar, very, very tragic news that we are getting, of course, from Ahmedabad, and this is a developing story, so to say. But clearly, there was a very unfortunate, very dire situation that developed, and the pilots did try to take control and land the aircraft safely, but unfortunately, that couldn't happen. We're still praying and hoping that there are survivors on board, and we will get reports from the hospital and from the police very soon. But your thoughts initially on what may have happened and what happens from here?
Well, first of all, it's a very sad day for Indian aviation and aviation globally. It's a huge loss. 787 has an excellent safety record, almost 1,200 of them flying, all around the world. But we've also learned, in recent minutes, in the last half an hour, that the pilot did send an ACAS message. And of course, I'm sure Mark and Captain Wadia may have spoken, and Mr. Sivram. But, and he said there's no thrust, no lift, plane is, it was losing height. It gives us the clear impression now that there was something seriously wrong with the engines, or, like people were speculating earlier, maybe an ingestion of something, birds, or I don't know what it was, but both engines seem to have lost power and the aircraft started falling. The pilots, as probably been mentioned on your show, had close to 10,000 hours of experience, 8,200 for the PIC and 1,100 for the first officer, which is a significant amount of experience. To Captain Wadia's point, of course, we do require a independent safety board and a regulator, like the NTSB or whatever you have abroad. Over here, we've got one superpower organization that looks into almost everything, from fares to routes to safety to training, the works. But by and large, this is a very tragic day, and I'm praying that we get survivors, more survivors. From what I understand, there are 10 or 12 people who are in hospital. What condition they are, we do not know. We also know that about 40 bodies had been recovered until an hour ago. So I don't know what the situation is going beyond that.
Right.
Part of the aircraft we see in the visuals is broken on top of the hostel. The rest of it is in a residential area. So I'm assuming that there will be casualties on the ground as well, and we need to look at that. Sure, the collector is probably looking into that. Yeah.
Absolutely, we're hoping for survivors. Mr. Sivaraman, if I can come to you from your experience, could you give us a sense of what will happen now in terms of the investigation? As our panelists pointed out, and Mark also pointed out, that even getting to know the preliminary cause of the crash will take possibly a long time, maybe months, if not weeks. What happens at this stage? Which are the bodies which are going to be involved?
First of all, we have an Accident Investigation Bureau, which is outside the pale of DGCA. It functions independently. And I do not know what more independence is required, because there is already an Accident Investigation Bureau, which consists of experts, and they will be on the job immediately. And secondly, as far as DGCA is concerned, he will only be assisting them, and I don't think he will be interfering in the investigation of the accident itself. The DGCA may probably conducting an audit of the records of this aircraft right from the beginning, from the day it was purchased till the day it went into this accident. That, of course, is the DGCA's job to see whether the aircraft has been maintained properly. It's, of course, very sad that such a company like Tata's have been getting into trouble as soon as they took over this airline into that fold, that they have been encountering one problem or the other. And in this particular case, I'm really scared that such an aircraft, which is supposed to have the best record of flying all over the world, has crashed immediately on takeoff. It is something very horrible, and I don't know. As far as the preliminary investigation is concerned, as you know, when the Airbus 320 aircraft crashed, what we did was we recovered the DFDR, we went through the DFDR, we decoded the DFDR, and we put into the simulator the same flight path of the accidented aircraft, and we could immediately find out what was the cause of the accident of the aircraft. Similar exercise could easily be done, but of course, it would be a preliminary finding. It would not be a final finding. It could definitely be able to guide the investigators as to the reality behind the accident. Because if you put this data of the flight recorder into a simulator and fly the same path as the pilots have done in the case of this aircraft, you would know really what happened to this aircraft. And this is usually done, and this was what I did when the Airbus 320 crashed. And immediately within 2 days, we were able to find out what was the reason for the crash. Although we did not give out the findings, because the findings took a long time. There was the judicial inquiry into the whole thing. And finally, the judicial inquiry also came to the same conclusion.
Right. Now, of course, a lot will be found out, and I'm getting reports that there have been meetings at the Aviation Ministry, and all records of this flight have been called for. Sanjay Lazar, so this seems to be an obvious step to get all the records, and this flight had landed from somewhere else a short while back before it took off for Ahmedabad. So I'm sure all those details are being analyzed to understand the health of the aircraft, the service and maintenance record as well. Sanjay.
Yes, of course. I believe the aircraft had come in from Delhi, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, obviously they would have done pre-flight checks, whether it's the ground engineer and the pilots in themselves. The records are open for everybody to look at. I don't know about, the difference in maintenance procedures now that it's a private company. But I do know, I can say this, that Air India has always had a very healthy safety and engineering record, and continues to do so. I do not know, what could have gone wrong at this particular juncture. The DGCA will look into the records. It's wrong for me to even speculate at this point or comment or cast aspersions. I just want to express my grief and solidarity with the, folks at Air India, because they've suffered a huge loss, and we don't know how, what the extent will be today. The nation has suffered a loss. Actually, it's, there are citizens of these countries here, and hearts go out to all of them.
Right. Captain Wadia, coming back to you, there wasn't much time for the captain of the aircraft to react. Whatever had to be done was probably you had to do it in a span of a few minutes. The options were limited as well. Could you give us a sense of perhaps what was the scenario when they took off from the airport? The terrain you were in was very, very clear. There was a distress situation. What could have possibly gone through the pilot's mind, the options available at that time?
Right. We are seeing it from an outside perspective when you're not visualizing what the pilot is going through in the cockpit. At that point in time, first of all, he takes off and does his normal checks after takeoff. And as soon as he's free from that and he encounters a serious emergency, yes, he's had time to inform the ATC, but he, as people say time and again, he didn't respond anymore. Obviously, he may not have time to even talk to the ATC because he's dealing with a situation in the cockpit. There's a serious emergency. Now, what sort of emergency is that? Whether it's some engine problem or whatever it is, he's handling that emergency. He and his co-pilot are talking to each other and trying to assess and handle that emergency. And in that time also, he is trying to see which is a safe place to land the aircraft, and he hasn't found anything, so he goes straight ahead and does a normal, smooth landing as if the runway is ahead of him. And obviously the aircraft breaks up and catches fire because the runway is not there and goes into buildings, etc. So the pilot is very busy at that point of time, and he has no time to think of anything or even inform the ATC.
Absolutely. I'll request all our guests to stay with us. We're getting a soundbite from the British Foreign Secretary, David Lammy. He was speaking in the Parliament on the Ahmedabad plane crash. The plane was carrying 53 British nationals. Let's listen in to what David Lammy had to say.
My thoughts, and I'm sure those of the entire House, are with those who've been affected by the tragic plane crash in India this morning. We know that British nationals were on board, and Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that the FCDO is working urgently with local authorities to support British nationals and their families, and has stood up a crisis team in both Delhi and in London.
Still with us are Sanjay Lazar, aviation expert, Mr. Sivaraman, a former DGCA chief, and Captain Vadia. Sanjay, if I can come to you, what will this mean now for Air India? The questions that Air India would have to face in the coming months?
First of all, it'll mean a lot of heartbreak and pain, before we go to what it'll mean. Otherwise, I think we need to be sensitized to the fact that there are 250 human lives here. A lot of them, Indian families here, plus the crew and the passengers. So I think that's the first trauma that Air India will have to deal with, that the Indian government will have to deal with. and the Ministry of Civil Aviation. Beyond that, of course, the investigation and the process that the
All right, we seem to have lost that link with Sanjay Lazar, but let me go back to Captain Wadia at this point. Now, Captain Wadia, as far as the probe goes, what role would Boeing, what role would the makers of the flight's engine have to play here? Would the Indian government, would the DGCA have already made contact with them right now?
Oh, yes. Any accident, all of the people are definitely involved. Irrespective, you may have an investigating team of a few people, maybe 5 or 7 people, but the manufacturers of the aircraft and the engines and any other allied agencies will have to be involved, and they are normally involved in the investigation totally. And since you asked the question of DGCA, the DFDR, Digital Flight Data Recorder, let me tell you, first of all, the CVR, the cockpit voice recorder, is a separate issue. You can get the access to the cockpit voice recorder almost immediately, and you'll know what they will be talking in the cockpit. But the details of the DFDR take a long time. They come in digital form, and they come in various formats that have to be analyzed in detail. And so in the next couple of weeks, you will not even have details of the DFDR. So that has to be studied properly. And that will, as Captain Shivaraman already explained, if you put them into a simulator, it will give you exactly what has actually happened on the aircraft.
Absolutely. Mr. Sivaraman, we understand that the Aviation Ministry, there is a lot of activity. The DGCA chief, the Aviation Secretary are all holding continuous meetings. A DGCA team is also leaving for Ahmedabad. We've also seen how the Aviation Minister has left. What's really the protocol in times of a plane crash, a tragedy of this kind?
From my experience, I can tell you, normally after a plane crash, there was a very serious plane crash in Palam Airport when Mr. Narasimha Rao was the Prime Minister. He also visited the site. I was with him when that plane crashed. It was a Tu-154 of the aircraft which had been taken on lease by the Indian Airlines. But the entire investigation and supervision was left to the professionals in the area. So in my opinion, this should be left to professionals, senior people like Captain Wadia and others who have flown such aircraft, similar aircraft in similar circumstances. So they should be consulted, and we should exclude politics, company quarrels, everything out of it, and get to the bottom of it. And there should be one man who should be supervising it, and he should be a technically qualified person, and the responsibility should be on him rather than on any other people. Too many people will spoil the broth here. This is a highly technical issue, and it should be left only to the technical people. As Captain Wadia and others said, people from the builders of the aircraft, that is the Boeing, the engine manufacturers, the navigation equipment manufacturers, the communication people, everyone should be associated with the investigation of the aircraft, because everyone will be interested in finding out the truth so that this does not get repeated. But we should keep everything else outside of this.
Right. We're also getting bites from the family members of the victims. They're waiting for any kind of information that may come by as soon as possible. There are some waiting outside Gujarat's civil hospital. Let's play out those reactions.
हाँ मेरी साड़ी था वो अमृतसर थी लंदन जा रही थी हाँ फिर हाँ बस वो 1 घंटे में समाचार आ गया को प्लेन क्रैश हो गया देखने भी नहीं मिला वो अंदर एंट्री नहीं मिली सिविल में
हमारी बहन जा रही थी
1 बजे जा रही थी
एक और 10 की फ्लाइट थी और जा रही थी लंदन जाने से पहले ही क्रैश हो गया प्लेन.
All right, we're looking at all the information coming in. In fact, the initial report that came in about the Air India B787 aircraft at Ahmedabad, this was, they said that this was flight AI-171 from Ahmedabad to Gatwick. It crashed immediately after takeoff from Ahmedabad. There were 242 people on board, and the aircraft had 2 pilots and 10 cabin crew as well. The aircraft was under the control of a captain who had almost 8,200 hours of flying experience. The co-pilot had 1,100 hours of flying experience. We are withholding names of the passengers on board the aircraft and also the pilots and the co-pilot because we're still hoping for good news that comes out from the investigation and from all the rescue teams which are on ground. As per the ATC, aircraft departed from Ahmedabad at 13:39 hours from the runway 23. It gave a mayday call to the ATC, but therefore, thereafter, no response was given by the aircraft to the calls by the ATC. Aircraft immediately after departure from runway 23 fell on ground outside the airport perimeter. Heavy black smoke was seen coming from the accident site. And Captain Wadia, immediately after that, we had rescue teams flying in. And of course, that's a protocol. There are rescue teams at the airport, always available on standby. I'm sure teams must have been called from outside as well, considering the gravity of the situation. But no one had time to react at all. But what's your thoughts on the rescue that is going on the ground? I'm sure that the rescue teams are doing a great job in this hour of crisis. It's a very difficult operation. And we just hope that we are able to find survivors on board.
I'm sure the rescue team, the fire brigade and the police, everyone must have done a wonderful job. And from the reports that are coming in from the site of the accident also, the rescue and people being taken to the hospital has been very efficient. And I think we're perfectly fine with that. But I have one more comment to make. It is important to investigate this accident. After all, Annexure 13 of ICAO, which is the United Nations, says very clearly, the aim of an accident is to prevent a recurrence and not to apportion blame. Along with this accident also, I hope we go into the normal practices of aviation safety in India and try and improve standards of aviation safety. I'll give you a small example. There are a lot of incidents where nothing drastic happens. No damages happen to the aircraft. No one is injured. No passengers problem. There are incidents which are just something like a dog on the runway or some minor incidents. In India, we hardly investigate these incidents. If you investigate the incidents properly, accidents will hardly ever happen. We need to focus on that very finely. To give you an example, in India, I have seen with my own experience, incidents are put under the carpet and no one bothers. In Australia, there was a near miss. Again, nothing happened. It was only an incident. But the chairman of the airport authority was removed after an investigation was held. So investigation of incidents is as important as accidents.
Mr. Sivaraman, do you agree that we need to have a better record of investigating such accidents, and whatever happened here must be investigated thoroughly? A precedent must be set?
Well, Captain Wadia mentioned about an incident 4 days ago. I came by an Indigo flight from Calicut to Chennai, and I was standing in the queue to board the aircraft. They had brought down the garbage from inside the aircraft. The garbage bag was open, and the entire garbage, a few of those papers inside, started flying all around. I called the man standing near the aircraft and told him, look, I am the former DGCA. This is a very serious matter. When the engine starts in this aircraft, this could get sucked in, and there may be serious engine problem. They just laughed at me and walked up. Now,
that indeed is shocking.
I couldn't contact the pilot. I just stood there because I am now 85 years old. I am not in a position to fight with everybody. And I saw those garbage flying all around. Fortunately, it was an ATR aircraft. It had been a jet aircraft which was starting. They could have easily sucked into. This paper could have gone in. We don't know what was there inside, other garbage which was flying all around. So this is where I am saying, in this country, my experience of 40, 50 years in government and in other areas, I find supervision is lacking. Supervision by the senior people, taking responsibility by the senior people, that is lacking. You pass the buck down at every time. And for example, in the aircraft tarmac area, so many aircraft are maneuvering. Aircraft are starting engines, aircraft are stopping the engines, passengers are being put in the buses and being taken out. Nobody is supervising it. Now this kind of a garbage is flying around. Who is there to check that? Somebody must be there to check it. Unfortunately, this doesn't happen. That is why we have these accidents. You remember the accident of that aircraft in this supersonic aircraft which crashed in UK because it sucked in some grit or some iron pieces. Although they do take precaution, they run a check on the runways, etc. But there are some runways where I felt as though I was riding a horse. I was not in a plane. I was riding a horse. And the pilots would have definitely complained about the condition of the runway. Nobody would have taken action on it.
Right.
So these are certain things.
Mr. Sivaraman, those are very important points, and I would just want to give our viewers some updates that have come in. In fact, the Boeing company has put out a latest statement. They're saying we're in contact with Air India regarding Flight 171 and stand ready to support them. Our thoughts are with the passengers, crew, first responders, and all those who are affected. There are also reports coming in from a number of international agencies about the situation of those who were on board that tragic flight. But you know what? We are going to wait for the Indian authorities to give us a final word and to say formally what has actually happened. We'll wait for that. We'll our thoughts and prayers with everyone right now, but we'll wait for a final word from the Indian government on record on what has happened. We're awaiting a bite from the police as well. What's happening on the ground? You're seeing officials from the fire department, from the police, aviation authorities, who are there at the spot, also at the hostel where the plane crash took place. They're trying to douse the flames. There would be search and rescue teams as well to see if there are survivors. We also believe that there is a lot of activity at the nearest hospital as well, and we will get updates from the hospital authorities as well. A statement has come in from the Indian Army. The Indian Army has said that they're extending all assistance to civil administration after the flight crash in Ahmedabad. 130 personnel from the Army have been deployed to assist civil administration in this disaster relief efforts following the crash of Air India flight. The Indian Army's response includes engineering teams with JCBs, medical teams and quick action teams, firefighting assets. So essentially what we're trying to say, and also a military hospital has been placed on standby, that when a situation like this happens, you've got all authorities on board, all hands on deck. That's what we're seeing right now to possibly resolve the situation at the earliest. The operations at the Ahmedabad airport had been suspended, but we've now got information that the operations there have resumed as well. You've got the DGCA teams there. You've got the aviation minister who's left for the location. He would be possibly reaching there in a short while from now. And it's important for perhaps VIPs. Often questions are raised about whether VIPs can actually help in a situation like that or distract the security forces. But it's also perhaps important to show solidarity with the victims, with the family members, and also with all the rescue teams that the government is standing by them. Definitely a very tricky, a very sensitive situation that is developing. Sanjay Lazar, if I can come back to you, and we really thank all our guests to stay on with us. The fact is, it's a developing situation. Very little information is coming by, and you're giving us your expert analysis, and we really value your time with CNBC TV18 in this hour of crisis. But Sanjay, going forward, as Captain Vadia was pointing out, Mr. Sivaraman has also pointed out that do you feel that we're not taking aviation safety very, very seriously, and all private airliners, commercial airliners have to take a cue, some lesson from this as well going forward?
Well, I certainly will agree with both Captain Vadia and Mr. Sivaraman. I've worked under both. I know them both very well. Very, very senior people in this industry, far, years and years ahead of me. And if they say that safety is not being taken seriously, it's something that we all have to sit up and listen to and ensure that we do. Having said that, I do believe that, the DGCA in recent times has tightened up quite a bit, but there is scope for improvement with all airlines. Of course, they're all private now, barring Alliance. So, it's the airline industry at large that needs to look at this. We also need to understand, like Mark Martin was saying earlier about, pilot safety standards, FDTL, all those things now come into focus. We've been brushing things under the carpet, and it's not related to this case. I will not link it to this tragedy, but I'd like to just place on record that despite the previous government and the DGCA, pointing out that FDTL needed to be changed, there were airlines that were using commercial interests to extend it. So, these are things we need to be clear. We need to be a safety-first country. We need to be a safety-first aviation industry and follow all the norms. Running to courts to extend, certain concessions that were given is absolutely incorrect and unthinkable. I think we need to put our house in order, like Captain Wadia said. And, I look forward to that. Right now, I think we need to stand shoulder to shoulder with Air India and the passengers and the people of Gujarat and India who've faced a huge tragedy.
Let's also get in a statement from the Ahmedabad Civil Hospital on the plane crash.
फ्लाइट के जो पैसेंजर हैं उनके जो सगे हैं, नज़दीक के सगे हैं, उनसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि डीएनए टेस्टिंग की व्यवस्था हम लोगों ने बीजे मेडिकल कॉलेज के कसौटी भवन में की है। आप सबसे अनुरोध है, जिसमें खास तौर पे माता पिता अथवा उनके पुत्र पुत्री नज़दीक के सगे होते हैं, आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि आप डीएनए सैंपल के लिए कसौटी भवन में बनी हुई व्यवस्था पर अपने सैंपल दें, ताकि दुर्घटना के जो विक्टिम हैं उनका आइडेंटिफिकेशन जल्दी से हो सके।
All right, so that was the hospital authorities not saying anything about the state of the survivors. They were saying that if there is DNA testing that has to be done, then they have arranged a place nearby where family members, where the loved ones can go. So we're not speculating about the state of those who were on board. We're awaiting a formal statement from the government, possibly from the aviation minister or even the Gujarat government for that matter. And those are the only statements we will take at this point. Let me go back to Sanjay Lazar at this point. Sanjay, what do you think would be happening on the ground in the hospital at the site of crash right now? Also, let's also comment on what happened at the hostel, because this plane crashed on a hospital, which I believe was at the perimeter of the airport premises.
Yes, and that was my first concern, apart from the passengers of the plane, is that, that hostel building, it was lunch hour, and there were a lot of students who'd probably come for the lunch break. So I hope, there was minimal casualty and fatality, if at all, any, because the aircraft tail seemed to broken off there and stuck on top of that hostel. The other thing is what will be happening, and what we've seen visuals of, is that the collector and the National Recovery Team and the disaster management team pulling out bodies and taking them to various hospitals. I don't know if there were any survivors or if there are any, but I do, like I said earlier in the show, about 40 bodies had been recovered. That process will continue through the evening, I'm sure. The clip that you just played showed somebody, from the hospital talking of DNA samples to identify the bodies. So the process of identification of bodies will now start through DNA and through, body tagging, whatever details are required, whether they're identification marks, jewelry, clothing, those sort of things. And then, of course, the process of post-mortem and then handing over of bodies eventually to the families. I also believe that the investigation team of the DGCA and the Aircraft Accident Investigation Board would have reached there by now, because they were traveling on a special flight, and they will take charge of the site and look into the matter instantly, try and recover the DFDR and the CFR, the black boxes, so to speak, and start decoding it. The ACAR's messages, etc., that were received will also be, transmuted and seen into what has happened.
All right. One important statement that has come in from the Federal Aviation Administration, which is a part of the US government. They have put out a statement, Mr. Sivaraman, and they said the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration of the US, is in contact with the National Transportation Safety Board regarding Air India flight AI 171 operating from Ahmedabad to London Gatwick that was involved in an accident. Whenever an international incident occurs, the government concerned leads the investigation. In the event assistance is required, the National Transportation Safety Board is the official US representative, and the FAA provides technical support. We stand ready to launch a team immediately in coordination with the National Transportation Safety Board. Do you think, Mr. Sivaraman, that the Indian government should be taking assistance from the FAA and the NTSB, the Federal Aviation Administration, and the National Transportation Safety Board of the United States?
Of course. There is no ego in this matter. FAA and the NTSB have got enormous facilities, the most modern facilities available in the world for accident investigation. We should take their assistance, because this is a very serious matter which involves one of the best aircraft in the world. Therefore, we must take their assistance. We involved the entire Airbus industry engineers in the investigation of the Airbus 320 aircraft accident that took place in Bangalore. All of them were here. We took their assistance.
Absolutely. And let's hope we take the best assistance from all around with friendly countries and get to the bottom of this as soon as possible. Lessons must be learned so that incidents like this must be avoided at all costs in future. And our panelists have pointed out concerns around aviation safety in India. And let's hope that both companies, the private sector, and also the government take note of what has happened. With that, it's a wrap on this special broadcast, and our thoughts and prayers with the families of those who were on board that ill-fated flight.
catching fire, gutting several buildings. As you can see, the smoke continues to bellow out, and those are the gutted buildings in the background. Parts of the plane crashed into nearby residential areas, wrecking several buildings, as you can see. And it is the medical students from these buildings that are still struggling for life. Many of them are also being reported dead. But what has caught the attention of the viewers is the nose of the aircraft, which is stuck inside the building. Plane parts destroyed several buildings near the crash site. The parts of the fuselage and engines were cut into several buildings, as you can see. The teams soon after kicked into action. All these emergency teams were activated. They were working round the clock, even as we speak, to douse the flames at the crash site and the nearby buildings. This is one of the deadliest Boeing crashes. Remember, if we look at the cases across the globe, let me give you a quick recap of what happened in December of 2024. Jeju air crash happened in South Korea. It was a Boeing 737-800. What was the reason? It overshot the runway post-emergency landing. What was the death toll like? 179 people of the 181 which were on board were all killed. Let's now quickly rewind to 2019 March. An Ethiopian Airlines, again a Boeing 737 MAX 8. What was the reason? It crashed post-takeoff from Addis Ababa, led to a death toll of 157 passengers and crew members, all of them killed. In October of 2018, the Lion Air Flight 610 in Indonesia crashed. It was a Boeing 737 MAX 8. The reason that was given that time was that it crashed into the ocean soon after takeoff. All 189 on board were killed. If we look at Air India crashes at home, especially in August of 2020, Kozhikode, Air India Express flight 1344 killed 184 passengers, 6 crew members, and the reason given was that it overshot the runway during the landing. The death toll was 21 fatalities, and the conclusion that was drawn, in fact, was that there was a non-adherence to the SOPs by the pilot. Now, in May of 2010, in Mangaluru, the Air India Express flight 812 killed 160 passengers and 6 crew members that were on board. The reason that was given was that it overshot the runway, fell into a gorge, and led to the death toll of 152 fatalities. The deduction was that the captain failed to discontinue the plane. And so the Ahmedabad air disaster is the deadliest crash in Indian aviation. It has, of course, prompted several unanswered questions. Let me bring those questions forward to you. The first most burgeoning question that begs our attention is, was there a technical issue detected a day before the flight that was perhaps missed out on? The other question that also is being raised is, what prompted the pilot to issue the SOS within 5 minutes of the takeoff? Can foul play angle be even ruled out by the authorities? Will all Boeing 787 planes now be put under scanner following this deadly air crash in Ahmedabad today? Will the black box unlock the mystery behind the plane crash? These are all the host of questions that beg and people are still looking for answers for. Now, we are also getting in some breaking inputs right now. Sources from the Ahmedabad police have gone on to say that one survivor has been rescued out of that entire plane crash that happened. So far, only one survivor. Almost a miraculous incident that there's one survivor who has been rescued. The confirmation coming in from Ahmedabad police as we speak. This, remember, so far is a lone survivor who was sitting on seat 11A. Payal Mehta joins me with more inputs. Payal, share the details with us.
Well, what we're given to understand is that there is possibly one survivor. That is at least what the authorities are confirming. So that was actually at least some glint, of hope in this entire otherwise dismal affair that was only seen. That 11A is a survivor that the police has really come out and said, and that is actually no less than a miracle. Given the fact that we're almost confirmed that most of the passengers appeared to be dead. In this, including the building against which it crashed, where doctors were eating lunch during the lunch hour as well. This is tragic beyond, beyond one's imagination, but at least one faint glint of hope. And that survivor actually must be a real survivor to survive this entire crash where everybody around him is feared to be dead, Akansha.
Also, Payal, what are you learning in terms of the condition of this survivor? How seriously or gravely is he injured, and are there any hopes of him? All right, we seem to have lost that connection with Payal, but what we can tell you is this is almost a miracle that we have a lone survivor from that plane crash. And remember, many of them or almost all of them have been declared dead. But the Ahmedabad police confirming that one person has miraculously survived, and perhaps this survivor could be of extreme importance to the entire investigation, which will now be looking into what exactly led to that deadly air crash. Payal Mehta is back with us. Payal, if you could share details with us with regards to what is the condition of this lone survivor.
Well, the condition has certainly been ascertained, and no doubt whatsoever, Akansha, that person must have really, got grievous injuries, to say the least, given the fact that everything around him is charged. One has to remember that the flight was full completely. It was full to its capacity, and also the fact that the flight was just taking off, which clearly meant that even fuel-wise, the flight would have been completely full to the brim, and therefore everything around them is really charged. The Ahmedabad police is still trying to ascertain his exact health condition. But, like I said, in a place where actually everything seems to be so glum, at least there's this faint hint of some sort of a hope coming out that life knows how to survive.
Absolutely. Also, now that we have a lone survivor, Payal, share with us how crucial and pivotal could be this survival, in fact, for the entire ongoing investigation. As we also heard what the Civil Aviation Minister, Mr. Rammohan Naidu, had to say, that they will get to the bottom of what exactly led to this crash.
Of course, it's going to be of great help to see when he or she is able to recover and be able to share what he or she went through, in the entire flight, depending completely on his health condition, what he's able to recall. But at least one thing is for sure, at least one family will have some smile on their face when everybody around them are completely heartbroken and just fallen, given the fact that every of their loved ones have, fallen prey to this ghastly attack, ghastly crash which has taken place as well. But like I said, it is going to be certainly a very important piece of evidence coming to the fore. He's an eyewitness who was on that flight. He will be able to, in fact, recall and tell the police officials what really happened. Because I'm sure before, the ATC was connected, the pilot must have also alerted the passengers within the aircraft as to what was really happening. It was all this happened within a matter of 60 seconds is what we've been able to fathom and we've been able to gather as well. So his testimony will be of great importance as far as that's concerned. But purely depends on what his health condition is and when and how much he'll be able to recall.
All right, so what we are also learning that the survivor's name is Vishwa Kumar, and the Ahmedabad police have in fact gone on to confirm that he has been rescued. He's a lone survivor from this crash. Of course, it is a miracle that he has survived. In fact, this is footage coming in of the survivor, Mr. Ramesh, as you can see, as he walks out, almost surviving for him, of course, has been a miracle. That is something what we can tell you for sure. And as Payal was also highlighting, he's going to be very pivotal. His testimony is going to be very pivotal with regards to the ongoing investigation. As Rammohan Naidu, the Civil Aviation Minister, has already confirmed that they will get to the bottom of this entire probe to find out what exactly led to this crash. It's a miracle that this lone survivor is in fact even able to walk out of that crash site at a time when most of the survivors, all of the survivors have been declared dead. But Ahmedabad police over there confirming that this lone survivor who was on seat number 11A survived. This is perhaps going to go down in the annals of history as this lone survivor walks out of the Ahmedabad airport. He is, remember, the only lone survivor in a flight that was carrying over 230 passengers. His name is Vishwas Kumar Ramesh, who survived the plane crash. He was allotted seat number 11A. And the Ahmedabad police have finally rescued this one survivor. Remember, his testimony is going to be pivotal, extremely significant to the ongoing investigation, because nobody's been able to ascertain, with aviation experts still trying to ascertain the exact reason. The quality control behind Boeing is also now coming into the picture, as reports are indicating that there was an FAA audit last year, which was a 2-week audit into the quality checks of Boeing. But could it be a technical glitch, or could it be a bird hit, or birds hitting, multiple birds hitting, or weather also could be playing a significant role? Right now, it is fairly nascent at this stage to comment into exactly what was that went behind, but perhaps it is Mr. Ramesh's testimony that will be extremely significant. Vishwas Kumar Ramesh, he's a British national, is what we are being told, and he was on the Gatwick-bound flight that took off from Ahmedabad and crashed soon after takeoff. Roughly 20 minutes after takeoff is when it crashed, and it crashed into the residential building of the medical college, into the medical hostel, where several students are still grappling for life. It is a miracle, to say the least, that we have a lone survivor, Mr. Ramesh, allotted seat number 11A. He is a British national, as we are being told. He was on a visit to Gujarat and was heading back to London. Payal joins me with more inputs on this miraculous survival that's taken place. Payal, share what else are you learning from your sources?
Like I said, that this is a very, very tragic episode which has come to the fore as well. Nobody would have been prepared for an episode like this. A flight of happiness for many who are either looking to go back home or embark on a vacation or a work trip has turned into an extreme tragedy. The testimony of the lone survivor as of now is going to be of extreme importance. That is something at least what the authorities are hoping for, because, his testimony in terms of what really led to the circumstances that actually happened is going to be of great importance. We'll have to just wait and see. But like I said, all hands on deck approach being applied by the government of India over here. In terms of what we've seen so far, multiple leaders, multiple ministers being flown down to Gujarat. C.R. Patil, the Union Minister of Jal Shakti, and also, the state president of BJP has just reached Gujarat. He, in fact, gave us the unfortunate confirmation of Vijay Rupani's unfortunate demise over here. Civil Aviation Minister Raymond Naidu can be seen taking rounds of the accident site, trying to ascertain what's really happening. Muralidhar Mohol, the MOS for Civil Aviation, will also be landing shortly at around 7 o'clock, 7:30, I beg your pardon. He's going to be accompanied by officials from Ministry of Civil Aviation Secretary, and also the DGC officials, who are going to be examining the accident site and understanding how to go about the investigation. Because remember, the government of India has promised not just to the Indians and not to the victims of those people who actually fell prey to this deadly accident, but also to the foreign nationals, that a thorough investigation will be done. And also the fact that Union Home Minister Mr. Amit Shah is a local son of the soil. He's also expected to land in Ahmedabad some time from now. As it's just too early, I can't just predict as to what really led to the situation, whether there was a technical failure, or whether there was a human error, or whether there was any attempt to sabotage, because there were a lot of foreign nationals on this. Nothing is being ruled out from the agency so far, and should there be any sabotaging angle which emerges over here, it is important to see if the government hands over the probe to NIA or any other investigating agency. It's just too early in the day to talk about it. We'll have to just wait for some more time.
Absolutely. In fact, stay with me, Payal, as we are also getting in more information through newspaper reports which are going on to indicate that Mr. Vishwas Kumar Ramesh, who's 40-year-old and the only lone survivor of this deadly crash, has, as we can see, borne impact injuries on his chest, eyes and feet. He has received these impact injuries, but is miraculously able to walk out of that entire crash site. That is, in fact, indeed a miracle in itself. And he's also gone on to share his experience. Most importantly, he's gone on to talk about how there was a loud noise just 30 seconds after takeoff, and that is what in fact led to a crash within minutes, and the plane of course burst into flames. So this is what Vishwas has had to share that it was only after 30 seconds of takeoff there was a loud noise, and then soon after the plane crashed. It all happened very quickly. So if one was to go by what Vishwas has had to say, this is also contradicting the other versions that have come into limelight, which are going on to indicate that it was roughly after 20 minutes of takeoff that the plane actually crashed. But Vishwas has gone on to share that only after 30 seconds there was a loud noise, and soon after the plane crashed. It all happened very quickly. But this indeed is a miracle to see. Vishwas Kumar Ramesh, who is a 40-year-old British national, was visiting Gujarat, has miraculously escaped this, or rather survived this deadly or catastrophic air crash. This, as relatives of all those who were aboard the Air India flight are currently desperately looking for their loved ones at the civil hospital in Ahmedabad as we speak. All the rest have been declared dead, except from Vishwas Kumar Ramesh, who's a 40-year-old, the lone survivor, as he survived this deadly crash. But if you can see that image which is currently being flashed on your screens, he's of course borne injuries on his face. These are impact injuries that he's not just borne on his face but also on his chest. But what stands out is that he's able to walk out of the crash, and these impact injuries, given the catastrophic explosion that happened after the plane crashed, it's a miracle to see this lone survivor, 40-year-old Vishwas Kumar Ramesh, who survived this entire crash. But as we've been highlighting, his testimony is going to be extremely pivotal to the ongoing investigation, which has now led to a host of unanswered questions. What are those unanswered questions? Well, many are wondering if it was the Boeing and the quality check that led to it. Can foul play angle be ruled out by authorities? Will all Boeing 787 planes now be put under the scanner following this deadly catastrophic crash? Was there a technical issue detected even before the flight could take off? CNN News 18 has been getting you reactions, and we've been speaking to passengers who boarded this flight earlier in the day, and they've gone on to talk about how there were technical slags because the AC in the aircraft was not working, the in-flight entertainment was not working, which is rather unusual for Air India flights. And those are the testimonies that we are learning from passengers who had boarded this flight earlier during the day. But as of now, there are a host of unanswered questions, and to pinpoint any particular factor would be fairly nascent or premature. But all those unanswered questions do call for an investigation. Will the authorities be able to find the black box? How soon will they be able to, because perhaps the black box will be able to unlock the mystery behind this entire plane crash. But what's standing out right now as we track all the latest updates for you in this unimaginable story that has emerged is that Ramesh Kumar actually managed to dodge death, had a narrow escape. In fact, that explosion that you can see is catastrophic to say the least, and he managed to actually come out absolutely unscathed. It's miraculous that he's managed to walk out of the crash site. As you can see, the least that he's borne is in fact those impact injuries on his face, on his chest. And he's a 40-year-old British national who was in fact visiting the state of Gujarat. He was on this Gatwick-bound flight. He was allotted seat 11A. And according to Mr. Ramesh, there was a loud explosion, and that happened soon, 30 seconds after takeoff, and it all happened so quickly, and that is exactly what led the aircraft to nosedive and led to the crash eventually. In fact, aviation experts have also been commenting on the rapid descent of this entire crash and the entire video. But let's quickly go across to Anvit, who's been tracking the latest for us. Anvit, if you could share with us the story of this lone survivor, what is it that you're learning? If you could give us some confirmation regarding the comments that he's shared with other newspaper reports that are indicating that he said that only after 30 seconds did the aircraft crash, and there was a loud explosion before it led to that crash. Anvit, can you hear me? All right, we'll try and reconnect with Anvit, but this is the big story of the hour that has emerged out of this entire air crash. The only silver lining to this deadly, catastrophic air crash, as Ramesh Kumar is the lone survivor. Is a 40-year-old British national visiting the state of Gujarat. This has several families now look for their loved ones. Vishwas Ramesh, of course, survives this deadly air crash. Anvit is back with us. Anvit, what are you learning about this lone survivor of this catastrophic air crash?
One passenger so far has been identified who is the survivor, and so far we are calling him the lone survivor because no other survivor has been reportedly been safe in this flight, and this man has been identified as Vishwas Kumar Ramesh. He had been living in UK for more than 20 years, and he had come to India with his brother, and he was traveling back. They had visited Diu, and he's a 40-year-old man. He had when he was found on the spot, he was put in an ambulance and sent to medical facilities. But as he recalled the incident later for the media, he mentioned that when he when the plane crashed, he was on the seat 11A, and he has said that he realized only after when the plane crashed, he found himself amidst the debris that was on fire, and he said that he recalled that there were bodies all around and there were human remains all around. And he said that he was scared seeing those visuals and he was terrified. That was the moment when he was put into an ambulance and was sent to medical facility. Now, he has been marked safe. He has injuries. He certainly has injuries all over his body. There are burn marks as well, and there are injuries also. But doctors are saying that he's safe. He has been marked safe. He's out of danger right now, and he's under medical supervision. But so far, he's the only passenger actually who has been found to have survived this crash. Other than that, even though the rescue operations are still underway, it is being the debris also being looked if there would be any more people who can be sent to medical facility, or the dead who can be shifted to the boat. But so far, this person is the only survivor that we have spotted and that the agencies have spotted, and he has been marked. Vishwas Kumar Ramesh is his name. He's a 40-year-old resident who is a British national by nationality, and he had come here with his brother. He was traveling back to London when this incident took place.
Many thanks to you, Anvit, for bringing us those latest inputs. In fact, in the studio, we are also joined in by Captain Kishore Chinta, who is the chief pilot of the Sirius India Airlines Private Limited. Many thanks to you, sir, for joining in. Captain Chinta, what do you make of this miraculous survival? Also, how crucial and pivotal could this testimony be now of Mr. Ramesh to the entire investigation?
Good evening. Thank you for having me on CNN News 18. It is indeed practically grabbing life out of the jaws of death for the survivor. It is